Chapter 1 Dreams. In the month of April, with the spring colors in full bloom, an unremarkable carriage clattered along the streets of Kyoto. Miss, those sugar figurines crafted by that old man are truly exquisite, far more delicate than any I have seen in Yangzhou. Upon arriving in the capital, the maid, Pan Xia, was overwhelmed by the sights and chattered incessantly as Xiangwan replied with a smile. Indeed, such as to be expected, Kyoto is a gathering place for the nobility, its opulence and grandeur unparalleled by Yangzhou. If there are so many dignitaries in Kyoto, I have heard that the Weiguo Duke residence is among the most illustrious families in the capital. What a wealthy household that must be. Pan Xia could not help but express her astonishment. Xiangwan smiled lightly, but soon recalled her mother's words before her departure. Your mother has battled with that wretched woman her entire life. Now, as she ages and loses her charm, your father seldom visits our courtyard. You have come of age this year, yet there has been no word of your marriage. It must be that wretched woman whispering in your father's ear. Mother, be cautious, for walls have ears. Aunt Wang is currently in high favor. You ought not to speak such words. Xiangwan gently pressed her mother Zheng's hand, cautioning her. Zheng waved her sleeve in discontent. What is there to fear? Your aunt is the wife of the third branch of the Weiguo Duke residence that I sent word last month, asking her to invite you to stay for a while. Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly, yet Zheng seemed oblivious as she continued. With your remarkable beauty, you were born to be a countess. This trip to Kyoto must be to seek a distinguished husband, so that my efforts are not in vain. Listening to the bustling calls of vendors along the streets, Xiangwan gathered her thoughts. Pan Xia, let us rest at the inn tonight and visit the Weiguo Duke residence tomorrow. Certainly, miss. The moon hung silently in the sky, drifting among the clouds. After washing up, Xiangwan lay on the bed at the inn, exhausted from the journey, and soon fell into a deep slumber. However, her sleep was not peaceful. In her dreams, she once again found herself at that brothel. 2 months prior, in the outskirts of Yangzhou, the sky was overcast, fine rain fell like threads, drenching the earth. Pan Xia, you stay here and watch. If there is any sign of trouble, call for me, Xiangwan said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Rest assured, miss, I will be vigilant, Pan Xia replied. Xiangwan fixed her gaze on the sign of the Wanwan pavilion, tightening her hood as she entered. Xiangwan hailed from the Su family of Yangzhou, a lineage of repute, yet the descendants were all of mediocre talent, leaving her generation with only a name. Perhaps due to a childhood of modest means, she developed a keen interest in commerce. However, her mother disapproved, teaching her, a young lad's proper pursuit is to find a worthy husband, not to engage in business. Xiangwan dismissed this notion, convinced that one must rely on oneself in life, especially as a woman. Thus, she deceived her family, claiming she was going to the outskirts to pay respects. Her visit to the Wanwan pavilion was prompted by a merchant she had met in her business endeavors, who promised a lucrative opportunity, as Xiangwan eagerly accepted the invitation. They arranged to meet in a private room on the second floor, and after a brief conversation over tea, an unexpected disturbance arose outside. Miss, outside the door, Pan Xia whispered urgently. What has happened, Pan Xia? Xiangwan immediately became alert. It seems that thieves have infiltrated, and the authorities are sending people to apprehend them. As Xiangwan exchanged a glance with a merchant, and they both promptly rose to leave. The business they were discussing was strictly forbidden by the authorities and must not be known to outsiders. Upon opening the door, the atmosphere outside was tense. Someone shouted, "The authorities are arresting people. Run!" Chaos spread like wildfire, and in an instant, the scene erupted into a cacophony of wailing and shouting, resembling a pot of boiling porridge. Having never witnessed such turmoil, Xiangwan grasped Pan Xia's hand and attempted to flee. The bustling business of the Wanwan pavilion was indeed thriving, and at this moment, the crowd surged towards the exit. Before long, Xiangwan was separated from her maid. Even with her usual composure, Xiangwan was now flustered. Noticing that the staircase on the second floor was blocked, she suddenly recalled the room next door to where she had been negotiating. There was a tree outside the window of that adjacent room, which she had glimpsed casually while on her way to her private chamber. If she could descend via the tree, she might escape. A surge of clarity struck her as she hurried towards the neighboring room. Breathless, Xiangwan entered the room and locked the door behind her, gasping for air. After a moment, she became acutely aware that something was amiss. The room was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, with only faint cries hinting at the turmoil beyond. The dim light illuminated the vast room with but a single flickering candle. A sweet fragrance permeated the air, mingling with an almost imperceptible scent of blood. Instinctively, Xiangwan recognized that this was not a place to linger. She quickly rose from the floor, but as she moved, she felt an unsettling weakness. Her legs felt feeble to be precise. Her entire body was weak, devoid of strength, and an unbearable heat surged within her. Without needing to ponder further, she understood what had transpired. In brothels, courtesans often burned fragrant incense to enhance the atmosphere during intimate encounters. It was indeed a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune, and Xiangwan silently lamented her plight. Struggling to rise, a deep, hoarse male voice suddenly emerged from the bed. "Aren't you coming over yet?" Having run in haste and inhaled too much of the intoxicating fragrance, Xiangwan found her mind increasingly clouded, her legs growing weaker. The man seemed to grow annoyed at her lack of response. He parted the bed curtains and approached her. Backlit by the candlelight, his features were obscured, yet he emanated a chilling and commanding aura. As he crouched before her, he grasped Xiangwan's chin, compelling her to look up. Xiangwan gasped, the warmth of her breath mingling with the sweet scent, her gaze losing focus. Upon recognizing her face, the man's hand hesitated, and he remarked with a hint of mockery, "This Wanhua pavilion possesses some intrigue." Xiangwan clenched her fists, striving to maintain her clarity. Clearly, this man had misunderstood the situation, and she was eager to clarify. "Young master," as the words escaped her lips, she was startled by her own sultry tone. It sounded less like an earnest conversation and more like a flower yearning for rain. The man paused, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Suddenly, the world spun, and the towering shadow enveloped Xiangwan completely. The moment her icy, delicate lips made contact, Xiangwan felt her taut nerves abruptly snap, leading her to instinctively entwine herself with the person before her. She listened as the breath beside her grew increasingly fervent, her throat parched, prompting her slender hand to ascend. The individual savored her ardor, their breath becoming erratic. As Xiangwan felt lightheaded, her mind clouded, she extended her soft fingers, clutching the bed canopy tightly, leaving crimson imprints from her grasp upon her fair wrist. The person momentarily faltered in their breathing. In her haze, Xiangwan sensed that the individual seemed to be losing control. She could not recall precisely when she succumbed to slumber that night, only vaguely remembering that it was at the break of dawn when he finally released her after a night of exhaustion. She soon fell into a deep sleep. Her dreams abruptly ceased. Chapter 2. Entering the mansion the following day on the western street of the capital. "Miss, you have been sleeping rather restlessly of late. Once we settle in the Duke's residence, it would be wise to consult a physician," Ban Xia expressed with concern. That night, the master and servant were swept apart by the crowd, and Ban Xia, having not seen Xiangwan for an entire night, remained unaware of her mistress's inner turmoil. Xiangwan replied absently, her gaze drifting along the partially rolled-up carriage curtain, lost in thought. "We have arrived," Ban Xia exclaimed, her voice imbued with uncontainable excitement. Xiangwan lifted the curtain to behold a grand and ancient estate before her. Above the imposing entrance hung a gilded plaque, boldly inscribed with the words Duke Wei's residence. "Is this the esteemed Miss Su?" A maid, adorned in the attire of a servant, approached the carriage to inquire. Presumably, it was an envoy from her aunt sent to escort her. Xiangwan presented a gracious smile, while Ban Xia replied to the maid, "Indeed, she is my esteemed mistress." After Xiangwan and her maid disembarked, the maid introduced herself. "I am called Lu Luo, in service to the third madam. Miss Su, please accompany me." Upon entering the Duke's residence, Xiangwan maintained a composed exterior, yet her heart brimmed with admiration. The Duke's estate, a paragon of the highest aristocracy of the Dan dynasty, left her own family's gradually declining manner in stark contrast. Though her home still boasted traditional grandeur, it paled in comparison to the Duke's residence, which was a marvel to behold with its vermilion towers and azure tiles, exuding opulence without ostentation. As they navigated the winding corridors, Lu Luo halted before a door, respectfully announcing, "Madam, Miss Su has arrived." "Come in," came the invitation from within. The room was suffused with a fragrant aroma, and a woman of graceful stature reclined on a pearwood chair adorned with silk flowers. Without raising her gaze, she languidly remarked, "You're here?" Her tone tinged with subtle disdain. "Greetings, aunt." "I apologize for the intrusion," Su Xiangwan replied decorously. Only upon hearing her words did Zheng Qinglian slowly lift her gaze. The moment she beheld Su Xiangwan, her pupils constricted and the scorn in her eyes vanished, replaced by awe and astonishment. As the third madam of the Duke's residence, Zheng Qinglian prided herself on having encountered many beauties, yet the one before her was breathtakingly extraordinary. Her ebony hair flowed like clouds, her porcelain skin radiated purity, and her almond-shaped eyes held a beguiling charm. Dressed in a modest gown, she seemed even more like a delicate water lily. Zheng Qinglian's eyes darted with shrewdness, and she quickly rose from her chair, eagerly grasping Su Xiangwan's hands. "My dear Wanwan, you must be weary from your journey. I have missed you dearly. The last time we met, you could hardly speak, and now you have blossomed into a young lady." Su Xiangwan, feigning ignorance of Zheng's dual demeanor, gently replied, "It is my fault for causing aunt such worry." "Nonsense. I am simply overjoyed to see you, and I have already arranged your accommodations. After your long journey, you must rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to pay respects to the old matriarch." Zheng Qinglian beamed. "Yes, I shall not disturb you any longer, aunt." Su Xiangwan responded, performing a respectful bow before departing. Zheng Qinglian watched Su Xiangwan's graceful silhouette retreat, her eyes narrowing as she murmured to herself, "I thought my life would remain mundane. Little did I expect such fortuitous circumstances to arise." As Green Vine stepped forward to support Madame Zheng's hand, she inquired with curiosity, "Did not the lady say that Miss Su would be sent away after a while?" "Why then, just now you know nothing. That Su Xiangwan is so extraordinarily beautiful. There are few in the entire capital who can compare. While it is said that one should marry a virtuous partner, what man does not appreciate beauty? With her striking appearance, she would surely find her way into a prominent family. I shall then persuade my husband to lend her a hand, and she would indeed be regarded as a lady of the Duke's residence. At that time, I could also enjoy some benefits from it." Greenvine suddenly understood and flattered. "Madam, your foresight is truly remarkable." Zheng Qinglian beamed. "My dear sister has gone to great lengths to help her daughter enter the Duke's residence, sending silver and gifts. If I do not seek a suitable match for my dear niece, would that not betray her goodwill?" Greenvine lowered her gaze. "Only you, madam, possess such a kind heart. Others might not extend their help even with mountains of gold." Zheng Qinglian felt pleased, her face brimming with uncontainable joy. Su Xiangwan's residence, named Songyan Pavilion, was situated in the southwestern corner of the estate, quite remote. It took nearly half an hour to walk there from the third madam's quarters. "Miss, the third madam clearly does not favor you, having assigned you to such a secluded courtyard. Why then, upon seeing you, does she appear so concerned?" Banxia expressed her confusion. Su Xiangwan gazed at the vibrant spring scenery, her eyes reflecting appreciation. "I rather like this courtyard. It is serene and elegant." Turning back to Banxia, she continued, "My aunt hopes that I may find a match with a prominent family, thus providing her with some leverage. It is only human nature for people to favor the high and despise the low. The third madam is merely the lady's half-sister, and thus cannot genuinely care for you." Banxia murmured softly. Banxia's words reminded Su Xiangwan of some old stories. It turned out that Zheng Qinglian's mother was originally Su Xiangwan's maternal grandmother's concubine. After her grandmother's passing, she was elevated to the primary wife. Zheng Qinglian had always been at odds with her mother, Zheng Shi, and after marrying into the Weiguo Duke's family, she had displayed great arrogance. However, to this day, she bore no children and had gradually tempered her demeanor. "Let's not speak of this again. This grand estate is filled with many eyes, and we must avoid attracting trouble," Su Xiangwan cautioned. Upon entering the room, looking at the clean and tidy space, Su Xiangwan pondered. "My coming to the capital is not truly to seek a match with a lofty family, but rather because of the bustling opportunities here. Once I establish a reputation, my mother will surely have no further objections. Ban Xia blinked, hesitating. Miss, are you truly not planning to marry? Xiangwan pursed her lips and chuckled softly. It is not that I categorically refuse marriage. It is just that the husband I choose must be wholly devoted, with no concubines or affairs. Yet how many men in this world can truly do so? My mother said that when my father first married her, he vowed to love only her, yet eventually, he took in concubine Wang. She paused, then calmly continued. Now that the Su family is in decline, I cannot lower myself to marry into an ordinary household, and the esteemed families would look down upon me. At best, I would be but a concubine, and I will never accept that. In such a case, it is far better to enjoy life alone. Ban Xia remained speechless for a long time, even though she was aware of her mistress's independent spirit. She was still taken aback by this declaration. Xiangwan gazed at Pan Xia, who appeared utterly dazed, and with a chuckle remarked, "Well, perhaps my fortunate fate has led me to encounter a dashing, wealthy, and devoted disciple of Sihun. This is likely more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack." Pan Xia murmured, and as the words escaped her lips, both mistress and maid erupted into laughter. Chapter 3. A greeting today. Xiangwan rose early. The etiquette of noble families was paramount, and one must never breach propriety. "Pan Xia, please fetch my moon-white pleated skirt made of auspicious silk," Xiangwan instructed. Shortly thereafter, Pan Xia presented the attire, assisting Xiangwan in donning it. As Xiangwan beheld her reflection in the mirror, satisfaction washed over her. The ensemble struck a perfect balance, neither overshadowing nor appearing too plain. "Miss, the Duke of Wei's residence is indeed grand. Even the bed I slept on last night was crafted from yellow pear wood, something even Guixiang has never experienced," Pan Xia exclaimed excitedly while styling Xiangwan's hair. Guixiang was a household servant from Yangzhou, who shared a close friendship with Pan Xia. Recalling the rumors circulating in town, Xiangwan spoke softly. "I have heard that when the late emperor was attacked, Lord Pei of the Duke of Wei's residence stepped forward, risking his life to ensure the emperor's safety. After the emperor ascended the throne, his first act was to reward Lord Pei's family, even marrying Princess Chengxing to Lord Pei. Following the current emperor's ascension, he appointed Lord Pei as a general. He has served in the military for over 20 years, safeguarding the northern borders without a single defeat, while his second and third brothers have been dispatched to official posts. To this day, the Duke of Wei's household enjoys continuous favor, standing as one of the foremost noble families in the entire Dayan dynasty. Why has no one ever mentioned Princess Chengxing? Pan Xia inquired, puzzled. Xiangwan Saif. Princess Chengxing passed away shortly after giving birth to the heir of the Pei family. It is said that Lord Pei was heartbroken and never remarried. The emperor, showing concern for the young heir who lost his mother at such a tender age, has taken a particular interest in him. No wonder Guixiang said that her lady visited the capital last year to see her maternal grandparents, coincidentally meeting the heir of the duke's residence, and has since been unable to forget him, insisting she would marry no one else. Pan Xia mused. It turns out the heir's father is a general, his mother princess, and he is also the emperor's maternal nephew. What an illustrious lineage. Even Princess Shang would be envious. Alas, your lady may be disappointed. Pan Xia lamented. Xiangwan, observing Pan Xia's earnest demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Even without such a noble background, this heir would likely be no easy match. But why is that? Pan Xia asked, perplexed. Xiangwan presidito elaborate. It turned out that this heir, Pei, had surpassed expectations. At merely 14, he had joined his father on the battlefield, and by 19, he had ventured deep into enemy territory, beheading their leader and incinerating their camp, all without losing a single soldier, thereby vanquishing 20,000 elite troops of the enemy. The emperor, overjoyed, summoned him back to the palace for commendation. The old matriarch, fearing for the heir's safety on the battlefield and noting his unmarried status, requested the emperor to find him a position in the capital as a junior magistrate of the Dali Temple. The Dayan dynasty has enjoyed stability for quite some time, making it rare for young nobility to hold important positions, as most are engaged in frivolous pursuits of flower admiring and birdwalking. Su Xiangwan was born in Yangzhou, a city renowned for its flourishing waterways. In this locale, men predominantly engaged in commerce, and only those from exceptionally impoverished families would send their children to serve in the military. Thus, although she had never laid eyes on the legendary Pei Shitzi, who was said to bravely protect the homeland at a tender age, she nonetheless harbored a sense of admiration for him. Upon hearing this, Pan Xia pondered thoughtfully and hesitantly remarked, "From what you say, miss, Pei Shitzi must be tall and formidable, resembling a fierce deity. Yet, Gue Xiang claims he is strikingly handsome, asserting that no man in all of Yangzhou could rival his looks. He is the ideal suitor in the hearts of countless women." Su Xiangwan chuckled softly, realizing that whether Pei Shitzi was handsome or not bore little consequence to her. However, given that they would eventually share the same roof, she understood the necessity of proceeding with caution. Suddenly, Pan Xia seemed to have an epiphany, her brows knitting together as she exclaimed, "Gue Xiang must be deceiving me. With such a noble status, if he were truly that handsome, how could he be 22 and still unmarried? I've heard he even lacks a concubine. Could it be that he harbors some hidden ailment?" This was something Su Xiangwan was genuinely unaware of. She turned and playfully pinched Pan Xia, admonishing, "What nonsense are you speaking? If someone from the residence overhears, I won't be able to save you." Pan Xia stuck out her tongue, lowering her voice to say, "It was Gue Xiang who mentioned that Pei Shitzi is still unmarried and has no concubines. She claims her lady has feelings for him and even sent someone to inquire." Concerned about the passage of time, Su Xiangwan chose not to dwell on the topic any longer and urged Pan Xia to hasten her preparations. With her deft hands, Pan Xia soon completed Su Xiangwan's grooming. As Pan Xia gazed upon her mistress, she found herself momentarily entranced. The figure before her shone like spring blossoms and glowed like the autumn moon, with half of her flowing hair cascading down while the rest was elegantly pinned up, exuding an enchanting charm. Su Xiangwan rose to smooth her skirt. Just then, Lu Luo entered to convey a message that third madam wished to see her. With graceful steps, Su Xiangwan, accompanied by Pan Xia, made her way to the third house. Upon entering, she was greeted by a regal woman leisurely sipping tea, her aunt, Madame Zheng. "Greetings, aunt," Su Xiangwan said softly. Third Madame Zheng briefly scanned her niece and nodded slowly. It appeared this niece did not seek to draw attention, clad in modest attire and devoid of extravagant adornments. Yet, even so, her radiant beauty could not be concealed. Rather, it accentuated her exceptional allure and natural grace. "Xiangwan, there is no need for excessive formality with me," Third Madam said, concealing her scrutiny as she warmly took Su Xiangwan's hand. "Soon, I shall introduce you to everyone in the household. Do not be anxious. The matriarch is particularly fond of her younger relatives and will surely delight in meeting you." After a brief conversation, Third Madam eagerly led Su Xiangwan towards the Tsiren Hall, the courtyard of the venerable matriarch of the Weiguo family. As they passed through pavilions and corridors, it took them about the time it takes to brew 2 cups of tea to reach their destination. The joyous chirping of magpies in the courtyard indicated that there must be some celebratory occasion within the household. Even before entering, Third Madam's voice announced their arrival. Inside the main hall, an elderly man with graying hair chuckled heartily upon hearing her approach. "Ah, you mischievous little imp. Just as I was telling Xiangwan that his elder brother is returning, you darted in here like a cat sensing a fish." Upon hearing these words, everyone could not help but chuckle, and the entire hall was instantly filled with a warm, jovial atmosphere. Su Xiangwan stood quietly to the side, adhering to decorum. As the third madam did not mention her, she refrained from speaking first. Seizing the moment while others laughed, Su Xiangwan discreetly surveyed the room. The elderly matriarch, who occupied the foremost seat, appeared to be in excellent spirits despite her advanced age. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, a testament to the pampering of a life of luxury. To her right sat a resplendent lady adorned in exquisite jewels, each piece seemingly of great value. She must be the second madam. Beside this lady was a young man, possessing a gentle demeanor, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. As Su Xiangwan's gaze fell upon him, she realized he was also assessing her. caught in the act. The young man's face flushed crimson, and he hastily averted his eyes. Feeling similarly embarrassed, Xiangwan dutifully lowered her head. Ah, this girl appears unfamiliar. I seem to have never seen her before, the matriarch remarked upon noticing Xiangwan standing aside. The third madam stepped closer to Xiangwan, smilingly saying, "This is my niece, Xiangwan, whom I mentioned to the matriarch not long ago. Wanwan, lift your head and let the matriarch take a good look at you." At this, Xiangwan slowly raised her head, a composed smile gracing her features. The previously lively hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes now fixed upon her. Good. I remember Qinglian mentioning you hail from Yangzhou. Indeed, the picturesque southern waters nurture a remarkable girl such as yourself, the matriarch exclaimed, her face beaming with delight at the sight of the charming young woman. Your praise is excessive, grandmother, if we speak of nurture. Surely the feng shui of the capital is far more beneficial, Xiangwan replied modestly, a hint of shyness in her tone. The second madam, Shun, surveyed the newcomer, her initial astonishment dissipating as she smiled warmly. It seems the matriarch is quite fond of Miss Su. Since you have arrived, Miss Su, you should stay with us for a while longer. Zhang Qinglian rolled her eyes internally, recognizing that the second madam was eager to flatter and win favor with the matriarch. Wanwan has come to Kyoto to visit and will be staying for some time. It is fortunate that you and the matriarch seem to get along so well, Zhang Qinglian added. The matriarch nodded in agreement. Very well, let us explore the capital together, especially with you, Heir. Once she returns from her outing in the suburbs, she will take you around to discover the best sights and delicacies that this city has to offer. Turning to the second madam, the matriarch continued with a smile. Heir has always been playful, while Xiangwan, as the elder brother, is much more composed. Her gaze then lovingly fell upon the gentle young man. He stood up, his voice flowing like a clear spring. Grandmother, you flatter me. The matriarch turned to Xiangwan and said with a smile, This is my dear grandson, Xiangwan, from the second branch. You may call him your second cousin. A smile graced Xiangwan's lips, despite the matriarch's esteemed position as the head of the household. She was approachable and showed no disdain for her humble background, allowing her to address the young master as her second cousin, signaling her acceptance within the family. Moved by a surge of emotion, Xiangwan performed a respectful greeting towards Pei Xiangwan, sweetly addressing him as second cousin. Pei Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her exquisite beauty and the soft, melodious tone that seemed indelibly etched in his mind. A fleeting sense of confusion washed over him, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, responding courteously, Cousin, I hope you are well. The elderly matriarch, observing the vibrant beauty of the two, sighed with nostalgia. Ah, how you young ones have grown. It seems it is time for this old woman to enjoy her twilight years in peace. After a brief conversation, the matriarch began to show signs of fatigue, prompting everyone to disperse. Xiangwan followed the third madam out of the courtyard, acutely sensing her discontent. Sure enough, once they reached a secluded spot, Zhang Qinglian halted, retracting the amiable facade she had worn at Siren Hall, and spoke in a stern tone. Wanwan, do you understand why the second madam spoke on your behalf earlier? Understanding the perils of excessive chatter, Xiangwan feigned ignorance, replying, Perhaps the second madam is simply kind-hearted. Huh, her. Zhang Qinglian raised an eyebrow. Were it not for my lack of heirs, would she dare to assume the position of authority? Xiangwan refrained from comment. The third madam's candid remarks suggested an intent to tether her to Zhang Qinglian, aiming to sever any potential bond between her and the second madam, merely because the latter had shown her a modicum of goodwill. The intricacies of high society indeed ran deep, and Xiangwan sighed softly. With a sardonic tone, Zhang Qinglian continued, The second madam is quite shrewd. She merely noticed that the matriarch favors you and extended an olive branch. Remember who brought you into the Duke's household? Her words were unmistakably pointed. Xiangwan simply replied, There is no need for concern, Aunt. Humph. Zhang Qinglian, in a foul mood, turned and retreated to her own quarters. Within Songyan Pavilion, a maid murmured, Miss, it seems the third madam is not quite in harmony with the second madam. Indeed, The matriarch, aging, finds it increasingly difficult to manage the household. With Princess Qingxing's untimely demise, the reins of authority naturally fell to the second madam and my aunt. Over the years, there must have been incessant rivalry. Yet, as my aunt has no children, the power inevitably slips to another, leaving her restless, Su Xiangwan softly explained. The life of the nobility is truly tiresome, filled with endless strife and contention, Pan Xia summarized. Su Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Later that evening, Weiguo came to convey that the third madam wished to see her, prompting Su Xiangwan to hurry over. Wanwan, have you had your dinner? Zheng Qinglian, casting aside the earlier gloom, seemed to have forgotten her previous words, her face adorned with a renewed smile, feigning ignorance of the duality in her demeanor. Su Xiangwan gently replied, "Thank you for your concern, aunt. I have already dined." "Very well then. I called for you because I have something to discuss," she said, inviting Su Xiangwan to sit. A nearby maid brought forth a pearwood chair adorned with silk flowers, and once seated, Zheng Qinglian began, "As you heard today, Pei Jingwen's elder brother, the heir, is returning." Zheng Qinglian took a sip from her teacup and continued, "The heir has been dispatched to thoroughly investigate a lingering case. Having traveled to Yangzhou 2 months ago, a letter from him arrived yesterday, stating that he has apprehended the main suspect and will return home shortly." Somehow, upon hearing the words Yangzhou from 2 months prior, Su Xiangwan felt an unexpected wave of unease wash over her. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she recalled that young Master Pei was on a mission to investigate a case. Should anyone discover his clandestine visits to the brothel, he would surely face reprimand. Moreover, according to Pan Xia, it seemed that young Master Pei had no inclination toward such indulgences, and her heart gradually steadied. Zheng Qinglian cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiangwan, noting her apparent distraction and displeasure. The old lady is particularly fond of this grandson. However, at the age of 22, he remains unmarried. Once he returns to the capital, the old lady will undoubtedly host a banquet. The trend in the capital now is to hold flower viewing parties, to which the eligible young men and women from noble families will be invited. Do you understand? Su Xiangwan finally comprehended her aunt's intentions. She wished for her to select a wealthy suitor at the banquet. The world is bustling with pursuits of profit, and Su Xiangwan was acutely aware of her aunt's motivations for being so concerned about her marriage, merely to benefit herself through the union with a noble family. Su Xiangwan found herself in a bittersweet predicament. Among the aristocrats, none possessed a lineage as distinguished as young Master Pei's. Yet her aunt had never considered a connection between them, suggesting a deep-seated disbelief in her worthiness. Indeed, not only her aunt, but even Su Xiangwan herself had never envisioned any intersection between her life and that of young Master Pei. One was the daughter of a fallen family, while the other was the heir of a powerful clan. The handkerchief of the head maidservant by the old lady was made of Su embroidery, while she herself lacked even a scrap of such fabric, an insurmountable chasm between them. Merchants value profit and seldom indulge in unrealistic aspirations. Thus, Su Xiangwan quickly reconciled herself to this reality. "I understand," she murmured thoughtfully. Chapter 5. The bamboo garden. Having exited the third room, the moon hung low over the willow branches. Burdened with thoughts, Su Xiangwan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Finally, she rose and stepped outside the Songyan pavilion, meandering in the courtyard, observing her aunt's determination to see her wed into a prestigious family. She realized that living under someone else's roof compelled her to acquiesce. If she did not wish to be manipulated by others, she needed to devise her plans early. When would she open a shop in the capital? What type of shop? Would the funds at her disposal be sufficient? These were pressing questions demanding resolution. Pan Xia followed closely behind Su Xiangwan, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "Miss, while you were conversing with the third madam this evening, I found myself chatting idly with a Lu outside. We eventually discussed young Master Pei." Pan Xia paused, cautiously surveying their surroundings before continuing. "You won't believe what I heard. Young Master Pei is remarkably ruthless. Upon returning to the capital, he has investigated numerous corrupt officials, and despite those officials' unwavering denials of wrongdoing, Young Master Pei has managed to secure confessions from them through some unknown means. At this point, Panxia swallowed nervously, her anxiety palpable. Miss, do you think what we did in Yangzhou will be? Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow, well aware that those who emerge victorious from a sea of blood are seldom virtuous. Burdened by her thoughts, she found herself lost in contemplation, only to realize she had wandered into an unfamiliar courtyard. This courtyard was tranquil and elegant, with green willows cascading outside. A gap in the side wall allowed a clear spring to flow gracefully within, where vines intertwined and green bamboos thrived. Under the moonlight, the spring water rose in mist, revealing itself to be a warm spring. Within the confines of the wall, the eaves of the pavilion seemed ready to soar into the night sky. Beneath it hung a plaque, illuminated by the bright moonlight, upon which Su Xiangwan faintly discerned the two characters Bamboo Garden. What a surprise, Bamboo Garden! Exclaimed Panxia. This is where young Master Pei resides. Just last night, while chatting with LVLV, she mentioned it. Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, under the shade of the trees stood two men. The leader, a tall figure with broad shoulders and a slender waist, possessed cold, piercing phoenix eyes. Upon catching sight of Su Xiangwan, a subtle smile curved his thin lips, and his gaze became enigmatic as he fixated on her retreating silhouette. Behind him, Cheng Ying, clad in the attire of a guard, cast a glance at his master, feeling a twinge of concern for the young lady from earlier. His master had been trained in martial arts since childhood. He surely heard every word she spoke. Indeed, Cheng Ying. Find out who that person is and what crime they committed in Yangzhou, the man commanded in a frigid tone. Understood, Cheng Ying replied, silently lamenting for the young lady. Inside the study of Bamboo Garden, Pei Xingji reclined languidly on a yellow wooden chair after grooming himself, his phoenix eyes half closed, leisurely spinning the jade ring on his thumb. The thought of encountering her here brought a faint smile to his lips. That night, while apprehending a criminal, he had inadvertently been cut by the thief. A wound he had not noticed at the time, but soon felt a rush of warmth spreading through his body. Cheng Ying, sensing something amiss, hastily summoned a physician. After examining him, the physician shook his head, asserting that he had been poisoned with a rare toxin from the western regions. This poison could numb the wound, rendering one oblivious to pain, and by the time it was noticed, the toxin would have spread through the limbs. More insidiously, even if the poison were to be cured, one would need to engage in a certain act of union. Otherwise, they would bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. Cheng Ying then took him to a brothel in the outskirts of Yangzhou. Even after 2 months had passed, Pei Xingji vividly remembered the splendor and fervor of that night. The sensation of delicate skin under his fingertips and the heart-stopping tremors amidst a tempest remained as fresh as yesterday. Afterward, Pei Xingji instructed Cheng Ying to deliver a plate of gold ingots to the woman from that night. The matron of the brothel received it with a beaming smile. But when Cheng Ying requested to summon the young lady, she hesitated. After some probing, it was revealed that the matron had taken a girl outside, but had heard commotion within and, seeing Cheng Ying's fierce demeanor, dared not speak the truth. Cheng Ying assumed the woman inside was the one sought by the matron. Pei Xingji, preoccupied with his duties at that time, could not pursue the matter further. He never anticipated encountering her here. A languorous smile crossed his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Today, the weather was splendid, with clear skies stretching endlessly. Su Xiangwan languidly leaned against the window, her eyes heavy with darkness, her mood unbrightened by the day's radiance. She had slept uneasily the previous night, dreaming of encountering that man again in the brothel. He was fierce and domineering, silencing her lips and rendering her voiceless. In another dream, young Master Pei returned and discovered her actions, subjecting her to harsh interrogations. After waking, she sat for quite some time, struggling to regain her composure. She reassured herself that Yangzhou was far from the capital, and it was unlikely for young Master Pei to uncover her deeds. As the shadows deepened, Panxia entered and said, "Miss Green Luo just delivered a message, stating that the young ladies who went out have returned to the residence. They are now paying their respects to the old lady. And the third madam has asked for you to come as well." Understood. Su Xiangwan rose, her expression somewhat sullen. Panxia, perceptive and astute, brought forth a box of cosmetics and deftly concealed the dark circles beneath her mistress's eyes, applying a touch of color to her delicate lips. In a matter of moments, a vision of ethereal beauty stood before her. Panxia set down the lipstick, unable to suppress her admiration. Your beauty is truly effortless, Mississippi. Without any adornment, you possess a natural grace, and with just a bit of enhancement, you become a breathtaking beauty, as if crafted by the hands of the goddess Niwa herself. Noticing Su Xiangwan's discontented mood, she reassured her, "Do not fret, Mississippi. Such beauty as yours is rare in this world. When young Master Pei sees you, he may very well be captivated, forgetting all else. You impudent girl, speak another word, and I shall sell you off." Su Xiangwan retorted in Mokanjir. Panxia blinked innocently, feigning fear, and fell silent. Today, Su Xiangwan donned a lake blue dress that, under the bright sunlight, created a refreshing and uplifting sight. Once the two were ready, they set off, heading toward the Xiern Hall. Their path took them along a small lane bordered by lotus ponds. It was mid-spring, with sharp lotus leaves and delicate willow branches swaying gently, a truly splendid scene. Su Xiangwan ambled along the path, lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the figure waiting not far away. Pei Jinwen, having heard that his younger sisters had returned to the residence and were now paying their respects to the old lady, decided to visit the Xiern Hall to share in the conversation with her. The old lady was kind-hearted and exempted the younger generation from morning and evening salutations. Yet she delighted in a lively atmosphere. As he pondered this, he set off, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Xiangwan along the way. "Good morning, cousin." Noticing her preoccupied demeanor, Pei Jinwen spoke first. Su Xiangwan was taken aback, looked up, and finally recognized Pei Jinwen not far off. "Good morning, second master." She collected her thoughts and greeted him sweetly. Pei Jinwen sensed her distance and replied, "Are you on your way to visit grandmother?" "Indeed. My aunt sent word that all the young ladies have returned to the residence, and they are now with the old lady, calling for me to meet them." Su Xiangwan replied with a smile. "How fortuitous. I was just about to pay my respects to grandmother as well. Shall we go together?" Pei Jingwen's voice was warm and refined, making it difficult to decline. "Certainly." Su Xiangwan readily agreed. The two walked side by side, the gentleman exuding a refreshing charm, while the lady moved with grace, appearing as a pair of exquisite companions from afar. The path extended into a less traveled fork surrounded by rockeries, seldom frequented by others. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, raising a swirl of dust around them. Chapter 6. The young Master Pei Xingji narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, fixated on the enchanting pair ahead. He favored tranquility, which was why he had chosen this secluded route to the Xiern Hall, yet he unexpectedly encountered them. "Cheng-Ying, how did the matter I tasked you with last night unfold?" Pei Xingji inquired coolly. Cheng-Ying glanced at her master's expression, weighing her words carefully. "I sent word to the informant in Yangzhou last night. If all goes well, we should receive a response by tonight. The road to Yangzhou is long, and as we seek to investigate an individual, a day and night have already passed at quite a brisk pace." Pei Xingji responded calmly. Pei Jinwen walked alongside Su Xiangwan, engaging in casual conversation, before stealing a glance at her and feigning composure, saying, "Cousin, you may simply call me second cousin from now on. We are family, after all, and there is no need for formality." Upon finishing his statement, a blush crept onto his face, and he dared not look at her again. Su Xiangwan tilted her head to observe him, fully aware of his sentiments. It is perfectly normal for a young man to admire beauty, especially considering her striking appearance, which had drawn attention even while in Yangzhou. Walking along the street, be it young masters or humble servants, any youth in the throes of infatuation would cast her lingering glances. Although many had come to inquire about her, her mother's discerning taste had gradually deterred suitors over time. Pretending to be oblivious to Pei Jingwen's affections, she replied softly, "Second cousin, Wanwan has noted that." From behind a rockery, Cheng-Ying stole a glance at Pei Xingji and indeed found him slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased. "This girl is truly unfortunate," Cheng-Ying mused. As they wound their way past pavilions and towers towards Xiern Hall, A considerable number of people had already gathered inside, and even before Xiangwan entered, the lively chatter was unmistakable. She adjusted her attire and entered slowly. Upon stepping into the inner hall, she was met with a vibrant display of flowers and elegantly dressed young ladies surrounding the elderly matriarch, chattering incessantly, leaving the old lady thoroughly enveloped. Pei Jingwen took a seat beside the second madam, while Su Xiangwan discreetly made her way toward the third madam. The third madam noticed her and warmly took Su Xiangwan's hand, saying, "Do not be anxious. There are many here today, and those three near the old lady are of similar age to you." Leaning closer, she whispered, "In the capital, all garden parties hosted by noble families invite them. It will be beneficial for you to befriend them, as they may guide you." Su Xiangwan smiled graciously. "Ha ha ha, you mischievous little monkeys truly give me no peace." The old lady, clearly amused by someone's antics, laughed heartily. Turning her head, she spotted Su Xiangwan and beckoned. "Wanwan has arrived. Come and meet your sisters." "Who is Wanwan?" inquired a stunning young woman clad in a silver-threaded embroidered skirt, her expression one of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan stepped forward and softly greeted, "I extend my regards to the old lady and to all my sisters." As she came into clearer view, the three elegantly attired ladies displayed a range of expressions. The old lady gazed fondly at her and turned to the other three, stating, "This is Wanwan, the daughter of your third aunt. She will be staying with us for a while, so you sisters can keep her company." All three stood up to introduce themselves, acknowledging her presence. The eldest among them, Pei Mingxi, was a plump and amiable girl, a year older than Su Xiangwan, and the eldest daughter of the second branch of the family. Having reached the age of 16, the second was the previously inquisitive young woman, adorned in precious jewels, each piece gleaming with substantial value, who regarded Su Xiangwan with a less than friendly demeanor. She was only a few months older than Su Xiangwan and was the second daughter of the second branch. Named Pei Mingyu, the final lady remained silent and reserved, her head perpetually bowed. Though her features were delicate, they were overshadowed by an aura of fragility. With a timid voice, she introduced herself as Pei Min, the illegitimate daughter of the third branch, age 15. Su Xiangwan sighed inwardly. Being born into a prominent family, while ensuring a life of comfort, often meant navigating a world that favored the privileged and overlooked the less remarkable. If one lacked notable talents, even the status of a concubine's child might render them inferior to the favored maidens by the matriarch's side. As Su Xiangwan's thoughts wandered, a delightful voice suddenly pierced the air from the entrance. "The heir has returned. I shall announce it immediately." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's eyes sparkled with joy, and the room fell silent as everyone turned their gaze toward the threshold. The head maid, Ling Long, hurriedly entered, bowing as she proclaimed, "Old madam, the heir has returned." No sooner had she spoken than a tall, graceful figure, backlit by the light, entered the room and approached the matriarch with ease. "Grandmother, Xingji has returned. Didn't you say you would return in a few days? Why have you come back today without giving us time to prepare?" the old matriarch inquired, her face beaming with delight. "I missed you, grandmother, so I returned early," Pei Xingji explained with a smile. "Excellent, excellent. It is good to have you back safe. You have been away for 2 months on that case, and I have worried greatly for you." The matriarch began to chat amiably with Pei Xingji. The atmosphere grew lively, filled with praise and compliments from those around. Su Xiangwan found herself lost in thought, captivated by Pei Xingji's retreating figure. If her eyes did not deceive her, the dark-colored robe adorned with a border he wore was crafted from the rare and exquisite cloud brocade. This fabric, valued beyond measure, rendered even a small piece of fortune, a luxury that even affluent families often coveted but could scarcely afford. Her own encounter with this material had been during a business transaction, where she had seen a noble young lady flaunting a handkerchief made from it, a display that lingered in her memory. Now, that precious fabric had been fashioned into a garment and draped over Pei Xingji. Although her recent experiences at the Duke's residence had already revealed the stark contrast between her own status and that of the noble families, the realization struck her with unparalleled intensity. The elite families placed great emphasis on their provisions and attire, with the privileged enjoying only the finest. As the son of a high-ranking general and the nephew of a princess, Pei Xingji was born into a status far superior to those within the household. Recalling the teasing words of her maid, Pan Xia, from earlier that morning, a wave of self-consciousness washed over her. Yet, Su Xiangwan was not one to wallow in self-pity. Within mere moments, she regained her composure, masking her feelings behind an expression of neutrality. The old matriarch, having conversed sufficiently with Pei Xingji, suddenly remembered an introduction was still pending. Turning to Su Xiangwan, she said, "Xiangwan, come here. This is our eldest son, Xingji. You should make his acquaintance." The matriarch's choice of words, eldest son rather than cousin, conveyed a clear implication. Such a distinguished individual was indeed beyond her reach. Su Xiangwan stepped forward to stand before Pei Xingji, softly uttering, "Greetings, eldest son." The old matriarch then turned to Pei Xingji, stating, "This is your third aunt's niece, named Su Xiangwan. Miss Su need not stand on ceremony," she added graciously. Pei Xingji cast a fleeting glance at the individual before him, then casually lifted the tea from the table, sipping it with an air of refined nonchalance. It was only then that Su Xiangwan raised her gaze to meet him, and upon doing so, she found herself momentarily entranced. No wonder the young ladies of Yangzhou remembered him so vividly. No wonder she had heard his name from numerous passers-by without even inquiring. Initially, she had merely perceived him as possessing an extraordinary demeanor, but now, upon closer inspection, she noted his ink-black hair tied with a crown, his phoenix-like eyes slightly lifted, undeniably captivating. Yet, within those eyes flickered an icy brilliance devoid of warmth, which added an unsettling aura about him. Su Xiangwan dared not gaze further, adhering to decorum by standing to the side. Chapter 7. Doubt Pei Mingyu, with her vivacious spirit, engaged the old matriarch with a flurry of chatter, shifting from one topic to another, all revolving around the sights and experiences from their recent outing. Occasionally, she would cast a few remarks toward Pei Xingji, whose expression remained placid, responding only with a singular HM, yet she remained undeterred in her enthusiasm. The matriarch observed her indifferent grandson seated beside her, a thought striking her mind. She turned to Pei Mingyu and said, "The weather in April is just splendid, not too cold, nor too warm. The pear blossoms are in full bloom, making it an opportune time for flower viewing. The Chomping Marquisate hosts a flower viewing banquet each year at this time." Pausing, she then addressed Pei Xingji. "The Emperor understands the hardships you face in your investigations and has granted you a few days of respite at home. Since there is little to occupy your time, it will be good for you to join us for a stroll. It is beneficial for the youth to explore." Pei Xingji had never been fond of such gatherings. Yet he realized that declining the old matriarch's invitation would only lead to her lengthy discourse. Thus, he acquiesced, knowing he would not linger at the banquet and could easily contrive an excuse to depart when the time came. The matriarch, pleased by his ready agreement, nodded in satisfaction. Seated nearby, Pei Mingxi, sipping her tea, turned to Su Xiangwan with a smile. "Cousin Wan, you have just arrived in the capital and haven't yet had the chance to explore. This is a perfect opportunity. Why not join us?" Su Xiangwan was not particularly inclined to attend such events, believing it a waste of time to merely enjoy flowers and compose poetry when she could earn money instead. However, since it was the first invitation extended to her, she feared that declining would paint her as a recluse and lead to future exclusions. A smile graced her face, but before she could respond, Pei Mingyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Cousin Wan? Such affectionate terms. One might think she is your sister." Su Xiangwan's smile faltered for a fleeting moment, but quickly returned to a more appropriate expression. The others seemed unfazed, including the old matriarch, who exhibited little reaction. After all, this was the carefully nurtured second young lady of the household. Even if her words were somewhat disrespectful, others would likely perceive her as candid and innocent. Stealing a glance at those around her, Su Xiangwan's gaze lingered briefly on Pei Xingji, who remained inscrutable, idly turning the ring on his thumb, lost in thought. At that moment, the third madam suddenly interjected, "What does the second miss imply?" Those in the know might say she is straightforward, but those unaware could easily believe she cannot tolerate anyone. She concluded with a smile directed at the second madam, laced with a hint of provocation. The second mistress was well aware that the third mistress was deliberately seeking trouble for her. However, with everyone present, she had no choice but to respond to Pei Mingyu with a measured tone. The eldest miss, Pei Mingxi, looked apologetically at Su Xiangwan and said, "My sister is like this. She has been spoiled by the family since childhood. Please do not hold it against her." Su Xiangwan smiled in response. "It is of no consequence. It is not a matter of great importance." Having been reprimanded in front of so many people, Pei Mingyu felt a deep humiliation. Seeing Su Xiangwan standing there as if unperturbed only fueled her ire. She prided herself on her beauty, having garnered much attention at various gatherings due to her status and looks. Now, confronted with someone who surpassed her in beauty by a significant margin, she found it intolerable. In a fit of indignation, she turned to Pei Xingji and demanded, "Elder brother, tell her she should not attend." Pei Xingji took a sip of tea from the table. He could not ascertain Su Xiangwan's identity. If she were indeed the third mistress's niece, why had she been seen in a brothel that night? What transgression had she committed in Yangzhou? All these questions would have to wait for Cheng Ying's report later that evening. Leisurely placing his teacup down, Pei Xingji replied calmly, "A guest must not be treated with disrespect." This statement not only spared Su Xiangwan any embarrassment, but also made it clear that she was merely a guest, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Pei Mingyu discerned the subtle distinction in his words and proudly lifted her chin towards Su Xiangwan. What use was beauty to a fallen family? Besides, Su Xiangwan was merely a temporary resident and would inevitably depart from the Duke's residence. With this thought, Pei Mingyu's anger subsided considerably, and she ceased to concern herself with whether Su Xiangwan could attend the flower-viewing banquet. Upon hearing Pei Xingji's words, Su Xiangwan glanced in his direction just as he lifted his eyelids and looked back at her. Their gazes collided in the air, and she felt as if she had been pricked by the intensity of his stare, promptly averting her eyes. If she had not misread him, there was a hint of scrutiny and doubt in his expression, sending a chill down her spine. After returning to Songyan Pavilion, Su Xiangwan remained unsettled. She called for Panxia, saying, "Go and check how much silver we have in total." Panxia, puzzled, asked, "Miss, why do you need to know that?" "I feel uneasy staying in the residence. If we have enough silver, it might be better to rent a place outside the estate," Su Xiangwan replied, patting her chest, as she was convinced that the man had gazed at her with a hidden intent. Panxia complied, but shortly returned with a dejected expression, "Miss, including all the loose change, we have less than 50 taels." Su Xiangwan sighed, realizing that although she was in trade, her capital was limited, preventing her from engaging in substantial business ventures. Her father held no official position and possessed no skills, and all her earnings had been used to support the family, compelling her to consider engaging in illicit activities. 50 taels would hardly suffice to rent a decent place in the expensive capital, not to mention her daily expenses and the need for capital to open a shop in the future. "In that case, we shall remain in the estate for now," she concluded with a sigh, as the night brought a cool breeze, stirring the vibrant spring scenery. Cheng Ying had just received a letter from Yangzhou and was now handing it to Pei Xingji. Fresh from his bath, his hair still damp, and his collar loosely tied, he casually revealed a glimpse of his well-defined chest as he leaned back on the long bench, lazily accepting the letter. After a moment, her thin lips curled slightly as she placed the letter in her hand upon the candle's flame to incinerate it. The contents of the letter revealed that Su Xiangwan was indeed a daughter of the Su family, specifically the niece of the third madam. However, due to the family's decline in fortune and meager finances, she had conspired with a traveling merchant 2 months prior to establish an underground casino, with the chosen location being the Wanwan. The Duin dynasty had strictly prohibited casinos, and if discovered, the penalties would be severe. Yet, the lure of substantial profits led to intrepid souls willing to risk it all, which explained the persistent existence of underground gambling establishments. This made sense. How audacious of her. He was soon reminded of the letter's concluding remark that she had traveled to the capital to seek a union with a noble family. No wonder she appeared so close to his second brother today. It seemed she harbored such intentions. Pei Xingji's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Chapter 8. Mockery with no pressing matters today, Xiangwan had finally enjoyed a good night's rest during her recent days at the Duke's residence. She had come to terms with her situation. Since she was to remain here for a while, it was futile to dwell in constant anxiety. Instead of living in trepidation, she resolved to find something constructive to engage in. "Panxia," she called, "after breakfast, let us venture into the garden to gather some flowers." Panxia, noticing her mistress's relaxed demeanor compared to the previous day, replied cheerfully, "Certainly, miss. Are we to place the flowers in your room?" Xiangwan shook her head. "Since I shall be residing here for some time, it would be remiss not to make a gesture. My funds are limited, and any purchased gifts would hardly be impressive. Moreover, the residents of the Duke's household have seen all manner of fine offerings. It would be better to create something unique." Intrigued, Panxia asked, "What do you intend to make?" "A sachet," Xiangwan replied with a smile. "By mashing the fresh flowers and soaking fabric in the mixture overnight. The fabric will absorb their fragrance, which will linger for a long time." Panxia recalled that her mistress had done this at home, and the resulting handkerchiefs and sachets were indeed imbued with a lasting aroma. Furthermore, Xiangwan's needlework was exquisite, often leaving others in awe of her embroidered pieces. "Very well, I shall fetch a basket," Panxia proclaimed. After breakfast, the pair made their way to the garden, where the jasmine bloomed splendidly. The flowers in the Duke's residence were tended to daily, creating a delightful display of red and purple blossoms. Xiangwan rolled up her sleeves slightly, revealing a wrist as fair as mutton fat. In the gentle morning light, she radiated an ethereal beauty, her alabaster fingers bringing the freshly picked flowers to her nose for a delicate sniff, resembling a serene painting. Wen, upon entering the garden, was met with this captivating scene. He stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting his destination, oblivious to the rustling winds, his heart racing with a fervent thrill. As Xiangwan placed the newly gathered flowers into the basket, she turned to find Wen gazing at her from a distance, seemingly entranced. "Cousin?" she called softly, startled. Wen's ears flushed crimson as he stammered. "Good morning, cousin. What are you doing?" Taken aback, Xiangwan responded, "I am merely gathering flowers." Did he not see that already? With a smile, she added, "I wish to create something to present to the household." "Oh, what might that be?" Wen inquired. His curiosity piqued as the warmth on his face began to fade. "I shall not tell you," Xiangwan teased, playfully winking at him. "This is her unique skill, one that would undoubtedly surprise the average person. Yet, what would be the point of discussing it?" "Very well," Wen chuckled. He cast a glance at Xiangwan, blushing as he inquired, "Do I have a share?" "Of course, I have prepared something for everyone," Xiangwan replied with a smile. Though this answer was anticipated, Wen could hardly contain his joy. He quickly stole another glance at Xiangwan before averting his gaze, softly stating, "Then I shall await my cousin's gift." Xiangwan smiled gently and asked, "By the way, where is second cousin headed?" "Grandmother called for me. I was just on my way to see her," Wen answered with a grin. Xiangwan nodded. "Then you should hurry along. Do not keep the old lady waiting." "All right," Wen said, casting one last look at Xiangwan before departing. Panxia observed the retreating figure of the second young master, then turned her attention to her young mistress, hesitatingly saying, "Miss, do you think second young master?" Panxia's words trailed off, but Xiangwan understood her unspoken question. During her time in Yangzhou, whenever Xiangwan ventured out without a veil, she would attract the attention of numerous young men, some even bold enough to approach her with declarations of affection. Consequently, she began wearing a veil to avoid unnecessary troubles. Having seen enough, Panxia could discern certain emotions from the expressions of those around her. The way second young master behaved just now was clearly indicative of his affection for her mistress. Panxia was taken aback by this thought, her voice barely above a whisper as she exclaimed, "Miss, is it not true that the madam summoned you to Kyoto to seek a suitable husband? This second young master, of noble birth and unblemished character, appears to be an excellent choice." Xiangwan demand saident. Panxia was correct. The second young master was indeed a man of high standing and virtue, making him an admirable suitor. Yet, uncertainty lingered in Xiangwan's heart. Adjacent to the garden, An open space had been cleared where Pei Xingji would often practice martial arts during his leisure. The garden and the open area were separated by a mere wall, connected by a corridor. Inside the garden, the maidservant Cheng Ying caught a glimpse of her master's increasingly somber expression and inwardly lamented, "How unfortunate this girl is," repeatedly drawing her master's ire. With such underhanded intentions towards the Duke's residence, I wonder how her master will punish her. Pei Xingji strode away with a cold demeanor. A servant sweeping at the corner of the corridor noticed him and hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, young master." Xiangwan, who had been picking flowers, froze momentarily, inexplicably drawn to the source of the voice. She saw Pei Xingji glance at her before turning away. In that fleeting moment, Xiangwan felt a wave of unease wash over her. She distinctly perceived a hint of disdain in his gaze. What could this mean? Did he wish to distance himself from her due to her family's diminished status, or had he overheard Pan Xia's earlier words? Regardless of the reason, Xiangwan knew she must take action to clarify the misunderstanding before it deepened. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xiangwan hurriedly lifted her skirts and pursued him. "Young master," she called out. Pei Xingji, tall and long-limbed, took large strides, and despite hearing her call, he did not halt. With no other choice, Xiangwan quickened her pace, lifting her skirts to keep up. As she exited the corridor, just a mere 5 steps away from that individual, Xiangwan, filled with urgency, failed to notice the protruding cobblestones beneath her feet and stumbled forward. Just as she was about to collide with him, he deftly sidestepped, avoiding her. Alas! Xiangwan fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. "Oh, is this not Miss Su? What brings you here?" Pei Xingji turned slightly, looking down upon her with unmasked derision in his voice. Xiangwan's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Must she endure such humiliation due to her humble origins? Pan Xia, who had hurried over, promptly assisted her in getting up. Sniffling, Xiangwan coldly remarked, "I'm merely tripped. No need for your concern, young master." Pei Xingji regarded her defiant countenance and departed without further ado. "Are you all right, miss? Allow me to escort you back to your chamber," Pan Xia said, wiping away her tears. "I am fine." Xiangwan glared resentfully at Pei Xingji's retreating figure. Chapter 9. Alienation. The night breeze whispered as the shadows danced among the trees. Xiangwan lay on her bed while Pan Xia applied ointment to her injured toes. Her toes, as fair as jade, bore a stark red mark, an incongruity against her flawless skin. "Miss, if it hurts, please speak up," Pan Xia sniffled. Xiangwan cast a glance at Pan Xia's tear-streaked face and reassured her, "It is nothing. Truly, it was just a minor fall." Pouting in indignation, Pan Xia retorted, "That young master is far too arrogant. He was close enough to assist you, yet he chose to evade you, leaving you to fall for no reason. Enough. If we cannot confront him, we can at least keep our distance in the future. Before coming to the estate, I heard others speak of this heir as a paragon of virtue. Yet now I see he is nothing but haughty and disdainful." Pan Xia lamented. Xiangwan sighed, saying, "It seems we must expedite our plans to leave the estate." In a hushed tone, Pan Xia replied, "But, miss, we only have 50 taels of silver. Is that enough?" "Certainly not." Xiangwan pondered for a moment, then mused, "My embroidery skills are commendable. During our time in Yangzhou, they were quite sought after. Perhaps I should create some embroidered pieces first, and once we have more silver, we can open a tailor shop." Pan Xia set down the ointment and chimed in, "Your embroidery is renowned in Yangzhou, Mississippi. With your craftsmanship and my assistance in cutting fabric and threading, like we did in Yangzhou, you will surely fetch a good price." Pan Xia grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Xiangwan smiled faintly, beginning to contemplate the plan seriously. However, the atmosphere in the bamboo garden was far from the lightheartedness of Songyan Pavilion. Pei Xingji held a letter from the northern frontier, lost in thought. The letter was penned by his father, Pei He. It described the harsh conditions in the north, where, despite it being April, heavy snow continued to fall, and many soldiers had developed frostbite. Yet, that was not the most pressing matter. What weighed heavily was the letter's conclusion, which mentioned that during a recent patrol, soldiers had discovered a person from a northern D in a small town. When escorting this individual back to the camp, they encountered resistance. in the ensuing struggle. The man's back was exposed, revealing a striking eagle tattoo. Pei Xingji's heart sank, and he subsequently incinerated the letter. He leaned back on the bench, his eyes gently closing as he slowly rotated the ring on his finger, his thoughts drifting back 3 years. At that time, the situation in the northern frontier was tense and fierce, with the enemy nation secretly planning and cultivating an elite force. This battalion, known as the Battelle Squad, comprised robust individuals of remarkable strength, each adorned with an eagle emblem etched upon their backs. Under meticulous orchestration, the Battelle Squad emerged like a sharp sword aimed directly at the Great Een, intent on seizing this cherished land in one fell swoop. To capture the leader before the followers, Pei Xingji and his father executed a feint, positioning the majority of their soldiers south of Yanming Mountain to divert the attention of the Battelle Squad. Meanwhile, Pei Xingji led 300 trusted allies into the enemy's heartland, successfully apprehending their commander. Once the Battelle Squad discerned the ruse and returned to their base, they fell into a trap that had long been set, leading to the annihilation of over 20,000 of their ranks. Yet, the specter of the Battelle Squad, which should have vanished, now re-emerges. Pei Xingji's long lashes fluttered slightly. The following day, as the sun rose and clouds swirled, Xiangwan, as was her custom, ventured into the garden to gather flowers. With a preliminary plan for opening a shop having taken shape the previous night, her spirits were considerably lifted. She hummed a tune from Yangzhou, feeling quite content. "Miss, the flowers in this garden are truly splendid. There are so many varieties that I have never even seen before," Banxia exclaimed while picking flowers. "This garden is tended to daily, so the blooms naturally flourish. As for those unfamiliar ones, they are either quite valuable or bestowed by the emperor," Xiangwan replied. "The palace has specialized gardeners for cultivating rare flowers, and it is common for the emperor to reward certain close officials with them." Upon hearing that some flowers were imperial gifts, Banxia immediately grew anxious, carefully selecting only the familiar and common varieties, fearful of picking what should not be taken. Pei Jingwen strolled through the corridor. After seeing his cousin in the garden yesterday, he wondered if he would encounter her again today. Second young master, did not the old lady relieve the household of morning and evening rituals? Why do you still visit her today? A young servant questioned, puzzled. "Ahem, my grandmother is of advanced age. It is only proper that I visit her more to keep her company and alleviate her boredom," Pei Jingwen replied, a bit bashfully. The servant was perplexed, as the second madam usually kept a close watch on her son's studies. With Pei Jingwen spending most of his days in the study and only visiting Xirin Hall every few days, why then had he been making daily visits these past few days? Feeling anxious, Pei Jingwen exhaled when he spotted Xiangwan, only to become tense once again. "Good morning, cousin," he said, suppressing his emotions and speaking gently. Xiangwan boasted. After being overlooked by that person the previous day, she had resolved to limit her interactions with the men of the household. Furthermore, Banxia had inquired among the maidservants and learned that Pei Xingji practiced martial arts next door. She wondered if he was there at that moment, if he had heard the commotion. With a composed smile, she replied, "Good morning, second young master." Pei Jingwen stiffened momentarily. He could not comprehend why the charming lady who had been so engaging with him yesterday now seemed so distant. Quickly masking his disappointment, he said, "I was passing by on my way to see grandmother. I see you are also picking flowers today, cousin." Xiangwan smiled gently and said, "Indeed. Does the old lady have matters to discuss with the second young master?" "Second young master, you should go quickly. It wouldn't be courteous to keep her waiting." This clearly implied that he was being urged to leave. Pei Jingwen, filled with confusion, feigned calmness and replied, "Indeed, I shall go at once." After taking a few steps, he turned back, seemingly casually inquiring, "Cousin, how many more days will it take for you to gather the flowers? If it requires 2 or 3 more days, it would be better to entrust the task to the servants. Many new buds are emerging lately, with leaves that are thin and sharp. Do take care not to injure yourself." Xiangwan replied, "There is no need. Since these flowers are a gift for the household, it would be inappropriate to delegate the task to others." Before Pei Jingwen could feel pleased, she continued, "Moreover, today is the last day. The flowers gathered over the past 2 days are sufficient. Pei Xiangwan halted momentarily, then raised a gentle smile, saying that is splendid. If you find anything lacking, please inform the household. I must head to Xirin Hall now. Very well, take care, cousin. Once Pei Xiangwan had distanced himself, Xiangwan repressed her smile. She had certainly noticed the fleeting disappointment in his gaze. But what of it? His contemptuous look was unmasked. If she were to become entangled with a young master of the household, who could predict how he might humiliate her? In any case, she had no intentions of marrying into a prominent family. Rather than being ridiculed in vain, it was better to clarify matters early on. Xiangwan gathered her flower basket and said calmly, Pan Xia, we have gathered enough flowers. Let us return to the courtyard. Chapter 10. Complications upon returning to Songyan Pavilion. Xiangwan poured the flowers she had gathered over the past 2 days into a stone mortar and began to crush them slowly. Before long, the room was filled with a sweet floral fragrance. Pan Xia trimmed the stems and leaves with scissors, sneaking glances at Xiangwan as she worked. Noticing her companion's hesitance, Xiangwan smiled and said, You look as if you have something on your mind. Do speak freely. Pan Xia stammered, Miss, it seems the second young master harbors feelings for you. I could see his disappointment when he noticed you did not wish to engage with him. Even I could perceive it. She leaned closer and whispered, I believe the second young master is far superior to the eldest. He speaks with such gentleness and courtesy, without a hint of condescension. Why not consider him? Xiangwan playfully tapped her finger on Pan Xia's forehead and laughed. Oh, you. Setting aside the fact that you have only seen the second young master a handful of times, even if he is indeed a gentleman, I feel no affection for him. That alone does not constitute a match made in heaven. Pan Xia sighed, her brows knitting together like twisted threads. Though you've seen the second young master but a few times, I can sense he is a good man. In contrast, the eldest young master seems quite formidable. Xiangwan chuckled, yet could not help but find Pan Xia's reasoning somewhat valid. The scornful gaze of Pei Dajuan from yesterday lingered vividly in her memory. Alas, we shall not remain long at the Duke Wei's residence. After all, it would be prudent to avoid the eldest young master in the future. Just as Xiangwan finished crushing the flowers, a commotion erupted outside. Where is Xiangwan? Bring her out to me. It was the voice of Pei Mingyu. Second miss, please do not be angry. It will be unwise for your health. Within the room, the master and servant exchanged bewildered glances, both uncertain of what had transpired. As Xiangwan lifted the curtain and stepped out of the room, she was met with the imposing sight of Pei Mingyu, hands on hips, surrounded by a throng of servants. Well, Xiangwan, you seem quite at ease. One might think you are the mistress of this estate. Pei Mingyu declared haughtily. Confused, Xiangwan patiently inquired, What is the meaning of this, second miss? I do not quite understand. Do you not understand? Ding Xiang, you explain. Her personal maid, Ding Xiang, lowered her head and stammered. Miss Su, today, the second miss requested to dye some safflower and sent me to the garden to pick flowers. When I arrived, I found many flowers had already been picked. Upon inquiry, I learned that you had been in the garden picking flowers these past few days. Xiangwan was taken aback. Before picking, she had indeed asked the young servant overseeing the garden which flowers were permissible to pick and which were not. The flowers she had collected were quite common. Yet it was evident that the second miss, adorned in jewels, looked down upon such ordinary blooms, and she had not taken many. The second miss was clearly looking for trouble. Pondering, Xiangwan asked, May I inquire what flowers the second miss intended to use for dyeing the safflower? Why should I reveal what flowers I intend to use? Pei Mingyu retorted defiantly, As long as I wish, I could pick every flower in the garden. Her elegant brows furrowed, her beautiful visage now marred by arrogance. Unable to endure any longer, Pan Xia interjected, Second miss. We only pick some common flowers, but she was cut off. Oomph. Even a lowly maid dares to speak back. Xiangwan, who gave you the audacity? Do you truly think of yourself as the mistress of this estate? Pei Mingyu exclaimed sharply. Xiangwan gestured to Pan Xia with her eyes, signaling her to remain silent. Second miss, I gathered the flowers to present to everyone in the household. The Su embroidery from Yangzhou is quite renowned, and I have a little skill in needlework. I intended to create a piece as a gift for the old madam. Oomph. Do not think to use the old madam to intimidate me. Pei Mingyu was resolute, and as her defiance continued, Pan Xia, seizing the moment, discreetly slipped away unnoticed. She dashed through the corridors and nearly collided with someone outside Siren Hall. Upon closer inspection, it was the second young master. Pan Xia's eyes lit up. Breathless, she exclaimed, "Second young master, it is a stroke of fortune to encounter you here. You must hurry to Songyan Pavilion." At the mention of Songyan Pavilion, Pei Jingwen paused for a moment, then responded urgently, "What has happened to Miss Su? I shall explain on the way, but we must hurry." "Very well, let's go at once." Pan Xia guided him swiftly, and as they made their way, she clarified the situation. Rarely did Pei Jingwen's usually gentle demeanor display signs of anger. Inside Songyan Pavilion, Pei Mingyu was insisting that people forcibly enter the room, intent on discarding the already crushed flowers. Su Xiangwan stood to the side, her teeth clenched tightly. Songyan Pavilion was part of the Duke's estate, and Pei Mingyu, as the Duke's second daughter, had no right to prevent anyone from entering. Yet such an action felt like a profound humiliation, despite her usual composure. Su Xiangwan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her tranquility. A robust matron behind Pei Mingyu shot a glare at Su Xiangwan and, as she entered the room, forcefully bumped into her. Caught off guard, Su Xiangwan stumbled backward, hastily grasping the doorframe, but her toe struck the threshold painfully. The toe that had only just recovered from swelling now throbbed with sharp pain. Madam spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh dear, Miss Su, I truly apologize. It was not my intention to bump into you, but your presence here is rather obstructive." "Mingyu, what are you doing?" Pei Jingwen hurriedly arrived and saw a group of maids attempting to storm into the room. He scolded, "Stop right there." Pei Mingyu was taken aback by her elder brother's sudden appearance, and even more so by his unexpected display of anger, which was unlike him. "Elder brother, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, what were you planning to do? Is the commotion not enough for you?" Pei Jingwen replied angrily. Pei Mingyu looked at her elder brother and then at Su Xiangwan, her face filled with disbelief. "Elder brother, you have always cherished me the most, yet now you are scolding me for this outsider." With that, she glared at Su Xiangwan, her eyes brimmed with hostility. Observing this, Pei Jingwen furrowed his brow and sternly admonished, "Enough. I have understood the entire situation. Cease your nonsense and return to your courtyard." Upon hearing this, Pei Mingyu felt even more aggrieved. Su Xiangwan, just you wait. I shall certainly report this to my mother," she declared through clenched teeth. The crowd then filed out of the courtyard. Once they had departed, Pei Jingwen approached Su Xiangwan, his expression filled with apology. "Cousin, I am truly sorry. Mingyu has been spoiled since childhood. I apologize on her behalf and will ensure she is spoken to properly. It is of no consequence. The second miss is simply straightforward, and this incident is but a trifling matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself," Su Xiangwan replied, taking a small step back to create distance between them. Pei Jingwen noticed her subtle gesture, and it pricked his heart like a needle. Though he concealed his feelings, he spoke softly. "Cousin, you have been startled today. Please take some time to rest. I shall not disturb you further." Watching Pei Jingwen's retreating figure, the courtyard now devoid of others, Su Xiangwan's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. Chapter 11. The medicine jar. Though her family background was not illustrious, Su Xiangwan had never endured such humiliation until today. She sat by the bedside, sobbing quietly, her handkerchief already dampened significantly. "Miss, that second miss is simply too much. Please do not cry. We shall inform the old lady, and she will certainly advocate for you. No, we're merely guests here." Though the old lady is fair-minded, if we were to divulge this matter, given the second Miss's temperament, I fear there would be no place for either of us in this household henceforth. "Miss, your foot had only just healed from yesterday's injury, and now you've been bumped again. Woo-woo, it is all my fault. I have not taken good care of you," Pan Xia said, wiping her tears as she spoke. "Enough. It is not your fault. You have done well today," Su Xiangwan reassured her, her voice resolute. "Once we finish crafting the pouches for the household, we shall begin embroidering the fabrics and strive to leave this place as soon as possible. Yes, I shall follow your lead." After enduring such an experience, Su Xiangwan felt quite weary and decided to rest after a while. Panxia, concerned that her mistress would wake with swollen eyes, resolved to fetch 2 warm eggs from the kitchen to help reduce the swelling. Lunchtime had already passed, and the kitchen was not bustling with activity, as a few matrons leisurely engaged in conversation. Upon learning that the visitor was Xiangwan's maid, they merely cast a sidelong glance at Panxia. In this household, each meal is meticulously portioned. Should anything be missing and the steward discovers it, he might mistakenly believe that the old servant has taken it, resulting in the old servant being expelled from the estate. The kitchen matron, Lu, with a face full of disdain, uttered a single phrase before attempting to dismiss the visitor. Panxia, undeterred, insisted, "I shall speak to the steward. Please do not worry, matron." Lu surveyed the surroundings and rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, indicating her expectation of a tip. Embarrassed, Panxia replied, "I was in such a hurry upon my arrival that I forgot to bring any silver with me. If you could kindly give me the eggs now, I will fetch the tip for you upon my return." Seeing that Panxia had no money to offer, Lu impatiently retorted, No, just hurry along. There is absolutely nothing to discuss." With a heavy heart, Panxia exited the kitchen. Just outside the door, she encountered Cheng-Ying, who was entering the kitchen. In a foul mood, Panxia failed to notice her. Cheng-Ying cast a glance and stepped inside. "Matron, is the broth for the eldest son ready?" Yes, it's simmering in the pot. I shall retrieve it immediately," Lu replied with a forced smile. Not long after Lu had left with the broth, Cheng-Ying overheard hushed voices from the kitchen. Where did that impoverished relative come from, mooching off the Duke's residence? Indeed, not even a few coins for a tip, yet they act like a young lady. Cheng-Ying regarded Panxia's retreating figure, deep in thought. In the bamboo garden, Cheng-Ying announced, "Master, the broth has been served. Please drink it while it's warm." Just set it down," replied Pei Xingji, who was engrossed in a military treatise. Cheng-Ying placed the broth on the table and stood to the side. She hesitated, caught between speaking up and remaining silent. "What is it?" Pei Xingji inquired, his tone indifferent. "It's nothing of great importance," Cheng-Ying murmured, considering whether to share the news she had just learned. "Speak freely. The master does not favor Xiangwan, so he is unlikely to care," he urged. Yet if she kept it to herself, it might reflect poorly on the Duke's reputation should it reach the ears of those with ill intentions, suggesting that the Duke mistreats his guests. Pei Xingji glanced at her, urging, "Just say what you need to." Cheng-Ying nodded and explained. "I went to the kitchen to fetch the broth and saw Miss Su's maid. Noticing her distraught expression, I inquired among the servants and learned that today the second young lady caused a commotion at Sonyan Pavilion." She relayed the information she had gathered to Pei Xingji, who continued to peruse his book. "Mingyu requires proper discipline," he remarked coolly. Xiangwan awoke when the moon was high in the sky. After crying earlier in the afternoon, she now felt parched. "Panxia, bring me a cup of water," she called out. Shortly after, Panxia arrived with a cup of water, accompanied by a porcelain jar. Once Xiangwan had finished drinking, Panxia eagerly urged, "Miss, you must apply this. Where did this come from?" Xiangwan inquired. The intricate design of the porcelain jar was exquisite, a testament to exceptional craftsmanship, far from ordinary. "The servant is unaware. A young boy delivered it this afternoon. When I asked him who sent it, he merely mentioned it was from the masters of the estate." As Panxia paused momentarily, her eyes gleamed with brightness. "Miss, in my humble opinion, this must surely be a gift from the second young master. He is gentle and courteous, and he holds a fondness for you. Who else could it possibly be?" Xiangwan gazed absently at the porcelain jar. Indeed, aside from the second young master, who in this household would show her such concern, especially with the old lady and her aunt unaware of this matter? Panxia unscrewed the jar and applied a bit of the salve to the swollen area. Instantly, Xiangwan felt the fiery discomfort in her toes subside, bringing her relief. "The second young master is truly kind. Miss, have you not considered him?" Panxia blinked curiously. The efficacy of this remedy was remarkable. It must be quite valuable, and she resolved to find an opportunity to express her gratitude to the second young master in due course. Xiangwan tactfully diverted the subject. Upon hearing this, Panxia's face brightened. The miss did not refuse. This indeed held promise. The ointment proved to be exceptionally effective. After just one night, the swelling in Su Xiangwan's toes had entirely vanished, leaving no trace by the following day. Standing before her desk, Su Xiangwan picked up a sheet of paper and began to draw patterns of orchids. Once she finished embroidering pouches for the household, she intended to create some pieces to sell, hoping to earn silver and leave the estate sooner. As she sketched, she contemplated the designs suited for each individual. The second young master, with his noble aspirations, deserved the elegant orchid. For the elderly matron, a crane would be most fitting. The second lady, resplendent in her grandeur, would suit a peony, and for her lively aunt, a design of myriad birds. Once everyone was accounted for, Su Xiangwan barely remembered the occupant of the bamboo garden. What would he like? This thought flitted through her mind momentarily before she shook her head. What did it matter what he liked? If he found her gift displeasing, he could simply discard it. There was no need for her to curry his favor. Since the residence was named Bamboo Garden, she would embroider a cluster of bamboo. With little effort, Su Xiangwan settled on the gift for Pei Xingji. She focused intently on her drawing, and soon a graceful orchid emerged on the pristine white paper, its branches and leaves swaying as if animated by a gentle breeze, vividly lifelike. At that moment, Pan Xia burst into the room, her voice brimming with excitement. "Miss, something has happened." Su Xiangwan glanced at Pan Xia's exuberant expression and surmised it could not be anything grave, so she replied calmly, "What is it?" "The second young lady has been punished with 3 days of confinement for reflection. She cannot leave her quarters during this time. Truly, it brings great joy," Pan Xia exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. Chapter 12. The Banquet. "Do you know the reason for the second young lady's confinement?" Su Yangali's brow furrowed. Although she was not one to be easily manipulated, it was imperative to tread carefully while residing under another's roof, should she cultivate animosity with Pei Mingyu over this incident. Her stay at the Duke's residence will become untenable. I heard that yesterday, while the second young lady was strolling, a young servant accidentally bumped into her. Enraged, she ordered that the boy be punished with 30 strikes and imprisoned in the woodshed. And guess what? At this moment, Su Xiangwan's curiosity was piqued, and she urged, "What happened next?" "That young servant is actually a new addition to the household, purchased by the eldest young master. Due to my unfamiliarity with the terrain upon my arrival, I inadvertently collided with the second young lady. When the eldest young master returned and found her absent, he inquired of his subordinates and learned that she had been confined by the second young lady. He remarked on her arrogance, which led to her being placed under house arrest. Pei Xingji is the rightful master of this residence. Both the second and third houses rely on the first for their livelihood. Thus no one dares to oppose his authority when he decides to discipline someone." Pan Xia was animated, recalling that yesterday, the second young lady's elderly maid, who had served her since childhood and was greatly favored, had struck the young servant who had bumped into the second young lady. It was said among the household maids that this elderly servant, emboldened by the second young lady's affection, often displayed her power. Following the incident, she was sold off by the eldest young master, Su Xiangwan exhaled, relieved as long as Pei Mingyu's confinement did not concern her. However, she soon found something unsettling and could not make sense of it, ultimately deciding to dismiss the thought. Initially, the maid had worried whether the second young lady might cause her trouble at the flower banquet tomorrow, but now it appeared that with the second young lady's confinement, there would be no one to vex her. Su Xiangwan paused, reminded by Pan Xia of something she had almost forgotten. At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Miss Su, the third madam requests your presence." Su Xiangwan set down her brush and sighed softly. "Understood, I shall go at once." In the courtyard of the third house, Zhang Qinglian displayed a collection of hairpins and jewelry upon the table, meticulously selecting from them until she settled on several exquisite yet affordable pieces. By the time Su Xiangwan arrived at the third house, Zhang Qinglian had already arranged the clothing and adornments on the table. "My dear, what brings you here?" Su Xiangwan inquired gently. Zhang Qinglian warmly ushered Su Xiangwan to the table, gesturing at the array of beautiful boxes. "My dear, tomorrow you are to attend the flower banquet at the Chongping Marquis's residence. Knowing that you traveled a long distance to the capital and cannot bring many belongings, I have prepared some items for you. Please see if you like them. Zheng Qinglian opened each box one by one. Xiangwan was momentarily entranced. It must be said that even without children of her own, her aunt navigated the intricacies of high society with remarkable finesse, truly adept at understanding people's hearts. She chose a soft silver and light gauze lily dress and a set of jade magnolia hair accessories, which struck the perfect balance of elegance without being overly ostentatious, beautifully highlighting a woman's grace. It seemed her aunt was genuinely striving to secure her a place in a prestigious family. Thank you, Aunt. I truly adore them. Xiangwan replied with a sweet smile. I had a casual chat with the old lady yesterday and mentioned the flower banquet. She informed me that the Marquis's wife has invited many esteemed young men and women from the capital. So you must seize this opportunity well, Zheng Qinglian said, holding Xiangwan's hand earnestly. With so many noble young ladies in the capital, and given your humble background, I fear. Xiangwan hesitated, unsure how to respond. Given Zheng Qinglian's concern for her potential marriage into a prominent family, if she were to reveal her lack of such aspirations, her aunt might turn against her, possibly even casting her out of the household. Yet, having come to the capital with no profits earned, no shop opened, and unable to afford even a rented courtyard outside the Duke's residence, she felt compelled to feign compliance. Foolish child, what are you saying? Once you have entered the Duke's residence, you are indeed a young lady of the Duke's household, with your aunt to support you. Is it not a simple task to seek a match with a noble heir? Zheng Qinglian spoke with unwavering confidence. Thank you, Aunt, Xiangwan replied softly. Upon returning to Songyan Pavilion, she gazed contemplatively at the garments and jewelry laid upon the table. Miss, the third madam is resolutely determined to see you wed into a noble family, Pan Xiao remarked, looking at the array of items with a sense of wonder. With a hint of resignation, Xiangwan said, Very well, let us keep these things. Tomorrow, we shall find a quiet place with few people to wait in peace. Yes, Mississippi. The chomping Marquis had ancestral ties to the Weiguo Duke's family, making them distant relatives. The Marquis's villa occupied a hilltop, where the Marquis's wife took delight in tending to various flowers and plants, commanding her servants to fill the hillside with fragrant blooms, hosting a flower viewing banquet each spring. However, this year's gathering would be somewhat different. Other noble families in the capital, upon hearing that the Duke's eldest son would attend the flower banquet, speculated that the occasion served as a pretext to select a daughter-in-law for the Duke, prompting them to adorn their own daughters with great care. If one of their daughters could capture the favor of the young Master Pei, it would surely lead to a meteoric rise in status, allowing them to enjoy endless riches and glory. The young ladies were undeniably stirred by this prospect. Pei Xingji, known for his youthful talent and striking appearance, had previously been too occupied with official duties or absent from the capital to attend such banquets, making this splendid occasion a rare opportunity. The noble ladies had long harbored secret affections for him, vying subtly with one another. Xiangwan shared a carriage with Pei Mingxi. The carriage was spacious, with a soft velvet carpet underfoot and intricately carved floral patterns on the windows, exuding an air of opulence and elegance. Xiangwan couldn't help but admire it. Yet, the vast carriage felt somewhat empty with just the two of them. Pei Mingyu was confined to home and could not attend, and there was no sign of Pei Min. Curiosity prompted Xiangwan to inquire, Isn't Sister Min coming? Pei Mingxi replied, Sister Min has been frail since childhood and rarely ventures out. Only a few days ago did the old lady permit her to visit the outskirts of the capital. Xiangwan mused silently, recognizing that her aunt was not an easy person to deal with, suggesting that Pei Min likely faced difficulties under her authority. It was uncertain whether her frailty was genuine, but it was evident that she avoided drawing attention. When Xiangwan and Pei Mingxi arrived at the villa, numerous carriages from noble families were already parked at the entrance, each adorned with their own emblems, all luxurious and spacious. As they entered the courtyard, Xiangwan was momentarily dazzled by the colorful attire of the noble ladies gathered there. Truly, it was a sight of vibrant splendor, with people more enchanting than the flowers themselves. Hey sister, you have arrived. It has been so long. A female voice called from behind them. Pei Mingxi recognized the voice and stepped forward to greet her, revealing a familiar friend. She linked arms with Su Xiangwan, introducing them to one another. Su Xiangwan learned that the young lady was Wanwan, the daughter of the prefect of Jingzhou, desiring not to entangle herself with the powerful. Su Xiangwan sought a tranquil corner to retreat to. Moreover, she sensed that Miss Huang had something to discuss privately with Pei Mingxi. So, after a brief exchange, she said, "Sister Shi, it felt a bit stuffy in the carriage. I would like to take a stroll in the garden." "It is well, for I have been seated in the carriage for quite some time. You may go and enjoy yourself without any reservations." Pei Mingxi smiled lightly. Chapter 13. The Banquet, Part 2. Once Su Xiangwan had walked away, Wanwan leaned closer to Pei Mingxi and whispered, "Who is that Miss Su? I have never encountered her before. She is my cousin, the daughter of my third aunt's sister, hailing from Yangzhou. She has come to Beijing to visit my third aunt." Pei Mingxi replied with a smile. "What is her family engaged in? Are they of any notable lineage?" Wanwan inquired further. Pei Mingxi hesitated, then awkwardly smiled. "Indeed. My cousin's ancestors were once part of a prominent family in the region, but now." Wanwan, having guessed the unspoken part of Pei Mingxi's words, let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, thank goodness. I thought I had never seen her due to her distinguished background. Now I can rest easy." Pei Mingxi glared at her. "What do you mean by that?" Wanwan hurriedly waved her hand. No, that is not what I meant. I merely think your cousin is exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even the flowers in the garden. If she were of noble birth, would that not mean I have no chance?" Pei Mingxi chuckled softly, already aware of Wanwan's affection for her elder brother. Having grown up together, she understood each other's characters well. If he were the type to fawn over position and power, she would not have forged a friendship with him. Pei Mingxi remarked, "Indeed, my cousin is strikingly beautiful. But my elder brother, alas, is utterly lacking in romantic sensibilities. He is surrounded only by young servants. There is not a single maid in sight. I suspect he has little interest in women." Wanwan appeared taken aback, clearly not comforted by this revelation. Pei Mingxi surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was paying them heed, and leaned closer to Wanwan, whispering, "You are unaware, but last year my brother apprehended a corrupt official. The official's family, in a desperate attempt to lessen his punishment, managed to procure a beautiful maid to serve him. This maid, possessing a delicate charm, attempted to employ her wiles while he bathed, only to be unceremoniously cast aside by him." Wanwan listened intently, curiosity piqued. "How do you know this? When I ask you to inquire about the young master, you always say he prefers solitude, and that common folk are rarely allowed in the courtyard." "Ah, indeed. Matters within my brother's courtyard seldom circulate outside. However, my mother oversees the household affairs and is responsible for managing the servants. When my brother questioned her about how that maid gained entry, she was greatly alarmed and subsequently shared the tale with me. From that point onward, my brother ensured that no one else meddled in his affairs." Wanwan pondered this for a moment and, far from feeling intimidated, declared with conviction, "I knew it. Pei Zongzi is indeed a paragon of virtue. I did not misjudge him." Pei Mingxi, upon learning that Pei Xingji would attend the flower-viewing banquet, Madame Ho was filled with delight. When her servants informed her that the carriage of the young Master Pei was nearing the estate, she personally stepped out to greet him. "Ah, Xingji, how I have awaited your arrival." As Pei Xingji stepped down from the carriage, Madame Ho approached him warmly. "Annie has been worried. It is quite breezy here. Let us go inside to converse." The intricate connections between the Duke of Wei's household and the Marquis of Chongping's allowed Pei Xingji to address Madame Ho as Auntie. "Where is Yanqing?" Pei Xingji inquired as they walked. "Gu Yanqing, the young lord of the Chongping Marquisate, is the sole son cherished by the Marquise, who indulges him greatly and holds no one in high regard, save for Pei Xingji, whom he admires immensely. He often enjoys trailing behind Pei. Today, however, upon Pei Xingji's visit to the Marquisate's villa, he seems to have vanished. Let us not even mention that rascal. He is already 18. I thought it wise for him to settle on a marriage soon, especially with this flower appreciation banquet attracting noble ladies from the capital. Such a rare opportunity. Yet, the moment he hears of a potential match, he disappears without a trace." Pei Xingji merely smiled faintly at this remark. He was well aware of Gu Yanqing's aspirations. Since childhood, he had insisted on joining the military, a notion the Marquis was reluctant to entertain, considering he was their only son. Should any misfortune befall him, there would be no time for lamentation. Nevertheless, Gu Yanqing's spirited nature led him to secretly train in martial arts, often frequenting the various martial arts schools and horse racing tracks in the capital. However, marriage would compel him to temper his exuberance and assume the responsibilities of the Marquis, a prospect he was loath to accept. Upon hearing the mention of a marriage proposal, he remarked, "Cousin Xingji hasn't wed yet. Why should I be in such a hurry? Listen to what he is saying. Xingji, you are busy with official duties. It is natural for you to be preoccupied with matters of the heart. Besides, if you were to express a desire for marriage, wouldn't every maiden in the capital be at your beck and call?" The Marquise continued her chatter incessantly, while Pei Xingji listened in silence. Before long, a servant reported on the arrangements for the flower banquet, prompting the Marquise to depart to oversee the various details. Once she left, Pei Xingji rose. "Chungying, let us go to the Shuiyuan Pavilion." The Shuiyuan Pavilion was a serene and elegant two-story loft within the villa, a place Gu Yanqing had previously shown Pei Xingji. He wished to be alone for a while, and thus made his way towards it. Xiangwan, visiting the Marquis for the first time, was awestruck by the expansive grounds adorned with vibrant blooms and lush willows. As she approached a waterside pavilion, she paused to gaze at the splendid spring scenery. With flowers competing for beauty, and her heart stirred, prompting her to exclaim, "How wonderful it would be to possess such a villa, to meander here in spring and autumn, to admire the blossoms and the moonlight, a true blessing of this world." Behind her, Panxia interjected without hesitation, "I believe there will come a day when you shall have just that, miss." Amused, Xiangwan burst into laughter, her joy illuminating her face as she revealed her pearly white teeth. "What is so amusing, cousin? You appear quite delighted." The voice of Pei Jingwen rang out from behind her. Startled, she turned to see him standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Second master, you are here as well. Weren't you studying in the study?" Xiangwan blinked in confusion. "I was indeed in the study, but my mother suggested that it wouldn't do to remain cooped up all day, so she encouraged me to come out today," Pei Jingwen replied, his ears turning crimson as he averted his gaze. Realizing suddenly that Pei Jingwen was also 18 this year, the age for marriage proposals, Xiangwan surmised that the second madam had likely invited him to the flower banquet with such intentions in mind. "Today's weather is indeed splendid, perfect for an outing," Xiangwan said with a gentle smile, engaging in casual conversation with Pei Jingwen. The two young masters of the Weiguo mansion were both distinguished figures, handsome and still unwed, making them prime candidates among the noble ladies of the capital seeking suitable husbands. The challenge of overcoming Pei Xingji proved too formidable, while Pei Jingwen presented himself as a paragon of humility. Consequently, upon his arrival in the garden, he garnered a considerable amount of attention. Xiangwan, only now becoming aware of her surroundings, suddenly noticed that many noble ladies were casting furtive glances in their direction, then quickly averting their eyes and whispering amongst themselves, the content of their conversations remaining a mystery to her. An acute sense of discomfort enveloped her. She certainly did not wish to become a target of gossip so soon after her arrival in the capital. Chapter 14. The handkerchief. Xiangwan hastily rose, her voice gentle as she spoke. "I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I sat in the carriage for too long. I think I shall seek a pavilion to rest for a moment." Upon hearing of her discomfort, Pei Jingwen promptly stood, concern etched on his face. "Is it serious? Should I fetch a doctor to examine you?" "Not at all. A short rest will suffice. It is nothing to worry about," she quickly reassured him, gesturing to decline his offer. "Very well then. If you continue to feel unwell after resting, please send someone to fetch me, and I shall summon a physician," he replied. "Thank you, second master." Banxia assisted Xiangwan as they departed under Pei Jingwen's watchful gaze. As they hurried past the waterside pavilion, Xiangwan inadvertently dropped her handkerchief from her sleeve, oblivious to its absence. Suddenly, a window on the second floor of a nearby building shut, sealing away the vibrant spring scenery. "Cheng-ing, observing her master's darkened expression, silently lit a candle for Su Xiangwan. His master cherished tranquility. Yet with the arrival of Miss Su, second master also appeared, and with him came many noble ladies, disrupting the serenity and presenting an unfortunate spectacle for his master to witness. Having come to the Duke's residence with aspirations of marrying into a prominent family, the blatant act of dropping a handkerchief could hardly be construed as anything but an invitation. Even more unfortunate was the fact that she had not been seen by second master when she dropped it. Such misfortune was lamentable. Cheng Ying, go retrieve that handkerchief. Pei Xingji commanded coldly. Yes, sir. Cheng Ying replied, turning to exit, his mind racing with speculation. A personal item like a handkerchief, if picked up by another, could certainly stir up trouble. Since Miss Su was staying at the Duke's residence, she was akin to a member of the household. It was undoubtedly for the sake of the Duke's reputation that his master ordered him to fetch it. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion, prompting him to quicken his pace. When he returned with the handkerchief, the chill on Pei Xingji's face had dissipated. He now sat leisurely by the window, idly rotating a jade ring on his finger. Cheng Ying respectfully presented the handkerchief, saying, Master, I have retrieved the handkerchief. Very well, place it on the table. Pei Xingji replied in a nonchalant tone, revealing no trace of emotion. Shouldn't this handkerchief be returned to Miss Su? Cheng Ying inquired. Pei Xingji cast him a frosty glance, prompting Cheng Ying to quickly fall silent. His master certainly had his own intentions, Cheng Ying mused. To his astonishment, Pei Xingji, with a casual motion, tucked the handkerchief into his own sleeve, his demeanor decidedly indifferent. Su Xiangwan chose to walk along the less crowded paths, finally stopping at a pavilion. As noon approached and the sun blazed overhead, she felt a thin sheen of perspiration on her brow. She reached into her sleeve, only to discover that her handkerchief was missing. Banxia, did I bring my handkerchief with me today? Su Xiangwan asked, uncertainty coloring her voice. She brought it with her. I personally witnessed the young lady donning it. What is the matter, my lady? Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, an ominous premonition stirring within her. She searched her waist thoroughly, yet the handkerchief remained elusive. Observing Su Xiangwan's distress, Panxia grew anxious and exclaimed, My lady, could it have been left in the carriage? I shall go and check immediately. No need. Su Xiangwan gradually regained her composure and replied, I used the handkerchief after alighting from the carriage. So it must have fallen somewhere in the garden. Oh dear, what shall we do? Panxia's panic escalated. The handkerchief was a personal item. If it fell into the hands of an outsider, particularly a man, the repercussions could tarnish her lady's reputation irreparably. Panxia was nearly in tears from worry. At this moment, Su Xiangwan completely steadied herself, pressing her fingers to her temples as she said, Let us retrace our steps to the places we have recently passed. But remember to avoid drawing attention. Of course, my lady. Panxia nodded vigorously. The two of them meticulously searched along the path they had taken, examining every nook and cranny. Yet to no avail. Cousin Wan, I have been looking for you. What are you doing here? Pei Mingxi's voice called out from behind. Su Xiangwan instinctively tightened her grip, managing to turn around and present a gentle smile. I noticed the azaleas blooming beautifully here, so I came to take a look. Not a trace of tension marred her expression. Pei Mingxi, oblivious to any oddity, smiled and remarked, Indeed, Annie has a particular fondness for these flowers. Her garden is more splendid than others. Su Xiangwan concurred, yes, indeed. Although her demeanor remained calm, her fingers tightened further, her palms growing clammy. Pei Mingxi continued, It's not just the flowers. The dishes at the Marquis's residence are exquisite. There is a chef of remarkable skill whom Auntie has brought today. Dinner will be served soon. Shall we go to the front hall to dine together? She appeared to be in high spirits, completely unaware of Su Xiangwan's distracted state. Su Xiangwan could only respond with a smile. Certainly, it would be a delight to savor the Marquis's culinary delights. She cast a glance back at Panxia, signaling her to continue searching. During the meal, everyone would be gathered in the front hall, providing an opportunity to discreetly look for the handkerchief. Panxia nodded in understanding. As they arrived at the front hall, a considerable number of guests were already seated. A carved ebony screen partitioned the noble ladies from the gentlemen. allowing glimpses of one another through its translucent panels. Such gatherings were often veiled matchmaking affairs, and everyone was aware of this. Thus there was no need for excessive decorum between the sexes. Upon taking her seat, the noble ladies began to whisper among themselves, while members of the opposite gender occasionally glanced over. Chapter 15. A startling discovery after arriving at the villa. Xiangwan chose to navigate through less crowded areas. Thus many had yet to lay eyes on her. A lady adorned in a peach-pink embroidered gown cast several curious glances in her direction before finally succumbing to her curiosity and asking, "Sister Mingxi, who is that young lady beside you? I have never seen her before." Pei Mingxi, accustomed to such gatherings from a young age and familiar with the noble ladies of the capital, noticed the inquiry. The gentleman's area fell abruptly silent, all seemingly nonchalantly turning their gaze toward this side. Before Pei Mingxi could respond, Wanwan interjected, "This is Mingxi's cousin, Xiangwan." By merely stating her relation, the other noble ladies began to whisper amongst themselves. Xiangwan returned Wanwan's smile, realizing that revealing her family's background might invite disdain. But merely mentioning her cousin's status could command some respect. She thought to herself that Miss Huang was indeed worth befriending. The inquisitive lady, evidently unsatisfied with such a perfunctory answer, pressed further, "Oh, I am acquainted with some relatives of the Duke of Wei, either from the Zhao family of Jizhou or the Gao family of Huaiyang. How is it that this sister's surname is Su?" Huang Wanru hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Pei Mingxi's expression turned stern, clearly displeased by the lady's relentless questioning. Xiangwan gently grasped Pei Mingxi's hand beneath the table, wearing a composed smile. "I hail from the Su family of Yangzhou. The third lady of the Duke of Wei is my aunt." The mention of the Yangzhou Su family seemed unfamiliar to the others. A nearby lady appeared to recall something and pulled the inquisitor aside, whispering a few words. Upon hearing this, the lady's face revealed an air of arrogance. "Now I understand. How could I have forgotten the Yangzhou Su family? They have long since fallen into decline." The noble ladies exchanged various expressions upon hearing this. In the male guest area, a few glances were cast toward them. Pei Mingxi was about to argue with the lady, but Xiangwan shook her head, not wishing to cause trouble for the duke's household. Pei Mingxi glanced at Xiangwan and sighed softly. At that moment, Pei Jinwen stood up and remarked with displeasure, "Cousin Wan is my relative. If any of you harbor discontent towards her, does it reflect poorly on the Duke of Wei's household?" At his words, the room fell silent. Xiangwan smiled faintly at Pei Jinwen through the screen, who returned her smile in kind. Just then, a variety of delectable dishes were brought forth by the servants. There were refreshing spicy radishes, tofu soup, wine-steamed chicken, 5-flavor apricot goose, and crab meat lion's head, followed by an array of sweet treats, including 4-color crisp candies and glutinous rice cakes. After a morning of strolling, the noble ladies felt a pang of hunger, redirecting their conversation toward the dishes, leaving Xiangwan unnoticed. Pei Mingxi picked up her bamboo chopsticks and placed a piece of glutinous rice cake on Xiangwan's plate. "Cousin Wan, do not heed their words. Indulge in something delicious to lift your spirits. This glutinous rice cake is a specialty of my aunt's chef. It's sweet yet not cloying. I've been longing for it. Do try it." Xiangwan nodded and tasted a piece, finding it pleasantly sweet. Indeed, the dishes at the were superb, yet she found little appetite. She wondered whether Panxia had found the handkerchief. With that thought, Xiangwan said to Pei Mingxi, "Sister Shi, you eat first. I'm full and will step outside for a while." "Full? You have hardly eaten anything." Pei Mingxi replied, "I had a few snacks before arriving, so I'm not very hungry." "Very well, then you may go. I shall find you shortly." Xiangwan exited with a sweet smile. In the male guest area, a gentleman who had been stealing glances at Xiangwan since her arrival paused momentarily as she left. In her attempt to remain inconspicuous, Xiangwan chose to traverse the secluded paths alongside Panxia. At that moment, the majority of the guests were dining in the main hall, allowing Xiangwan to seek out Panxia along the narrow trail. The verdant willows flanking the path cast a refreshing shade, shielding her from the midday sun. The low bamboo rustled faintly behind her, its movement uncertain, perhaps stirred by the wind. A sense of trepidation overcame Xiangwan, prompting her to quicken her pace. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. "Miss Su, why are you in such a hurry?" Startled, she sidestepped quickly. Fear not, Miss Su. I am Zhang Cheng, the son of the Grand Historian, and I was just dining next to you. Have you forgotten?" With a multitude of guests present that day, Xiangwan could hardly recall this individual. Now that he was closer, she noticed his swollen eyelids and dark circles beneath his eyes, his form appearing rather insubstantial, far from the image of a nobleman. What was he doing here, having neglected his meal? Did he follow her? A wave of fear washed over Xiangwan as she feigned calmness, saying, "It is you, young Master Zhang. I was merely admiring the blooming rhododendrons ahead and asked my maid to gather a few. Are you here to enjoy the flowers as well?" Her implication was clear. She was not alone and had a maid ahead. However, Zhang Cheng grinned malevolently, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Is that so? I did not notice any maid accompanying you at the table." His observation unnerved her further. "My maid was unwell from overeating this morning, which is why she was absent during the meal," Xiangwan replied, stepping back cautiously. Noting her retreat, Zhang Cheng advanced a step, saying, "Why are you so afraid of me, Miss Su? I'm not a monster." His casual tone was unbearable for Xiangwan. "Young Master Zhang, please conduct yourself with decorum," she replied sternly. "Do not be upset, Miss Su. The moment I laid eyes on you at the table, my heart was captivated. My father holds a respectable position as a sixth-rank official. Aligning with me would not be a misfortune for you." Zhang Cheng leered, taking another bold step forward. With no one around, Xiangwan felt trapped. The day's gathering was large, and should she call for help, the rumors could spiral out of control. A man might merely be labeled a libertine, but for a woman, her reputation could be irrevocably damaged, jeopardizing her prospects and those of her family. Sensing her apprehension, Zhang Cheng pressed closer, now only a step away. "Your silence signifies consent, Miss Su. Given the splendid evening, why not share a delightful night together? I shall send a matchmaker to your home tomorrow." With a swift motion, Xiangwan unleashed a powerful slap across Zhang Cheng's face, leaving 5 distinct marks. "How dare you? You refuse my hospitality." Zhang Cheng's facade crumbled, and he swiftly covered her mouth, dragging her deeper into the woods. Xiangwan struggled fiercely, but as a mere woman, she was no match for him. Zhang Cheng showed no mercy. As he pulled her along, her porcelain neck and delicate collarbone were exposed. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed with desire. He often lingered in the opulent halls of Qin and Chu, indulging in the company of countless women. With just a glimpse of a woman's collarbone, he could discern her figure, although he had only seen a mere fraction. Zhang Cheng was certain that beneath the attire of the woman before him lay a physique that could intoxicate any soul. He swallowed hard, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "You, a destitute wretch, should consider it a tremendous fortune to catch my eye, yet you remain oblivious to your good fortune. If so, do not blame me for showing no mercy." As he spoke, his pace quickened, forcefully dragging Xiangwan to a secluded area. Chapter 16. No Danger Master. "Do you not wish to finish your meal before returning?" Cheng Ying inquired as he followed along the shaded path. "No need. The noise in the front hall is unbearable," Pei Xingji replied indifferently. Suddenly, Pei Xingji halted, causing Cheng Ying to nearly collide with him. "Master Shi." Before Cheng Ying could finish, Pei Xingji signaled for silence. From the air came a faint sound of a woman weeping, a sound Pei Xingji recognized all too well. Cheng Ying, momentarily taken aback, quickly sensed that something was amiss. The two exchanged a knowing glance and proceeded toward the source of the sound. Xiangwan, being dragged along, had tears streaming down her small face as she struggled with all her might. Seeing the beauty cry like a rain-soaked pear blossom only fueled Zhang Cheng's excitement. He maliciously declared, "Do not cry, my beauty. Soon enough, you shall have reason to weep." As the oily figure loomed closer, his foul words spilling forth, Xiangwan steeled her resolve and bit down fiercely on Zhang Cheng's hand. "Ah, you ungrateful wretch!" Zhang Cheng cursed, staring at his bloodied hand in shock before delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious. You will beg me to marry you once I have finished, and then we shall see how I torment you." As he continued his tirade, he loosened his belt. Just then, a sudden kick from behind sent him flying several meters, landing him unceremoniously on his back. "Who dares to challenge me? I shall flay your skin." Zhang Cheng lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, his insides feeling as if they had been rearranged, spewing curses from his mouth. Pei Xingji, noticing Su Xiangwan lying unconscious on the ground, removed his outer robe and draped it over her. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her partially exposed shoulder, darkening momentarily. He tightened the robe around her and turned away. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Cheng's expression froze, his face drained of color. He stammered, Pei, young master, what brings you here? Why should I not be here? It seems this estate has become your territory. Zhang Gongzi. Pei Xingji's expression was inscrutable, his voice icy. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's panic intensified. Not only had he harbored illicit intentions toward a lady of the government, but he had also acted within the estate of the Marquis. He could not afford to fail in this matter, whether with the government or the Marquis. In a moment of desperation, he pointed a trembling finger at Su Xiangwan, exclaiming, "It was her. Young master, she seduced me first. I was merely bewitched. May you discern the truth." Oh, the seduced lies unconscious, while the seducer stands here disheveled. Zhang Gongzi, perhaps you are misunderstanding the concept of seduction? Pei Xingji twirled the jade ring, his expression inscrutable. Cheng Ying, who had been shadowing him all day, keenly sensed that his master was in a foul mood. In the prison, when certain prisoners refused to confess, Pei would adopt this frigid demeanor to utter the harshest of words. What had provoked his master's anger? Cheng Ying cast a discreet glance at Su Xiangwan behind him. The matter of innocence or guilt would be determined by the officials of the Dali Temple. Pei Xingji called out, "At your service. Take him to the Dali Temple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng collapsed to the ground, crawling towards Pei with tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Young Master Pei, please do not send me to the Dali Temple. The dungeons there are dreadful. The tortures are unbearable. I would rather die. I was wrong." Before Zhang Cheng could finish his lament, Cheng Ying seized him and departed. Pei Xingji turned to face Su Xiangwan, slowly approaching her before lifting the man and striding towards the door. The crimson sun sank in the west, illuminating the sky with myriad hues. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Songyan Pavilion. "Miss, what is the matter?" Pan Xia inquired with concern as she rushed in. Su Xiangwan stood frozen for a moment, finally realizing she had returned to the Duke Wei's residence. "Pan Xia, who brought me back?" she asked anxiously. "It was a maid from the Marquis residence. She said you were unwell and took you home. She also mentioned that you instructed her to accompany me back. By the time I returned, you were already asleep. Why don't you remember?" Naturally, Su Xiangwan could not recall. She had lost consciousness after being struck. A shiver of dread coursed through her as she asked, "Pan Xia, have you heard what transpired at the flower viewing banquet today?" "No, Mississippi." The lady of the Marquis residence distributed the leftover pastries from the kitchen to the servants. The four-color sugar pastry was delightful, sweet, and crisp. The lady was truly kind. "I heard that you returned early due to feeling unwell, and she came looking for you. But seeing you asleep, she left." Listening to Pan Xia's chatter about trivial matters, Su Xiangwan exhaled deeply, gradually calming her restless heart. "All right. The maid who brought you back left this behind," Pan Xia said, handing over a box. Curiously, Su Xiangwan opened it to find a water blue handkerchief lying inside. One corner embroidered with her surname, Su. Indeed, the very handkerchief she had lost. Upon seeing its contents, Pan Xia exclaimed with delight, "Miss, it is your handkerchief. I searched for it everywhere today, but couldn't find it. It must have been picked up by someone from the Marquis residence and reported to the lady, who had the maid return it to you." Su Xiangwan, feeling a throbbing headache, dismissed the thought and said earnestly, "If that is the case, I must properly thank her another day." Indeed, Pan Xia continued, "Now that the handkerchief is returned, I shall wash it for you, and you can use it tomorrow." Su Xiangwan gazed at the handkerchief with a troubled expression, recalling the events of the day. Had it not been for the search for this handkerchief, she would not have encountered the shameless Zhang Cheng. In a grave tone, she declared, "There is no need. Burn the handkerchief. Pang Xia was taken aback and inquired with confusion. This handkerchief is perfectly fine. Why does the young lady wish to burn it? Xiangwan furuit herbereis, stitting. The color of this handkerchief has faded somewhat, and I do not fancy it. Besides, I have several others. This one shall be discarded. Pang Xia, bewildered, recalled that Xiangwan had personally chosen the color of the handkerchief, yet sensing her displeasure, she chose not to press the matter further. She took the handkerchief out of the room and burned it in a brazier. Chapter 17. Illness that night. The moon shone white as snow, casting a serene, cold light over the Duke Wei's residence. Master, I have dispatched someone to attend to your instructions. We shall receive news shortly. Cheng Ying reported from the shadows. Understood. Pei Xingji replied lazily, reclining on a long bench with a book in hand, dismissing him with a wave. Ever since receiving a letter from Pei 2 days prior, Pei Xingji had been covertly investigating the Bartle Group. Although the Bartle Group had been eradicated 3 years ago and seemed unlikely to rise again, the resurfacing of Bartel's figure after such a time troubled him. He pondered how many remnants of Bartle remained and where they might be operating, all of which required urgent clarification. Conducting such an investigation demanded considerable manpower and resources, yet he remained unperturbed. He had learned early on, during his father's campaigns, that warfare incurred significant expenses. Thus, wherever he went, he would acquire suitable shops to manage. To this day, he owned numerous establishments, including tea houses, pawn shops, and pharmacies, rendering him quite affluent. Pei Xingji pressed his right hand against his brow. At that moment, a faint, familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was a scent he had previously encountered on someone. He lifted his gaze to the handkerchief resting on the table, one corner of which was distinctly embroidered with the character Su. Lowering his lashes, he brought the handkerchief to his face, inhaling its essence. His expression remained indifferent, yet his throat subtly tightened. As he closed his eyes, memories of a moonlit night over 2 months prior flooded his mind, a night drenched in desire. Pei Xingji shook his head, attempting to banish the alluring imagery from his thoughts. However, the delicate fragrance, like a serpentine whisper, slithered into his heart, awakening all his longings. His breathing deepened, warmth coursing through his veins. Suddenly, Pei Xingji tore the handkerchief from his grasp, crushing it in one hand while the other ventured towards his abdomen. The following morning, as dawn broke, Pang Xia went to awaken Xiangwan, only to find her face unusually flushed. Miss, please wake up," Pang Xia called out in alarm. As Xiangwan, still dazed, requested water, her hoarse voice startled her. Pang Xia hurriedly fetched a cup of water and assisted Xiangwan in drinking it. "Miss, what has happened to you?" Pang Xia asked, her brow furrowed. "Perhaps I caught a chill last night due to the inadequate covering of my blanket," Xiangwan replied, her voice raspy. Yet in her heart, she knew it was not merely a chill. The events surrounding Zhangcheng had left her anxious and unsettled, causing her fever. This was a truth she could not voice, for uttering it would only amplify her worries. "I shall fetch the second madam at once," Pang Xia exclaimed, hastily departing. The second madam oversees the household affairs, and any request for the physician must first receive her approval. Xiangwan, suffering from a severe headache, decided to lie down once more. In the secondary chamber, a loud crash echoed as porcelain shattered. Pei Mingyu exclaimed furiously, "It's all because of that Xiangwan. Had she not gone to the garden to pick flowers, would I have sought her out? If it weren't for searching for her, how could I have been confronted by my elder brother's men on my way back and confined for 3 days? It's all her fault." The second madam, Shun, took a sip of her tea and remarked languidly, "She is merely a fallen young lady. Does she truly merit such wrath? Mother, you are well aware of the effort I expended for yesterday's flower banquet. I had reserved that cloud and wild goose-patterned long gown 2 months prior, merely to uphold your reputation. Who would have thought that wretched girl would ruin it all?" Pei Mingyu gritted her teeth. "And what of Granny Chun? She has served me since childhood. Her hairstyling is unmatched. Would she have been sold off, if not for Xiangwan? She is a harbinger of misfortune. Lower your voice. Do you wish to tarnish your reputation as the second miss?" Shin glared at her, displeased. "Who dares to speak ill of me?" I shall have their tongue. Pei Mingyu threatened, picking up a delicate porcelain vase, ready to smash it to the ground. Shen signaled to a nearby maid, who promptly intervened to stop her. Calm down. Mother understands your anger. Shen paused, glancing at her daughter's ashen face. Gu Yanqing did not attend the banquet yesterday. Pei Mingyu's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Why would I deceive you? Go inquire with your elder sister, and you shall find her answer. Overjoyed, Pei Mingyu exclaimed. Did brother Yanqing not attend because he heard I would not be there? Shen shot her a disapproving look and fell silent. Just then a maid outside announced, Second Madam. A maidservant of Miss Su is here. She reports that Miss Su has developed a fever and requests the physician's presence. She is waiting outside. Pei Mingyu sprang to her feet, but before she could speak, Shen instructed. Tell that maid that the old madam is unwell today and the physician has gone to Tsiren Hall. Let her mistress wait. Yes, the maid replied, bowing as she departed. Ah, what a fitting retribution. That's Su Xiangwan. May she burn in fever. Pei Mingyu declared indignantly, observing her daughter's furrowed brow. Shen contemplated the fact that she was of marriageable age, soon to be wed, yet still lacked the discretion to conceal her emotions. Shen intended to use this moment as a teaching opportunity, saying thoughtfully, after all, she's a cousin in the household. If you loathe her so, devise a way to keep her out of your sight. Pei Mingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she raised an eyebrow. Mother, do you have a clever plan? Shen smirked, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just wait. I shall teach you how to deal with those you disdain without soiling your own hands. Pan Xia walked despondently through the corridor. In her haste, she unexpectedly collided with someone at the corner. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Fu Guwei, a servant attending the second young master. Brother Fu Guwei, I am so sorry for bumping into you in my rush. Pan Xia apologized with a smile. Not at all. It's a minor incident. With so many esteemed individuals in the household, Miss Pan Xia should exercise caution, Fu Guwei kindly advised. Unbeknownst to you, dear brother Fu Guwei, my young lady is suffering from high fever. I hastened to seek the second madam's assistance in summoning the physician to attend to her, only to discover that the physician was with the old madam. Hence, I was compelled to act with urgency. Fu Guwei, perplexed, inquired, but the physician had just attended to the second young master. Could it be that Miss Pan Xia has misheard? Pan Xia paused, then suddenly comprehended the situation. With a dejected demeanor, she replied, Perhaps I did mishear. Thank you, brother, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Upon concluding her words, she hurriedly returned to Songyan Pavilion. Observing her solitary return, Su Xiangwan asked, Is it true that the physician is absent? With red-rimmed eyes and a quivering voice, Pan Xia lamented. The second madam claimed the physician was attending to the old madam. Yet on my way back, I encountered a servant by the second young master's side, who informed me that the physician had not gone to the old madam at all. Clearly, the second madam is deliberately obstructing us. She wiped her tears and continued. But did not the second madam express fondness for my lady? When they first met, she even encouraged my lady to stay longer in the estate. Why then, does she now evade calling for the physician when you are unwell? As she spoke, her tears cascaded down like pearls strung together by a broken thread. Su Xiangwan sighed deeply. The second madam does not genuinely favor me. She merely acts thus because the old madam holds me in esteem. As long as she cannot find fault in my presence before the old madam, her affection is unwarranted. We are not related by blood, and she harbors no reason to truly care for me. As these thoughts crossed her mind, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped her. Since her arrival in the capital, not a single fortunate event had transpired. Her aunt did not sincerely regard her. The second madam and Pei Mingyu looked down upon her, and even the esteemed Pei de Gongzi held her in disdain. Furthermore, the incident she encountered yesterday left her without any support. A chill coursed through Su Xiangwan's heart. Chapter 18. Recovery in the study of the second room. Pei Jingwen was practicing his calligraphy, holding the brush with a single hand, his strokes exuding elegance. Fu Guwei approached and said, Second young master, I just encountered Miss Su's maid, Pan Xia. She mentioned that Miss Su is suffering from high fever. Pei Jingwen paused. His pen halted mid-stroke, And he inquired anxiously, "Is that so? Has the physician been summoned to attend to her?" "I was about to inform you." Pan Xiao said the second madam told her that the physician was with the old madam. "Yet did he not just come to visit?" Fugui replied. Pei Jinwen was taken aback, muttering, "Why would mother say such a thing?" He then commanded, "Quickly, go fetch the physician to examine my cousin Wanwan. Do not allow mother to see him. As an outsider, I cannot enter Wanwan's courtyard. Take the physician to her, and upon his return, report to me." "Yes, second young master." "May I inquire if Miss Su is present?" Came Fugui's voice from outside. Both master and servant were momentarily taken aback. Pan Xiao lifted the curtain and stepped out, asking, "What brings you here, brother Fugui?" "My lady is inside." Fugui pointed to an elderly gentleman beside him, who had seen over 60 years. "The second young master has heard of Miss Su's illness and has sent me to bring the physician to her." Pan Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, second young master. Physician, please come inside." After a brief interval, the physician emerged. "Miss Su is merely overthinking and lacks vitality. I shall prescribe a few remedies, and she shall recover in a couple of days." Pan Xiao sighed in relief, accompanying Fugui to see the physician off. Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan lay languidly on her bed, gazing vacantly at the embroidered orchids on the canopy above. As the summer approached, Pan Xiao stood by the bed and whispered, "Miss, the second young master is truly remarkable. If it hadn't been for him today, I wouldn't know how to manage." "Indeed, the second young master possesses an admirable character," Su Xiangwan responded, though her voice trailed off. Pan Xiao lowered her head, aware of the unspoken words that lingered in the air. While the second young master was commendable, the second madam, Su Xiangwan, was hesitant to summon the family physician to attend to the miss, which suggested that her intentions might not be entirely benevolent. If the miss were to marry into that family, it seemed likely that she would endure considerable hardships. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat heavy. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Is Miss Su here?" The two exchanged perplexed glances. Pan Xiao stepped outside and was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. "Sister Linglong, what brings you here?" "The old lady heard that Miss Su is unwell, and she sent me to deliver some nourishing supplements," Linglong replied. "Thank you, Sister Linglong. Please come in," Pan Xiao urged, welcoming her inside. "Miss Su, the old lady has sent me with some tonics for your recovery," Linglong stated. "I appreciate your kindness, Sister Linglong. Once I am well, I shall personally express my gratitude to the old lady," Su Xiangwan said, attempting to rise. Linglong quickly intervened. "Miss, you should rest and prioritize your recovery. I must return to the old lady with word of your condition, so I shall take my leave now." Pan Xiao followed Linglong out, and upon returning, she remarked, "The news from the Duke's residence travels swiftly. The old lady knew of your illness almost immediately." Su Xiangwan checked Disin Disain. "I dare you to speak so freely in the future." Pan Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. "Miss, you frighten me." "All right, I won't tease you any longer," Su Xiangwan laughed, then turned serious. "The old lady has held her esteemed position in the Duke's household for many years, so she deserves our respect. Once I recover, I shall certainly pay my respects in person." Pan Xiao nodded eagerly. "I shall heed your wishes." Shortly thereafter, she brought in the prepared medicine and assisted Su Xiangwan in drinking it. The concoction seemed to induce drowsiness, and soon after consuming it, Su Xiangwan fell into a deep slumber. Later that evening, Pei Mingxi came to visit, but upon seeing her asleep, he chose not to disturb her, instructing Pan Xiao to take good care of her as he departed. Soon after, Luo arrived, having been sent by the third madam to check on Su Xiangwan, and, after leaving some supplements, she too took her leave. The night breeze gently wafted in, carrying a refreshing chill. Pei Xingji's leave had come to an end, and he was to resume his duties starting today. Having just bathed, he reclined on a bench, closing his eyes to rest. Cheng Ying entered and reported on the progress of the investigation concerning Bartle. After delivering the report, he hesitated, standing in place. Pei Xingji, his brow slightly furrowed, still carrying the moisture from his recent bath, responded coolly, "I understand." Cheng Ying glanced at his master, uncertain whether to reveal additional information regarding that individual. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to speak boldly. "Miss Su appears to have fallen ill today. I saw her maid, Pan Xia, carrying medicine to Songyang Pavilion. Pei Xingji lifted his eyelids to regard him with an indifferent gaze. When did you learn to take such liberties? Cheng quickly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, I dare not. Despite his words of caution, having served Pei Xingji for many years, he understood that his master was not genuinely upset with him for speaking out of turn. Indeed, Pei Xingji remarked calmly, get up. Following this, he seemed to casually inquire, what ailment do you suffer from? His subordinate had consulted the physician, who attributed it to excessive worry and anxiety. Pei Xingji mulled over the phrase excessive worry, and lost in thought, scoffed. Perhaps it is the worry of when one shall be wed into a prominent family. Xiangwan had lain in bed for 2 days, and her health had remarkably improved. Leaning against the window, she found herself bored, gazing at the vibrant blossoms outside, and called, Panxia, will you accompany me for a stroll in the garden? It has been dreadfully dull staying indoors these past few days. My lady, there has been a slight breeze outside these past 2 days. Since you have just recovered, it would be prudent to rest a little longer. I fear I shall grow moldy if I linger any longer within these walls. A bit of sunshine would surely dispel any lingering malaise. Very well, Panxia replied, retrieving a light cloak from the nearby cabinet, and together they stepped outside. In the garden, the flora flourished, with a pear tree in full bloom, its petals fluttering down as a gentle breeze passed. Xiangwan inhaled deeply, feeling her spirits lift with a fragrant air. Cousin Wanwan, have you fully recovered? Came the voice of Pei Jingwen from behind. Startled, Xiangwan turned to see him standing on the stone path, hands at his side, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Indeed, it was largely thanks to him that she had received timely medical attention. A smile graced Xiangwan's lips as she sweetly expressed, Thank you, second cousin, for your concern. I am much improved. Hearing her refer to him as second cousin filled Pei Jingwen with delight. That is wonderful to hear. You must continue to rest well these next few days. Is second cousin on his way to visit the old matriarch? Indeed, I am merely passing by to check on my grandmother, Pei Jingwen replied, a shy smile gracing his face. Fu Gui, who trailed behind, cast a knowing glance at his young master. Pondering, he has been inquiring about the news of Songyan Pavilion at every opportunity these past few days. Yet today, he rushes to the garden upon hearing that Miss Su has stepped out. How curious that he claims to visit the old matriarch. Chapter 19. Wood carving Xiangwan took a step forward, expressing her gratitude. I am sincerely thankful for your help these past few days. At her words, Pei Jingwen felt a warmth flush his cheeks. Clenching his hands, he thought of the gift he intended to present to her, uncertain if she would appreciate it. His heart raced like a fawn in his chest. Finally gathering his courage, he carefully retrieved the object from his sleeve, stating cautiously, This is a rabbit I carved in my spare time. If you do not mind, please take it for amusement. The rabbit, intricately carved from pine wood, held a carrot in its mouth, exuding a charming innocence and vivid life. Pine wood may not be the most luxurious, and a wood carving lacks the suggestive allure of a sachet or handkerchief, making it entirely appropriate to accept. Xiangwan accepted it with delight, examining it closely, and exclaimed, Second cousin, you possess such talent. I truly adore it. Thank you. Pei Jingwen's cheeks grew even warmer, and he bashfully scratched his head, replying, This was taught to me by my elder brother when I was young. Xiangwan paused for a moment, unable to fathom that someone so aloof and dignified could create such a quaint object. After exchanging gifts, Pei Jingwen shyly remarked, It is quite breezy here. You should play for a while and then return. I shall go see my grandmother. Very well, second cousin, do go on, she replied. Fu Gui trailed behind Pei Jingwen. Reflecting, the second young master has read little these past few days, all for the sake of carving that rabbit, to alleviate Miss Su's burdens. He even chose pine wood for the task. It seems he has truly fallen in love. Gazing at Pei Jingwen's retreating figure, Xiangwan called out, Pianxia, let us return. We must hasten to embroider the purse. The second young master has gifted me this, and I cannot neglect to reciprocate. As you wish, Mississippi. In the study of the second wing, Pei Jingwen returned with great enthusiasm, only to find someone standing by his desk, gazing intently at the pile of wood shavings. Mother. Pei Jingwen bowed respectfully. What brings you here? Today, The kitchen procured a fresh batch of wild game. I thought the rabbit meat looked splendid, so I had them prepare a bowl for you. You ought to nourish your body after all that reading, Shun said with a smile. Pei Xiangwan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He stammered. Such a trivial matter as soup could have been entrusted to the servants. There was no need for you to come personally. Nonsense. It is but a short trip. I shall not disturb your studies further, Shun replied, turning to leave. As she reached the door, she seemed to recollect something and added, by the way, I have some invigorating tea. A Fuguwei accompany me to fetch it. Pei Xiangwan, somewhat distracted, ordered, Fuguwei, accompany my mother. Yes, second young master. As they stepped outside, Shun's expression suddenly darkened. Upon reaching her courtyard, she regained her composure. Fuguwei, what has the second young master been up to these past few days? Shun inquired leisurely, taking a sip of tea. Fuguwei broke into a cold sweat. The second madam was praised by outsiders, yet he knew all too well what transpired behind closed doors. He feigned calmness and replied, the second young master has been studying diligently in the study. Oh, is that so? Then what accounts for the wood shavings on his desk? Shun asked, her voice low. The second young master, feeling fatigued from his studies, instructed me to find a piece of wood to carve a rabbit for amusement. And where is that rabbit? Fuguwei wiped his brow, uncertain how to respond. Shun scrutinized him and quietly stated, I recall you have a son. Am I correct? Fuguwei trembled, stammering, yes. He is only 2 years old this year. I shall ask you once more, where is that rabbit? Shun's patience had worn thin, and she slammed her palm on the table. Resigned, Fuguwei closed his eyes and confessed, the second young master has given it to Miss Su. Crash! The teacup shattered into pieces, scalding water splattering everywhere. Spare me, dear madam. Fuguwei begged, prostrating himself on the ground. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Shun's face contorted with fury. I will tell everything. I will tell everything. What? That wretched Su Xiangwan has the audacity to seduce my brother. Pei Mingyu erupted in rage. Mother, I shall go tear that vixen apart. Pei Mingyu rolled up her sleeves and rushed for the door. Enough. Are you not causing enough chaos already? Shun shouted. I did not come to discuss this matter to have you add to the turmoil. Mother, are you asking me to endure this in silence? Pei Mingyu retorted defiantly. Certainly not. Have you forgotten what I told you? When dealing with those you despise, you must not stain your own hands, Shun replied with a somber tone. Pei Mingyu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Does mother have a way to heal her? With a raised eyebrow, Madame Shun leaned in closer to Pei Mingyu. After 2 days of diligent effort, Su Xiangwan finally completed the embroidered pouches for everyone. Banksia, you shall accompany me to Xirin Hall shortly to present these pouches to the old lady. Su Xiangwan set down her scissors and stretched lazily. Banksia picked up one pouch, examining it closely, and exclaimed with glee, Miss, your craftsmanship is truly exquisite, surpassing even that of the embroiderers at the workshop. She then brought it to her nose, savoring the subtle, lingering fragrance, truly delightful. Su Xiangwan chuckled. All right, perhaps I shall embroider one for you as well. Banksia hastily waved her hands. Oh no, miss. Please do not overexert yourself on my account. Su Xiangwan smiled silently, yet she held this thought dear. After all, Banksia had grown up alongside her, and despite their master-servant relationship, their bond was profound. Once Su Xiangwan had prepared herself, she made her way to Xirin Hall. The old lady reclined on a couch, resting with her eyes closed, while a maid gently massaged her legs. Linglong approached and announced, Old lady, Miss Su has arrived. Inquire about her well-being. Su Xiangwan spoke softly. Ah, Miss Su has come. The old lady opened her eyes and sat up. Linglong, fetch a stool for Miss Su. After taking a seat, Su Xiangwan felt a bit embarrassed. I should have visited you days ago. I was delayed by my embroidery work. It is my fault. The old lady laughed heartily. What fault? Do not be so formal. Is your health better now? Much improved. Thank you for your concern, old lady. That is wonderful to hear. By the way, you mentioned you have done some embroidery. What did you create? The old lady inquired casually. Su Xiangwan presented the pouch she had prepared. This is what I embroidered for you, old lady. My skills are lacking, so please do not mind. The old lady received it, turning the pouch over in her hands. Unable to contain her delight. Splendid, splendid. Your hands are truly skilled. This crane appears as if it might take flight, better than the work of the embroiderers in the manor. Xiangwan blushed at the praise. The old lady brought the pouch closer, exclaiming with joy, "What is this delightful fragrance? It is subtle yet lasting. How did you achieve this?" "I first dried some flowers and ground them, then infused them into the fabric, allowing it to absorb the scent," Xiangwan explained honestly. "Such cleverness is truly remarkable," the old lady praised, seeing the old lady's fondness for her gift. Xiangwan felt her heart finally settle. However, as the old lady grew weary after a while, Xiangwan remarked, "Please rest for now. I shall visit you again another day." "Very well. I had hoped to keep you longer, but age does wear one out quickly," the old lady chuckled. "Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to speak up. There is no need for shyness." "Thank you, old lady. Your kindness is appreciated." Chapter 20. Gift Giving. Upon returning to Songyan Pavilion, Xiangwan felt a wave of joy. She smiled. "I was initially worried that the old lady might not appreciate it, considering her vast experiences. To my surprise, she truly enjoyed it. How wonderful! I shall create more embroidered gifts for her in the future." Banksia shared her delight, acknowledging that the old lady's esteemed status, coupled with her equitable treatment of the miss, was indeed remarkable. As if struck by a sudden thought, Xiangwan's smile waned slightly. The elderly matron had gifted her such exquisite supplements, yet all she could offer in return were embroidered trinkets. "Do not fret, Miss," Pingxia consoled her. "The old lady has seen it all, whether it be expensive or humble, as long as it pleases her. That is what truly matters." Xiangwan playfully poked her finger at her companion. "You little minx, when did you become so silver-tongued?" The two of them carefully packaged several pouches of lotus seeds and set off to deliver them to the second residence. Upon their arrival, the maid, Yuhi, announced their presence, stating that Xiangwan had come to deliver the pouches. Shun's expression darkened, and she coldly instructed, "Go tell her that I am not at home. Just accept the pouches and send her away." Pei Mingyu scoffed from the side, "Tell her I am not here either." Suddenly, Shun seemed to recall something, directing Yuhi to collect Jingwen's pouch as well, adding, "If she inquires, say Jingwen is too busy with his studies to spare a moment." Yuhi left to deliver this message. Inside the room, Pei Mingyu raised her brows in disdain. "To think she believes that a mere pouch could entice my brother. A fool's errand." Shin gazed out the window, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. Shortly after, Yuhi returned. "Second madam, Miss Su has gone to find the eldest young lady. This is the pouch she sent. How dare she seek out my sister? She thinks that by flattering her, she can elevate herself. Does she?" Pei Mingyu seethed. Grabbing the pouch from Yuhi without a glance, she flung it to the ground. Stamping on it with anger, "Where are the scissors? Bring me the scissors. I shall shred this filthy thing to pieces." Shin regarded the pouch on the floor thoughtfully. "Have you forgotten what your mother taught you? This item could prove to be quite useful. It would be a pity to destroy it." Pei Mingyu paused for a moment. Then a sinister smile crept across her face as she replied, "Indeed, that is what mother taught. May I inquire if sister she is present?" Xiangwan called from outside the door. "She is. I shall inform her immediately," replied the maid. Before the maid could enter, Pei Mingxi emerged. "Sister Wan, you've arrived. I recognize your voice immediately," she exclaimed with a bright smile as she descended the steps. She took Xiangwan's arm. "Come in and sit. How is your health?" "Dear sister, much improved," Xiangwan replied as they walked into the room together. Upon entering, she noticed a heap of embroidery threads on the table. Pei Mingxi followed her gaze and pouted. "Mother has been insisting I practice needlework these past few days. It has been utterly stifling. Thank goodness you came to keep me company." Hearing this, Xiangwan's heart swelled with understanding. Pei Mingxi, now 16, was of an age to be courted, which explained her mother-esque insistence on honing her skills. "The second madam means well. Mastering needlework will surely endear you to a prospective husband," she said with a smile. Pei Mingxi's cheeks flushed suddenly. "How dreadful. I have no desire to marry." Xiangwan laughed heartily, "Sisteronce. You are so charming that every young man in the capital would yearn for a smile from you. If they were to hear this, the moat would surely overflow by tomorrow." Pei Mingxi playfully scratched at her. "Sister Wan, you are so delicate yet so adept at jesting. Even if one were to marry, it should be you who takes the lead." Little do you know, on that day at the banquet, after you departed, those young gentlemen were covertly inquiring about you. Xiangwan, wishing to avoid further discussion of that day, shifted the topic and asked, "By the way, what kind of man does sister she like?" Pei Mingxi pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "In my opinion, an admirable gentleman should possess both literary and martial prowess, much like my elder brother, handsome and charming. Most importantly, he should not be surrounded by those frivolous courtesans. I wish to find someone akin to my elder brother." Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Then she realized that the disdain shown to her stemmed from her humble status, a stark contrast to the affection he displayed towards his kin. To most, he was a youthful achiever, esteemed throughout the capital. Even she had harbored similar thoughts before arriving in the city. Xiangwan managed an awkward smile and produced a pouch, saying, "By the way, this is a pouch I personally embroidered. Sister, I hope you like it." Pei Mingxi received it with both hands, exclaiming, "Sister Wan, your embroidery is simply exquisite. It surpasses my own clumsy attempts by countless measures." Xiangwan chuckled, "As long as sister is pleased." Pei Mingxi looked at her and smiled. "Sister Wan, do visit me more often when you have time, and teach me some techniques." "Of course, as long as you don't mind my chatter," Xiangwan readily agreed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Pei Mingxi reluctantly allowed Xiangwan to take her leave. As Xiangwan exited the courtyard, she casually remarked, "I just spotted an unfamiliar young servant waiting outside the second young master's study. Is he new? I'm not entirely sure, but I haven't seen Brother Fuguwei around these past few days," replied Pingxia candidly. Xiangwan did not dwell on the matter, assuming that Fuguwei must have taken a few days off due to family matters. The two continued towards the third house. Upon hearing that Xiangwan had arrived, Zhang Qinglian's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. "Let her in." Once inside, Xiangwan softly greeted, "Greetings, Aunt. Wanwan has come. Please sit down," Zhang Qinglian replied, concealing her irritation and greeting her warmly. "I heard you were unwell the other day. I've been rather busy and couldn't visit. Are you feeling better now?" "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am much improved," Xiangwan replied, presenting the pouch. "This is a pouch I embroidered for you, Aunt. Please do not think poorly of it." Zhang Qinglian glanced at the pouch briefly before setting it aside, remarking, "Your craftsmanship is commendable. But do you understand what is truly important at present?" Xiangwan lowered her head, remaining silent. "Why did you leave the flower viewing banquet so early? You must know such rare opportunities are few and far between," Zhang Qinglian said, displeased. Xiangwan responded, "I was unwell that day, which is why I returned early." Zhang Qinglian shot her a sidelong glance. "Very well, you did attend for half the day. Have any young gentlemen invited you recently?" Xiangwan's face flushed suddenly, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or anger. While she yearned for mutual affection, such encounters should occur in appropriate settings. Private invitations were no different from clandestine dealings. Coldly, she asked, "What do you mean by that, Aunt?" Zhang Qinglian scoffed, "I am merely looking out for your best interests. Do not forget why you came to the capital. Now is not the time to sever ties." So Xiangwan suppressed her discontent and replied in a measured tone, "I have not forgotten, Aunt. I still have other pouches to deliver, so I shall not disturb you any longer." Zhang Qinglian leaned back in her chair, expressing her displeasure. "You had better not have forgotten. Green Lotus, see our guest out." Emerging from the third room, Xiangwan bit her silver teeth in frustration. Once she reached a secluded spot, she turned to Pan Xia and declared, "Tomorrow we shall visit the Chongping Marquis's residence to seek out the maid who escorted me home that day. Upon our return, we must commence our embroidery. We cannot afford any further delay." Pan Xia nodded vigorously, affirming that not a moment should be wasted. "Look at the third madam. She seems to wish for your immediate departure from the estate. Hasn't the Duke's residence always been supported by the first house? She has not provided for you." Xiangwan sighed and inquired, "Which house remains that has not been visited?" Pan Xia counted on her fingers. "The second madam and the third madam have been seen off. The second miss and the second young master too. Only the eldest young master remains." Xiangwan's brows furrowed slightly as she picked up the remaining pouch, her mind torn in conflict. After all, it was unavoidable. All the other houses have been visited, and it would be unreasonable not to extend the same courtesy to him. Looking up at the sky, Su thought. Since he is not in the residence at this hour, it would suffice to entrust it to a servant in his courtyard. Chapter 21. The Pouch in the Bamboo Garden. Su Xiangwan stood outside the gate, hesitating several times before finally gathering her resolve to knock. "May I inquire if the eldest young master is present?" Cheng Ying, who was organizing the books that Pei Xingji had perused the previous night, paused in surprise at the sound, pondering. Typically, this garden is devoid of visitors. Who could it possibly be? Upon opening the door and recognizing the visitor, Cheng Ying suppressed his curiosity and said, "The master is currently attending to his duties and is not here. How may I assist you, Miss Su? Having recently arrived at this esteemed residence, I have been rather intrusive. With no possessions of my own, I crafted this pouch to convey my humble sentiments to each household. This one is specifically for the eldest young master. Since he is not present, I would appreciate it if you could kindly deliver it on my behalf," Su Xiangwan explained. Standing outside the door, Cheng Ying hesitated to accept the pouch. After all, many young ladies who had previously stayed in the residence sought to approach the master with similar offerings, whether it be sachets or tassels, and even handkerchiefs. Eventually, the master had decreed that all such gift from outsiders should be refused, although such matters could ruin a lady's reputation if word got out. The allure of the Duke's residence was undeniable, and the master was a paragon among men. Many of these women were willing to take risks, hoping to catch his eye and secure a prosperous future for their descendants. However, upon reflection, he realized that the master seemed to harbor a peculiar interest in Miss Su. Knowing her actions in Yangzhou, he had refrained from taking further action. At the flower viewing banquet, when someone dared to offend her, the master's aura was so formidable it could freeze the air. He even personally assisted Su Xiangwan into her carriage, deliberately choosing a less conspicuous route to avoid misunderstandings, and had instructed a maid by the young Marquis' side to escort her back, emphasizing the need for discretion. When had the master ever shown such concern for another woman? Cheng Ying's eyes flickered as he swiftly accepted the pouch. Seeing him take it, Su Xiangwan said nothing further and hurried away. Cheng Ying, holding the pouch, glanced at Su Xiangwan's retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. She departed with such haste, as if someone were pursuing her. Pei Xingji returned to the residence only after the hour of the pig. After bathing, he proceeded to the study to review the documents he had brought back. Cheng Ying paced back and forth outside the study, finally resolving to act. At the entrance, he presented the pouch with both hands, saying, "Master, this is a gift from Miss Su today." He then stole a glance at Pei Xingji's expression. Pei Xingji cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting Cheng Ying to immediately lower his head. After a moment, Pei Xingji remarked indifferently, "What is the purpose of this gift?" Cheng Ying anticipated this response, understanding the implied reprimand. Miss Su mentioned that she has been a frequent visitor to the manor and wished to present pouches to each household. He replied earnestly. Pei Xingji snorted disdainfully. "So everyone received one?" Cheng Ying, unable to decipher his thoughts, could only respond, "It seems to be the case." "You may handle this as you see fit," Pei Xingji said, retracting his gaze coldly. Cheng Ying was taken aback, turning to leave. What did he mean by handle it? Was the master suggesting he discard it? Cheng Ying felt somewhat perplexed. As he stepped out the door, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Very well. Since it is a gesture of goodwill, let it remain." Cheng Ying once again offered the pouch, and Pei Xingji, still engrossed in his documents, said lightly, "Place it on the table." He complied, silently retreating to stand aside. Observing closely, he felt a sense of confusion. Was the master grappling with some troubling matter? As he had been staring at the documents for such a long time without turning a page, after a considerable time, Pei Xingji casually picked up the pouch, exclaiming, "The embroidery is quite exquisite." A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils as he leaned closer to sniff it, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of interest. This scent was distinctly different from that of the handkerchief. Suddenly reminded of the handkerchief, Pei Xingji felt a tightening sensation in his lower abdomen. He touched his nose and spoke to Cheng Ying in a subdued tone. "You may leave now." "Yes, master." The spacious study was now empty, with only Pei Xingji remaining. He leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly, his jaw clenched, dark irises swirling with intense desire. As the sun rose, the bustling Wangjing Avenue was alive with activity. Pan Xia clutched the silver in her arms, nervously trailing behind Su Xiangwan. "Miss, do you think giving silver is a bit too direct?" Pan Xia whispered. Su Xiangwan countered, "If you were in my position, would you choose silver or other gifts?" "Naturally, it would be silver. Indeed, if that girl encounters trouble, silver would be of immediate use." "She did return the handkerchief you lost. But was it necessary to give her 30 taels? After giving these away, won't there only be a little over 20 left?" Pan Xia questioned, perplexed. So Xiangwan said. She had not disclosed the events of the flower banquet to Pan Xia, who remained oblivious. Yet, she understood all too well that had it not been for that girl's assistance, she might have been compelled by public opinion to marry that beast. Had she not fallen ill and embroidered pouches afterward, she would have expressed her gratitude in person the very next day. She stated solemnly, "That girl has rendered me great kindness. No amount of gifts could repay her." Pan Xia remained unconvinced but continued to accompany her to the Chongping Marquis's residence. The Chongping Marquis's residence was not far from the Weiguo residence, both situated in the most prosperous area of Wangjing Avenue. Pan Xia gazed at the golden plaque inscribed with the words Chongping Marquis's residence and marveled. Indeed, the capital is a gathering of wealth. This is yet another illustrious family. Su Xiangwan smiled and said, "I have heard that the eldest sister of the Marquis is the Yun Fei in the palace. As a member of the imperial family, she is undoubtedly extraordinary." The two arrived at the side of the corner gate, where Pan Xia approached the guard and described the appearance of the girl. After receiving some benefits, the guard sent someone to fetch her. Shortly after, a charming young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, emerged. "You two are looking for me?" the girl inquired. "Indeed. May I ask how to address you, sister?" Su Xiangwan stepped forward. "I dare not claim such a title. My name is Chuntao. What brings you to me?" Su Xiangwan handed a silver coin to Chuntao, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your kindness the other day. This is a small token of appreciation from me. I hope you will not refuse it." Chuntao weighed the coin in her hand, feeling somewhat uneasy. She was serving beside the young Marquis and was recognized by the young Master Pei due to his close relationship with the Marquis. That day, Cheng Ying, who was beside young Master Pei, had called her to send a young lady back to the Duke's residence and instructed her to bring a box along, saying that if anyone came to thank her, she should accept it. She herself was quite bewildered. Never did she expect that this young lady would actually come to find her and offer such a substantial amount of silver, equivalent to her 2-year salary. However, she did not dare to disregard young Master Pei's orders and could only respond, "Miss, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. If you ever need anything from me in the future, I will certainly do my utmost," Su Xiangwan stated earnestly. Chuntao felt even more anxious upon hearing this and stammered, "You are a fortunate person, miss. Even without me, others would surely assist you in returning." As if recalling something, Su Xiangwan asked, "By the way, where did you find that handkerchief?" Chuntao was taken aback. "Handkerchief? What handkerchief?" Cheng Ying had only given her a box. Could it be that a handkerchief was inside? Hesitating, she said, "That day was quite busy, and I also forgot where I found it." Su Xiangwan, not suspecting anything, replied kindly, "I was merely asking casually. You need not take it to heart. There were many visitors that day, and you worked hard." She continued to express her concern until the guard urged them to part ways. Chapter 22. Compliments on the way back to the residence. Su Xiangwan purchased an abundance of embroidery threads and fabrics, and the two returned to Songyan Pavilion, laden with bundles. Pan Xia carefully stored away the remaining silver and, with a furrowed brow, said, "Miss, after deducting what we spent today and on purchases, we have less than 10 taels left." 10 taels of silver would scarcely last long in the bustling capital. Su Xiangwan also felt a pang of anxiety as she laid the materials out on the table, deeply contemplating future strategies. After a while, she mused, embroidery requires considerable time. It would be better to first create some designs to sell at the embroidery shop. Once we have the capital, we can proceed with subsequent endeavors. Pan Xia was overjoyed, exclaiming, "The designs you create, miss, are the best I have seen among all the people I know. They will surely fetch a good price." Su Xiangwan hesitated. This was the capital, not Yangzhou. and skilled artists and embroiderers were numerous. The design on the purse for the old lady with the flying crane was indeed a pattern you created, Mississippi. The old lady has seen much and praise your work. You need not worry. Pan Xia reassured her confidently. Su Xiangwan smiled without uttering a word, deeply engrossed in contemplating what patterns to paint. The noble ladies of Kyoto, in their quest to reflect their status, adorned their garments and fans with intricate embroidery, while Yangzhou favored elegant and exquisite designs. Perhaps a change in style would offer a refreshing surprise. Firmly resolved, Su Xiangwan retrieved the fabric, brush, and paint she had purchased, arranging them on the table before immersing herself in her work. Pan Xia dutifully assisted her from the side. As night fell and the moonlight poured like water, after several hours of painting, Su Xiangwan felt a strain in her back and hands, stretching her back and rotating her wrists. Pan Xia, adjusting the wick of the lamp, suggested, "Miss, why not continue your painting tomorrow? There's no rush." "Very well," Su Xiangwan replied. "Having painted for so long, my back aches and my legs feel weak. Accompany me for a stroll outside the courtyard to stretch my limbs." Of course, Mississippi. The pair ambled along the gravel path outside the courtyard, enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustling of their footsteps. The silver moon hung like a plate, and a gentle breeze danced through their hair, providing Su Xiangwan with considerable enjoyment. "Pan Xia, do you not find the Duke's residence possesses a certain charm at night?" Su Xiangwan squinted her eyes in contemplation. "Indeed, it is quite tranquil at night." Pan Xia agreed. After walking for a while, Su Xiangwan suddenly recalled her previous aimless wandering that had led her to the outer courtyard of Peisingji, and decided against venturing further. "Let us meander back slowly," she proposed. "Very well, Mississippi." Just as they turned, Pan Xia emitted a surprised sound from behind. Curiously, Su Xiangwan inquired, "What is it?" Pointing to the side of the path, Pan Xia exclaimed, "Miss, there is a small path here." Following Pan Xia's gesture, Su Xiangwan indeed spotted a winding little path, its destination unknown. Since her arrival at the Duke's residence, she had never had the leisure to explore, and this path, flanked by verdant bamboo, was difficult to notice unless one looked closely. Under the clear moonlight, the beams filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows, which Pan Xia had noticed. "Miss, where does this little path lead?" Pan Xia asked, filled with curiosity. "I do not know. Perhaps we should return," Su Xiangwan replied. "But miss, you have yet to explore the Duke's residence properly. It is late, and with no one around, I shall accompany you for a stroll," Pan Xia urged, her eagerness apparent. Su Xiangwan felt a lingering apprehension about the events of that day. Yet, she reasoned that this was the Duke's residence, devoid of any unsavory characters, and if they chanced upon someone else's courtyard, they could simply depart. "Very well, but do not wander too far," she consented. "Understood, miss," Pan Xia responded, leading the way. "Miss, stay close to me." They walked for a while, yet the path seemed endless, the moonlight above obscured by the bamboo leaves. The deeper they ventured, the more apprehensive Su Xiangwan became. She tugged at Pan Xia's sleeve and whispered, "Shall we return?" Pan Xia glanced ahead and nodded, "All right." I too am feeling a bit fearful. Just as they turned around, they suddenly spotted two figures standing in their path. "Ah!" Su Xiangwan gasped in shock, exclaiming aloud, "Why, Miss Su, do you fear me so?" Came a cold voice. Recognizing the voice, Su Xiangwan paused for a moment before responding, "Young master, what are you doing here?" she asked, her heart racing with unease. "If Miss Su can be here, why can't I?" he replied. Peisingji's expression remained impassive, betraying no hint of joy or anger. The aura of the person before her was overwhelmingly imposing. Although she could not discern the nuances of his facial expression, she could surmise that his gaze was likely filled with disdain. Wishing to avoid lingering in his presence, she steadied herself and remarked, "I'm unable to sleep and have come out for a stroll. I intend to return now." With that, she began to retrace her steps along the path. As she drew nearer to him, Su Xiangwan's heart raced with trepidation. Even with her head bowed, she could feel his icy gaze roaming over her. She dared not draw a breath. The narrow path allowed only two to pass side by side, yet he and his attendant blocked the route entirely, showing no inclination to yield. Stopping 2 paces before him, Su Xiangwan feigned calmness and said, "Young master, may I trouble you to let me pass?" After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, he finally stepped aside. Su Xiangwan released a long-held breath in relief. However, before she could fully exhale, Pei Xingji abruptly spoke. "Miss Su, your craftsmanship is commendable. I particularly enjoy the pouch you gifted me." Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by that? Glancing back, she saw that he had already walked away. "Miss, we should hurry back." Panxia eriged nervously. Su Xiangwan collected her thoughts and replied, "Yes, let us go." Upon returning to Songyan Pavilion, after washing up, Su Xiangwan lay on her bed, still puzzled by the encounter. She muttered, what did he mean by that statement? The young master was merely complimenting the pouch you made, Panxia remarked as she lowered the bed curtains. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it is not so simple. Since my arrival at the manor, he has either ignored me or mocked me. How could he possibly commend me? Su Xiangwan bander, feeling utterly perplexed. Oh dear, miss, do not overthink it. Regardless, you're already preparing to leave the manor. With your talents, you won't remain here for long. What does it matter how the young master views you? Su Xiangwan considered this perspective and realized it held merit. After all, she would not be here for an extended period. She shook her head, dismissing her earlier thoughts. Chapter 23. Outing Su Xiangwan confined herself to her room for a full 2 days, immersing herself in the art of flower patterns, having replaced her brush 3 times. She meticulously categorized the designs and compiled them into a booklet. Today, the weather was splendid, making it the perfect opportunity to showcase her recent efforts. "Miss, I have everything ready. Please check if anything is missing," Panxia said excitedly. Su Xiangwan inspected the items one by one, nodding in approval. "Everything is in order. Let us set off." "Excellent. With your artistic talent, we are sure to fetch a good price today," Panxia exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Su Xiangwan shook her head in resignation as the two of them ventured out. Wangjing Avenue was bustling with activity, with shops lining both sides and the sounds of vendors calling out blending into a vibrant symphony. "Miss, where shall we go?" Panxia asked, scanning the surroundings. Su Xiangwan adjusted her hood, as she typically wore it for convenience when out in public. There is usually a street dedicated to embroidery. Let us inquire with the passers-by for directions. She approached a passerby and received guidance toward a nearby intersection. The two individuals set off towards the intersection. Upon entering the junction and turning right, they encountered numerous shops selling embroidered goods. Su Xiangwan stepped into one of the stores, which displayed an array of fabrics and fragrant sachets in various colors and patterns. The shop assistant, accustomed to a multitude of customers, could discern at a glance whether the newcomer could afford the wares. Yet, the moment Su Xiangwan entered, the assistant found herself perplexed. The visitor's attire was modest, not indicative of a wealthy young lady, yet her elegant demeanor was undeniable. After a moment's contemplation, the assistant approached with warmth, inquiring, "Esteemed miss, what may I assist you with today?" Su Xiangwan responded softly, "Dear sister, I am not here to purchase. May I ask if your manager is present? I have some designs I wish to sell." Upon hearing this, the assistant's expression soured. Her gaze scrutinizing Su Xiangwan from head to toe, she replied impatiently, "He is not here. Our shop only sells goods. We do not entertain those who do not wish to purchase." Su Xiangwan was taken aback. While merchants are indeed profit-driven, it is uncommon for them to dismiss a potential customer so abruptly. Although the Su family had fallen on hard times in Yangzhou, they had been rooted in the city for almost a century, and thus, Su Xiangwan had never encountered a situation where she could not even meet the manager. Clearly, she had underestimated the situation. Panxia, incensed, exclaimed, "How can you conduct business this way? No wonder there are so few patrons in your shop. Look at your shabby appearance. Even our manager would not spare you a glance." The assistant retorted, You. Panxia stammered, pointing at the assistant, her arms trembling with indignation. Su Xiangwan placed a calming hand on her, saying, "If this shop is unwelcoming, we shall simply find another." Panxia shot a fierce glare at the assistant before following Su Xiangwan out the door. The assistant watched them depart, muttering, "What is the point of wandering the streets if you have no money?" Bah! Once outside, Panxia remained irate, muttering, Such narrow-mindedness. They squander good opportunities. No wonder they earn nothing. Perhaps I have been too naive, Su Xiangwan mused. Kyoto is not like Yangzhou. We have acquaintances and customers back home. But here, we are indeed at a disadvantage. I understand, but it still angers me. I have never seen a shop that chases away customers. Do they not fear offending anyone? Pan Xia frowned. Su Xiangwan replied quietly. Those who can afford to open shops in the precious land of Kyoto are either wealthy or noble. They simply do not fear offending anyone. Pan Xia pouted, looking dejected. Miss, I feel a bit inclined to return to Yangzhou. Although it may not be as lively, at least I wouldn't be looked down upon. Are you already backing down? Su Xiangwan consoled her with a gentle touch on her head. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. I have thought it through. Next time, we shall directly request to see the manager upon entering the shop, without further ado. Once we meet him, we can discuss my designs. This will at least give him a chance to see them, increasing our chances of success. Yes, I will heed your advice. The two continued forward for about 100 meters, spotting a modestly decorated shop and entering. A woman in her 30s or 40s approached them with warmth, asking, "What may I assist you with, esteemed miss? Is your manager available?" Su Xiangwan inquired. The woman paused, glancing at her with a hint of surprise. Approached the shopkeeper directly. They are either familiar customers or troublemakers. The woman before me, though wearing a veil, appears unfamiliar, unlike a regular patron. She seems delicate and gentle, not the type to cause trouble. The matron hesitated and said, "I am here. I will call him out. Please wait a moment, miss." Watching the woman indeed summon someone. Pan Xia, felt a surge of excitement and whispered, "Miss, you are truly remarkable." Su Xiangwan smiled, for though success had not yet been achieved, she had at least taken the first step. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a green long gown emerged. "This young lady, how may I assist you?" he inquired. "Are you the shopkeeper here?" Su Xiangwan asked. "Indeed, I am. I have a business proposition for you," she replied, producing a sketchbook and opening a page. "These are my floral designs, which I wish to sell to you. I kindly request your consideration." Just as the shopkeeper was about to decline, he was captivated by the designs in her hand, eagerly taking it to examine closely. He oscillated between shaking his head and nodding in approval, leaving Su Xiangwan's heart fluttering with anticipation. After some moments, he candidly remarked, "To be honest, your designs are quite exquisite, truly rare in Kyoto." Yet Su Xiangwan's heart sank at his hesitation. However, the intricate patterns that are currently in vogue in Kyoto tend to be complex, showcasing one's status and wealth, thus garnering greater appeal. Such simplicity and elegance may struggle to find buyers, she reasoned. Recognizing the wisdom in her words, she continued, "Precisely because elaborate designs are the trend. Your refined creations are indeed a rarity. Should you choose to embrace them, you might carve out a unique niche and usher in a new era of brilliance." The shopkeeper shook his head. Such elegant designs should be paired with delicate, understated threads and materials. However, our store stocks only vibrant fabrics. To proceed, we would need to acquire new threads and materials, and should the sales falter, larger establishments might absorb the loss. But for us, it would be a devastating blow. Su Xiangwan understood that the shopkeeper was genuinely considering her proposal, not merely deflecting her. Sighing, she replied, "I understand. It was my oversight. I apologize for disturbing you today and wish your establishment prosperity." The shopkeeper, appearing regretful, said, "Do not be disheartened, miss. Your floral designs are indeed commendable. You might consider trying at Wanqiu Pavilion. Their business truly flourishes, and you may find an opportunity there." Su Xiangwan sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir." Upon exiting the shop, Pan Xia inquired, "Miss, is Wanqiu Pavilion also a seller of embroidery?" "Indeed. I have heard of Wanqiu Pavilion's reputation during my time in Yangzhou. The name signifies a multitude of embroidery products, not just common items like handkerchiefs and sachets, but also embroidered dolls and ornaments," Su Xiangwan explained. "Really? I have never seen embroidered ornaments before. Shall we visit?" Pan Xia asked eagerly. "Yes, let's first stroll down this street and explore a few more shops." The two ventured into several more establishments, but the outcome was no different. Either they were hastily dismissed or deemed too risky, with none willing to invest in her creations. As April drew to a close, the weather had begun to warm, and at noon, the sweltering breeze irritated the senses. As the summer approached, Pan Xia's spirits had noticeably diminished, lacking the excitement of previous days. She lamented, "Miss, conducting business in Kyoto is truly challenging." Su Xiangwan, dunning abalfat, felt a thin sheen of perspiration on her forehead and replied, "Indeed. If the last establishment, Wan Xiaogu, does not yield results, we shall return." The two women made their way toward Wan Xiaogu with heavy steps. Before they even drew near, they spotted a grand 3-story building standing proudly at the crossroads, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance. While the heat of the day rendered other shops desolate, Wan Xiaogu bustled with a vibrant crowd. "Wow, miss, this building is quite magnificent. It seems we have come to the right place," exclaimed Pan Xia, gazing up in awe. Su Xiangwan felt her confidence rekindle. With such a thriving business, she need not worry about minor setbacks. Moreover, the building housed an array of embroidered goods, and she believed her designs would not be dismissed simply for being out of vogue. As she stepped toward the entrance, Pan Xia discreetly tugged at her sleeve from behind. Curiously, Su Xiangwan glanced back to find Pan Xia uncomfortably observing the comings and goings of the patrons. Just as she was about to inquire, a thought struck her. She had heard in Yangzhou that the items at Wan Xiaogu were quite expensive, unaffordable for the average family. Pan Xia's gaze fell upon those entering and exiting, all adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of nobility. Su Yanyan understood her apprehension, especially after the recent ridicule they had faced. She comfortingly patted Pan Xia's hand and proceeded into the building. At the entrance, a woman dressed in purple was bidding farewell to a customer and approached Su Xiangwan with warmth. A sense of relief washed over her. "May I ask if your manager is available?" she inquired. The woman smiled and replied, "Yes, but do you have an invitation?" Taken aback, Su Xiangwan had not anticipated needing an invitation to see the manager. She quickly realized that for a business of this magnitude, if everyone required an invitation to meet the manager would have no time for anything else. Blushing, she responded, "I do not have an invitation. Without an invitation, I am afraid I cannot summon my manager. Is there something else you would like to see?" The woman maintained her cordial demeanor. After a moment's pause, Su Xiangwan candidly stated, "To be frank, I wish to conduct business with your esteemed establishment. I have a portfolio of designs that I would like to discuss in person with the manager." The woman was taken aback. She had not expected such a young woman to be engaged in business. Typically, families with means would not allow their daughters to venture into the public eye. After a moment of contemplation, the woman suggested, "My manager's daily affairs are quite demanding. If you do not mind, I could first review your designs on behalf of my manager. If they truly are exceptional, I will then consult with him." Su Xiangwan's eyes brightened. "That would be most wonderful. Thank you for your assistance. Please follow me." She stepped inside, where the opulent decor and an array of exquisite embroidery dazzled the senses. The two women were ushered into a small room, where the woman focused intently on the portfolio Su Xiangwan had brought. As she examined the designs, an appreciative expression emerged on her face. These patterns were indeed elegant, unlike the overly intricate styles favored in Kyoto, truly commendable. Hearing the woman's praise, Su Xiangwan felt a weight lift from her heart. "Please wait here for a moment while I summoned the proprietor. Thank you for your patience." As the figure moved away, Pan Xia could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Miss, our visit today is certainly not in vain." Su Xiangwan mirrored her joy, saying, "I hope we shall make some fruitful discoveries today." After a brief interval, the proprietor arrived, hurrying along. "I sincerely apologize for the wait," he began. Su Xiangwan looked up to see a man of about 50, exuding an air of competence. "It was quite sudden for us to come, and I hope we did not cause any inconvenience. May I inquire your name?" she asked. "You may simply call me Wang," he replied. "I am Su." She introduced herself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. "I hear you have brought a collection of designs?" Mr. Wang inquired. Su Xiangwan opened the album, stating, "Indeed, please take a look." Mr. Wang accepted it, and after a brief examination, nodded in approval. "This album is truly exquisite, Miss Su. We are in need of new garments for the shop, and your designs will be quite useful. However, I cannot make a decision alone. If you would not mind waiting for a moment? Xiangwan had initially thought that not all designs would be accepted, but if they were to be used for clothing, all of her samples could indeed find buyers, which was a delightful surprise. Of course, she replied eagerly. Mr. Wang took the album and ascended to the top floor. He thought to himself that this matter needed to be reported to the owner, and since the chief guard was present today, he could simply discuss it directly with him. Saving a trip. In the elegant room on the upper floor, Cheng Ying leisurely sipped his tea. He rested his forehead on his hand, murmuring, "When will my lord settle down? How am I to know what kind of garments a lady prefers? Once married, such matters would naturally fall under the purview of the young mistress." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he understood. No wonder his lord had yet to marry. He had been secretly acquiring so many properties, leaving him too busy to attend to such personal affairs. A series of knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." The steward Wang approached respectfully. "Chungard, a young lady just brought in an album filled with designs. We are about to tailor a new batch of garments, and I found these designs quite innovative. However, I cannot decide on my own. Since you are here today, I would appreciate your input." "Very well, please bring it here." Cheng Ying opened the album to examine it. He could not discern much about such things, only that the styles appeared to differ from those commonly found in the capital. As he continued to look, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered similar aesthetics before. Sitting up straight, he began to pay closer attention. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "What is the name of that young lady?" "All I know is her surname is Su." "Is she still here?" "Yes, she is waiting downstairs." "Take me to see her." Xiangwan had not made a fuss about selling her designs, and after a moment's reflection, Cheng Ying decided against entering the room, opting instead to remain outside and listen. His keen senses would allow him to recognize anyone who spoke within. "Miss Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. How about this? If you could return tomorrow during the hour of Shun, I will discuss this with the owner today. If we reach an agreement, according to our shop's policy, the designs are typically bought outright," Mr. Wang proposed. "An outright purchase would indeed mean a more generous offer." She replied. Xiangwan's heart brimmed with joy as she smiled and said, "Very well, I shall await the good news." Outside the door, Cheng Ying raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was she. Chapter 25. Following the evening breeze dispelled the heat of the day, Xiangwan reclined on a bench in the courtyard, gazing at the stars overhead. A smile played on her lips, indicating her cheerful mood. Ban Xia danced with excitement beside her, exclaiming, "Miss, the Wanqiu Pavilion is truly affluent. If only we could finalize the deal, we wouldn't have to worry about money for a while." "Indeed, let us hope for a successful transaction," Xiangwan replied. She sat up, clasped her hands together, and murmured, "May the Bodhisattva bless this transaction to succeed. If it does, I shall offer 10 taels of incense money." Ban Xia burst into laughter, mimicking her with exaggerated fervor. In the bamboo courtyard, Pei Xingji was, as usual, poring over the documents he had brought back to his study. Cheng Ying knocked on the door. "Come in," he responded. Cheng Ying entered and coughed lightly. "Did you not send me to the Wanqiu Pavilion to discuss the new clothing styles for the next quarter with Manager Wang? It just so happens that a young lady came to the shop wishing to sell her designs. And then, my subordinate found the style quite familiar, as if he had seen it before, so I lingered outside to hear the lady speak. Her voice suggests she is Miss Su," Cheng Ying concluded, observing her master's reaction. Pei Xingji paused for a moment, clearly taken aback. "She went to the Wanqiu Pavilion to sell her designs?" His voice carried a hint of curiosity. "Indeed, and thus I sought to inquire about your opinion." He set down the documents in his hand and replied earnestly, "I have seen her craftsmanship. You should accept it." "Understood," Cheng Ying replied without a hint of surprise, bowing as she exited. Pei Xingji leaned back on the bench, turning the ring on his finger thoughtfully. She had come to the capital to seek a marriage. If funds were tight, she would likely be compelled to act swiftly. He opened a hidden compartment beneath his desk, retrieving a handkerchief embroidered with the character Su and inhaling its faint scent. "Ah, it has faded somewhat," he mused, his long lashes fluttering as he pondered. In the second courtyard, Madame Shun lay with her eyes closed on a pearwood couch, a young maid gently massaging her legs. Pei Mingyu sat nearby, sampling pastries from a small kitchen. After a single bite, she grimaced. The cook's skills have truly deteriorated. These are exceedingly sweet, utterly cloying. She ought to have her wages docked for several months to instill some sense. Madame Shun remained with her eyes shut, responding coolly. Your elder brother is currently in the residence. You should avoid causing trouble. When he is absent, you may handle matters as you see fit. Isn't it your duty to oversee the household? Managing the servants should be a simple task for you. Why must I wait for brother to be away to address them? The entire household relies on you. Without your oversight, chaos would ensue. Why the fear of your elder brother? Pei Mingyu said, frowning in discontent. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen opened her eyes and dismissed the maids in the room, fixing her gaze on her daughter with a stern voice. Silence. You shall not speak of this again. She had never been so fierce with Pei Mingyu before, and the latter felt unjustly treated, responding with irritation. But it is the truth. What have I said that is incorrect? Madame Shun pinched the bridge of her nose. None of her daughters were a source of peace for her. Having immersed herself in books, she thought little of herself, treating everyone with warmth and courtesy, resembling a mere bookworm. Whenever she reproached a servant, she would rush to console them, seemingly at odds with her own disposition. She was utterly spoiled, lacking any discretion in her thoughts, and one could not help but fear that she might inadvertently create her own downfall. Sitting upright, she fixed her serious gaze upon Pei Mingyu and declared, Remember this. You may offend anyone, but never the people of the main house. Your father is far away in Shuazhou, though he is an official. He is not a court official. Even to enter the capital for an audience requires the emperor's decree, and Shuazhou is a distant place. Our only hope lies with the main house. But what of grandmother? She dotes on me, and she is a lady of high rank, with her around. Who would dare to bully me? Pei Mingyu retorted. Do you think the old lady's status as a noblewoman came easily? Your uncle, in his youth, faced political turmoil while stationed at the northern border. During a supply shortage, the enemy took advantage and attacked. He fought valiantly, refusing to retreat, nearly sacrificing himself for the country. It was only after such valor that the emperor conferred upon him the title of nobleman. If we truly antagonize the main house, do you think the old lady would protect anyone? Shen said sternly. Pei Mingyu was left bewildered, murmuring, So, we have been relying on the main house all along? Seeing her begin to grasp the situation, Shun's ire subsided. So now you know how to behave when you see your elder brother? Having been the center of attention since birth, Pei Mingyu found it hard to accept that her years of glory were dependent on others, her expression stiff. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she trembled, whispering, What if elder brother gets married? He will marry one day, and then mother will have to hand over the household authority to the new mistress. Will there still be a place for us in the residence? Shen raised an eyebrow, ominously remarking, That will depend on whether the new bride can handle it, second madam. The voice of he from outside interrupted their conversation. Shen glanced at her daughter, whose face had turned ashen and reclined once more. Come in, she commanded. He entered and reported, Second madam. Regarding the matter you asked me to keep an eye on, there is movement. Oh, do tell. I overheard the maidservants say that Miss Su has been drawing patterns in her room these past few days, and today she left the house to sell her designs. Pei Mingyu perked up, exclaiming, What? Which noblewoman would expose herself to sell goods? This Su Xiangwan is utterly shameless. If outsiders find out, they will think our duke's residence mistreats guests. Shen inquired, Did she manage to sell anything? Miss Su inquired at several places without success, but ultimately went to Wanxiu Pavilion. With her pitiful appearance, she dares to go to Wanxiu Pavilion? How absurd. The shopkeeper would be unlikely to accept her wares. Pei Mingyu scoffed. He hesitated, saying, Miss Su has been inside for quite some time, and she emerged smiling and chatting, as if she had struck a deal. What? Pei Mingyu exclaimed incredulously. Shun, however, seemed unfazed. The pouch that Su Xiangwan sent the other day was indeed well crafted. It is not surprising that her designs would attract attention. After she left, I followed and overheard the shopkeeper say that he had not yet confirmed, asking her to return tomorrow, but it seems likely that a deal is in the works. It must be that enchanting Su Xiangwan who has bewitched the shopkeeper into compliance. She possesses the very visage of seduction. How fortunate she is! Pei Mingyu exclaimed. Shen glanced at her urging her to temper her impatience. After all, the deal had yet to be sealed, and unforeseen circumstances could still arise. Pei Mingyu, transforming her ire into delight, acknowledged her mother's words. Indeed, the deal remained unfinalized, leaving room for uncertainty. Chapter 26. Unexpected events. Su Xiangwan was filled with exhilaration. Unable to sleep, even as dawn broke softly, she decided to rise and begin her morning routine. "Miss, it's still early. Why not sleep a little longer?" Ban Xia murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "I cannot rest. You should take another nap," Su Xiangwan replied cheerfully. After a moment's struggle, Ban Xia resolved. "A 1 tea sleep. I shall accompany you, Mississippi. This afternoon, after we receive our silver, let us indulge in a meal at the renowned Tianxiang Tower. We have yet to sample its delights during our stay in the capital," Su Xiangwan said, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ban Xia, filled with anticipation, swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Wow! Tianxiang Tower! How generous of you, miss!" As Su Xiangwan paced her room, she could hardly contain her eagerness to visit Wanxiu Pavilion. Even the thought of lunch left her devoid of appetite. Though she had conducted business in Yangzhou, commerce demanded adaptability to locale. This transaction in the capital held the promise of forging connections with local merchants, and with such ties, future endeavors would undoubtedly flourish. At last, the appointed hour arrived, and Su Xiangwan took her album in hand and set forth. Wangjing Avenue bustled with life, unchanged from the past. Beside the road, a woman clad in a flowing pink floral gown abruptly shut her window. "Is that the person you spoke of, wearing the veil? Yang Shuran Inquiret, Raising an Ayabro." "Indeed. She has ensnared my brother." Pei Mingyu seethed. "She appears unremarkable. How dare she pursue a gentleman of noble lineage? A toad dreaming of swan meat." Yang Shuran scoffed. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter," she declared confidently, rising to depart. Pausing at the door, she turned back, reminding, "Do not forget your promise." "Fear not. I shall keep a watchful eye on my elder brother's affairs," Yang Shuran replied bashfully, stamping her foot before exiting. Pei Mingyu regarded her retreating figure, deep in thought. As Su Xiangwan hastened down the street leading to Wanxiu Pavilion, her countenance radiated joy beneath her veil. A luxurious carriage stood silently at the corner, but she paid it no mind as she ventured further. In a sudden turn of events, the carriage lunged forward, barreling towards her. In an instant of panic, Su Xiangwan's mind went blank. As the carriage bore down upon her, she swiftly turned and fled towards the exit, clutching her album tightly. Ban Xia rushed forward to shield her, only to be flung aside by a powerful hoof. Su Xiangwan was knocked to the ground, a searing pain manifesting in her back as the album flew from her grasp. A pot of hot tea tumbled from the carriage, splattering its contents upon the album. With no time to ponder, she endured the agony and hastily retrieved the album, but it was already too late. Trembling hands opened the pages, revealing that much of the contents had been soaked, the illustrations now blurred. She stood frozen, dismayed. Who dares disturb this young lady's carriage? A sharp voice pierced the air. Dressed in a flowing rose-red floral gown, Yang Shuran descended from the carriage, her face a mask of fury. "Who are you?" she demanded, her brow furrowed and her demeanor imposing. Su Xiangwan took a deep breath, striving to quell the disorientation within her. "My lady, it was not I who startled your carriage, but rather your carriage that suddenly charged towards me, colliding with both myself and my maid," she replied coolly. "Huh, clearly. It was you who unexpectedly walked in front of the horse, causing it to spook, yet you dare to argue." Yang Shuran retorted, disdain evident in her eyes. "You claim my carriage rushed towards you, but do you have any witnesses?" Pan Xia, clutching her injured waist, staggered to her feet. "I will testify. It was indeed your carriage that suddenly charged towards my young mistress." "Preposterous. You, a mere servant, would naturally defend your mistress," Yang Shuran scoffed, her nose curled in disdain. Su Xiangwan shielded Pan Xia behind her, her delicate brows knitting together. "In broad daylight, with justice prevailing, since you assert that I startled your horse, let us take this matter to court and seek the verdict of the magistrate." "Huh, do you know who I am?" Yang Shuran arrogantly lifted her chin, her voice languid. "I am the daughter of the Minister of Works. Even if we go to court, Do you believe you can prevail? Su Xiangwan's expression dimmed. She possessed little in the way of connections, though she resided in the Duke of Wei's manor. She had no confidence that those within the household would side with a fallen cousin over the Minister of Works. Yang Shuran detected her hesitation and gleefully proclaimed, "Are you afraid now? It is too late. I was startled in my carriage, and my teapot was broken. That was fine, high-quality tea, including medical expenses and damages. You owe me 500 taels of silver. However, I have a good heart. If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I shall let you off." Panxia could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "How can you be so unreasonable? Is that tea made of gold, demanding 500 taels? Moreover, it was your carriage that struck us, and yet you twist the narrative. Now you even expect my mistress to kneel before you? Dream on. This matter does not concern you, lowly servant. Since you lack decorum, I shall discipline you on behalf of your mistress," called out the robust Mammy-san from behind. "Yes." Mammy-san stepped forward. "Break her mouth," Yang Shuren commanded. "Stop. Who dares lay a finger on her?" Su Xiangwan yelled, head anger palpable. Mammy-san appeared momentarily intimidated, glancing back at Yang Shuren, who was equally taken aback by the fierce presence of the seemingly delicate woman before her. Yang Shuren, feeling her authority wane, snapped at Mammy-san, "What are you waiting for? Since her mistress cannot control her servant, I will take charge. It is unseemly for her to bark like a dog." "Yes." Mammy-san, emboldened, rolled up her sleeves and advanced towards Panxia. However, the expected slap never fell. Su Xiangwan seized Mammy-san's arm, her voice steady and resolute. "This is my maid. It is I who shall discipline her, not others." With a fierce toss, she released Mammy-san and fixed her gaze on Yang Shuren, enunciating each word. 500 taels, is it? I shall pay you." "Very well. You have quite the bravado. If you do not produce the silver in 3 days, you shall suffer the consequences." Yang Shuren stepped forward ominously, her tone chilling. "What is your name? Where do you reside? I shall inquire on behalf of my mistress, lest you flee without paying." Mammy-san threatened, puffing herself up. Su Xiangwan temporarily resided at the residence of the Duke of Wei. Without any preamble, she spoke in a low voice, the Duke of Wei's residence. The old matron, son, clearly did not anticipate that the person before her had connections to the Duke of Wei's household, leaving her somewhat indecisive as she glanced at Yang Shuren. Yang Shuren displayed little reaction, scoffing, "Look at that pitiful appearance. I wonder which obscure corner you crawled out from. A destitute relative come to seek favor at the Duke's residence." Yu Panxiao was eager to retort, but Su Xiangwan shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent, which made Panxiao reluctantly turn away. "The promised 500 taels will be repaid in full. In 3 days, I shall return to the residence to settle the debt." Su Xiangwan stated calmly, "In such a sorry state, where would you find 500 taels of silver? It will be better for you to kneel down. I am magnanimous and shall not hold it against you." Yang Shuren taunted, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. Su Xiangwan cast her a cold glance before taking Panxia's arm and departing. Chapter 27. The deal. The two of them made their way to Wangxiuj. Su Xiangwan held the dampened album, lost in thought. "Miss, why didn't you let me speak earlier? That person was so arrogant. I truly wanted to scold her." Panxia exclaimed bitterly. "Panxia, remember this. It is better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a rogue. You merely countered her once, and she already threatened you. Had you truly scolded her, given her temperament, countless troubles would have awaited us." Su Xiangwan replied quietly. "Even if she struck me, I would endure it. But she dared to demand that you kneel. How could my lady ever suffer such humiliation?" Panxia's voice trembled with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. As if struck by a thought, she sniffled and choked out, "Miss, perhaps it would be wise to heed the lady's advice and marry into a prominent family. Then, you would not have to endure such indignities. In this capital, where one encounters officials every few steps, who knows when we might again face unreasonable individuals." Su Xiangwan sighed deeply. She acknowledged that Panxia had a point. Since arriving in the capital, she had faced a series of adversities due to her lack of power and influence. If she were married into a high-ranking family, these issues could be effortlessly resolved. Yet, that was not her true desire. Her thoughts were in turmoil, and for a moment, Her steps faltered. Perhaps I have oversimplified things. Let us remain for another month. If it proves futile, we shall return to Yangzhou. Xiangwan furrowed her brows. The two of them trudged heavily toward Wanxiuge, having already missed their appointed time by a quarter of an hour. The woman who had received her the day before greeted her with delight. "Miss, you've arrived. Our manager has been waiting for you. Please follow me." Xiangwan composed herself and replied softly, "I appreciate your kindness." The woman led her to a private room on the third floor. "Manager, Miss Su has arrived. Please come in." Manager Wang greeted warmly. Early that morning, Cheng Ying had conveyed Pei Xingji's words to him, specifically instructing him not to slight the young lady. Although Manager Wang did not fully understand the reason, he felt a heightened sense of attentiveness towards Xiangwan. After all, it was the first time since Wanxiuge's opening that a personal request had been made to care for a guest. Xiangwan stepped in seated, and Manager Wang personally poured a cup of tea. "Miss Su, please enjoy your tea." Xiangwan accepted the cup, her expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Manager. I sincerely apologize for the delay caused by an unforeseen incident on my way here." "Oh, is it of no concern?" Mr. Wang inquired with genuine concern. Xiangwan was at a loss for words as she placed the album on the table. Upon noticing the damp album, Mr. Wang was taken aback and asked, "What happened?" The young lady explained, "I collided with a horse-drawn carriage on my way here, and the tea spilled out, soaking the album." "What? Are you unharmed, my lady?" "There is no major issue, merely this album." Mr. Wang picked it up and flipped through its pages, his brows furrowed in dismay as he murmured, "Such a pity, such a pity." After a lengthy pause, he set the album down and said, "Miss Su, I have examined it closely, and regrettably, most of these designs are unusable. Only a small portion remains intact. I can only accept the good part." Hearing that a portion could still be salvaged, Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that her visit would be in vain. Though it was only a fraction, it would suffice for her immediate needs. "Naturally, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall create some new designs in the coming days, and I would appreciate your review of them." "Certainly, certainly." Mr. Wang called for the necessary documents, and both parties signed to formalize the agreement. As Xiangwan glanced at the amount written, she was astonished to see over 200 taels, realizing that Wanxiu Pavilion was indeed quite affluent. Clutching the silver note, she exited Wanxiu Pavilion. "Miss, there are over 200 taels," Pan Xiao exclaimed, dancing with excitement. But her exuberance caused her injury from the horse's kick to flare up. "Ouch, that hurts. It's all the fault of that unreasonable creature. Otherwise, you could have sold for much more." Pan Xiao muttered under her breath. Xiangwan supported her and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Let us find a clinic to have you examined." "It's nothing serious, miss. I am tough and can endure it," Pan Xiao insisted, feigning composure. Xiangwan firmly took her hand and led her to the clinic. Upon hearing the details, the doctor instructed Pan Xiao to lie down while he fetched some bandages. Pan Xiao lay on the examination table, muttering, "I truly am fine. Even if I need to be seen, I could wait for the household doctor at home without troubling you for money." "Mississippi," Xiangwan retorted, "the longer we delay, the worse it will become. Besides, I currently have the funds." She paused, biting her lip, and added, "This matter should remain unknown to the household." "Understood, Mississippi." The attending physician returned with the bandages, ready to assess the injury. As he lifted her garment, a shocking sight met his eyes, a large area stained crimson, blood seeping through and saturating her undergarments. Such a young girl. Had she arrived any later, she might have faced severe consequences. After the examination, the doctor began to apply medicine. Pan Xia, who had been trying to maintain her composure, crumbled as the ointment touched her wound. She gritted her teeth, letting out only faint whimpers through her nose, while beads of cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Xiangwan clenched her fists, her fingertips turning pale as she watched. Unable to bear it any longer, she rushed outside the clinic, gasping for breath. The sun shone brightly, yet she felt a chill enveloping her. Having arrived in the capital full of hope, she found herself incapable of safeguarding even her closest companion, repeatedly plunging herself into adversity. After a long while, she regained her composure, her expression clouded. Sitting on the steps outside, she gazed up at the sky, A phrase uttered by the physician echoes in her mind. A moment's delay may lead to a lasting disability. Moments latte. She recalls her mother's frequent lamentations during their time in Yangzhou. Men are inherently indifferent. Marrying any of them is the same. It would be better to wed one with wealth and power. Xiangwan purses her lips in silence, as a seed of determination takes root in her heart with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 28. Into the dream, the night breeze flows like water, and the moonlight is soft and enchanting. My lord, there's been a slight mishap at Wangxiuj today, Cheng Ying reports, bowing respectfully. Pei Xingji puts down his book, his tone indifferent. What has transpired? Miss Su's album has been soaked through. Cheng Ying continues. According to Manager Wang, Miss Su collided with a cart on her way. The tea inside spilled and drenched the album. Oh, what a curious coincidence, Pei Xingji replies, seemingly unconcerned. I too found the situation suspicious and conducted some inquiries. It turns out that the cart belonged to Miss Yang, the daughter of the Minister of Works. The cart had been stationary for quite a while at the intersection, and just as Miss Su approached, it began to move. Cheng Ying feels a brief moment of awkwardness after relaying the information. For it is common knowledge in the capital that Yang Shuran harbors affections for his master, a fact known to all. The noble ladies of the capital gossip discreetly, yet none dare speak openly, for her father wields significant power. Minister Yang was so embarrassed by the incident that he kept his daughter confined at home for an entire day during the flower banquet, thus granting his master some peace. Yang Shuran? A flicker of impatience crosses Pei Xingji's face upon hearing her name. Why does she persist in such behavior? I am uncertain. Should I continue my investigation? Cheng Ying inquires. Pei Xingji pinches the bridge of his nose. No need. Let us observe her next move. Understood. As the night deepens, Pei Xingji bids Cheng Ying to rest early and makes his way to his chamber. His room is sparsely furnished, containing only the essentials, a table, chairs, and a bed, rendering the vast space eerily desolate. He loosens his garments, revealing a broad, muscular chest, and, drawing the light blanket over himself, closes his eyes to sleep. Time passes, and in the haze of slumber, he finds himself entangled in a dream that stirs both embarrassment and exhilaration. However, this time, the setting is not the brothel, but within the confines of his own residence. In the dream, he is unrestrained, boldly pinning the person beneath him. She blinks her glistening eyes, playfully chiding, "Cousin, could you not let Wanwan go?" "I cannot," he murmurs, his voice husky. Unable to bear the intensity, she reaches out with her delicate hand to push him away. Yet the chill of her fingertips ignites a fervor within him. He seizes her hands, binding them above her head. "Cousin, please spare me," she pleads. Her eyes tinged with crimson, her lips slightly parted. "If you call me a few more times, I might consider it," he responds, teasingly. "Cousin, cousin, cousin." The storm at last subsides. Pei Xingji jolts awake, curling one leg beneath him. His eyes, deep and contemplative, reflect a hint of frustration. How many times has this been now? He muses, suddenly recalling the dream, her voice echoing in his mind. Could he not let Wanwan go? "Ah, but this is your desire to dream. How could I let it pass?" He replies softly. Before dawn breaks, Xiangwan rises to prepare her writing materials. "Miss, I long for summer." She hears her maid struggle to sit up. "What do you intend to do?" "Lie back down." Xiangwan firmly pressed her down, instructing her to rest well for the next few days. Pan Xia reclined once more and inquired, "Miss, why are you up so early?" "To create designs, of course. I need to gather 500 taels within 3 days, so I must seize the time," Xiangwan replied. "I will assist you, Miss," Pan Xia said, attempting to rise again. "Your task is to recuperate properly. Do you understand? No more moving about. Otherwise, if your wound reopens, it will be much harder to heal. What if you end up with a disability? How will you care for your miss then?" Xiangwan's stern yet persuasive tone finally dissuaded Pan Xia from her intention. "Miss, do you truly intend to give 500 taels to that Mr. Yang?" Pan Xia pondered for a long while before finally asking. "This is the best outcome we can achieve," Xiangwan sighed softly, responding, "If this escalates to the authorities, even if we win with her temperament, she will not easily let this go. She is the daughter of the Minister of Works, and has plenty of ways to make our lives difficult in the capital. Why not inform the old lady? She treats you quite well, Pan Xia questioned, puzzled. Living in her residence already incurs a debt of gratitude. If I trouble the old lady further, how could I ever repay that kindness? Money can be given easily, but favors are hard to repay. I understand what you mean, miss, but I just cannot swallow this anger. Pan Xia frowned, looking up at Xiangwan. Miss, shall we return to Yangzhou? Can she really chase us all the way to Yangzhou for 500 taels? Xiangwan unfurled a sheet of paper, stating earnestly, I considered this thoroughly last night. To evade like this would be too cowardly. With 3 days left until the deadline, I will create more designs and then try to sell them at Wanshou Pavilion. We cannot simply concede defeat. Pan Xia nodded vigorously, yes. You are right. Mississippi, wherever you are, I shall be. Xiangwan settled down, contemplating the pattern she intended to draw, and began to paint. As the sun slanted westward, she finally stretched a wrist. Is Miss Wan there? A voice called from outside, Pei Mingxi. Xiangwan hurried to greet her. Sister Shi, what brings you here? Pei Mingxi stepped inside, exclaiming, I feel like I'm suffocating these past few days. I came to chat with you. Upon entering the room, she surveyed her surroundings the last time I visited. You were unwell, and I didn't get a chance to ask if there was anything lacking in your courtyard. Everything is fine. Nothing is lacking. Sister, please do not worry. Xiangwan smiled. That is good to hear. Ah, are you painting, sister? Pei Mingxi asked, glancing towards the desk. Xiangwan replied, I am indeed creating designs. Pei Mingxi approached and marveled. No wonder the flower on the purse you gifted me was so exquisite. It turns out your painting skills are remarkable. But why not draw directly on the silk? I fear ruining the painting, so I first sketch it on paper. Xiangwan chuckled, not wishing to reveal too much to others until the matter was settled. Pei Mingxi sighed. If only my maid were as skilled as you. I wouldn't have to be cooped up in the house these past few days without anyone to converse with. I just want to find Mingyu. But she want to listen to music with Yang Shuran, so I came to find you instead. Xiangwan's eyelids fluttered. Yang Shuran? Is she the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Works? Do you know her, sister? Pei Mingxi inquired. Sister, since you have few acquaintances in Kyoto and did not attend the flower banquet, from whence did you hear such things? Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. What? She stammered, her expression revealing genuine confusion. Noting her bewilderment, Pei Mingxi whispered, Miss Yang has long been infatuated with our elder brother. The entire city is aware of it. I thought perhaps you had heard something about her. With thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiangwan was momentarily lost, grappling with the implications of Yang Shuren's collision with her, which she instinctively felt was no mere coincidence. However, she had yet to unravel the connection. Pei Mingxi continued her gossip. She has turned 18 this year, and typically, girls of her background are already betrothed. Mrs. Yang has introduced her to many suitors, yet none have captured her fancy. She boldly declares she will marry no one but our elder brother, though sadly, he has never regarded her with any interest. Xiangwan pursed her lips in silence. Given such a background, it was no wonder he held her in disdain. Pei Mingxi sighed. Our grandmother is quite troubled about elder brother's marriage. She is at a loss as to what type of woman he prefers. And as for our second brother, he is also reaching the age for marriage. Just the other day, he had one of the servants give me 2 tickets to the theater, hoping I would accompany Mingyu, but given our lifelong quarrels, he knows very well that we could never attend together. Alas, why not accompany me instead? Brought back to the moment, Xiangwan replied, That sounds delightful, but I'm quite occupied these next few days. Perhaps in a few days? Of course, Pei Mingxi responded, Just let me know when you are free. By the way, why haven't I seen our second master these days? Xiangwan asked casually. Second brother is preparing for the autumn examinations and is confined to his study by our mother. Pei Mingxi shrugged. He is worse off than I. He isn't even allowed to go outside. Yet, what can be done? The autumn examinations are of great importance, and second mother's actions are understandable. Xiangwan checked. I heard from mother that once the results of the examinations are released, she will arrange a marriage for second brother. Is it that soon? Xiangwan expressed her surprise. Ordinarily, one would expect that since Pei Xingji, as the elder brother, had not yet settled his own marriage, the younger brother would not marry first. Pei Mingxi clarified, It seems mother intends to arrange it now. with the marriage to take place in a couple of years. Oh, I see. Grateful for the companionship, Pei Mingxi continued to chat with Su Xiangwan, sharing a plethora of thoughts. They dined at Songyan Pavilion, and it was only when the moon hung high in the sky that Pei Mingxi reluctantly prepared to leave. Xiangwan, how I wish you could reside in the manor permanently, so I would have someone to converse with. I remain here, so if you ever feel bored, do come find me. Su Xiangwan glanced out the window and remarked, "It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home. No need to trouble yourself." Pei Mingxi graciously declined. "It's nothing. I'm merely indulged in too many pastries and could use a stroll to aid digestion." The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the courtyard of the second house. With a smile, Su Xiangwan said, "I shall not enter. You should rest early." Pei Mingxi entered the door with reluctance. Distracted, Su Xiangwan walked back along her path, only to suddenly notice a figure on the ground. "Who?" she gasped, stepping back in alarm. "Do not be afraid, cousin. It is I." Pei Jingwen spoke softly, as she discerned the arrival of her cousin. Su Xiangwan took a moment to steady her breath. "Cousin, you're still awake?" he replied. "I was studying in the study when I suddenly realized I had run out of paper, so I went to borrow some from my elder brother." "You're still awake as well, cousin." In a gentle tone, Su Xiangwan responded, "Sister, she had come to chat with me today, and I just finished seeing her off, intending to return." As she spoke, Pei Jingwen fixed his gaze upon her, causing her to wonder at his unusual intensity. The second son had always been courteous and would not typically stare at a young lady. What could be the reason today? She glanced behind him and casually remarked, "Such trivial matters could have been handled by a servant. So why did you go in person?" He replied softly, "In these past few days, I've been burning the midnight oil with my studies, and my servant has been rising early and sleeping late alongside me. I saw him dozing at the study door and couldn't bear to wake him, so I went myself." "Such hard work from you, cousin. Surely you will achieve great success." Su Xiangwan smiled. The moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow, illuminating the woman before him, making her appear ethereal, like a celestial being descended to earth. Pei Jingwen was momentarily entranced. Such a splendid young woman would undoubtedly attract many admirers, and his breath quickened at the thought. Remembering his mother's advice to choose a noble lady, he clenched his fists. Some words, if not spoken now, might never find an opportunity to be voiced. Taking a step forward, he willed himself to remain composed, yet found it futile. His heart raced as he uttered, "Cousin, would you be willing to wait for me?" "What?" The unexpected declaration left Su Xiangwan momentarily stunned. "When I finish my studies, I will express my feelings to my mother." Upon uttering this, Pei Jingwen's ears flushed crimson. Su Xiangwan comprehended his meaning, and her body stiffened, unsure of how to respond. "Cousin, I will never disappoint you." He spoke earnestly. "You, with your noble bearing, will surely find a worthy partner. I, being of humble status, do not dare to hope." As the night grew late, Su Xiangwan hastily suggested, "You should rest early, cousin." With that, she fled the scene like the wind. Pei Jingwen gazed longingly at her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "So, it is your status that causes you to reject me, rather than a lack of affection, is it?" Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan hurried back to Songyan Pavilion, her mind a blank slate, still reeling from the shock of their exchange. Suddenly, she collided with a solid chest. She had no time to react and fell to the ground. This is the second time. Miss Su seems to have a penchant for seeking comfort. Came a cool voice, laced with a hint of mockery. Su Xiangwan looked up to see Pei Xingji observing her with a leisurely demeanor. The situation felt eerily familiar. Regaining her composure, a surge of indignation ignited within her. She had done him no wrong, yet he continually hurled scornful remarks her way. Rising to her feet and brushing off the dirt, she retorted coldly, "Master Pei, while you are indeed handsome, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Not every woman revolves around you. Miss Su does not revolve around me, but rather around Jingwen. He is simple-minded and thus easier to manipulate," Pei Xingji replied, his narrow eyes narrowing as he wore a smirk of derision. Su Xiangwan clenched her teeth, furrowing her brow as she demanded, "What do you mean by that?" In the refined elegance of a jade, tree, and fragrant orchid, had not Miss Su herself uttered these words? Su Xiangwan's face instantly flushed crimson, a blend of anger and embarrassment. She averted her gaze, for eavesdropping was not the conduct of a gentleman. Pei Xingji, fixated on her reddened ears, appeared lost in thought, his expression becoming inscrutable as he murmured, "When have I ever claimed to be a gentleman?" Chapter 30. Eavesdropping, my lord. I harbor no other intentions towards the young gentleman of the manor, Su Xiangwan stated solemnly, having clearly rejected the second son just moments ago. What did Miss Su say earlier? Of lowly status, dare not to aspire. Would noble status grant permission? Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Was it not her humble status that had drawn his disdain? Had she misunderstood all along, believing his derision was directed at her status rather than her person? Since the dawn of her memories, she had never been treated in such a manner. A wave of emotion surged through her, her voice tinged with moisture. What does the young master wish me to say? Pei Xingji suddenly felt a surge of irritation, uncertain of the source of his tumultuous emotions. Perhaps such a dampened tone should not have accompanied those words. Perhaps he should have spoken of something else, like his own name. Seeing him silent for an extended moment, she lifted her gaze, only to be ensnared by a pair of obsidian eyes. Within those depths brewed a concealed tempest, growing ever more fierce, as if it sought to engulf her at its core. A flicker of danger coursed through her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. "Speak your mind plainly. Do not remain ambiguous," he declared, departing without a backward glance, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Su Xiangwan returned to Songyan Pavilion in a daze. Upon witnessing her disheartened demeanor, Han Xiao inquired with concern, "Miss, what transpired during your outing that has left you so forlorn?" Su Xiangwan sniffed, feeling a sense of grievance that necessitated release, and she recounted the recent events in their entirety. Upon hearing her tale, Han Xiao exclaimed indignantly, "Miss has never wronged the young master. How could he treat you so? This is utterly intolerable. And the second son, I had thought him to be courteous. Yet he speaks such foolishness." Exhausted in body and spirit, Su Xiangwan collapsed on her bed, murmuring, "I cannot remain in this duke's residence any longer. I must rise earlier tomorrow to earn enough silver to leave this place. It is my fault for being unable to assist you these past few days while I lay in bed, and yet you still have to help me with my medicine. I feel utterly useless," Han Xiao lamented. "You have done well. Other maids would have sought better fortunes if their mistresses were so impoverished," Su Xiangwan teased. Han Xiao chuckled, feeling fortunate to be by her mistress's side. "Moreover, my lady will surely attain wealth and honor in the future. It shall not always be as it is now." Su Xiangwan, touched by her words, resolved, "For the sake of a brighter future, I shall rise before dawn tomorrow." The following day, Su Xiangwan indeed awoke early. She stretched lazily and gazed out the window. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, casting a somber grayness. After rising to wash and groom herself, she began to paint. The events of the previous day lingered vividly in her mind, causing her to be perpetually distracted. She murmured to herself, "I must find an opportunity to clarify matters with the second young master. Otherwise, if too much time passes, complications may arise." With paper and pen in hand, she set off towards the courtyard of the second residence. "Is Sister Shi here?" Miss Su has come to visit," announced a maid at the door. "Quickly, let her in." Pei she set down her embroidery needle and rose to greet her. "I was just thinking of my sister when she arrived. What a coincidence. I've come to keep you company." Su Xiangwan entered the room and noticed the embroidery frame set aside. "Were you embroidering, sister?" she inquired. "Can you guess?" Pei she replied playfully. Su Xiangwan approached to examine it closely. "Is it a swallow?" "Oh, how did you know?" "My maid guessed it was a crow." Pei she exclaimed in surprise. "A crow is entirely black, but your work has a hint of white, so I guessed it must be a swallow. However, you've used too little white thread. You should add more beneath the swallow's belly." "Good sister, you're not only beautiful but also skillful. I wonder which fortunate young master will marry you." Pei she clapped her hands in delight. "If you tease me any further, I shall take my leave," Su Xiangwan replied, blushing. All right, I won't jest anymore. Do teach me some more," Pei she urged as she seated her at the embroidery frame. Su Xiangwan generously shared all her insights. Pei Mingxi nodded incessantly. You are truly remarkable. Su Xiangwan recalled her previous conversation about Yang Shuran and Pei Mingyu and decided to tread carefully. By the way, why haven't I seen the second young lady today? Who knows where she has wandered off to? She is always so unpredictable. Pei Mingxi scoffed. She is quite close with Miss Yang. They must be off playing together, Su Xiangwan suggested, intentionally bringing up Yang Shuran. Pei Mingxi snorted in disdain. Yang Shuran does not sincerely wish to befriend Mingyu. She merely seeks to extract information from her regarding our elder brother. Mingyu, in her navet, thinks she is making a friend. Su Xiangwan remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Pei Mingxi warmly insisted that Su Xiangwan stay for dinner, and as night fell, the stars dimmed. Su Xiangwan stepped outside and glanced at the sky, casually remarking, "It seems it might rain tomorrow." Pei Mingxi reluctantly bid her farewell, given the weather. "It is likely. Sister, you should go inside now. There is no need to see me off." "Very well. It is dark. Do watch your step, my dear." "I shall take care." As Su Xiangwan made her way towards the exit of the second residence, she glanced at the study, seemingly by chance. The newly arrived young servant was dozing at the door. She slowed her pace, lost in thought, as she walked to the southeast corner of the courtyard, when suddenly, a small stone rolled beneath her feet. Startled, she looked up and scanned her surroundings. "Cousin, I am here," whispered Pei Jingwen, hiding behind a tree. "Second cousin?" Pei Jingwen stepped out from behind the tree. "Are you leaving, cousin?" "Yes. What are you doing here, second cousin?" Su Xiangwan replied uncertainly. In the courtyard, Pei Mingyu was climbing the wall, stepping on the maid's back. She often returned home late from her revelries, prompting the second mistress to assign a maid to watch over her at the entrance. In response, she devised a way to carve out a new path in this secluded corner. The night banquet was about to commence. "Hurry," she urged in a hushed tone, pressing for more height. The maid's face flushed crimson from exertion. "Almost there. Almost there. They can already see outside the courtyard." Pei Mingyu's voice brightened, but her expression soured upon spotting two figures not far away. The taller one was unmistakable, her elder brother, who was a woman with her back turned. A figure flashed through Pei Mingyu's mind. "Hush, don't move," she whispered, pressing herself against the wall to listen intently to the sounds outside. Chapter 31. Conspiracy. Pei Jingwen took a deep breath and stepped forward. His face flushed as he declared, "I have been waiting for you. Last night, I pondered long and hard, and I now understand. I assure you, cousin, there is no need to worry about your status being unworthy of mine. I am smitten with you at first sight. Once I achieve success in my studies, I shall express my intentions to my mother. If she disapproves, I will vow to remain unmarried for life." Su Xiangwan was taken aback by his words, her hands flailing in a hurry. "No, cousin, you mustn't misunderstand. I truly regard you as a brother, with no ulterior motives. What concerns do you harbor?" Pei Jingwen pressed, unwilling to relent. "Su Xiangwan Said, edapting a serious tone. Cousin, we are not meant to walk the same path. You are a man of virtue, with a bright future ahead. Matters of marriage are dictated by parental authority and the words of matchmakers. Should we pursue this privately, you would undoubtedly suffer a stain on your reputation, jeopardizing your future. There are many noble ladies in the capital. You shall surely encounter a suitable match, one with whom you may share harmonious melodies and grow old together." Seeing her earnestness, Pei Jingwen paused, feeling as if something within him had shattered. He clenched his fists, suppressing the bitterness within. "It is getting late. You should rest early, cousin." His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he uttered this, hastily retreating. Su Xiangwan watched his departing figure, shaking her head in resignation as she left. Inside the wall, Pei Mingyu's eyes blazed with fury, her expression dark. "What? Jingwen truly said such things?" Shin stood up abruptly, her face contorted with rage. "Absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears," Pei Mingyu asserted emphatically. With a crash, Shin swept the teapot off the table, shards scattering. "That wretched woman! That vile creature! Jingwen has always been a paragon of propriety, yet he disregards all decorum for her. It must be this harlot who ensnared him, shamelessly using her charms to ruin him, without a thought to her own worth." Shin's anger surged, her hand pounding against her chest. Pei Mingyu echoed her sentiments, declaring, "I've suspected Su Xiangwan from the moment she entered our household. My instincts were right. What did that wretched girl say? At least she had the sense to reject my brother." Shen inhaled deeply, steadying herself. Xiangwan has always been single-minded. Once he sets his sights on something, he will not turn back until he hits a wall. This cannot stand. We must devise a plan to extinguish his infatuation completely. "What do you intend to do, mother?" Pei Mingyu inquired. "Do you remember what I told you?" "Of course I do." Shen spoke with a hint of frustration, declaring that they could no longer delay, and that the following day would be the time for action. The next day, the sky indeed drizzled with a gentle, persistent rain. Su Xiangwan took up her brush to paint. Having lost some time the previous day, she was determined to seize the moment and create more designs to make up for it. "Is Miss Su available?" came the voice of Yueha from outside the door. "I am here," replied Su Xiangwan, lifting the curtain to step outside. "Miss Su, the second madam requests your presence," Yueha informed her. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. Hadn't the second madam and the second miss expressed their disdain for her? Why would they summon her now? "Understood. I shall come at once," she said, following Yueha to the courtyard of the second residence. "Wanwan has arrived. Please take a seat," Shan greeted with a warm smile upon seeing her. "Second madam," Su Xiangwan responded respectfully. "Oh, there is no need for such formality. Consider this place your home," Shun said graciously, her demeanor seemingly untroubled by the previous incident regarding the physician's visit to Songyan Pavilion. "Come inside. Don't stand out here in the rain," she beckoned. As Su Xiangwan stepped inside, she was surprised to find Pei Mingyu also present. She hesitated for a moment before greeting her, "Second Mississippi." Pei Mingyu's expression was far from pleasant, yet she surprisingly refrained from mocking her, merely turning her face away. "Not long ago, you sent a pouch, and when I saw it, the embroidery was truly exquisite. Today, I hope you could teach you, Shun smiled. Su Xiangwan felt a sense of relief. This was the reason for the invitation. "The second madam is too kind. I only possess a modicum of skill, but if the second miss does not mind, I shall share all that I know." Pei Mingyu continued to avert her gaze, silent. "Ahem." Shin lightly coughed, and Pei Mingyu reluctantly turned back, disdainfully remarking, "Humph. I am curious to see just how good your embroidery really is." "You, mind your manners," Shun lightly reprimanded, then turned to Su Xiangwan, saying, "I appreciate your assistance today." With a gentle smile, Su Xiangwan settled before the embroidery frame. To create beautiful work, one must master both technique and design. If the patterns were pleasing, tracing them would not be overly challenging. As she spoke, she began to delicately outline on the silk fabric with a brush. The two women exchanged glances. Leaning closer, Shun observed and sighed. "What a splendid painting. It looks as if the magpie is about to take flight." "Your praise is undeserved." "Second madam," Su Xiangwan humbly replied. Shin shot her a casual glance and remarked, "The patterns you create could easily be sold to an embroidery shop. I have a distant relative in the embroidery business who often seeks designs, and their prices are quite generous." Su Xiangwan raised an eyebrow, recalling her recent search for merchants interested in purchasing patterns. "Is that so? Where does the second madam's relative conduct business?" "On Ziyang Road in the capital. I believe it's called Jinyan Fong." Shun said sheepishly, "It has been many years since we last interacted, so I don't recall much." Su Xiangwan discreetly noted this information. Before long, Pei Mingyu could no longer sit still. "Mother, let us practice again tomorrow. I'm tired, and my eyes are blurry." Shin sighed. "Very well. You child, always seeking to shirk work." Turning to Su Xiangwan, she added, "Thank you for your time today. If you have the opportunity, please come visit again." "It is no trouble at all. Then I shall take my leave," Su Xiangwan said softly. In Songyan Pavilion, "Miss, are you preparing to go out?" "Indeed, I recently visited the second madam, who mentioned that a distant relative of hers collects floral patterns, and I thought I might give it a try." Su Xiangwan remarked with a smile. "Are you going alone, miss?" "I am quite concerned," said her companion. "Your injury still requires time to heal. I shall return shortly." "Do not worry," Su Xiangwan assured, as she organized her findings from the past few days before setting off towards Jiang Road. The rain fell steadily today, resulting in a significantly reduced number of pedestrians on the street, lending an air of desolation. After a brief search, Su Xiangwan finally spotted a shop bearing the sign of Jin Fong. The establishment was neither too large nor too small, and it paled in comparison to Wan Xiaoge. She stepped inside. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, the shop was devoid of customers, and a gray-clad attendant was half asleep at the counter. The drizzling rain dampened her hood, causing it to cling uncomfortably to her face, and she casually removed it. "May I inquire if the shopkeeper is present?" she asked. The attendant, stifling a yawn, opened his eyes to assess her. Upon recognizing her, his eyes widened in shock, and he stood frozen. "The shopkeeper is in the back. Please follow me, miss," he stammered. As Su Xiangwan glanced around, a sense of apprehension washed over her. Chapter 32. Framing alone in the shop with no one else around, she pondered briefly before smiling. "Young man, could you kindly fetch the shopkeeper for me? I would prefer not to enter." The attendant's eyes darted around before he replied. "Very well. I shall fetch the shopkeeper. Please wait a moment." Before long, the shopkeeper emerged. "Miss, how may I assist you?" Su Xiangwan nodded and stated, "I heard that you collect floral patterns. I have brought some. Might you be able to evaluate them?" "Certainly. Please show me," he replied. Su Xiangwan presented the floral patterns wrapped in oiled paper. The shopkeeper examined a couple of them with his bleary eyes and exclaimed, "Quite remarkable indeed." After a moment, he set aside the sketches and added, "Your artistic skills are truly exceptional, Mississippi. If agreeable, we could establish a long-term collaboration. I would offer you 5 taels for each piece. What do you think?" Su Xiangwan considered this offer. The rate was indeed more generous than that of Wan Xiaoge, but the smoothness of the negotiation raised her suspicions. "I must reflect on this matter. If you do not mind, could you grant me 3 days to contemplate?" Of course, the shopkeeper replied, stroking his mustache. "However, should this arrangement come to fruition, I would need to witness your talent firsthand." The shopkeeper's implication was clear. "If it is convenient for you, I can provide paper and brushes for you to create a piece on the spot to prevent any misrepresentation." "Very well. What would you like me to paint?" "Su Xiangwan inquired. How about a pair of lotus blossoms?" He suggested. The paired lotus is a common motif in weddings, symbolizing eternal unity. Surveying the shelves adorned with wedding paraphernalia, she harbored no doubts and readily agreed. The attendant fetched paper and brushes, and in a short while, Su Xiangwan brought the paired lotus to life on the page. The shopkeeper, holding the painting, repeatedly praised her. "Miss, your skills are indeed extraordinary." Su Xiangwan humbly replied, "You flatter me. May I inquire about the floral patterns I brought?" "Rest assured, I shall accept all of them," he declared. The shopkeeper hesitated, saying, "Currently, all the cash in the store has been allocated for purchasing fabric. If the young lady is not in a hurry, would it be acceptable for her to return in 3 days?" Su Xiangwan's heart was filled with doubt. The few patterns she had brought today would not cost much even if she purchased them all. How could the shop not possess this meager amount of silver? She concealed her thoughts and replied, "Very well, I shall return in 3 days." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Xiangwan opened her oil paper umbrella and ventured into the rain, which had intensified. Upon returning to the courtyard, her shoes and socks were soaked. "Miss, how did it go?" asked Panxia. Su Xiangwan removed her wet shoes and socks, sighing, "Alas, it seems unfeasible. No matter how I look at it, this Jin workshop feels like a deception. Not a single customer is present. Is it not opened by a distant relative of the second madam?" Panxia responded in confusion. Given the second madam's demeanor, she has not been in touch for quite some time. She likely knows nothing of the current circumstances at the shop. Standing by her writing desk, Su Liangyan resumed her painting. The rain continued to pour until dusk. The overcast skies darkened the day before it was time to light the lamps. Rubbing her wrist and glancing at the sky, she heard the sudden voice of the head maid. "Ling Long, Miss Su, the old lady requests your presence." Su Xiangwan was taken aback. At this hour, and with the rain still falling, what could the old lady want from her? Rising, she stepped outside. "Sister Ling Long, do you know why the old lady is seeking me?" The maid replied, "I do not know, but I notice the old lady's expression is not very pleasant. The second and third madams are also present. You should hurry." Feeling somewhat bewildered, an instinct warned her that something ominous was afoot. She hurried towards the Xirin Hall. Upon entering the courtyard, before reaching the main hall, Su Xiangwan sensed a heavy atmosphere. "Good evening, old lady, second madam. Aunt," she greeted with a slight bow. The old lady cast her a sidelong glance and said coolly, "Please, have a seat," as she took her place at the lower end of the table. Her peripheral vision caught sight of not only the second and third madams, but also Pei Jingwen, Pei Mingxi, and Pei Mingyu, all of whom were staring at her with varied expressions. Pei Mingyu spoke with a hint of mockery. "Grandmother is magnanimous to allow you to sit. You truly have the gall to do so. If it were someone else, they would already be kneeling and admitting their faults." Pei Mingxi interjected, "Mingyu, refrain from being disrespectful until the matter is clarified." "Humph. What is there to investigate? The evidence and witnesses are all present." "Sister, you must have been deceived as well." Su Xiangwan was utterly perplexed, but it was clear that the situation pertained to her. She glanced at the third madam, who was glaring at her with disappointment. Steadying her nerves, she calmly inquired, "May I ask, second miss, what has occurred that has led you to harbor such strong objections against me?" "Huh? What are you pretending for? You are fully aware of the misdeeds you have committed." Pei Mingyu's voice was sharp, dripping with disdain. "I truly do not comprehend your words. Second Mississippi, if something has transpired, please do not hesitate to state it plainly." Being treated this way upon her arrival, Su Xiangwan's expression turned cold. At this moment, the second madam spoke. "All right, this could indeed be a good thing. With the young man unmarried and the young lady also unwed, if the two are of one mind, it would be better to settle this matter and consider it a blessing." She paused for a moment, casting a glance at the third lady. "You agree, don't you, sister-in-law?" The third lady turned her face away, refusing to respond. The second lady persisted. "After all, Wanwan is your niece. Her parents are not around, and as an elder, you should take more interest in her." The third lady coldly replied, "Though Wanwan is indeed my niece, she did not grow up by my side, and I am entirely unaware of her current actions. If this matter is to be settled, it must be done by her biological parents. I cannot interfere." Her words were resolute, devoid of warmth. Su Xiangwan grasped the situation and quietly remarked, "The second lady's words are quite perplexing. A woman's virtue is of great importance. Wanwan remains in her boudoir, upholding her propriety. How could she be said to have any connection with the intentions of others? Still not admitting it? They have come to the residence to demand her. It is utterly disgraceful." Pei Mingyu cast her a sidelong glance, her face betraying unmistakable disdain. In the garden corridor, the master had finally concluded his early duties and could rest sooner today. Xing Ying, holding a lantern, spoke up. "Indeed," Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly. A few maidservants gathered nearby whispered among themselves, entirely oblivious to the two figures behind them. "Alas, I too wish to hear the matter at Xiern Hall. How could Miss Su, with such beauty, choose a mere servant? Surely it must be a fabrication. I heard that she even brought a token of affection to the door. How could it be false? Miss Su is truly reckless, causing such a stir in the Duke's residence. Doesn't she fear it will implicate the eldest and second young ladies?" Cheng Ying shot a glance at her master's grim expression and stepped forward to admonish. "You lot, cease your idle chatter and focus on your duties. Forgive us, young master." They all knelt, stammering apologies. Pei Xingji's gaze remained unchanged as he proceeded towards Xiern Hall. Chapter 33. Malicious framing. Pei Jingwen, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain himself and spoke softly. "Mingyu, be cautious with your words." He turned to Su Xiangwan, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. "Today, a stranger arrived at the estate, claiming to have made a secret vow of lifelong commitment with my cousin. He is currently waiting in the side hall." He paused, his voice trembling. "Cousin, is this truly the case?" "Absolutely not," Su Xiangwan replied sternly. "I demand to confront him directly." "Very well." The elderly matriarch, who had been seated in silence, finally spoke. "Mingxi, Mingyu, you two should step aside." "Understood," they replied, retreating behind the intricately carved ebony screen. Before long, a young man clad in gray linen entered. It was, astonishingly, the attendant from Jinyan workshop whom she had encountered earlier that day. The young man spotted Su Xiangwan immediately and strode toward her. "Stop! Su Xiangwan Gemandis Charpli." The young man's face registered disbelief. "Wanwan, it's me, Fan Sheng. Have you cast me aside?" "Master Fan, Please conduct yourself with dignity. We have only just met today. How could you speak of being cast aside? Xiangwan took a step back, frowning. Wanwan, how can you be so heartless? Now that you've climbed to the heights of the Duke's residence, have you discarded me? Fan Sheng's expression was one of profound sorrow. He wiped non-existent tears from his face and exclaimed, "If so, do not blame me for forgetting our past." With that, he produced an item from his bosom. Xiangwan focused her gaze and saw that it was a pouch, one she had embroidered with her own hands. He pounded his chest and lamented, "This is the token of affection that Wanwan bestowed upon me. I implore you to examine it, esteemed matriarch." The matriarch cast a knowing glance at Ling Long, who promptly approached to receive the pouch and present it to her. Upon closer inspection, the matriarch's expression shifted subtly. She then lifted the pouch to her nose and, after a moment, nodded in affirmation that this pouch was indeed crafted by Wanwan herself. Pei Mingyu, hidden behind the screen, scoffed, "I knew it. You are indeed shameless." "Mingyu," the matriarch retorted coldly, "which noble young lady speaks so brazenly? Speak again, and I shall send you back to your quarters." Pei Mingyu stomped her foot in frustration, clearly displeased. A gust of cold wind swept through the doorway. "What a lively evening we have here," came the languid voice of Pei Xingji, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Xingji, what brings you here?" The matriarch expressed her surprise, clearly not anticipating his arrival. "I finished my duties early today and came to visit grandmother. Little did I know I would stumble upon such a spectacle." Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly, his gaze seemingly drifting towards Xiangwan. Xiangwan felt a shiver run down her spine. "It's nothing. You've been busy with official matters lately. You should return to rest," the matriarch gently suggested, not wishing to divulge the situation. "I'm not weary, grandmother. I would like to witness the unfolding drama before I depart," Pei Xingji declared as he lifted his robe and settled down. The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate silence. Fan Sheng nervously swallowed hard. The mere glance from Pei Xingji sent chills down his spine, and he felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He took a deep breath, rapidly weighing his options in his mind. If he succeeded today, he would gain the beautiful woman as his bride. If he failed, he could ruin her reputation and still reap substantial benefits. Either way, he would not come out empty-handed. He gritted his teeth and boldly stated, "Matriarch, you have seen it. This pouch was indeed embroidered by Wanwan herself. It cannot be false." The pouch bore the embroidery of a jade rui, symbolizing a wish for a harmonious union. "You lie," Xiangwan interjected, addressing the matriarch. "This pouch was crafted by Wanwan, but she has never given it to anyone else. Indeed, she did create a pouch embroidered with a jade rui, but it was merely for the second young lady. Wishing her all the best." Pei Mingyu's tone was sharp as she proclaimed, "Are you implying that I gifted the pouch to him?" Xiangwan remained silent, but her silence was the most eloquent response. "Ah, how cunning you are, Xiangwan, dragging someone down with you. Truly malicious, you Pei Mingyu exclaimed vehemently. "Servant, come here." "Yes." Soon after, Yueha returned with a pouch in hand. Pei Mingyu commanded, "Hand this pouch to Xiangwan and let her take a good look. Let us see if she can recognize her own creation." Xiangwan accepted the pouch and examined it meticulously. The embroidery was identical to her own. Using the same Su embroidery techniques, she brought the pouch closer to her nose and detected no fragrance. "Matriarch, this is not made by Wanwan. I urge you to take a closer look," she said, handing the pouch to a maid who presented it to the matriarch. The matriarch scrutinized it, unable to discern any particular significance, and lifted it to her nose once more. There was no floral scent. It was indeed not crafted by Wanwan's hand. The matriarch declared quietly. Pei Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. Floral scent? What floral scent? She accepted the pouch without examining it closely, only to discover it exuded a floral fragrance. Pei Mingyu suddenly recalled her first visit to Songyan Pavilion, prompted by the sight of her picking flowers from the garden. She had vaguely mentioned her intention to create a pouch. A wave of panic washed over Pei Mingyu as she glanced at the second madam through the screen. The second madam met her gaze and nodded slightly, causing Pei Mingyu to breathe a sigh of relief. Fan Sheng lamented loudly. claiming that Wanwan had declared she would marry no one but him, personally illustrating a pair of lotus blossoms symbolizing eternal unity, which he had placed within the pouch. His words incited a stir among the onlookers. Xiangwan stood frozen in place. The old madam opened the aforementioned pouch and indeed found a painting of intertwined lotus blossoms concealed within. How shameless to gift even the lotus blossoms to someone else. Pei Mingyu scoffed. You wretched thing, I have no niece like you. The third madam interjected coldly. Oh dear sister-in-law, do not speak so harshly. After all, they are of your maternal lineage, bound by blood. The second madam interjected opportunistically. As if recalling something, she inquired curiously, by the way, Wanwan, do you recognize this person? If not, why did he rush towards you upon entering? I know him. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Pei Xingji fixated on the painting, his expression darkening. Well, Xiangwan, you are indeed clandestinely meeting with a man, and you dare claim to uphold female virtue. Bah! Pei Mingyu bared her teeth in disdain. Wanwan, did you create this painting? Pei Jingwen asked with a tremor in his voice. It was I who painted it. Pei Jingwen closed his eyes, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow. Xiangwan exhaled a heavy breath. She had initially wished to conceal her flower-selling endeavors, but it seemed she could no longer remain silent. Steeling herself, she spoke calmly. However, that painting was not intended for him. It was merely a depiction of flowers. What? Pei Jingwen felt as if he had been revitalized, pressing her for clarification. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Wanwan, lacking lofty aspirations, simply adored those yellow and white blooms. She found it pleasing enough to paint some floral designs to sell. Today, she visited a shop on Jiang Road named Jinyun Pavilion, where the proprietor requested her to paint a pair of lotus blossoms. This man is merely a worker from Jinyun Pavilion. Before today, Wanwan had never seen him nor had any connection with him. I knew it. Wanwan would never act in such a manner. Pei Jingwen exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Chapter 34. Innocence the second madam observed all of this with a frosty demeanor. You claim you've never met before, but who can prove that today you went out to sell floral designs rather than seize the opportunity to clandestinely meet with a man? Mingyu, Pei Jingwen, and Pei Mingxi shouted in unison. Pei Mingyu was taken aback, incredulity washing over her. I am your own sister. Yet now my second brother and eldest sister are scolding me for an outsider. She turned and glared viciously at Xiangwan, her face contorting in rage. Xiangwan lowered her gaze, rapidly replaying the events of the day in her mind. The second madam and the second miss had shown their disdain for her, yet invited her to their courtyard. The second madam had conveniently mentioned a distant relative who owned an embroidery house, and upon arriving there, she was requested to create a painting of lotus blossoms. It all felt like a carefully laid trap designed specifically for her. At this moment, the second lady sat nonchalantly aside, entirely unconcerned with the matter of distant relatives. She had already deduced the instigator behind today as Calamity, yet remained unclear about this person's intentions. Casting a glance at the second lady, she found no hint of evasion as their eyes met directly. Even if she were to declare the second lady's involvement in this affair, it is likely no one would believe her. Moreover, in the presence of authority, one must lower their head. The second lady's demeanor suggested she was well aware that the other would not dare offend her. However, if this matter remained unresolved, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. She faced a choice: either confront the second lady and leave the Duke's residence or swallow her indignation. Xiangwan took a deep breath and swiftly made her decision. I can testify. A cold voice unexpectedly interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to Pei Xingji. Xiangwan was taken aback. Today, while I was passing by Jiang Road, I happened to encounter Miss Su. Surely she remembers? As she looked towards him, her gaze collided with a pair of dark, profound eyes, filled with complex emotions and a hint of intrigue. She felt a sudden pang of anxiety. If her older brother had said so, it must be true. Pei Jingwen's eyes sparkled with delight. He turned to point an accusing finger at Fan Sheng, exclaiming, It must be you coveting my cousin. Having stolen her painting to tarnish her reputation, taking advantage of the situation. What a shameless scoundrel you are. Fan Sheng attempted to retort, But upon meeting Pei Xingji's cold gaze, he trembled involuntarily, rendered speechless. Living in the Duke's residence has not deprived you of your basic needs. Yet you dare to flaunt yourself outside, risking the family's reputation. As the situation threatened to escalate, Pei Mingyu raised her voice in anger. Very well. This incident originated with Fan Sheng, whose intentions are nefarious, aiming to sully Wanwan's reputation. Such misconduct cannot be overlooked. Lock him in the woodshed for the night, and at dawn, he shall be delivered to the authorities. This matter ends here, the old lady stated gravely, casting a fleeting glance at Pei Mingyu. Having occupied a position of power for decades, the old lady displayed little emotion, yet her presence commanded authority. Pei Mingyu, though begrudgingly silent, wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Xiangwan lowered her gaze, her mind swirling with thoughts. It was evident that the elder had perceived the discrepancies. The purse intended for Pei Mingyu had ended up in Fan Sheng's hands, yet the old lady chose not to investigate further. One was a favored granddaughter, the other a fallen cousin. The elder had clearly made her choice. Xiangwan pressed her lips together, feeling suddenly out of place, as the surrounding voices blurred into a haze, leaving her with a profound sense of desolation and suffocation. Where did you acquire that purse? Pei Xingji inquired, his eyes narrowing at Fan Sheng. Xiangwan was momentarily stunned, surprised by the question. Fan Sheng nervously swallowed, stealing a glance at the second lady. I didn't like the purse, so I discarded it. Perhaps he found it. Pei Mingyu's voice followed. Later, fearing my mother's wrath, I had someone craft an exact replica. Beware, Wanwan had only good intentions. No matter your distaste, you cannot simply discard it. Truly, you are becoming increasingly unruly. As punishment, you shall copy the rules for ladies 100 times, the second lady remarked lightly. Zhang Qinglian's eyes darted, and with a tear rolling down her cheek, she lamented, "Oh, my poor Wanwan, nearly sullied by another's actions. Had it not been for Mingyu's carelessness, this calamity would not have befallen us." Her gaze shifted to Shun as she questioned, "Is this how you nurture children in the absence of a second master?" Shun remained composed, responding coolly, "Sister-in-law has no experience in child-rearing, hence she cannot fathom its challenges." "You," Zhang Qinglian retorted, but was silenced by the matriarch's heavy interjection. "We are all family. Let us cease this discord." Observing the old matriarch's desire for tranquility, Zhang Qinglian turned her head defiantly, choosing silence. The matriarch then turned her attention to Fan Sheng, coldly commanding, "Take him away." Fan Sheng, glancing nervously at Shun and receiving a subtle nod of reassurance, felt relieved as he departed. "I am weary. Everyone may disperse," the matriarch declared. The crowd rose and gradually exited, leaving the once boisterous Tsiren Hall in an abrupt stillness. "Leave Wanwan behind," the matriarch instructed. Xiangwan halted in her tracks. The matriarch approached her, gently grasping her hand, and murmured, "Xiangwan, you have suffered." Xiangwan felt a sudden pang in her heart. The matriarch removed a gold-inlaid jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Xiangwan's hand. "Matriarch, this is too much." Xiangwan protestive. The matriarch tenderly patted her hand, saying, "Dear child, it is the second house that has wronged you. This is but a token of my goodwill. Please do not refuse it." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Xiangwan found herself unable to utter a word of gratitude. "The hour is late. You should return and rest," the matriarch advised. "Yes," Xiangwan replied, hastily leaving the stifling atmosphere. "Xingji, why do you linger?" The matriarch turned to the figure beside her, puzzled. Pei Xingji leaned casually against the chair, lightly tapping the table, and replied, "What does my grandmother believe has allowed the Pei family to endure for a century? Becoming a household of prestige? What?" The matriarch was taken aback. "Nothing." Pei Xingji rose and departed leisurely. Xiangwan returned to Songyan Pavilion, burdened with thoughts, staring blankly at the array of designs on the table. Banksy has sensed something amiss and inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" I ponder, perhaps my mother was correct. This world is harsh for women. Without the support of a prominent family, one risks being subject to disdain, Xiangwan lamented. Banksia, startled, asked with concern, "What has transpired? What did the matriarch wish to discuss with you?" Su Xiangwan, feeling weighed down, recounted the events clearly. This is intolerable. I once believed the Duke Wei's household to be virtuous, yet they're so deeply entwined in corruption. Once my injury heals, I shall devise a plan with you, and we shall strive to leave this place soon. Banksy had declared indignantly. Indeed, Su Xiangwan nadidim fatikri. Chapter 35. Assistance, may I inquire if Miss Su is available? A male voice called from outside. Su Xiangwan paused, surprised. Who could be seeking her at such a late hour? Curiously, she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback. Chung, the guard, what urgent matter brings you here at this hour? The master requests Miss Su's presence, Chung Ying stated calmly. The eldest master seeks me? Su Xiangwan rubbed her ears, doubting her own hearing. Yes, Miss Su, this way please. Chung Ying gestured invitingly. Su Xiangwan, pasid, inquired. What does the eldest son seek me for? I am unaware, but you shall know upon your arrival, he replied, recalling Pei Xingji's profound gaze at Siren Hall tonight. Su Xiangwan paused for breath. They had not met in the daylight, so why would he advocate for her this evening? Previously, their encounters had been marked by disdainful glances. Such anomalies surely herald something unusual. Is it possible to decline? It is still raining. Su Xiangwan hesitated. Chung Ying regarded her in silence. Realizing she could not evade the meeting, she followed him to the bamboo garden, where tranquility reigned as always. Master, Miss Su has arrived. Let her in, came a response. Chung Ying brought her to the threshold of the study and then withdrew. Su Xiangwan stood momentarily stunned, eyeing the door as though facing a formidable foe. Will you not enter? Pei Xingji's cold voice pierced the stillness. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiangwan stepped inside. Pei Xingji was practicing calligraphy. One hand tucked behind his back while the other danced gracefully across the paper, his bearing elegant and unparalleled. No wonder he captivated the dreams of countless young maidens. For a moment, Su Xiangwan found herself entranced. Have you seen enough? Pei Xingji continued his practice, not lifting his gaze. Caught in her thoughts, Su Xiangwan felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation. Responding with a sharp tone, may I inquire why the eldest son has summoned me at this late hour? If it is not of pressing importance, we may discuss it another day, for it would be ill-advised for a man and a woman to be alone together. Are you concerned for my reputation or your own? Pei Xingji replied lazily. Why was he so intent on targeting her? Angered, she turned her head away in defiance. After finishing his calligraphy, Pei Xingji regarded his work with satisfaction. Has Miss Su encountered any difficulties of late? He suddenly asked. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was he intending to mock her? He had done so before. Coldly, she retorted, that is of no concern to you. What if I offered to assist Miss Su? Pei Xingji set down his brush and regarded her quietly. What? Su Xiangwan scoffed, as if hearing a poor jest. You are too kind, but considering your many responsibilities, I would not wish to trouble you. Pei Xingji replied leisurely. Then have you managed to gather the 300 taels of silver? How do you know? Su Xiangwan's face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she could not determine. That is inconsequential. What matters is whether you desire my assistance, Pei Xingji said nonchalantly. Su Xiangwan raised her gaze to meet his, unexpectedly locking eyes with him. His dark pupils brimmed with a shadowy and dangerous allure. Observing her with an interest that felt predatory, she hastily averted her eyes. My assistance will not come without a price. Miss Su might inquire about my conditions. Pei Xingji smirked. Su Xiangwan hesitated to ask, her intuition warning her that the terms would be complex. Yet, failing to inquire now would seem like retreating. He already looked down upon her, and she did not wish to be further belittled. Raising her chin slightly, she feigned composure and asked, what are your conditions, eldest son? Pei Xingji leisurely sat down, narrowing his eyes with a hint of amusement in his profound gaze. He remarked, Miss Su's craftsmanship is commendable. Might you create a waist sash for me? A waist sash? Su Xiangwan was genuinely taken aback. Typically, a woman would craft such a piece for a man she held dear. What did this imply? Was he attempting to humiliate her? Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she pursed her lips and replied, I regret that I cannot oblige. Pei Xingji appeared unfazed, responding languidly. A waist sash in exchange for 300 taels of silver is hardly a loss for you, Miss Su. Should you consent, the silver can be yours tonight, with no need to wait for the sash's completion. Please do consider it. Su Xiangwan paused momentarily, reflecting on his words. Indeed, as he claimed, a Wei sash was worth 300 taels. She would not only incur no loss, but stand to gain significantly. Yet, she found it challenging to accept. With wavering conviction, she suggested perhaps the young master should consider something else. If Miss Su is unwilling, I shall not impose, he replied, his brow arching slightly, his gaze seemingly indifferent. Today marked the final deadline. Should he fail to repay the 500 taels by tomorrow, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Clenching her teeth, Su Xiangwan blushed and stated, "This matter must remain confidential." Thus, she unwittingly acquiesced. Pei Xingji's lips curled slightly as he nonchalantly affirmed, "That is understood. Rest assured, this is entirely of your own volition. No one is compelling you. What a man, taking advantage while feigning innocence." Su Xiangwan felt her cheeks burn, turning away to inquire, "May I ask for the measurements required for the waist sash?" Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, seemingly forgetting. "I would appreciate it if Miss Su could take the measurements for me. I seem to have left my measuring tape behind." She frowned, but he added, "It is of no consequence. A simple hand measurement will suffice." Suddenly, she turned to face him, only to find his gaze clear and steady upon her. Had she perhaps misinterpreted his intentions? Biting her lip, she resolved to complete the task quickly and escape. She stepped towards him, her stride somewhat flustered. Pei Xingji rose at a leisurely pace, his tall frame casting a shadow that engulfed much of the light beside them. As she approached him, extending her hand towards his waist, she realized that although she was tall for a woman, she barely reached his shoulder. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted from him. Clad in a thin layer of fabric, his powerful physique was accentuated by the contact, the contours of his muscles both smooth and robust, an exquisite sensation to the touch. Suddenly, Su Xiangwan felt a jolt. What was she thinking? Pei Xingji's gaze lingered on her crimson earlobes, his eyes clouded with a darker intensity. Those earlobes, round and full, were something he had savored in detail. Remembering that night, he felt a stirring within him, his breath becoming erratic. He lowered his gaze, observing her from beneath heavy lids, the depths of his eyes revealing an unmasked desire. Abruptly, he seized her wandering hand. "Have you not yet taken the measurements?" he inquired, his voice husky. Su Xiangwan looked up, only to find his expression dazed, his brow furrowed, as if he were enduring some unseen torment. Feeling flustered, she realized this was her first time measuring a man's waist, and her clumsy attempts might have tested his patience. Embarrassed and irritated, she declared, "It is done." With that, she swiftly retreated 3 steps, as if the man before her were a fearsome beast ready to devour her. Pei Xingji discerned her subtle thoughts, but remained unfazed, leisurely remarking, "Then I must trouble Miss Su." Su Xiangwan bit her lip, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she replied, "The silver is over there." Pei Xingji's voice lingered with a husky tone. Following his gaze, Su Xiangwan spotted a box on the table. She approached and opened it, revealing 300 taels of silver notes, neither more nor less. Had this been prepared in advance? Su Xiangwan bit her lip, took the box, and swiftly departed. Pei Xingji watched her retreating figure, his gaze dark and brooding, deeper than the night outside. Chapter 36. Arrogance. Pan Xia looked at Su Xiangwan with confusion. Since their return from the bamboo garden, she had been sitting by the window for the better part of 2 tea brews. "Miss, what troubles you? Has the eldest son bullied you again?" Su Xiangwan came to a realization. Bullied? Indeed. What transpired tonight was nothing short of bullying. There was no way he genuinely intended to assist her. Her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed as she softly said, "Just now, the eldest son gave me 300 taels of silver notes, asking me to make something for him." Pan Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth could warrant 300 taels? "Miss, you must not be deceived. It is a waist ribbon," Su Xiangwan admitted shyly. "What?" Pan Xia exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat. "Did you agree to his request?" Su Xiangwan nodded, affirming, "Yes, he has already given me the silver notes." "This is utterly unacceptable, miss." Pan Xia sat up, her voice filled with urgency. "If this matter becomes known, your reputation will be ruined." Su Xiangwan gently supported her, whispering, "He promised me he would keep this matter confidential. Though I harbor no affection for him, in terms of his word, he is quite trustworthy. Why would the eldest son request you to make a waist ribbon? Why not ask for something else?" Fan Xia lamented. "If you proceed, it would be tantamount to him holding leverage over you. What do I possess that he could covet? What does he lack?" Xiangwan replied with self-deprecation. Fan Xia gazed at her mistress's enchanting beauty, her doubts lingering. "Yang Shuran has only granted me 3 days. If I cannot procure the funds by tomorrow, she will not let us off lightly. For now, making a waist ribbon is relatively benign." Xiangwan paused before adding, "Once I complete it and hand it over to him, I shall distance myself." "Alas," Fan Xia sighed, "I hope the eldest son will not trouble you further." The following morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Duke Wei's residence. Xiangwan awoke, her eyes filled with confusion as she ventured outside to investigate. After a few steps beyond the courtyard, she encountered a group of cleaning maids chattering animatedly. Stepping forward, she inquired, "May I ask what has transpired in the residence?" The maids were startled and, upon recognizing her, visibly relaxed. They exchanged furtive glances at Xiangwan, yet none spoke. Just as she was about to express her bewilderment, a round-faced maid stammered, "I heard that someone died in the residence last night, apparently the one locked in the woodshed." Xiangwan's heart sank at the news, and she hurried towards the woodshed. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, and as she arrived, she coincidentally saw a servant carrying someone out. It was Fan Sheng. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, his features contorted, and a gaping wound marred his forehead. The blood darkened, having already departed from life. Xiangwan was horrified, covering her mouth tightly. The second lady emerged from the crowd, her voice grave. Fan Sheng, consumed by guilt, committed suicide in the night. This matter must not be disseminated. Should anyone dare to speak of it, they ought to weigh their own lives. The crowd, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a sound. Noticing Xiangwan standing nearby, the second lady cast her a meaningful glance before turning away. Xiangwan fixated on her retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly. After a night of relentless rain, the evening wind carried a hint of chill. Sheng Ying reported the daily happenings within the manor. Upon hearing of Fan Sheng's demise, Pei Xingji set aside his book and inquired indifferently, "How did he die?" The second lady claimed it was a suicide out of fear of retribution, resulting from a collision with a wall. Upon investigation, it was observed that there was indeed a large hole in his forehead, but the blood appeared dark, suggesting a possible poisoning. Predictably, Pei Xingji exhibited no surprise at this revelation. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked coldly, "It seems my prolonged absence from the affairs of the household has led some to forget their own standing." The following evening, Yang Shuran arrived at the Duke of Wei's residence with an air of nonchalance. The guard stationed at the side gate immediately recognized her in her flamboyant attire. "Miss Yang, I apologize, but the eldest son has yet to return from his duties," he stated, bowing respectfully, thinking to himself that even if the eldest son were present, he could not permit her entry, as the chief guard had decreed that anyone who allowed her in would face a 3-month salary penalty. "Yang Shuran, display asset, retorted. I am here to see Xiangwan. Is she within?" The guard hesitated, clearly taken aback by her unexpected visit for Su rather than the eldest son, stammering, "Miss Su is here. I will fetch her at once." "No need. I will find her myself," Yang Shuran declared, stepping inside. The guard, quick-witted, blocked her path. "Miss Yang, please do not make it difficult for me. Am I not allowed to enter, even if I do not seek young Master Pei?" Yang Shuran replied with irritation. "Please wait a moment. I will bring Miss Su to you," the guard said before hastily retreating. Seething, Yang Shuran stamped her foot and muttered curses under her breath. "You insolent servant! How dare you obstruct me? Just wait until I marry Xingji and become the mistress of this household. I shall see to it that you regret this." Before long, Xiangwan emerged holding a box. Upon seeing her, Yang Shuran unleashed her pent-up frustration, exclaiming, "Xiangwan, how grand you are! Must you be summoned? Truly, you seem oblivious to your own standing. One might think you were a legitimate lady of this estate." Stung by the unexpected insult, Su Xiangwan's expression darkened as she replied coldly, I am well aware of my position, yet it appears Miss Yang has forgotten hers, making a spectacle of herself at the gates of the manor as though it were her own home. Taken aback, young Shuran, who had never before been spoken to in such a manner, retorted fiercely, Su Xiangwan, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in this way? Observing her aggressive demeanor, Su Xiangwan chose not to engage further, shoving the box into the arms of Yang Shuran's maid and coldly stating, Here is 500 taels in silver notes. Count them carefully. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yang Shuran seized the box from the maid's arms and hurled it fiercely, causing silver notes to cascade to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fortunately, as dusk settled in and the side entrance was sparsely populated, no commotion ensued. Yet Yang Shuran remained unsatisfied. With a twisted expression, she pointed at Su Xiangwan and exclaimed, When did I ever mention 500 taels? It is 1,000 taels, not a single cent less, or the government jail awaits you. Yang Shuran, do not push your luck. Su Xiangwan could no longer contain herself and spoke in a low voice. And what will you do about it? Yang Shuran raised her brow defiantly. My father is a third-rank official. The mere fact that I am conversing with you is already a privilege. You, a fallen noble, shamelessly residing in the Duke's residence. What ulterior motives do you harbor? If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Never before had Su Xiangwan been humiliated in such a manner, and despite her inner strength, her eyes reddened in that moment. She trembled, biting her lip fiercely. Since when did Miss Yang have the audacity to dictate terms at the Duke's gates? A cold, stern voice suddenly broke through the tension. The crowd was startled and turned to see Pei Xingji standing not far away, arms crossed, his eyes as frigid as ice, his expression dark. Chapter 37. The rescue. Yang Shuran immediately retracted her fierce demeanor, adopting a pitiful tone. Brother Xingji, you misunderstand. I did not mean to trouble Miss Su. She owes me 1,000 taels of silver and refuses to repay it. In a moment of anger, I had a conflict with her, witnessing her twisting the truth. The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene. Su Xiangwan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she stubbornly held her head high, refusing to let them fall, her long lashes trembling. Pei Xingji cast a glance at her, his expression darkening further. Yang Shuran sauntered closer, stopping 3 paces away, and sighed, Very well, for Brother Xingji's sake. I shall not press the matter further. Oh, 1,000 taels of silver can simply be dismissed at Miss Yang's whim? As I recall, a third-rank official's annual salary is merely 200 taels. Such generosity from you, Miss Yang. Has your father engaged in other profitable ventures? Pei Xingji's voice was cold and unyielding. A cold sweat broke upon Yang Shuran's brow. How many in the court had clean hands? Yet none dared to confront her directly, and she suddenly realized she had overstepped. Wiping her brow, she stammered, Brother Xingji, what do you mean? I merely sympathized with Miss Su's situation at the Duke's residence and did not wish to burden her. In that case, could Miss Yang enlighten me on why Miss Su owes you 1,000 taels? Pei Xingji's gaze bore into her, clearly unwilling to let her off the hook easily. It was merely a trivial matter, not worth troubling Brother Xingji. Yang Shuran replied, her unease palpable. Do you doubt my integrity, Miss Yang? If Miss Su is truly in the wrong, I can witness her repayment to you. I shall ensure no one is wronged or feels aggrieved. Pei Xingji stated matter-of-factly. Yang Shuran straightened her back nervously, bewildered by Pei Xingji's foul mood that day. Was it due to some official business? She stuttered, a few days ago, Miss Su startled my horse, causing the carriage contents to shatter. Although the other items were of little consequence, my grandmother's heirloom was broken. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to weep, her tears flowing freely, as if she truly mourned. Su Xiangwan was taken aback by the skill with which she wove her lies. Miss Yang spoke with unwavering certainty, but her assertions were merely her own opinion and should not be taken at face value. Is there any witness to corroborate her claims? Pei Xingji fixed his gaze upon her with quiet intensity. Yang Shuran was momentarily taken aback. On that day, in order to conceal her own culpability in the incident, she had deliberately sent away the passers-by along that stretch of road, leaving her without any witnesses. With a tinge of guilt, She replied, "My maidservants can testify." Pei Xingji retorted coldly, "Miss Yang's maidservants, of course, would speak in your favor, which does not suffice as valid evidence." Yang Shuran clenched her teeth. "Aside from that, there are no other witnesses. Under such circumstances, Miss Yang's insistence that Miss Su startled your carriage is indeed open to debate," Pei Xingji stated. Yang Shuran's eyes darted, and with a tearful expression, she implored, "Brother Xingji, it is true that Su Xiangwan startled my carriage, causing the items within to shatter. I had no intention of pursuing the matter further, only requiring her apology, but her attitude was atrocious, and she flatly refused to apologize, which incited my anger. As I mentioned earlier, Miss Yang lacks any witnesses. If your evidence were indeed irrefutable, I would not allow Miss Yang to suffer any injustice here," Pei Xingji replied. Yang Shuran's eyes brightened momentarily, only to hear Pei Xingji leisurely continue. "Conversely, if Miss Yang is slandering without basis, I will not be lenient. I have always dealt with matters impartially." Yang Shuran suddenly stiffened, Heir, face bowing. "Very well, I am not one to be unreasonable. Let us consider this incident as though it never transpired." She turned to her maid and commanded, "Return Miss Su's silver note to her." Su Xiangwan, taken aback, took a moment to regain her composure. She had anticipated that Yang Shuran would be difficult to deal with, but unexpectedly, Pei Xingji resolved the matter with such ease. She cast a furtive glance at Pei Xingji. Indeed, every villain has their counterpart. Yang Shuran had dressed with great care for her outing, hoping to encounter Pei Xingji. But after this ordeal, she lost all desire to linger and waved her hand to her maid. "Let us depart." "Not so fast," Pei Xingji said unhurriedly. "What Miss Yang has stated is merely your side of the story. I have yet to hear Miss Su's perspective." He turned to Su Xiangwan, his expression inscrutable. Yang Shuran halted, studying daggers at Su Xiangwan. Su Xiangwan found herself at a loss. Was he aiding her? She shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. Surely, it was because Yang Shuran had brazenly caused a scene outside the public residence that he intervened to protect its reputation. Since this formidable figure was present, why not take advantage of the situation? After all, once this opportunity passes, it may not return. Su Xiangwan raised her voice in a feigned sob. That day, Miss Yang's carriage suddenly lurched forward, colliding with me and Panxia. Panxia is still bedridden and unable to move. Yet Miss Yang insists that I compensate for the items broken in her carriage, pressing me relentlessly. As she pretended to weep, Pei Xingji felt the anger within him subside significantly. He asked earnestly, "Has Panxia seen a doctor? How much were the medical expenses?" Su Xiangwan's eyes flickered. The medical costs were merely a few taels of silver, but she was not foolish enough to squander this rare opportunity to assert herself. With a voice trembling with feigned emotion, she replied, 30 taels. Indeed, Pei Xingji nodded, choosing not to expose her deception. Miss Yang claims there is no witness to the matter of the startled carriage, correct? Yang Shuran nodded, and Pei Xingji continued. Regarding the matter of Miss Su's maid being struck by a carriage, we can ascertain the truth by questioning the physician at the medical hall. Miss Yang, do you wish to confront him? Yang Shuran, her cheeks flushed, was well aware that the maid had indeed been struck. She muttered, "No need." In that case, Miss Yang should compensate Miss Su for the medical expenses, along with loss of work and distress fees, totaling 100 taels, Pei Xingji stated earnestly. What? Yang Shuran's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere accident warrant such a sum? And were these loss of work and distress fees? Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback as well. The medical expenses she demanded were already exorbitant. Yet this person was even more avaricious than herself. Pei Xingji, unhurried, replied, "If Miss Yang is dissatisfied with my judgment, we may summon the magistrate tomorrow for a formal hearing." Yang Shuran's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed. The man she had admired for so long was now threatening to involve her with the authorities. How could she maintain her standing among the noble ladies of the capital if word of this spread? Gritting her teeth, she huffed, "Fine, 100 taels it is. Consider it charity." With that, she turned away, refusing to look at the two again. "Then, I kindly ask Miss Yang to deliver the silver by noon tomorrow," Pei Xingji remarked, turning back towards the estate without a backward glance. Su Xiangwan hurriedly followed in his wake. Young Shuran Durnet, her crimson eyes fixed on Su Xiangwan's departing figure, seething. You've embarrassed me before Brother Singji today, and I shall remember this grudge. One day, if you fall into my hands. She clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, a sinister sound echoing. Chapter 38. Watching the show, Su Xiangwan trailed behind Pei Xingji, a smirk gracing her lips as she admired his tall silhouette, feeling a sense of triumph akin to a small person finally achieving success. How delightful it is to wield power, she mused. Lost in her thoughts, the figure ahead suddenly halted, and Su Xiangwan, unable to react in time, bumped into him. TSK. Pei Xingji clicked his tongue. Miss Su truly enjoys throwing herself at me, as always. Instantly, Su Xiangwan's cheeks flushed crimson, and any lingering fondness she had for him evaporated. Noticing her change in expression, Pei Xingji decided to tease her. He leaned closer, casually saying, I'm heading back to the bamboo garden. Does Miss Su wish to accompany me? Her face reddened further, and as she looked up abruptly, she found herself gazing directly into his eyes. They were so close that each could feel the warmth of the other's breath. Their gazes locked, the air thickened for a moment. She could see the tumultuous emotions swirling in his eyes, even as his expression remained composed, reminiscent of the calm before storm. Panic surged within her, and she quickly stepped back, eager to widen the overly intimate distance between them. Pei Xingji straightened, his demeanor inscrutable. Feigning composure, she said, It's getting late. You should rest early, young master. With that, she fled, oblivious to the determined gaze fixed upon her retreating figure. Su Xiangwan glanced at the stack of silver notes that had been delivered earlier, her eyes sparkling with delight. Miss, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Fu Xia, her eyes gleaming. Feeling a bit bashful, Su Xiangwan replied, If it weren't for the young master, we wouldn't have received this money. Yang Shuran found herself in a precarious situation. Who was the eldest son? A figure forged in a sea of corpses and blood. He would never permit anyone to cause a ruckus at his doorstep. Xia exclaimed indignantly. Su Xiangwan teased her, saying, Was it not you who recently declared that the eldest son was lofty and aloof? Now that you've benefited from him, you sing his praises? Xia pouted, feeling a tad embarrassed. I did not speak falsely. The eldest son truly resides on high. Even Miss Yang dares not offend him. Su Xiangwan chuckled softly, recalling the man's repeated mocking glances that had vexed her. To shift the conversation, she said, Now that we have 300 taels, once you have recovered, let us indulge in a splendid meal at Tianxiang Tower. Indeed, I must take good care of my health. Xia rubbed her hands together with excitement. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Is Miss Wan here? It was Pei Mingxi. Su Xiangwan hurried out to greet her. Sister, what brings you here? She took her hand. Pei Mingxi gently withdrew, feeling shy. Oh, Wan, I truly feel unworthy to see you. Su Xiangwan smiled and replied, What do you mean, sister? I fail to grasp your words. Pei Mingxi, feeling awkward, said, With your keen intellect, you surely understand what I mean. Alas, it is all your fault. Had she not recklessly discarded your purse? How could such a scene have unfolded the other day? I should have come to apologize yesterday, but I truly felt too ashamed. Su Xiangwan gazed at her with a gentle smile, contemplating how the two daughters of the second lady were so strikingly different in temperament. She took Pei Mingxi's hand and said softly, What transpired the other day has nothing to do with you, sister. There is no need for you to feel guilty. That girl's actions were indeed grave. You nearly ruined your future, but fortunately, the eldest brother came forward to testify. Otherwise, Pei Mingxi's voice trembled as tears threatened to spill. Had you truly married someone like Chang Qian, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Yangan risusureter. I shall not marry anyone I do not wish to, no matter the pressure. Do not be upset, sister. Thankfully, that man took his own life. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would complicate my future prospects. Pei Mingxi choked back her emotions. At least he had a semblance of conscience. Observing her genuine remorse, Su Xiangwan felt a spark of curiosity about how the second lady had raised such forthright children as Pei Jingwen and Pei Mingxi. She invited Pei Mingxi to sit down. Smiling brightly, It seems that your and U.S. personalities are truly worlds apart. Pei Mingxi reminisced. when we were young. Our mother was not in the household, but accompanied our father far away in Shuazhou. Grandmother, feeling pity for us, brought us back to raise. While you stayed with our mother, hence her temperament mirrors hers more closely. Ah, I see, Su Xiangwan said, enlightened. Pei Mingxi wiped her tears, and, with a quivering voice, asked, "Will you accompany me to watch a play today? It would serve as a chance for me to make amends. Sister, if you wish to see a play, I am more than willing to join. But do not speak of amends. Such words should not be uttered again." Su Xiangwan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxi clasped her hand tightly, feeling profoundly moved. She rose and said, "I shall return to my room to prepare some snacks. Once I am ready, I will come find you." Su Xiangwan stood and escorted her to the courtyard. Pei Jingwen stood outside the study, catching sight of Pei Mingxi in the distance. He stepped forward, exclaiming, "Heir has returned. How is Wanmei?" Indeed, Wanmei proved to be broad-minded. Pei Mingxi replied with a smile, "I was initially too ashamed to face Wanmei, but thanks to your encouragement, brother, otherwise we might have grown distant." Pei Jingwen sighed in relief and murmured, "That is good. I shall not delay you any further, brother. I have made an appointment with Wanmei to enjoy the opera. I cannot keep her waiting," Pei Mingxi said, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Pei Jingwen suddenly called out. "Are you two going to the opera?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Pei Mingxi asked in confusion. "Oh, it is nothing. Just remember to bring a few attendants." "Rest assured, brother," Pei Mingxi assured him. Pei Jingwen absent-mindedly stroked the hem of his garment and asked, "Will you be using the tickets I gave you last time?" "Indeed. Those 2 tickets to Xiangwan Tower were provided by you, brother. Wanmei and I are simply going out to refresh ourselves," Pei Mingxi replied with a smile. "Very well. Off you go," he said gently. Pei Jingwen appeared contemplative as he turned and re-entered the study. "Chomping," he called. "Your servant is here. Several days ago, I ordered an inkstone from Shubao Studio. Go fetch it now," Pei Jingwen instructed calmly. Chongping scratched his head, looking troubled. When Pei Jingwen's tone grew cold, he admonished, "You are indeed summoned by my mother, but do not forget who your master is." Chongping had never heard such a tone from him, and he bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Your servant understands his mistake." It was a moment of confusion. "Go now." "Yes." Pei Jingwen watched him depart before rising and exiting the room. Chapter 39. Heir in Xiangwan Tower was the most prestigious opera house in the capital, frequented by the wealthy and distinguished. When Su Xiangwan and Pei Mingxi arrived, a southern tune was being sung within, exuding elegance. As a young lady of a prominent family, Pei Mingxi seldom ventured out, her spirits high as she cheerfully suggested, "Let us sit in the private room upstairs." "Very well," Su Xiangwan replied with a radiant smile, and the two ascended the stairs together. The performers donned splendid costumes, their singing melodious and enchanting. As they sipped sweet tea and savored delicacies, they felt quite content. Pei Mingxi, her eyes sparkling with joy, remarked to Su Xiangwan, "Sister Wan, is this place not delightful? The environment is exquisite, and the performers are skilled." "Thank you for bringing me here," Su Xiangwan responded with a warm smile. "Do not mention it, sister." Seemingly recalling something, Pei Mingxi's smile dimmed slightly as she sighed. "It has been a long time since I visited such a lively place. The last time I saw so many people was at the flower viewing banquet, but all were either wealthy gentlemen or ladies, preoccupied with comparisons of social standing or wealth, which was quite dull. Sometimes I envy Weir for her freedom. I occasionally complain to my mother, but she always reminds me that as the eldest daughter, I must bear the responsibilities that come with it." Su Xiangwan reflected on her own situation. Though her family was not prominent, she felt at ease. In her childhood, she often played with fish and birds, but matured into a more reserved demeanor, outwardly calm, yet her spirit remained unrestrained. Indeed, everyone suffers in their own way. Being a noble lady is not as easy as it seems. Lost in thought, Pei Mingxi suddenly exclaimed, "That person appears to be my brother." Her surprise prompted Su Xiangwan to follow her gaze, spotting 2 men ascending the staircase. The one in front, unmistakably, Pei Jingwen. "Brother," Pei Mingxi called softly, lifting the gauzy curtain by the window. Pei Jingwen lifted his gaze and strolled to the window. "Did you have a delightful time today, my sister?" "Absolutely," Pei Mingxi beamed, saying, Why has my brother come to listen to the opera? She covered her mouth and whispered, Are you not afraid of being reprimanded by mother? Coughing softly, Pei Jingwen glanced inside and replied gently, I arranged to discuss academic matters with a friend today, and feeling somewhat weary, I came here to relax. Haven't you returned home yet? Not long ago. No rush to go back. Pei Mingxi chuckled. Suddenly, a waiter rushed over, apologizing, Esteemed gentlemen, my sincerest apologies. But all private rooms are fully booked. Would you prefer to sit downstairs? No need. Pei Mingxi smiled. Brother can join us in one room. A screen could separate us. And with several of us, it wouldn't breach decorum. Pei Jingwen hesitated. Then Su Xiangwan softly said, Sister, she is correct. Cousin, why not enjoy the opera with us? It will be livelier with more company. Very well. Let us proceed with that arrangement. Pei Jingwen addressed the waiter. Please bring a screen. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Before long, the private room was divided by a screen, and Pei Jingwen entered with his friend. May I inquire your name, sir? Pei Mingxi asked the young man in blue standing beside Pei Jingwen. My humble surname is Lu Huiren. The young man in blue replied with a slight bow. So, it is young Master Lu. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and seeing you today, it is indeed remarkable, Pei Mingxi exclaimed in surprise, quickly regaining her composure. This is my sister, Pei Jingwen introduced, glancing aside, and this is my cousin Su. Miss Pei, Miss Su, Lu Huiren acknowledged with polite bows. Su Xiangwan hastily rose to return the greeting. Pei Jingwen ordered 2 pots of hot tea, and once seated, Pei Mingxi remarked, Brother, to think you are acquainted with young Master Lu is quite a surprise for me. Last year, while studying at Qingcheng Mountain, I fortuitously met Brother Huiren, and thus we became acquainted. It is indeed fate, Pei Jingwen explained. Su Xiangwan listened, perplexed. By the way, Sister Wan, are you aware of young Master Lu's identity? Pei Mingxi turned to ask. Su Xiangwan replied in astonishment, I do not know. This gentleman is the one who penned the lines, with a heart as bright as the sun, pouring forth fervor across the land. In this life, I vow to serve my nation, dedicating myself until death. Pei Mingxi introduced, her words filled with admiration. Only then did Su Xiangwan realize, upon first hearing those verses, she had felt deep reverence for their author, never expecting him to be present here. She exclaimed, So it is young Master Lu. My apologies for my ignorance. Lu Huiren raised his hand, saying, You both honor me excessively. It unsettles my heart. Pei Jingwen smiled. Brother Huiren is being too modest. Your grand ambitions and exceptional talents will surely lead you to success in the upcoming examinations, achieving a place on the honor roll. Lu Huiren quietly replied, Whether I attain recognition or not is of little consequence. My greatest honor lies in serving the welfare of the people. Fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions. As long as the populace enjoys peace and prosperity, I shall have no regrets in death. Indeed, Brother Huiren possesses great wisdom. I am in awe, Pei Jingwen expressed. Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan sat quietly, savoring her refreshments. Pei Jingwen seemingly glanced at her inadvertently and remarked with a smile, Cousin Wan appears to have a fondness for the delicacies here. The delicate dessert was sweet yet not cloying, perfectly suited to Su Xiangwan's palate. She nodded slightly, smiling as she replied, In that case, when we leave later, have a servant pack a few portions for my cousin to savor at her leisure. Pei Jingwen spoke gently. Thank you, second cousin, but my appetite is modest. I cannot consume much, and it would be a waste if it spoils on the way back. Pei Mingxi observed the exchange between the two, and a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Frowning in feigned annoyance, she remarked, Why doesn't my brother inquire whether I enjoy such treats, or if I wish to take any home? Pei Jingwen felt a flush rise to his ears at her question. But he composed himself and replied, Even if you do not ask, I shall certainly bring some back for you. That is more like it, Pei Mingxi said, no longer pressing the matter, and turned her attention back to the performance, although the notion in her mind grew ever stronger. Pei Jingwen and Lu Huiren resumed their discussion regarding the upcoming imperial examinations. Pei Jingwen clasped his hands and remarked, The sovereign is wise, the realm is peaceful, and the nation's fortune is flourishing. I fear we may not find our talents of use. Lu Huairan lifted his teacup, taking a sip, but did not respond. Suddenly recalling something, he quietly inquired, "By the way, is the eldest son of your esteemed family serving at the Ministry of Justice?" "Indeed. My elder brother is currently the deputy minister there." A look of admiration crossed Pei Jingwen's face as he spoke of Pei Xingji. Lu Huairan praised. "Pei's eldest son is truly a remarkable talent, a pillar of the nation. Might I request your help in introducing me to him?" "Of course, my esteemed brother. You possess lofty aspirations, and my elder brother values talent highly. I am certain he will take to you immediately," Pei Jingwen replied without hesitation. "Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Jingwen." Lu Huairan raised his cup, and the two toasted with tea in place of wine. Pei Mingxi was enthralled by the performance when suddenly a thought struck her. "Oh dear, I have been so engrossed in the show that I lost track of time. I must hurry back, or else I shall face a lecture from my mother." Pei Jingwen smiled wryly and said, "You and your cousin should return first. I will escort Huairan and return shortly." Su Xiangwan stood, and Pei Mingxi added, "Then we shall take our leave." The two exited the private room and made their way toward the entrance. Lu Huairan was engrossed in the performance when a young girl with a delicate visage suddenly caught his eye. Earlier, from behind the screen, he had only caught a glimpse of two graceful ladies and, adhering to the gentleman's principle of discretion, had hastily averted his gaze. Now, as they approached the window, he saw her clearly. The girl stood in the light, her apricot eyes and cherry lips captivating. Even the fine down on her face seemed visible, rendering him momentarily entranced. It would be inappropriate to inquire further about her at this moment, so Lu Huairan sipped his tea, quietly committing her image to memory. Chapter 40. The clarification. The two climbed into the carriage together, returning home. Pei Mingxi, her eyes sparkling with mirth, remarked, "This Lu gentleman is indeed forthright. Hailing from a humble background, yet possessing noble aspirations. I did not expect him to be acquainted with my brother." Su Xiangwan showed little interest, merely smiling faintly. Upon returning home, the two parted at the entrance and made their way to their respective rooms. As Pei Mingxi stepped into the courtyard, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone kneeling. "Chongping, what are you doing kneeling here? Have you committed some transgression?" She approached and whispered. Chongping wiped a tear away with her sleeve, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "The second madam is displeased with me for not keeping an eye on the second young master, and has punished me to kneel here until he returns." Pei Mingxi paused momentarily before making her way to the second madam's chamber. "Mother," she spoke with decorum. Shun, engrossed in reviewing the accounts, looked up upon hearing her voice and inquired, "Why has she come? How has the training been for the female workers of late?" Pei Mingxi nodded slightly and replied, "My younger sister Wan taught me some techniques a couple of days ago, which have proven quite practical. I shall practice further, and I believe I will make progress." Upon hearing the mention of Su Xiangwan, a frown crossed Shun's face as she coldly remarked, "That girl hails from a fallen household. Do not associate with her too closely." Pei Mingxi raised her head sharply. "What do you mean, mother?" "Though Wan's background is modest, she possesses grace and intellect, and we converse amicably. It is unjust to dismiss her based solely on her origins." Shun slammed her hand on the table, admonishing, "Pei Mingxi, when did you become so unruly as to define me for her? It seems she has led you astray." Pei Mingxi pressed her lips together, standing silently. Shun took a deep breath, attempting to quell her rising anger, and coldly asked, "What is it you wish to discuss with me?" Pei Mingxi furrowed her brow and said, "I saw Chongping kneeling outside. With the sun so harsh today, might you allow him to rise?" Shun scoffed. "A servant who cannot even keep his master in check. What use is he? Merely allowing him to kneel is already a form of mercy. I encountered my brother today. He left to discuss scholarly matters with friends." Pei Mingxi said softly, "Is it necessary to dismiss the servants for such discussions?" Shun's expression darkened with displeasure. After a moment, she asked, "Where did you meet your brother?" "At the listening spring pavilion," Pei Mingxi explained. "I felt guilty for Wan's recent unjust treatment, so I accompanied her to the pavilion to clear our minds, and by chance, I ran into my brother." "By chance? What an extraordinary coincidence." Shun's face bore an inscrutable expression. Gradually calming herself, she said, "Heir, as the eldest daughter of the household, You carry a significant burden. Your mother acts thus for your own benefit. Pei Mingxi remained rooted, her lips tightly pressed. Very well. You may return to your room for now, Shan said, rubbing her temples. Yes, mother, Pei Mingxi replied as she stepped out, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. From a young age, her mother had held her to stringent standards, while Pei Mingyu seemed to go unscathed regardless of her actions. Shin claimed it was for Pei Mingxi's own good, a notion she once accepted in her youth, but now that she had matured, her perspective had shifted. Taking a deep breath, she walked toward her own chamber. Upon returning to Songyan Pavilion, Su Xiangwan encountered Lavlu at the entrance. Miss Su, you have finally returned. The third madam is waiting for you inside, Lavlu announced. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow, already suspecting the reason for the third madam's summons, and stepped inside. Ah, Wanwan, you are back. Your aunt has been waiting for you for quite some time. Do sit down, Zhang Qinglian warmly exclaimed as she took Su Xiangwan's hand, only to be subtly evaded. Zhang, seemingly oblivious to the slight, eagerly presented a bowl of sweet bird's nest porridge she had prepared, saying, Wanwan, this is freshly made by your aunt. It is fragrant and delicious. I specially saved you a bowl. Do enjoy it while it's hot. Thank you, aunt. Su Xiangwan replied with a neutral expression as she accepted the bowl. Zhang Qinglian began to sigh heavily, noticing Su Xiangwan's lack of response, and tearfully lamented, Wanwan, please do not blame your aunt for not speaking up the other day. I truly felt powerless in that situation. She wiped away her tears. Her aunt, with no children of her own, struggled within the household. The Shen family member, though possessing a kind facade, was ruthless at heart. Without absolute certainty, her aunt would not dare to offer her support lightly. She was indeed in a difficult position. Su Xiangwan smiled gently and said, It is not to blame my aunt. I have not grown up under her care since childhood. How could she possibly know my character? Naturally, she must prioritize her own safety. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Qinglian's face. Wanwan's, it is not that my aunt doubts your character, but rather that she truly has her own grievances. Su Xiangwan smiled faintly and replied, I understand that my aunt has her own struggles. Please rest assured, I am not one to forget kindness. Her aunt had taken her in temporarily, for which Wanwan was immensely grateful. As for the rest, she had her own plans. Zhang Qinglian's expression stiffened, and she said in a low voice, What do you mean by that? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiangwan slowly responded, I know my aunt cares about my lifelong matters, but I wish to carve out my own path. Whether I marry into a wealthy family is not of paramount importance to me. Zhang Qinglian's demeanor grew icy. Have you thought this through? Did your mother not send you to Kyoto with the hope that you would become a countess? Do not disappoint her sincere intentions. I will discuss this matter with my mother. Su Xiangwan spoke quietly. I will consider it. Seeing her unwavering tone, Zhang Qinglian coldly remarked, Do you truly believe that establishing yourself in Kyoto is an easy task? Just days ago, you were humiliated by Pei Mingyu, and you were powerless to change that. Su Xiangwan pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Zhang Qinglian dropped any pretense and spoke candidly. To establish oneself in Kyoto, one cannot do so without support. With your appearance, why not join forces? I can help you marry into a noble family, and in return, you can assist me in securing my position within the household. What do you say? Su Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly. Zhang Qinglian adjusted her sleeves and said, Very well, I will give you a few days to think it over. With that, she stood up and left. Miss, what will we do? Pan Xia voiced her concerns. I am fine, Su Xiangwan said, forcing a smile. How can we stay in this household when the second and third madam treat you this way? Pan Xia sobbed. Su Xiangwan sighed. Fortunately, I managed to save some money from selling flowers recently. Once you have fully recovered, we will seek a new residence. We cannot remain here. I will follow your lead. Mississippi, I refuse to endure such humiliation anywhere. Pan Xia exclaimed, filled with resentment. Burdened with thoughts, Su Xiangwan approached her desk. She furrowed her brows, intently gazing at a piece of fabric laid out before her. This was what she had prepared to make a waist seal for Pei Xingji. She sat down, leaning forward, and began to sew with meticulous care. As May arrived, the temperature gradually rose. Isu Xiangwan said her disk and looked with satisfaction at the waist seal she had just completed. Miss, Why not take a moment to enjoy some tea? Pan Xia offered a cup. Her back injury had fully healed, and her lively nature often prompted her to assist with small tasks. Xiangwan lifted the cup to her lips and took a gentle sip, saying, "At last, this Wei seal is finished." Upon hearing this, Pan Xia clapped her hands in delight, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, "Does this mean we can finally leave the mansion?" With a smile, Xiangwan nodded, affirming that they now possessed funds and had no further concerns. Once the eldest young master returned from his shift in the evening, they could present him with the Wei seal and subsequently choose an auspicious day to depart the residence in search of a new dwelling. It was truly delightful. Finally, they would no longer need to contend with the whims of others. "How exciting!" exclaimed Pan Xia, her face alight with joy. The two of them were beaming with happiness. As night fell, Pei Xingji reclined on a long bench, indulging in a moment of tranquility after his bath. Clad in a loose robe with the collar casually undone, the contours of his well-defined muscles were subtly visible, exuding strength and grace. "Cheng Ying," he called. Cheng Ying entered the room, offering his respect. "Has anything noteworthy occurred in the manor recently?" Pei inquired. Replying to the master, "Everything has been well in the manor of late." Cheng Ying answered truthfully. Pei Xingji narrowed his eyes and casually asked, "What about her?" Cheng Ying hesitated for a moment before recalling whom he referred to. "Miss Su has been busy with the Wei seal these days." A frown crossed Pei Xingji's face, shadowed by discontent. Under the cover of darkness, Xiangwan stealthily made her way to the bamboo garden. "Miss, is it truly appropriate for us to deliver the Wei seal like this?" Pan Xia whispered nervously. Xiangwan mirrored her anxiety, responding, "That is precisely why we should come in the night. But does that not make it worse?" Pan Xia hesitated. Xiangwan paused, clearing her throat and replying earnestly, "What if someone sees us delivering it during the day? Besides, he will not be present then." Pan Xia, glancing back repeatedly, followed closely behind Xiangwan. She knocked nervously on the bamboo garden's door. Cheng Ying opened it, his eyes brightening upon recognizing her. "Miss Su, you have finally arrived." Xiangwan was taken aback. Realizing his mistake, Cheng Ying quickly corrected himself. "Ah, I meant to say that it's wonderful to see you here. The master is in the study. You may enter directly." "Doesn't he, the guard, need to announce my arrival?" Xiangwan asked, puzzled. "No need, just go right in," Cheng Ying replied, bowing slightly before stepping aside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiangwan thought the situation resembled that of an improper relationship. "Go on," she urged, taking a deep breath and addressing Pan Xia. "Miss, I shall stay here and watch the door for you," Pan Xia whispered. Xiangwan's ears turned red at the comment, feeling it was rather odd. Annoyed, she stomped her foot and entered alone. "Eldest young master," she said softly from outside the study door. "Come in," he replied. As Xiangwan entered, she immediately spotted Pei Xingji lazily reclining on the bench, his attire loose and revealing part of his chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a lack of confidence, she said, "A gentleman should dress appropriately. Please fasten your buttons." "Eldest young master." Pei Xingji gazed at her flushed face, a smirk playing on his lips as he drawled, "A gentleman should not observe what is improper. Has Miss Su not failed in that regard?" Xiangwan was momentarily speechless, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. "Eldest young master, you are being unreasonable," finding her serious demeanor amusing. Pei Xingji replied, "No matter, Miss Su may look as she pleases." His voice was deep and languid, with her ears burning red, as if about to bleed. Xiangwan stepped forward, placing the Wei seal on the desk with a huff. "The Wei seal is complete. Please review it, eldest young master." Pei Xingji lazily raised his hand, examining the Wei seal for a moment before nodding appreciatively. "Miss Su's craftsmanship is indeed exquisite. Since the eldest son sees no issue, I shall take my leave for now," Xiangwan said as she began to turn away. "Hold on," he interrupted. Reluctantly, Xiangwan replied, "What else does the eldest son require?" Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It appears there is no problem with the appearance, yet I cannot discern whether it fits. Might Miss Su try it on for me?" Xiangwan's almond eyes widened slightly in surprise. "I made it according to your waist size. It should fit perfectly." Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly, "I merely ask if Miss Su would be willing to try it on. If you are reluctant, then it is of no consequence." However, he deliberately elongated his words, feigning regret. "I had thought, since I assisted Miss Su in her time of need the other day, that you would be a person who values gratitude." Su Xiangwan bit her lip, feeling exasperated. How could he leverage gratitude against her? Yet he spoke the truth. He had indeed alleviated her urgent predicament that day. Furthermore, it was merely a matter of putting on a waist sash. She reassured herself and stepped forward slowly. Observing this, Pei Xingji subtly curved his lips as he rose to his feet. Su Xiangwan picked up the waist sash and stood before him, wrapping her hands around her waist and diligently tying it. Pei Xingji's gaze was fixed on her delicate, pale hands, which shimmered under the dim candlelight. His eyes traveled upward, pausing at her earlobes, resembling drops of blood. "Why doesn't Miss Su have her ears pierced?" he suddenly inquired, his voice husky. Su Xiangwan, taken aback by the unexpected question, did not lift her head as she replied, "I fear the pain." Upon hearing this, Pei Xingji felt a sudden warmth envelop him. He recalled that fateful night, along with the countless, unspeakable nights that followed. The allure of her presence was tantalizing, and yet she appeared completely unfazed. Finally, Su Xiangwan finished tying the waist sash and looked up. "Eldest son, the size is just right." Suddenly, the candle flickered. It felt as though his chest tightened in response. A surge of wicked thoughts arose within him as he fixated on her plump, glistening lips, suppressing his desires. Su Xiangwan's eyes widened in shock. She stood frozen, her mind blank, her lips parted in astonishment, granting Pei Xingji an unrestrained opportunity. Seizing the moment of her distraction, he pried open her lips and plunged into her mouth. As she regained her senses, she struggled to push him away. He encircled her waist with one arm and grasped her neck with the other, leaving her no chance for escape. Finally tasting the long-desired sweetness, how could he let her slip away easily? The dreamlike version of her paled in comparison to her vibrant and living presence now, and he savored every moment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his lips. She had bitten him. Pei Xingji released her in surprise. "Su Xiangwan, you?" he began, but a gust of cold wind interrupted him. Swiftly, he grasped her hand. Su Xiangwan trembled slightly, realizing in her panic that she had attempted to strike him. He was a figure emerging from a sea of corpses, akin to a vengeful spirit. Indeed, Pei Xingji's aura darkened. His expression turned grim as he clenched his jaw tightly. "Su Xiangwan." His voice was low and icy, locking onto her with a glare that shimmered with danger. Realizing she had crossed the line, Su Xiangwan summoned all her strength and fled. Pei Xingji could no longer restrain himself, his gaze fixated on her silhouette, tumultuous emotions swirling within his eyes. Chapter 42. The resident's Pan Xia awaited outside, and upon hearing hurried footsteps, she turned her head, only to see Su Xiangwan hastily emerge from the study, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Miss, return to Songyan Pavilion," Su Xiangwan exclaimed, darting past her. Pan Xia, perplexed, could only hastily follow. Upon their return to Songyan Pavilion, Su Xiangwan sat silently in a chair, her expression dark and brooding. Pan Xia brought her a cup of tea, and upon glancing up, she was startled to notice Su Xiangwan's lips tinged with an unusual crimson hue. Pan Xia gasped, spilling the tea in her shock. "Miss, the eldest son." Su Xiangwan nodded gravely. At this revelation, Pan Xia covered her mouth in disbelief. This matter must not be disclosed. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow. Pan Xia quickly nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, Mississippi." She meticulously examined Su Xiangwan's attire, and, seeing it neatly arranged, felt a measure of relief. After the initial shock, Su Liangyan gradually regained her composure. Pan Xia, sniffling, remarked, "Miss, the eldest son is truly insufferable." With her eyes lowered in contemplation, Su Xiangwan eventually spoke with resolve. "We have accumulated some savings. Let us venture out tomorrow to find a suitable residence. If the price is right, we shall rent it." Pan Xia eagerly nodded in agreement. The following day, Su Xiangwan prepared to depart, taking the silver notes and setting out with Pan Xia. During her time in the capital, she had gained a general understanding of the streets. She confided in Panxia, I aspire to open a clothing shop in the future, and it must not be situated in a remote area. The residence should also not be too distant, as transportation would pose a challenge. Panxia nodded in agreement, suggesting, then let us explore more prosperous locations, though. She hesitated. Might the rents in such areas be exorbitant? Naturally, they will be higher. We shall inquire about the prices first. Very well. The two proceeded southward along Wangjing Avenue. After a considerable walk, they finally spotted a residence with a rental sign hanging at the entrance. Panxia stepped forward and knocked. Is anyone home? Moments later, a middle-aged man, bleary-eyed, opened the door. Is this residence available for rent? Xiangwan inquired. The man squinted at her, assessing her from head to toe. Today, Xiangwan wore a modest, soft gray pleated skirt and a veil hat. His tone dripped with disdain. Yes, it is for rent. Are you interested? Panxia retorted. What kind of attitude is that? The man rolled his eyes, but remained silent. Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly and asked, May we enter to view the residence? He shrugged, reluctantly responding, Come in. The master and servant stepped into the courtyard. The residence featured a two-courtyard layout. Though not expansive, it was clean and well-organized, exuding an air of elegance. The most captivating aspect for Xiangwan was the cluster of blooming roses in the center of the courtyard, their vibrant colors in full bloom. As a gentle breeze wafted by, the petals swayed gracefully, instilling a sense of tranquility. Roses were Xiangwan's favorite flowers. Their brilliance and resilience captivated her. Standing strong in the soil with just a single stem, unlike the more precious peonies that required more delicate care. Xiangwan nodded in satisfaction and inquired, May I ask what the monthly rent for this residence is? 120 taels of silver. What? Both she and her servant were momentarily taken aback. 120 taels could purchase a two-courtyard residence in Yangzhou. Observing their astonishment, the man scoffed. I knew you couldn't afford it. Which young lady still wears such outdated clothing? Go on, leave if you can't afford it. Do not disturb my business. Xiangwan's expression darkened. Panxia, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at the man and exclaimed, You, who look down on others, my young lady is a cousin of the Duke of Wei. The man's expression was clearly one of disbelief as he retorted, In that outfit, you claim to be a cousin of the Duke of Wei? I could just as easily claim to be a young master. You. Panxia was incensed. Xiangwan cast a cold glance at him, her eyes heavy with discontent, and pulled Panxia out of the courtyard. After walking a few steps, Panxia's tears fell like raindrops. Miss, everyone here is so snobbish. She sobbed. Xiangwan gently patted her back, assuring her, One day, we shall rightfully enjoy these expensive things and never again be looked down upon. As she spoke, her expression remained neutral, yet her gaze was resolutely determined. After this encounter, the two decided against heading towards the bustling streets, and instead chose to traverse some more secluded alleys. After a considerable walk, they arrived at an obscure lane. The alley was narrow and devoid of sunlight, with a chilling breeze wafting from within. Panxia hesitated, asking, Miss, shall we still go in? Xiangwan took a deep breath and replied, Yes, let us proceed. After walking approximately 100 meters, they came upon a dilapidated narrow door with a for rent sign hanging. Panxia stepped forward and knocked. Excuse me, is anyone there? Before long, a wrinkled woman emerged, her face adorned with a wide smile that revealed yellow teeth. Young lady, are you here to view the house? Finally encountering a hospitable landlord, Panxia replied with a smile. Indeed, my young lady wishes to see the place. I wonder if it is convenient for you at the moment? The woman's eyes brightened as she surveyed Xiangwan from head to toe, her smile deepening. Xiangwan felt uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. The woman cheerfully exclaimed, Of course, please come in, young ladies. As Xiangwan lifted her foot to enter, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing her to shiver and abruptly halt. She stood outside, peering into the interior, which was small yet tidy. But for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of foreboding. Noticing her hesitation, the woman's eyes sparkled with intent as she asked, Why do you not enter? My dear, I believe I can get a good sense of the place from outside, as it is rather small. Xiangwan replied casually. Oh, You cannot assess it properly from outside. You must see the bed and wardrobe. How could you judge it fully without stepping inside? The woman urged anxiously. A sense of suspicion arose within Xiangwan. Why was this woman so eager for her to enter? Something felt amiss. Steadying her thoughts, she calmly stated, "This residence seems a bit too small for us. Let us continue to explore." With that, she turned to leave. The woman hurried to stop her. "Please, young lady, do not be hasty." She took out a yellowed handkerchief, her voice trembling as she said, "My husband has fallen ill and urgently needs money. If you're interested in this property, I can offer you a discount." As she spoke, she extended 5 fingers, indicating 50 taels. Just 50 taels for an entire year. Pan Xia was taken aback by the astonishing price and cast an inquiring glance towards Xiangwan. At that moment, Xiangwan was nearly certain that something was amiss with this woman. She feigned excitement and asked, "Is that true?" The woman nodded earnestly, saying, "Absolutely true. Just 50 taels for the whole year. If you don't believe me, we could draft a written agreement right away." Xiangwan smiled and replied, "Very well." She then began to search her waist. "Oh dear, where's my money?" she exclaimed anxiously. Pan Xia was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the money supposed to be with her? Why was the young lady searching her own person? Having followed Xiangwan since childhood, she quickly realized and added, "Miss, did you take the purple purse from the table before leaving?" Xiangwan slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I didn't." She turned to the woman with urgency. "Please wait for me here. I will go back to fetch the purse." Her tone was earnest, and she appeared quite distressed. The woman's eyes darted, and she replied, "Very well, but do hurry back. Such a low price might be snatched away by someone else." Xiangwan nodded repeatedly and, with Pan Xia, swiftly exited the alley. Chapter 43. Resolution. Upon returning to the bustling main street, Xiangwan felt a sudden weakness in her limbs and broke into a cold sweat. Pan Xia, puzzled, asked, "Miss, do you think that woman had some ulterior motive?" Xiangwan patted her chest and replied, "Yes, if I am not mistaken. She is likely a con artist." "What?" Pan Xia gasped in shock. "While I was in Yangzhou, a merchant I worked with mentioned that some con artists disguise themselves as various personas to deceive women. And landlords are common guys. They prey on the unsuspecting, waiting until a woman enters a room, at which point their accomplices, hidden within, will seize the opportunity to bind her and sell her into a brothel." Pan Xia listened wide-eyed and asked, "But why did she let us go just now?" "She heard me mention the money and likely intended to wait for me to deliver it before springing her trap, hoping to gain even more." Pan Xia felt her legs weaken. After a long pause, she gradually composed herself and asked, "Miss, should we return to the residence?" Xiangwan shook her head and said, "We must visit the Wanxiu Pavilion first." Pan Xia, perplexed, inquired, "What we need to do there?" "I want to ask the shopkeeper if they're still accepting new designs. Given the high prices in the capital, we need to save as much money as possible." So Xiangwan explained. The two then made their way towards Wanxiu Pavilion. Inside Wanxiu Pavilion, the place was still bustling with activity, with customers coming and going. The woman who had welcomed Xiangwan during her last visit approached her warmly, saying, "Miss, welcome back. Are you here to see your shopkeeper again?" Xiangwan nodded gently and smiled. "Indeed, but I do not have an invitation today, and I am unsure if the shopkeeper is available." "Our shopkeeper has instructed that when you return, you need not bring an invitation. You may see him directly," the woman replied. Xiangwan felt pleasantly surprised and said with a smile, "Would you be so kind as to show me the way?" "Of course, please follow me," the woman responded. The lady led the two individuals to a private room on the 3rd floor and called out from outside the door, "Innkeeper, the young lady who came to sell her floral designs last time is here to see you." Inside the room, Cheng paused momentarily while examining the account book. The master's intuition was indeed correct. She had come. Wang, the innkeeper, hesitated as he glanced at him, awaiting his instructions. "Do you remember what I just told you?" The innkeeper nodded. "I remember. If Miss Su inquires, respond accordingly." Upon finishing this instruction, he quietly slipped behind the screen, concealing himself. Wang opened the door and said, "Miss Su, please come in." Xiangwan entered the room and casually glanced at the table, where 2 cups of tea were placed. She smiled and asked, "Do you have a guest, innkeeper? I hope I'm not interrupting." The guest just departed before you arrived. Wang replied discreetly as he cast a glance at the screen. Please, Miss Su, have a seat. Su Xiangwan sat down gracefully and spoke softly. I apologize for the disturbance, but I would like to inquire whether the shop is still accepting floral designs. The innkeeper's smile faltered slightly as he replied, I am sorry, Miss Su, but we are not accepting floral designs at the moment. Hearing this, Sue's expression dimmed briefly before she quickly regained her composure, responding with a smile, You are too kind. Innkeeper, may I ask when the shop will resume accepting them? The owner has not mentioned anything, Wang said with a smile. Rest assured, Miss Su, I am well aware of your skills. If you could kindly provide me with your address, I will send someone to inform you as soon as we begin accepting designs again. How does that sound? Su contemplated for a moment. This arrangement would save her the trouble of coming each time. She smiled brightly. Then I shall trouble you, innkeeper. I reside at the Duke Wei's residence. What? Wang's expression shifted in surprise. Fearing he might misunderstand, Su quickly clarified, I am merely staying there temporarily. The household has treated me exceptionally well, and I do not wish to take advantage of their hospitality without offering something in return, hence my desire to earn some silver for gifts. Ah, I see. Wang nodded slowly. Su rose gracefully and said softly, If you have matters to attend to, I shall not impose any longer. The innkeeper personally escorted her out. Once the silence returned, Cheng-Ying emerged from behind the screen, shaking his head as he sighed. What a predicament. After Miss Su left yesterday, the master summoned me and instructed me to come to Wanxiu Pavilion early today to inform the innkeeper that no floral designs for Miss Su are to be accepted. Stealing a glance upward, he noticed his master's countenance was ominously dark, as if shrouded in a cloud of gloom. He dared not speak further and quickly acquiesced. As the master and servant exited Wanxiu Pavilion, Pan Xiao muttered, Miss, today has been rather unfortunate for us, hasn't it? Su Xiangwan gently tousled her hair, comforting her. Though our spirits may be low, we must not let our bodies follow suit. Let us dine at Tianxiang Tower. Upon hearing this, Pan Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, miss? Indeed, it is true. I had mentioned our visit to Tianxiang Tower before, but various matters delayed us. Today, I happen to have silver with me, so we shall indulge in the culinary artistry of the finest establishment in the world. Su Xiangwan replied with a smile. Pan Xia instantly forgot her earlier discontent. Dancing with joy, you are truly wonderful, miss. The Tianxiang Tower is renowned as the finest establishment in the land, not merely for its exquisite culinary offerings, but also for its diverse array of dishes that amalgamate the delights of Sichuan, Hunan, Huaiyang, and various other regional cuisines, catering to the palates of diners from all walks of life. Su Xiangwan reserved a private room on the third floor. The decor of the room exudes charm, with elegant wooden screens and flowing silk curtains. Pan Xia glanced around hesitantly and inquired, Miss, might the dishes here be quite expensive? Perhaps, but what of it? Let us indulge ourselves today. Su Xiangwan replied with a gracious smile. As she spoke, the waiter brought the menu, and she ordered several Huaiyang dishes. While awaiting the meal, she gazed out the window. The setting sun cast a warm glow, illuminating the bustling Wangjing Avenue, alive with a continuous stream of people, showcasing its vibrant prosperity. A gentle breeze caressed her face, stirring the strands of hair that fell upon her forehead. In that moment, she found clarity. Before arriving in Kyoto, she perceived it as a realm of opulence. Yet, after experiencing it firsthand, she recognized a contrasting reality lurking beneath the surface. Born of noble lineage, her actions were seldom questioned. However, without power or influence, she found herself vulnerable to slander and malice. Aspiring to establish a shop in Kyoto was futile without a solid foundation. Renting a residence was equally daunting, as prime locations were prohibitively expensive and remote areas posed safety concerns. Moreover, she faced ridicule and bullying from Pei Xingji. The thought of him darkened her expression. Realizing that self-reliance alone could not secure a prosperous life, she resolved to seek a marriage into a prominent family. Su Xiangwan was acutely aware that securing her livelihood was already a challenge, let alone her lofty aspirations. Should she marry into a prestigious household, those around her would tread carefully, refraining from the kind of treatment she endured the previous night. Stealing her resolve, she calmly stated, Pan Xia, after we finish our meal, let us go purchase some garments and jewelry. Huh? Pan Xia looked up in confusion, only to find her mistress's expression unwavering, as if she had made a significant decision. Chapter 44. Dragon Boat Festival. The two returned to Xiangwan Pavilion, burdened with parcels. As they stepped through the door, a melodic voice called out, Miss Su, the matriarch requests your presence. Su Xiangwan paused, feeling a flutter of unease at the mention of the matriarch after the recent incident of defamation. She lifted the curtain and stepped outside, hesitatingly asking, Sister Linglong, do you know why the matriarch is seeking me? Linglong, perceiving Su Xiangwan's apprehension, replied with a smile. 3 days hence is the 5th day of the 5th month, the annual Dragon Boat Festival. The matriarch has summoned everyone to discuss the festival's arrangements. Su Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief, responding cheerfully, I shall go at once. Before she could reach the Xirin Hall, the lively chatter of conversation drifted from outside. As she entered, she spotted Pei Mingxi waving her overexcitedly, and she approached her with a smile, engaging in quiet conversation. Yet, Su Xiangwan could not shake the sensation of an elusive gaze resting upon her. She looked up to find Pei Xingji, his expression inscrutable. Their eyes met across the throng. Unnoticed by the others in the hall, she noticed a small cut at the corner of his mouth, clearly a result of her handiwork. Her ears flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. A flicker of emotion crossed Pei Xingji's face, his lips curving into a fleeting smile before swiftly returning to neutrality, leaving one to wonder if it was merely an illusion. The old matriarch, seeing everyone gathered, cheerfully said, In 3 days, it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. I have called you all here for this reason. According to tradition, we will eat zongzi and hang mugwort. This evening, we shall share a reunion dinner together and enjoy the festivities. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy, and the atmosphere quickly became warm and harmonious. Pei Xingji turned to the old matriarch and asked, Grandmother, is that why you waited for me to return? She chided him lightly. I'm telling you in advance to avoid you hiding away in the Dali Temple again. At your young age, you should engage more with your peers. Pei Xingji, with a resigned smile, replied, I'm not hiding, I was attending to official matters. After a while, the old matriarch grew weary, and everyone took their leave. Su Xiangwan returned to Xiangwan Pavilion with a light step. Bangxia brought her a glass of water, and, noticing the spring-like joy on her face, curiously asked, Miss, what makes you so happy? Su Xiangwan was indeed delighted. On the Dragon Boat Festival, the aristocratic youths would organize various games, and she had just decided in the evening to seek a marriage into a prominent family. An opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. It was as if a pillow had come to her, just as she felt sleepy. She quietly remarked, I've made up my mind to follow my mother's wishes. I will try on the clothes I bought today. Bangxia was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood her intent. With raised eyebrows, she exclaimed, Miss, you have finally come to a realization. With your beauty, there is not a second like you in the entire capital. Marrying into a noble family will be as easy as pie. Su Xiangwan chuckled and shook her head. It's not that simple. Most aristocratic families emphasize compatibility and social standing. Beauty without family backing will only lead to troubles. Bangxia pondered for a moment and agreed. Otherwise, the eldest son would not have treated the miss in such a manner, as he was merely taking advantage of her lack of protection. Miss, do you have any plans? Su Xiangwan contemplated that within this household, the old matriarch and Pei Xingji held the most influence. It was unlikely that Pei Xingji would bully her, but he would not extend his protection either. The old matriarch, on the other hand, was generous towards others. Reflecting on how the old matriarch often appeared fatigued after just a few words, Su Xiangwan deduced that the household lacked precious medicinal herbs for replenishing vitality, and surmised the cause of her weariness was excessive rich food. She mused, Tomorrow, we shall visit the apothecary. Bangxia, puzzled, asked, What shall we do at the apothecary? We will gather some herbs to invigorate and strengthen the spleen and make fragrant sachets to present to the old matriarch. At her suggestion, Bangxia immediately understood. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, it was indeed a perfect opportunity to gift the old matriarch. Su Xiangwan teased, You are quite clever. The day of the Dragon Boat Festival was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, servants hung mugwort in front of each courtyard. Xiangwan donned a deep green pleated skirt adorned with floral patterns. Her fair complexion appeared even more radiant against the deep green fabric. With the corners of her eyes slightly raised, she naturally exuded an alluring charm, which was usually understated in plain garments, but now adorned with care. Her captivating beauty shone through. "Late sister, let us go play in the eastern part of the city," Pei Mingxi called out joyfully from outside. Xiangwan lifted the curtain and stepped out with a beaming smile. "All right." Pei Mingxi's eyes sparkled, and she ascended the steps, circling around Xiangwan several times. Sighing, "You should dress like this more often. In the past, my attire was rather plain, but now, adorned as I am, I resemble a celestial being descending to the mortal realm." Xiangwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided, "Sister, you always tease me." "It is not teasing. I speak only the truth. Today, those young nobles of Kyoto will surely be captivated by your charm," Pei Mingxi jested. Feeling a tad bashful, Xiangwan shifted the subject. "By the way, sister, where are we going to the east of the city for? Is there some event happening there?" Pei Mingxi feigned mystery. "You'll find out once we arrive." The two linked arms as they stepped outside, where they spotted a carriage waiting for them. Pei Mingyu emerged from the residence. Donned in a peach-red gown adorned with golden embroidery, her head embellished with a jeweled headdress, her face radiating joy. However, upon seeing Xiangwan, the delight on Pei Mingyu's face vanished, her brows knitting together as she remarked sharply, "Oh, look at someone all dressed up. Who are you trying to entice?" Pei Mingxi's expression darkened at her words. Was she referring to herself? "Sister, you always defend her." Pei Mingyu shot an icy glare at Xiangwan before stepping into the carriage. With an apologetic tone, Pei Mingxi said, "Do not take offense, Wanwan. Mingyu has always had such a temperament." "Sister, there is no need for concern. I am well aware," Xiangwan replied softly. Pei Mingxi took Xiangwan's arm, and they both entered the carriage. The carriage was spacious enough for three, and as Xiangwan and Pei Mingxi chatted merrily, Pei Mingyu maintained a sullen demeanor. As they approached their destination, Pei Mingyu visibly grew anxious, frequently checking her attire. Pei Mingxi chuckled, "Relax, you look beautiful today." Rarely did Pei Mingyu's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she retorted, "Sister." Despite their earlier tensions, the bond between the sisters quickly thawed. In the east of the city, they arrived at a small river where they found a row of targets set up on the grassy bank, with a few eager participants preparing for an archery competition. "Is this a shooting contest?" Xiangwan inquired upon seeing the scene. Indeed, every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, the sons of noble families take turns hosting an archery contest here in the east of the city, Pei Mingxi explained with a smile. As the carriage came to a halt, the trio disembarked, drawing the attention of many onlookers. "Miss Pei is truly radiant today," a young lady exclaimed, approaching with enthusiasm. Pei Mingyu cast her a sidelong glance and walked past her without acknowledgement. The young lady's expression stiffened, and she muttered indignantly from a distance. "What is there to be so proud of? Is she not merely flaunting her family's influence?" Spotting a familiar figure ahead, Pei Mingyu approached eagerly. "Sister Shuran?" "Mingyu." Yang Shuran stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Pei Mingyu's, glancing behind her. "Has the elder brother not arrived yet?" Pei Mingyu teased, recognizing her friend's anticipation. Yang Shuran bit her lip shyly and asked in a hushed tone, "Is Brother Xingji coming today?" "He should be. Grandmother specifically mentioned it." Yang Shuran reassured her, feeling relieved. However, Pei Mingyu, blushing and fidgeting, added, "Has Brother Yanqing arrived? I just got here and haven't seen him yet. However, it is likely that he will come. After all, he has never missed this competition in previous years." The two exchanged knowing glances. Xiangwan and Pei Mingxi settled onto a stone bench, observing the lively scene before them. Pei Mingxi remarked, "Ah, my brother is truly unfortunate. On such a splendid day, he is confined to his studies. Is he still required to read on the Dragon Boat Festival? Mother mentioned that the autumn examination is merely 3 months away, and he must not be distracted by anything else." As they spoke, a clear, melodious voice approached. Sister Mingxi, Miss Su. They turned to see Wanwan approaching with light steps, having made a special effort to dress for the occasion. Pei Mingxi engaged her in casual conversation, but soon discerned that her mind was elsewhere, teasingly commenting, "Some people are present in one place, yet their thoughts reside in another." Wanwan blushed at the remark. "All right, I won't tease you any further," Pei Mingxi said with a charming smile, adding quietly, "Elder brother should arrive today." "Who wants to hear that?" Wanwan replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned her gaze away. Observing her expression, Xiangwan mused to herself, "It seems that Pei Xingji is indeed quite popular." The three of them sat together, exchanging light-hearted chatter. After a short while, the atmosphere suddenly grew more animated. Xiangwan looked up to see several noble ladies rising, gazing in a particular direction with a faint blush on their faces. Following their line of sight, she beheld a young man galloping towards them, clad in a moon-white outfit. His figure is upright as a pine tree, with dark hair tied high with a red silk ribbon, swaying gracefully in the breeze. What a strikingly handsome young man, Xiangwan thought. "Brother Yanqing." Pei Mingyu's voice rang out. Gu Yanqing reined in his horse. He tossed the reins to a servant behind him and asked Pei Mingyu, "Has cousin Xingji arrived?" Pei Mingyu pouted in discontent. "Why does brother Yanqing only remember elder brother?" "Greetings, cousin Mingyu. Has cousin Xingji come?" Pei Mingyu replied. "My sister and I arrived first. Elder brother should be here shortly." She spoke reluctantly. "Oh, cousin Mingxi is also here. Where is she? I shall go greet her." Pei Mingyu pointed in a direction. Following her gesture, Gu Yanqing spotted the three seated figures. He recognized two of them, but the third, he momentarily lost his train of thought and stepped forward. With his long strides, he quickly left Pei Mingyu behind. Upon reaching a distance of 3 steps, he paused and smiled. "Cousin Mingxi is also here." Pei Mingxi responded with a smile. "Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Mother has kindly allowed me out, so the 3 of us came to enjoy ourselves." "3 of you? Oh, right, this is the niece of my third aunt, Miss Su." Pei Mingxi introduced. Turning to Xiangwan, "This is Gu Yanqing, the young lord of the Chomping Marquisate." Xiangwan rose gracefully and said softly, "It is a pleasure to meet you, young Lord Gu." She had come with the intent of seeking a suitable match. Thus her demeanor and expression were impeccably poised. She glanced at Gu Yanqing, shyly averting her gaze, embodying the essence of a modest young lady. Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. From a distance, he had perceived her to possess an extraordinary grace, as if untouched by the mundane world. As I drew closer, I beheld her delicate cheeks and enchanting almond-shaped eyes, her lips a deep crimson and teeth a pristine white, resembling a celestial being from a painting. The slight arch of her eyes brought a touch of earthly charm to her otherwise ethereal presence. Her gaze shimmered with an alluring brilliance, as if it could ensnare the very soul of anyone who met it. In that moment, he felt his heart skip a beat. "Cough, cough, Yanqing cousin," Pei Mingxi interjected, her eyes darting between the two. Gu Yanqing, regaining his composure, responded, "Ah, since you are Mingxi's cousin, and she calls me cousin, if you do not mind, I shall address you as Wanwan cousin from now on." Xiangwan cast a glance at the flush on his cheeks, and, with a gentle smile, replied, "Of course, I do not mind. Then I shall call you Yanqing cousin in the future." "Good," Gu Yanqing said, his heart racing at the sound of Yanqing cousin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Mingyu hurried after him, breathless. "Why are you walking so fast?" "Yanqing brother, you didn't wait for me. I did not ask you to follow me," Gu Yanqing replied bluntly, his straightforward nature showing no mercy. Pei Mingyu, undeterred, smiled brightly. "Yanqing brother, the wildflowers by the river are blooming beautifully. Let us go and take a look together." Gu Yanqing had little interest in admiring flowers or composing poetry, and he impatiently declined. "I shall not go," aware of the distinctions between the genders. He felt it prudent to leave this place soon. He clasped his fists in farewell, stating, "I will go to find my friends. You may enjoy yourselves here." As he turned to depart, his gaze lingered momentarily on Xiangwan. "Yanqing brother," Pei Mingyu called, pursuing him. "Mingyu." Pei Mingxi interjected disapprovingly, attempting to restrain her sister. Being her elder sister, She did not wish to see her sibling ridiculed as Yang Shuran had been. However, her efforts were in vain, and Pei Mingyu followed him regardless. The atmosphere returned to tranquility. Huang Wanru remarked softly, "Young Master Gu is exceptionally handsome. It is no wonder that Miss Pei has taken a liking to him." Su Xiangwan took a sip of tea, discerning Pei Mingyu's affection for Gu Yanqing. Yet, it was evident that Gu Yanqing harbored no such feelings for her, especially given Pei Mingyu's previous harsh words towards her. Thus, she bore no guilt. Seemingly casual, she remarked, "Sister Yu is surely not a shallow person. It must be young Master Gu's generous nature and courteous demeanor that have touched her. Generous he may be, but courteous to whom is another matter." Huang Wanru mused thoughtfully. Intrigued by her statement, Su Xiangwan inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "You may not know, but Gu Yanqing is the sole heir of the Gu family. Adored like a star since childhood. He has not developed a spoiled temperament. However, he tends to act rather unruly. Last year, he even broke the arm of the grandson of the vice director of the Salt Transport Office." Huang Wanru whispered. Pei Mingxi, disagreeing, interjected, "Yanqing brother despises evil. After all, that man forcibly took a woman. When has he ever harmed the innocent? I am not saying young Master Gu is in the wrong. Rather, the intricate relationships among the noble families in the capital are complex. While acting heroically is commendable, one must also exercise caution. The vice director of the Salt Transport Office has caused my father a headache for half a month. He is someone we cannot afford to offend," Huang Wanru explained. Her words were reasonable, leaving Pei Mingxi momentarily at a loss for a response. Chapter 46. The competition. The speaker may be indifferent, but the listener's heart is attentive. From a young age, Su Xiangwan was particularly enamored with the tales of chivalrous heroes. Such a character, she presumed, would hardly indulge in frivolous pursuits. She continued her inquiries. The young Lord Gu must be rather youthful, having married. One would expect him to temper his ways. Huang Wanru shook her head. He is no longer a child, already 18. The Countess is quite anxious, discreetly observing potential matches. Yet he seems disinterested in matters of the heart, preoccupied instead with swordplay and martial arts. She glanced around, lowering her voice to a whisper. Nevertheless, his striking appearance has undeniably stirred the affections of many noble ladies. Pei Mingxi chuckled. "Where did you learn such things?" Huang Wanru replied earnestly, "What I say is the truth. You may not know, but we have even compiled a list of the young gentlemen of the capital." She paused. "Can you guess who ranks first?" "Naturally, it's the elder brother." Pei Mingxi answered without hesitation. "Congratulations, you are correct. No surprise there," Huang Wanru said with a grin. Su Xiangwan observed the two, her lips twitching involuntarily. That young man was indeed handsome, yet he seemed rather superficial. She inquired further, "And who holds the second spot?" "That will be young Lord Gu." Curious, Su Xiangwan asked, "On what basis was this list compiled?" "Based on appearance, character, and lineage," Huang Wanru replied. Su Xiangwan's lips twitched again. "Are you certain this is not a list for selecting suitors?" Pei Mingxi, intrigued, asked, "Who is the third?" "That would be Gao Hong, the eldest son of the Gao family, and fourth is Master Pei Jingwen. Among the top four, two are from the Pei family." "Mingxi, I envy you," Huang Wanru said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Pei Mingxi proudly lifted her chin. Su Xiangwan sat quietly, her mind racing. The first place was a man with a heart of darkness. The third was unknown to her, and the fourth was unsuitable, leaving only the second, Gu Yanqing. His preoccupation with martial pursuits indicated a certain simplicity of heart. Should he develop feelings for her, given his character, it seemed unlikely he would settle for her as a concubine. Moreover, with the Chomping Marquis and his wife having only this one child, even if they were dissatisfied with their family background, their parental affection would likely lead them to acquiesce in the end. The path may be arduous, but it was not insurmountable. She gazed thoughtfully at him. The sun was high in the sky, and more competitors were arriving. A dark carriage came to a slow halt. Pei Xingji, dressed in a dark robe, descended from the carriage at a leisurely pace. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Look, young Master Pei has arrived. He remains as striking as ever. Those who missed him at the flower viewing last time finally get to see him today." Unperturbed by the chatter, Pei Xingji strolled towards the riverside pavilion. Xingji, a resonant voice called out. Gu Yanqing lifted his ornate robe and hurried towards the pavilion. Yanqing, how have you been lately? Pei Xingji greeted him warmly, appreciating the youthful vigor of Gu Yanqing and displaying more patience towards him than others. Gu Yanqing plopped down beside him, exclaiming, "Finally, I get to see you." He lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp, exclaiming with excitement, "Cousin, a new horse farm has opened in the suburbs of Beijing. The horses there are magnificent and robust. My equestrian skills have greatly improved lately. Do you have time today to engage in a little contest? I've been longing for a rematch since I lost to you during the autumn hunt last year." Pei Xingji was not particularly inclined to participate in such competitions. His skills in horse training and swordsmanship were cultivated for the battlefield, rendering such contests rather dull for him. He lazily replied, "I will be here during the day, but I have a family banquet in the evening, so I fear I won't have the time." Gu Yanqing lowered his gaze, disappointment evident. "All right, then how about we compete in archery? Since you are already here and you've declined the horseback riding, this time you must not refuse." Having just turned down his previous suggestion, to refuse again would seem rather unkind. He nodded lightly, "Very well, it would be a good opportunity to stretch my limbs." "Splendid." Gu Yanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, a mischievous glint flashing briefly. Pei Xingji chuckled helplessly. The lad was employing clever tactics merely to challenge him. He refrained from exposing him, and they continued their conversation, with Gu Yanqing mostly chattering away while Pei Xingji responded occasionally. Not far away, Yang Shuran was stamping her feet in frustration. "What is that Gu Yanqing always doing, clinging to brother Xingji? I can't even get a moment alone to speak with him." Beside her, Pei Mingyu disdainfully curled her lip. Isn't it she who has been the one to cling to others? She could not voice this thought directly, so instead she remarked, "Yanqing has been close to brother Xingji since childhood. What's wrong with a few words exchanged?" Yang Shuran realized she had inadvertently misspoken and awkwardly laughed. "Oh, I meant no offense. I just thought it might not be great for them to be together for too long. What is so inappropriate? They are not a solitary man and woman confined to a room together." With that, Pei Mingyu turned and walked away. Yang Shuran's expression changed. The remark was clearly a jab at her. Annoyed, she stomped her foot and hurried after her. Pei Mingxi placed the prepared snacks on the table, and the group chatted and laughed while sipping tea and enjoying the delicacies. "Sister, why didn't you call me to share the delicious treats?" Pei Mingyu's voice rang out. "I saw you chatting with Yang Shuran. Since you were together, I thought it best to let you sit there," Pei Mingxi replied. Yang Shuran caught up with them, and upon spotting Su Xiangwan, quickly assessed her from head to toe, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, one might mistake you for the daughter of some esteemed family." Su Xiangwan set down her teacup and shot her a cold glance. "Young Shuran, this is my cousin from the Su family. Please be more respectful in your speech." Pei Mingxi interjected, displeasure evident in her voice. "Miss Pei, I meant no disrespect." Yang Shuran blinked innocently. "Ha, you know well in your heart whether that is true." Huang Wanru chimed in. "It seems that Lord Huang has been quite busy lately, neglecting to discipline Miss Huang," Yang Shuran remarked bluntly, raising an eyebrow. "You." Huang Wanru was left speechless with anger. Pei Mingyu, who already held a disdain for Su Xiangwan, found amusement in watching her being targeted. The commotion caused by Yang Shuran drew the attention of several onlookers. Gu Yanqing noticed the commotion over there and stood up, addressing Pei Xingji. "I shall go and see what is happening." "Let us go together," Pei Xingji replied coolly, though he was not one to meddle in others' affairs. He would not hesitate to act when it came to the reputation of the Pei residents. The two made their way over. "What are you up to again, Yang Shuran?" Gu Yanqing approached impatiently. He detested those who wielded power to bully others, and Yang Shuran had been abusing her status for far too long. He harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her. "Ah, young Lord Gu, what brings you here?" Yang Shuran retorted with a mocking tone. "It matters not what brings me. I simply wish to know what madness you're displaying here." "Madness?" Yang Shuran's brows furrowed, and casting a glance at Pei Xingji beside her, she managed to suppress her anger. She spat, "Some people, oblivious to propriety, attempt to seduce men, and yet you do not speak of her, but rather come to me?" At this moment, Pei Xingji cast a casual glance at Su Xiangwan. He had noticed her the moment he arrived. Her mere presence was a captivating sight that was difficult to overlook. Yet, she usually dressed modestly. Why had she deliberately chosen to adorn herself today? As if struck by a thought, his gaze darkened. Chapter 47. Archery. Su Xiangwan sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon her. She looked up and met a pair of inquisitive eyes. Her heart sank slightly. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though she had erred and lowered her head in shame. Yang Shuran, clarify your words. Who is attempting to seduce men? Gu Yanqing demanded bluntly. Yang Shuran bolted, pointing a finger at Su Xiangwan, and hissed, I am referring to her. Yang Shuran, how dare you slander her? Apologize to Miss Xiangwan at once. Gu Yanqing's tone was stern. Miss Xiangwan? Apologize? Yang Shuran scoffed, as though she had heard the most absurd joke. So now they were calling each other cousins? And she claimed she was not enticing anyone. Dream on. Pei Xingji, who had remained silent until now, spoke calmly. Miss Yang, Miss Su is also a cousin of our Pei family. Your words seem to imply some grievance against us. Yang Shuran's complexion paled, and she hastily replied, Of course not. Brother Xingji, I spoke in haste and misspoke. Since you have erred, an apology is in order. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a virtue, Pei Xingji stated leisurely. With so many onlookers, Yang Shuran found it difficult to swallow her pride, yet she could not refuse to apologize. Otherwise, according to Pei Xingji's reasoning, it would imply her discontent with the Pei residents. Pei Xingji was putting her in a tight spot. Yang Shuran's face fluctuated between red and white. After a prolonged silence, she reluctantly said, Miss Su, I was in the wrong. Please do not take offense. Su Xiangwan found the situation rather amusing. Yang Shuran, with her haughty demeanor, had been humbled by Pei Xingji not once, but twice. Observing Yang Shuran's sulking posture now, Su Xiangwan felt a wave of satisfaction. After all, who could not engage in a little bullying? She rose and feigned surprise. Oh dear, I seem to have left my handkerchief on the carriage. Would you be so kind as to retrieve it for me, Miss Yang? What? You dare treat me as your servant. Do not overstep your bounds. Yang Shuran screamed in fury. At this moment, Gu Yanqing chimed in. It seems that Miss Yang has yet to recognize her own transgressions. She still harbors grievances against the Pei residents. You. Yang Shuran gritted her teeth, turning towards the Pei family's carriage. Pei Mingyu observed her friend's discomfited demeanor, uncertain whether to intervene. The others could hardly suppress their laughter. Huang Wanru, with admiration, declared, Indeed, young Master Pei is formidable. It takes someone of his caliber to handle such an unreasonable person like Yang Shuran. Gu Yanqing retorted angrily, I have always found Yang Shuran to be intolerable. If she weren't a woman, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. Suddenly, Pei Mingyu shrank back, hoping that the group would not notice her presence. Before long, Yang Shuran returned empty-handed. Su Xiangwan, have you perhaps made a mistake? There is no handkerchief of yours in the carriage. Su Xiangwan touched her sleeve pocket in surprise and exclaimed, Oh, it turns out it was in my sleeve pocket. I couldn't find it earlier. Thank you, Miss Yang. With a snicker, Huang Wanru burst into laughter. Yang Shuran quickly realized that Su Xiangwan was mocking her. Furious, she yearned to confront her, yet with so many witnesses. She swallowed her anger. Her nails dug into her palms. Her eyes filled with a fierce intensity. And finally, she stomped her foot in frustration, saying nothing as she turned to leave. Su Xiangwan watched her retreating figure, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was not one to take pleasure in teasing others. But Yang Shuran's incessant provocations had tested her patience. In that brief moment, she had carefully considered the situation. Yang Shuran feared Pei Xingji, and even if she offended her, the worst that could happen would be to seek Pei Xingji's assistance for a new waist sash. Thinking of the waist sash, Su Xiangwan's gaze flickered over him. The fabric she used was ordinary, while Pei Xingji was adorned with nothing but exceptional items. Wearing a sash crafted by her would undoubtedly draw attention. Noticing that he was not wearing the waist sash she had made, Su Xiangwan let out a sigh of relief. Pei Xingji observed her subtle gestures, his expression inscrutable. Cousin Wanwan, if Yang Shuran troubles you again in the future, just come to me, Gu Yanqing declared loudly. At this proclamation, Pei Mingyu felt a surge of alarm. She glanced between Gu Yanqing and Su Xiangwan, her eyes darting back and forth. Xiangwan nodded gently, her voice soft. "Thank you, cousin Yanqing." Gu Yanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as he stammered, "You're too kind, cousin." Pei Xingji watched their interaction, his countenance shrouded in ambiguity. The two did not linger further and turned to leave. As they walked away, Pei Mingyu's heart sank. She turned to glare at Xiangwan, her gaze colder than ever before. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed from a distance, and the crowd erupted in excitement, rising to make their way towards the open space. A man wearing an armband shouted, "Today, young Master Pei will also participate in the competition. You are all in for a treat." At this announcement, the crowd buzzed with enthusiasm. He continued, "The competition rules remain the same as in previous years, within the span of a jaw stick. The one who shoots the most arrows with precision will be crowned champion." Participants were invited to wager an item, betting on which young gentleman would emerge victorious. Regardless of the outcome, the stakes would belong to the competitors, and those who triumphed would receive gifts from the participants. So Xiangwan Basil inquired of Pei Mingxi, "Isn't it cumbersome to exchange items? Would it not be simpler to reclaim one's belongings directly upon winning?" Pei Mingxi quietly elucidated, "There is a rationale behind this practice. Should a competitor retain an item belonging to a lady, it signifies his interest in her. If he returns it, it indicates a lack of romantic prospects. This unspoken agreement has persisted for years. There exists a distinction between the genders. Only on such festive occasions may we gather openly and behold one another." It became clear why everyone present, regardless of gender, had gone to great lengths in their attire. The noble ladies, blushing, began to remove their ornamental hairpins and jewelry, tying them with silk cloths inscribed with their names for differentiation. Before long, Pei Xingji's tray was overflowing with hairpins and adornments. Observing the spectacle, Xiangwan stepped aside, removing her white jade pin and placing it in the tray marked with Gu Yanqing's name. The drums sounded thrice, signaling the competitors to take their positions. Pei Xingji and Gu Yanqing drew the gaze of the majority. Pei Xingji, bow in hand, aimed at the target with a relaxed posture, devoid of any tension. "Begin." With a swift motion, arrows flew through the air. The audience, eyes wide, was captivated, fearing they might miss a thrilling moment. As the incense burned down, the competitors withdrew their bows. A servant approached to tally the scores. The eldest son of the Zhao family scored 38, while the second son of the Liu family hit 32. When it was Pei Xingji's turn, an anticipatory silence enveloped the air. Pei Shitzi has struck 101. At this proclamation, a collective gasp arose. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Impossible! How could anyone shoot 101 arrows in such a brief span?" Pei Xingji, unperturbed by the disbelief, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Gu Yanqing, distressed, retorted, "Just because you cannot do it does not mean others cannot. Bring forth the target." In no time, the servant presented Pei Xingji's target before the audience, who approached to inspect it, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The target was peppered with arrows, each one striking the bullseye, piled upon one another. The earlier arrows had been split by those that followed, showcasing the archer's remarkable strength. Doubts were dispelled, and the crowd was unanimously convinced. Xiangwan, too, found it hard to believe, gaining a profound appreciation for Pei Xingji's prowess. With admiration, Gu Yanqing exclaimed, "Cousin, how did you manage to shoot so many arrows in such a short time?" "Teach me." Pei Xingji replied leisurely, "It suffices to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously." Gu Yanqing stood speechless, taken aback. The servant continued with the tally. "Gu Xiaoho has hit 68. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Scoring 68 arrows was a remarkable feat once all scores were reported. The rankings became clear. Pei Xingji secured first place without question, while Gu Yanqing claimed second. Many noble ladies rejoiced, declaring, "I knew Pei Shitzi would surely win. The young Lord Gu is quite remarkable, having hit 68 targets." Pei Mingxi approached Xiangwan and quietly inquired, "Did you place a bet earlier, Sister Wan?" Xiangwan yintli nadiv. With a curious expression, Pei Mingxi asked, "Whom did you wager on, Sister Wan? Who did your sister bet on?" "Naturally, it was on the eldest brother." Xiangwan replied softly, "His archery skills are superb. I initially intended to place my bet on him, but since so many had already done so, I decided to support young Lord Gu instead. Pei Mingxi was taken aback. Cousin Yanqing? Su Xiangwan smiled and nodded. After the competition, everyone gathered in the pavilion, engaging in light-hearted conversation while the gentle breeze rippled across the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Despite the serene appearance, many noble ladies felt a twinge of anxiety within, hoping their hairpins would not be returned. As dusk approached, with the sky adorned in hues of red, the guests began to bid farewell and departed in pairs. Su Xiangwan glanced at the sky, a flicker of joy igniting within her heart. Her white jade hairpin had not been returned. This was promising. Sister Wan, it's getting late. We should head back. Pei Mingxi suggested. All right, Sister she agreed. As they boarded the carriage, they noticed Pei Mingyu already seated inside, her expression cold and withdrawn. Where what troubles you? Pei Mingxi asked with concern. Pei Mingyu remained silent, turning her head away. Observing this, Pei Mingxi chose not to press further. Throughout their conversation, Pei Mingyu cast a glance at Su Xiangwan, who sensed the unusual intensity of the look, causing her heart to skip a beat. Her intuition told her that Pei Mingyu's gaze carried a different weight than before. Upon returning home, Pei Mingyu uttered not a word and entered without a backward glance. Pei Mingxi sighed. Your is too spoiled. Su Xiangwan had no intention of speaking in defense of Pei Mingyu. Instead, she softly said, the banquet is about to commence. Let us hurry inside. Pei Mingxi shook her head, and the two proceeded into the residence. Back in Songyan Pavilion, Su Xiangwan changed into a plain-colored garment. She retrieved 2 sachets she had embroidered the previous day and, presenting one to Pan Xia, asked, What do you think of this sachet? Do you like it? Pan Xia received it with both hands, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Is this a gift from you, miss? She exclaimed. Su Xiangwan replied with a bright smile indeed. I mentioned I would make one for you while crafting pouches some time ago, and today, as it's the Dragon Boat Festival, I thought it fitting to present you with a sachet. Pan Xia's delight was evident as she expressed her gratitude. I adore it. Thank you, Mississippi. I'm glad you like it. Su Xiangwan responded warmly. Before long, a servant arrived to announce that the banquet had begun. Su Xiangwan tidied herself and rose to attend the feast, which was held in the Muxi Garden, a venue designated by the Pei family for grand gatherings. By the time she arrived, the garden was already bustling with guests. The long, intricately carved ebony table was set, with male guests on one side and female guests on the other, creating a lively atmosphere. Sister Wan, come sit here. Pei Mingxi called out with a smile upon seeing her. Su Xiangwan returned the smile and took her seat. Pei Xingji assisted the elderly matriarch into the Muxi Garden. Once everyone was settled, the matriarch, seated at the head of the table, cheerfully proclaimed, Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Let's enjoy this family banquet together without any formality. As the crowd exchanged auspicious words, they raised their cups, engaging in spirited conversation and laughter. Su Xiangwan picked up her chopsticks, focusing intently on the exquisite dishes before her. With her head bowed in quiet contemplation, she occasionally lifted it to share a few whispered words with Pei Mingxi. Pei Xingji, holding his wine cup, cast a fleeting glance towards Su Xiangwan, noting her change of attire for the evening's gathering. A subtle intrigue stirred within him as he observed her. Oblivious to his gaze, Su Xiangwan continued to savor her meal. Yet that lingering stare was impossible to disregard. A flicker of irritation ignited in her heart. Why should she tread so carefully before him when she had done nothing wrong? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and met his eyes. Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by her boldness, with a spark of intense curiosity igniting in his eyes. The moonlight cast a resplendent glow, and the atmosphere in the Osmanthus garden was vibrant and lively. The two exchanged glances across the crowd, a palpable tension forming in the air as the surrounding noise gradually faded, leaving an intimate space for their silent duel. Ultimately, it was Su Xiangwan who faltered first. Her ears flushed, and she turned away, unable to maintain the connection. Pei Xingji appeared in high spirits, a smirk playing on his lips as he tilted his head back to down a cup of Changpu wine, absent-mindedly twirling his obsidian ring. Pei Jingwen, lost in thought, picked at the sumptuous dishes before him, yet found them tasteless, as if chewing on wax. Earlier that afternoon, the second madam had once again broached the subject of his marriage in his study. She had candidly stated that after his autumn examination, she would arrange for an esteemed lady to be chosen for him. With heartfelt persuasion, she reminded him that his father was far away serving in Shuazhou, and there was no telling when he would return to the capital. Their family could not indefinitely rely on others for sustenance. In his father's absence, he had to assume the role of the family's pillar. Her words left him with a tumult of emotions. He recognized the truth in her statements, yet he could not shake the memory of another person lingering in his heart. Unable to resist, he lifted his gaze to Xiangwan, only to find her engrossed in her meal, completely oblivious to him. A bitter taste filled Pei Jingwen's mouth as he raised his cup of Changpu wine and drained it in one gulp. Pei Mingxi observed her elder brother and then glanced at Xiangwan, contemplating how to bring the two together. She approached Pei Jingwen, raising her cup with a cheerful smile. "Brother, happy Dragon Boat Festival." Pei Jingwen snapped back to reality, lifting his cup in response. "Sister, same to you." Leaning in, Pei Mingxi whispered, "Will you not toast Miss Wan with a cup?" "What?" Pei Jingwen's face flushed crimson. Pei Mingxi raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "I have been sitting right next to Miss Wan, and I have noticed you stealing glances at her all evening." Coughing awkwardly, Pei Jingwen's face turned even redder. Unsure of how to respond, Pei Mingxi laughed softly, covering her mouth. "Miss Wan is both kind and intelligent. You must seize the opportunity." With a mischievous glance, she returned to her seat. Pei Jingwen lowered his head, no longer daring to look at Xiangwan. Pei Mingyu, lacking an appetite, poked at the fish in her bowl until it was thoroughly mangled. She recalled the way Gu Yanqing had looked at Xiangwan earlier that afternoon, a chill settling in her heart. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet all maintained a facade of joyfulness, creating a scene of vibrant festivity. Chapter 49. A modest libation. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the matriarch began to feel fatigued and was assisted by the matron to her quarters. Observing this, Xiangwan gently addressed Pei Mingxi. "Sister Shi, I have finished my meal and wish to take a stroll to aid digestion." "Very well, dear sister," Pei Mingxi replied. Rising, Xiangwan made her way towards Siren Hall. There, the head maid, Ling Long, stood waiting outside. Xiangwan approached her and inquired, "Sister Ling Long, may I ask if the matriarch is resting?" "Not yet. The matriarch is currently engaged in conversation with the eldest son," Ling Long responded. Xiangwan hesitative, uncertain if she should enter. However, she quickly reminded herself that she had done nothing wrong, so there was no reason to feel apprehensive. Steeling her resolve, she smiled and said, "Please be so kind as to inform her of my presence." Before long, Ling Long returned with a message. "Miss Su, the matriarch has requested your presence." Xiangwan lifted the curtain and entered. The matriarch reclined on an ebony couch, while Pei Xingji sat beside her, engaged in a discourse that was beyond her comprehension. Xiangwan approached softly, addressing the matriarch. "Matriarch, on this Dragon Boat Festival, I have prepared a sachet for you." As she spoke, she produced a beautifully crafted sachet from her sleeve and presented it. The matriarch received it, her face lighting up with joy. "Your craftsmanship is exquisite, dear Wanwan. This sachet is even finer than those from the Wanqiu Pavilion." She brought the sachet to her nose and inhaled deeply, noting the fragrance of medicinal herbs. "Does this contain traditional Chinese medicine?" "Indeed," Xiangwan smiled gently. "It contains dried tangerine peel, sandalwood, and agarwood. I have observed your rosy complexion paired with frequent fatigue. Noticing your preference for rich foods, it seems your spleen and stomach may be out of balance. Thus, I included some herbs to harmonize and fortify them." The matriarch nodded appreciatively, admiring Xiangwan's meticulous thoughtfulness despite her youth. "At my age, I find everything taste bland, so I tend to favor stronger flavors. Your consideration is much appreciated." Pei Xingji cast a glance at the sachet. Xiangwan continued in a soft tone, "There is no need for such formality, matriarch. During my time in the estate, I have been a frequent guest, and this is merely my duty." Reflecting on the recent incident where Xiangwan had been wrongfully accused, the matriarch felt a pang of guilt. She grasped Xiangwan's hand, saying, "Good child, do come to keep me company whenever you have the time." Su Xiangwan nodded lightly, replying, as long as you do not mind my presence. How could I possibly mind? At my age, I delight in the company of youthful blossoms like you. Engaging in conversation makes me feel rejuvenated. The matriarch chuckled warmly. Very well. I shall certainly visit you more often whenever I can, Su Xiangwan promised. Pei Xingji shot her a sidelong glance, his expression neutral. The matriarch and Su Xiangwan exchanged pleasantries about mundane matters until the matriarch expressed her need for rest. Su Xiangwan exited along sa pays Xingfi. The path from Xiren Hall to Zhiyuan and Songyan Pavilion lay in the same direction, and they walked in silence, one following the other. The household was busy enjoying a festive banquet in the Mushi Garden, and with the holiday spirit, the servants were likely hiding away to indulge in leisure. Today, Su Xiangwan had granted Pan Xiao a day off, allowing her to spend time with friends, leaving Su Xiangwan to come to Mushi Garden alone in the evening. The road was quiet, punctuated only by the soft rustle of their footsteps. The moonlight tonight was as ethereal as water, casting a silvery frost upon the ground. The moonlight cascaded upon them, casting a hazy glow that was unexpectedly harmonious. They walked in silence. As they turned a corner, the outline of Songyan Pavilion came into view, prompting Su Xiangwan to exhale a long sigh of relief. Being alone with Pei Xingji always made her somewhat anxious, yet this journey had passed without incident. Just as she was about to finish her breath, Pei Xingji suddenly turned and said, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Would Miss Su care to join me for a drink?" The words were spoken with a tone that brooked no refusal. Su Xiangwan felt a pang of unease. Uncertain of his intentions, fearing the gaze of onlookers, she glanced around cautiously. Pei Xingji found her nervousness amusing and raised an eyebrow, saying, "There is no one here." Su Yangan's cheeks flashed crimson. His words made it seem as though they were embroiled in some scandalous affair. Irritated and embarrassed, she replied, "I'm tired. Perhaps the eldest son should seek another companion." Pei Xingji, unperturbed, languidly remarked, "Miss Su is truly heartless. Just today, I assisted you, and now you refuse to acknowledge me. However, I, as a magnanimous gentleman, shall not hold it against you. I merely wish to inquire, Miss Su," he drawled, raising an eyebrow, "what is it like to wield power over others?" Su Xiangwan understood he was referencing the incident with Yang Shiren earlier that day. She pressed her lips together and retorted, "Please lead the way, eldest son." With a smirk, Pei Xingji turned and guided her down a path. Upon reaching a fork, he veered into one of the branches. Su Xiangwan was taken aback, recognizing this as the route she had traversed with Pan Xia on that fateful night, when she had also encountered Pei Xingji. So this path led to the bamboo garden? The winding trail twisted around several times before suddenly opening up to a vast expanse of bamboo forest. Su Xiangwan hesitated, asking, "Where is this?" "The backyard of the bamboo garden," Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly. Surprised, Su Xiangwan quickened her pace to match his. As she looked around, she noted the area was remarkably expansive. In the distance, the sound of water could be heard, and following the sound, she spotted a plume of steam rising about 10 meters away. She recalled her first accidental intrusion into the bamboo garden, when she had discovered a hot spring flowing into the grounds. Now, standing here, she realized there was a hidden paradise, leaving her somewhat awestruck. Pei Xingji followed the stone path until they arrived at a wooden cabin. The cabin was simple, draped in sheer curtains that swayed gently in the breeze, creating an enchanting ambience. Su Xiangwan followed him inside, noticing a bottle of wine and 2 glasses set upon the table. It seemed he had planned for her arrival all along. "Please, have a seat," Pei Xingji said languidly. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow slightly at his invitation, choosing instead to remain standing silently by the side. Pei Xingji, undeterred, poured 2 glasses of wine. In the candlelight, Su Xiangwan noticed his hands, a pair of long, strong fingers, well-defined at the joints. After filling the glasses, Pei Xingji gazed at her intently, extending his ring finger to trace circles around the rim of his glass, again and again. As Su Xiangwan observed his movements, a blush crept across her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she feigned calmness and said, "I have a low tolerance for alcohol and cannot drink much. That is of no consequence. The essence of drinking lies in its enjoyment, Pei Xingji replied, nudging the glass toward her. Su Xiangwan fixed her gaze upon the glass of wine, her heart embroiled in a tempest of indecision, contemplating whether to partake. Just then, she heard Pei Xingji's light chuckle. Fear not, there is no poison in the wine. Su Xiangwan shot him a glare, settled before him, and raised the glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. The wine was fiery, unlike the one she had tasted at the banquet, causing her to instinctively draw in her breath. The residue clung to her lips, shimmering under the flickering candlelight. Pei Xingji's eyes lingered on her lips, his breath faltering slightly. He swallowed hard, his voice husky as he inquired, "Is the wine to your liking?" "Spicy," Su Xiangwan replied, oblivious to the underlying tension. Would Miss Su like to alleviate the spice? Pei Xingji's expression was enigmatic. Su Xiangwan nodded. Suddenly, Pei Xingji pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace, his lips brushing against hers. Chapter 50. The temple. Su Xiangwan's eyes widened in terror as she instinctively pushed against him. Pei Xingji halted, his gaze fixed upon her, his warm breath grazing her cheek. "Be good and do not move." Fearful, she ceased her struggles, sensing something beneath her garments poised to strike. Having experienced the ways of the world, she recognized its nature and was left breathless with fright. Pei Xingji, satisfied with her compliance, became even more audacious. The scent of the wine mingled with a fragrant aroma. The candlelight flickered, casting two entwined silhouettes upon the wall. After what felt like an eternity, Su Xiangwan felt her head spinning, and Pei Xingji finally released her. She raised her hand to strike him, but found herself too weak. Her hand was gently grasped. TSK. Such beautiful hands. How could they be used for striking? Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Xiangwan whispered, "What do you truly desire?" "Miss Su is perceptive. You should know my intentions," Pei Xingji replied, his tone laden with meaning. Su Xiangwan struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Pei Shitsi, please show some restraint. Though my family has fallen, I am still a proper young lady and will not tolerate your frivolity." Pei Xingji appeared unfazed by her reaction, remarking softly, "Miss Su has been in business for some years now. Merchants value fairness in transactions. Should you choose to accompany me, I assure you shall not suffer losses." Su Xiangwan's brows knitted in indignation as she retorted, "What do you take me for?" Seeing her genuine anger, Pei Xingji released her, speaking slowly, having come to Kyoto. "You must have witnessed its harsh realities. Whether renting a home or opening a shop, which does not require wealth and connections. If you were to be with me, I could provide you with these, and no one would dare to bully you. Did you not journey to Kyoto for such reasons?" Su Xiangwan bit her lip in frustration, exclaiming, "Pei Xingji." It was the first time she had called his name. Pei Xingji paused, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. "There is no need to rush. Miss Su may wish to contemplate this further. Consider it." Su Xiangwan blushed fiercely, hurling the words at him before fleeing without a backward glance. Pei Xingji watched her retreating figure, laughter escaping his lips. He suddenly found her somewhat endearing. In public, she wore a facade of gentility, yet before him, she revealed her true spirit. He slowly turned his fingers, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Su Xiangwan dashed back to Songyan Pavilion like the wind. Pan Xia was startled to see her mistress gasping for breath, exclaiming, "Miss, what has happened? Is someone pursuing you?" Su Xiangwan placed a hand on her chest and replied solemnly, "No one is chasing me." "Then why do you appear this way?" Pan Xia inquired. With a quiver in her voice, Su Xiangwan recounted the events that transpired. "What? The eldest son is utterly outrageous. What difference is there between his bullying and that of a robber?" Pan Xia, filled with indignation, paced the room furiously. "If he were to marry you, that would be one thing, but his failure to even mention it is incomprehensible. Even a concubine deserves a title. What does he take you for?" After venting her frustrations, Pan Xia continued, "What kind of gallant hero is he?" "Bah!" Su Xiangwan sat silently, lost in thought. After a moment, she abruptly stood, startling Pan Xia. "Mistress, what is wrong? I have come to a decision. I must hasten to find a noble family to marry into." Su Xiangwan's heart raced with trepidation. Today, he merely took advantage of her. What would happen in the days to come? If he were ever to tarnish her purity, How would she navigate such a fate? As she paced the room, she murmured, "It seems I must find a way to arrange a meeting with Lord Gu." Panxia hesitated, cautioning, "Mistress, such clandestine dealings are fraught with danger. If discovered, your reputation would be ruined. Rest assured, I will not meet him alone. I merely wish to create opportunities for us to encounter one another," Su Xiangwan reassured her. Panxia understood and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you have a plan, mistress?" Su Xiangwan beckoned her closer and whispered a few words. After listening, Panxia nodded in agreement. For several days, life proceeded without incident, and Su Xiangwan gradually relaxed. One evening, upon returning from the old madam's courtyard, Panxia approached her and whispered, "Mistress, Lord Gu has replied." "Oh, what did he say?" Su Xiangwan inquired. Lord Gu mentioned that the lady of the marquis has been experiencing insomnia lately. He plans to visit the Temple of Fanning in the outskirts tomorrow to pray for her well-being. Su Xiangwan nodded, "Very well. He previously mentioned offering 10 taels of oil to the Buddha. We shall go to the temple tomorrow." The following morning, Su Xiangwan boarded the carriage destined for Fanning Temple. To avoid drawing attention, she had specifically rented a carriage outside the estate and had adorned herself with care, ensuring her appearance was neither overly extravagant nor too plain. After traveling for a considerable time, the carriage finally halted before a temple. Su Xiangwan adjusted her veil and stepped inside. The number of worshippers was sparse that day, and the temple was tranquil. She donated 10 taels as an offering, then knelt on a mat, clasping her hands in earnest prayer. "May I find solace and peace. May this young lady beside me achieve her heart's desire." Suddenly, a bright voice broke the silence. Su Xiangwan opened her eyes to see Gu Yanqing kneeling beside her. Dressed in a deep black robe, he concealed some of his youthful recklessness, exuding an air of extraordinary nobility. Su Xiangwan shyly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and softly greeted Cousin Yanqing. "Cousin Wanwan," he replied. They rose and exchanged courtesies. "The back courtyard is quieter. Would you care to join me?" Gu Yanqing suggested. Su Xiangwan nodded gently. The two made their way to the temple's rear courtyard, where small clusters of worshippers lingered, creating a serene atmosphere. Gu Yanqing, accustomed to swordplay and martial arts, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. Interacting with a woman for the first time, a thin sheen of sweat formed on his palms as he retrieved a talisman from his pocket, nervously stating, "My mother has not been sleeping well lately, so I sought this talisman for her. I have heard that the talismans here are quite effective. I also obtained one for my cousin, wishing her safety and success." His earnestness moved Su Xiangwan, who shyly accepted the talisman, thanking him, "Thank you, Cousin Yanqing." "There is no need for formality, dear cousin," he replied, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. His gaze, however, was bright and spirited as he continued, "I hope you are not upset about the hairpin I kept the other day." He pressed his lips together before adding, "I have taken good care of it. Should you wish to retrieve it, I can send it back at any time." A rosy hue spread across Su Xiangwan's cheeks as she softly responded, "There is no need. I lost the bet, so you may keep the hairpin." Elated, Gu Yanqing, despite his usual flamboyance, found himself at a loss, unaccustomed to matters of the heart. Su Xiangwan gently bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Both were acutely aware of the implications of their exchange, and a sense of bashfulness enveloped them. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, startling the birds into a flurry. Pei Xingji, his expression clouded, gazed intently at the warm scene unfolding before him. Chapter 51. Fortune and Blessings. Su Xiangwan, laden with packages, boarded the carriage back to the residence. Panxia, setting down the assorted gifts, chuckled softly. "Young Lord Gu is truly kind to you. This is only your second meeting, yet he has brought you so many delightful treats. I heard that the mung bean cake is particularly sought after and sold out before noon. One wonders when young Lord Gu found the time to procure them. Clearly, he holds you in high regard." A blush crept across Su Xiangwan's face as she nodded gently. Young Lord Gu was handsome, genuine, and considerate, qualities rare among the scions of noble families. Panxia leaned in closer and whispered, "Surely, your wishes are now fulfilled, right?" With a soft sigh, Su Xiangwan furrowed her brows slightly. "Yet, I wonder if the Marquis's household will accept someone of my background. Do not fret, Mississippi. Young Lord Gu is the sole heir of the Chongping Marquisate. The family will surely embrace you, Pan Xia reassured her. Recalling the events of the previous night, a sense of unease lingered in Su Xiangwan's heart as she spoke solemnly. If this matter is to come to fruition, it must be settled soon. Otherwise, prolonged uncertainty may bring unforeseen complications. Why not seek the assistance of the third madam? After all, she has desired for you to marry into a prominent family for quite some time, Pan Xia suggested, puzzled. Su Xiangwan shook her head. I cannot place my trust in her. Indeed, when Su Xiangwan was wrongfully accused of impropriety, the third madam had disavowed her, demonstrating a callousness that rendered her unreliable. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Su Xiangwan grasped the window frame to steady herself. Just as Pan Xia was about to express her frustration, a piercing voice rang out from outside. Please, kind sir, spare a moment. Pan Xia glanced at Su Xiangwan, who nodded in consent. Lifting the curtain, they beheld a ragged man kneeling on the ground, his hair unkempt and matted, as if he had not washed it in ages. Su Xiangwan gently retrieved several pieces of silver from her waist and said softly, Little brother, take this money and use it. Just be careful not to suddenly stand in front of the carriage next time. The driver might not be able to stop in time and could harm you. The young man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that someone would treat him with such kindness. He wiped away his tears and knelt before the carriage, ready to accept the silver from Su Xiangwan's hand. However, upon looking up, he froze. Misu, he exclaimed in a flurry. Su Xiangwan, puzzled, replied, Little brother, do you recognize me? The young man extended his hands, pushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from his forehead, and exclaimed with excitement, It's me, Miss Su. I am Fuguei. Su Xiangwan was momentarily stunned and took a while to recognize him as indeed being Fuguei. She quickly dismounted the carriage to assist him, asking in confusion, Brother Fuguei, what has happened? Why do you look like this? Fuguei wiped his face, which was stained with tears and snot, and lamented, It's the second madam. She intends to eliminate me. Su Xiangwan's expression grew serious as she realized the gravity of the situation. She glanced around and whispered, Brother Fuguei, do you have time now? Let me treat you to some tea. Fuguei nodded vigorously. Yes, I have time. The two approached a small stall where Su Xiangwan ordered several snacks. Fuguei devoured them ravenously. Nearly choking, Su Xiangwan poured him a cup of tea, and after he gulped it down, he wiped his mouth and sorrowfully remarked, Miss Su, you are truly a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded. Su Xiangwan smiled slightly and inquired, Brother Fuguei, are you full? Would you like another bun? No, no. I'm fine, Fuguei replied, letting out a satisfied burp. He then looked around and lowered his voice. Miss Su, do you know why I haven't it up like this? Su Xiangwan, perplexed, responded, Yam Onaviv. Has Brother Fuguei encountered some difficulties? It's not merely difficulties. The second madam seeks to annihilate me. Fuguei exclaimed. She expelled me from the household without giving me my contract. I cannot even seek work elsewhere. That day, when I returned home late, I found my house on fire. I risked my life to save my 2-year-old child, but all my possessions were consumed in the flames. Now my child is ill, and I have no money for treatment, which is why I am in this state. As he spoke, his eyes reddened with fury. I cannot believe that fire was an accident. It must have been set by the second madam. Su Xiangwan questioned, why would the second madam do such a thing? Because she blames me for not watching over the second young master. Fuguei explained. The second young master? How is this related to him? Su Xiangwan was utterly bewildered. Fuguei cast her a glance and sighed deeply. To be honest, the second young master has feelings for you. The second madam has always wanted to arrange a match for him with a noble woman. She blames me for not keeping an eye on him, which is why she has resorted to such ruthless measures. The second madam is heartless and will not rest until her objectives are achieved. Su Xiangwan was taken aback, suddenly realizing why the second madam and Pei Mingyu sought to frame her for infidelity. First, they had set fire to Fuguei's home, and then they had murdered Fan Sheng. A shiver ran through Su Xiangwan. Regaining her composure, she took a few pieces of silver from her sleeve and said, I did not bring much money when I went out today. Please do not refuse this little amount, Brother Fuguei. Fuguei quickly waved his hands. How can I accept this? Miss Su's life in the public residence was fraught with difficulties. You have graciously provided me with silver and treated me to a meal. How can I possibly accept more from you? Observing that Fuguei had grown gaunt and haggard from hunger in such a short span of time, Xiangwan could not bear to refuse him. Isn't it true, Brother Fuguei, that there's a sick child at home? I'm uncertain if this amount of silver will suffice, but please take it to treat the child's ailment first. Fuguei's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out. Miss Su, you are truly a benevolent soul, a truly kind-hearted person, at a loss for words to comfort him. Xiangwan gently inquired, Where do you reside, Brother Fuguei? Allow me to escort you. Fuguei hurriedly declined, yet could not resist Xiangwan's insistence. The carriage turned its course towards a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the capital. Upon disembarking, Xiangwan was taken aback by the sight before her. This is where Brother Fuguei lives? Fuguei sighed, Alas, land in the capital is worth its weight in gold. I cannot afford a home. The place that burned down was merely a rental. After the fire, the landlord demanded compensation, but I had no means to repay, and I am still in debt to him. Xiangwan understood. Fuguei was indeed a man of integrity, resolutely facing his hardships without contemplating escape or evasion of his debts. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the sound of a baby's cries resonated from within, prompting them to enter. They found a frail infant wailing on a straw mat. Fuguei hurriedly picked up the child, attempting to soothe it, feeling compassion swell within her. Xiangwan removed all her jewelry and softly said, Brother Fuguei, you should sell these ornaments for silver. Though it may not be a substantial amount, it could provide some immediate relief. Fuguei swiftly refused, but Xiangwan insisted. With tears streaming down his face, Fuguei fell to his knees, solemnly declaring, Miss Su, from this day forth, you are my master. Should you ever require my assistance, I will move mountains and part seas to fulfill your wishes. Xiangwan quickly helped him to his feet, responding, What you say is unnecessary. As long as you and your child are well, my visit here is not in vain. Fuguei stood, wiping his tears, his sunken eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. As Xiangwan and Pan Xia boarded the carriage back to the public residence, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Pan Xia wiped away her tears, indignantly remarking, Does the second madam not fear retribution for her actions? Xiangwan shook her head. Retribution? If one were afraid of retribution, they would not act so recklessly. Chapter 52. Injury. Gu Yanqing returned to the Marquis's residence, his face aglow with joy. He removed his outer robe and approached the bookshelf in his study, retrieving a small box from a hidden compartment. Inside lay a delicate white jade hairpin, quietly resting. His eyes sparkled with elation as he carefully lifted the hairpin, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. The maid, Chun Tao, entered with a cup of hot tea. Young master, please have some tea. He hastily concealed the hairpin and cleared his throat. Chun Tao, what do young ladies typically favor as gifts? Chun Tao was momentarily taken aback. The young master had never shown interest in matters concerning young ladies. They tend to prefer beautiful clothing and accessories, she replied with a smile. Indeed, you speak the truth. Gu Yanqing nodded. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the market. Chun Tao stifled a laugh, realizing that her young master was finally blossoming. As the moon hung high in the sky, Pan Xia lay on the couch, deeply asleep, just as Xiangwan extinguished the candle and prepared for slumber. A voice called from outside. Miss Su, the master requests your presence. The heart of Xiangwan grew heavy. She was reluctant to go. Yet she understood that refusal was not an option. She rose and donned her outer garment, making her way to the bamboo garden. Cheng Ying escorted her to the threshold of the study before withdrawing. As Xiangwan stood at the door, hesitating, a cold voice resounded from within. Aren't you coming in? Steeling herself, Xiangwan pushed open the door. Pei Xingji was practicing his calligraphy, his long, bony fingers dancing across the paper. In no time, he inscribed 2 characters that radiated with vigor, penetrating the very essence of the paper. Upon closer inspection, Xiangwan saw that the characters read hard S scheme. Her expression darkened as she retorted, "Did you summon me here at this late hour to humiliate me, young master?" Humiliate? Pei Xingji pondered the term. He set down his brush, raised his gaze to her, and scoffed. "How can this be called humiliation? Does my cousin possess no cunning?" Without reservation, Su Xiangwan replied, "I do not comprehend your words, young master. I offer you wealth and splendor, yet you refuse and instead seek to entangle yourself with other men. Is that not cunning?" His demeanor shifted, the atmosphere around him growing colder. Entangle? Su Xiangwan was taken aback, uncertain of what he truly knew. Yet, upon reflection, she questioned whether desiring a better life was truly a fault. Enduring such humiliation, her hands clenched tighter beneath her sleeves as she retorted coldly, "Regardless of entanglements, and regardless of whom I associate with, what concern is it of yours? You are no longer pure, yet you dare to covet other men." Pei Xingji's eyes darkened, his voice stern. Su Xiangwan felt her heart skip a beat. Her long lashes fluttered as she cast a fearful glance at him. Did he know something? Pei Xingji furiously crumpled the paper on the table and cast it to the ground, his voice icily resolute. "Yan Qing's thoughts are innocent. Not something a scheming woman like you can aspire to. We have already shared intimacy. How can you dally with others?" A sigh of relief escaped Su Xiangwan. It seemed he was referring to their prior encounters, and she had feared he had uncovered something else. She feigned calmness, replying, "The matter concerning young Lord Gu is not something for you to meddle in." Seeing her unwavering stance, Pei Xingji's ire intensified. He watched her lips move, uttering words he found displeasing. He circumvented the desk, advancing towards Su Xiangwan. Though her face bore a defiant expression, her steps retreated in trepidation. Unbeknownst to her, she stumbled upon something, and, as she teetered, she was on the brink of falling. In a flash, Pei Xingji reached out to catch her, but instead, they both tumbled to the ground. The crash shattered a vase on the shelf behind them. In the ensuing chaos, Su Xiangwan looked up to find herself atop Pei Xingji. Hastily, she rose, bewildered by his unexpected protectiveness despite his disdain for her. "Are you all right?" she inquired hesitantly. Pei Xingji stood, arching an eyebrow. His tone frosty. "What are you hiding from? Am I going to devour you?" Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Su Xiangwan lowered her gaze, only to notice a cut on Pei Xingji's hand, blood seeping from the wound. "You're injured," she exclaimed. "It's but a trivial wound. Why make such a fuss?" Pei Xingji shot her a glance. Su Xiangwan suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it was Pei Xingji who had sustained injuries to protect her. She stammered, "Do you have any medicine? Allow me to tend to your wounds." "No need," Pei Xingji replied, waving his sleeve dismissively. He looked down at her with a heavy gaze. "Warning, remember to keep your distance from Yan Qing." With that, he seated himself at the desk and began to read, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Xiangwan stared at the glaring red of his wound, biting her lip, and without uttering another word, she exited the room. As night deepened, the sounds of unknown insects outside stirred her unease. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Eventually, when slumber did come, it was haunted by disquieting dreams. In her dream, she found herself in that notorious brothel, unable to withstand the relentless demands of a man. Her voice hoarse as she begged for mercy. Yet, she heard him coldly retort, "You must endure regardless." The voice struck a chord of familiarity, and when she turned her head, she was met with a face that drained her of color. Pei Xingji, his expression dark and filled with an indescribable desire. Su Xiangwan screamed, guaking abruptly. "Miss, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" Banxia, having set aside her tasks, rushed to her side. Xiangwan surveyed her surroundings, realizing it had merely been a nightmare. With a racing heart, she patted her chest and reassured Banxia, "I am fine, merely troubled by a bad dream." After breakfast, Su Xiangwan rose and made her way to Tsiren Hall. She resolved to embrace her circumstances, knowing she would be residing in the manor for some time. To pass the days, she would visit the old matriarch, engaging in conversation to alleviate her boredom. "Ling Long, is the old matriarch in?" Su Xiangwan inquired with a cheerful smile. "Yes, the old matriarch has just finished her breakfast and is waiting for you. You may enter directly," Ling Long replied. As Su Xiangwan lifted the curtain to enter, Her demeanor shifted upon seeing Pei Xingji inside. Xiangwan has arrived. I was just speaking of you to Xingji, and lo, you appear as if summoned. The old matriarch exclaimed with a warm smile. Xiangwan composed herself, bowing naturally to Pei Xingji before turning to the matriarch, her voice gentle. Oh? What praises has the matriarch been singing about me? Of course, I was extolling your embroidery skills, the matriarch said kindly, taking her hand. You've been coming to keep me company, bringing delightful little gifts like sachets. I was just telling Xingji how exquisite your work is. Ignoring the gaze that fell upon her, Su Xiangwan smiled. They are merely trifles. I am glad you find joy in them. The matriarch picked up one of the sachets she had embroidered, turning to Pei Xingji. Look at this peony. It is embroidered as if it were alive. Pei Xingji reached out to take it. Suddenly, the matriarch's brow furrowed with concern as she focused on his hand. Xingji, where did you sustain this injury? Pei Xingji quickly cast a glance at Su Xiangwan. Their eyes met briefly, and she averted her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Perhaps I encountered it somewhere, he said nonchalantly. The matriarch, anxious, scolded, you foolish child. Even with an injury, you should seek a doctor for proper care. It is but a minor wound. There is no need for concern, grandmother, he replied indifferently. Seeing that her words had no effect on him, the matriarch sighed. You ought to settle down and take on the responsibilities of a household head. Then you would learn to cherish your health. Pei Xingji inadvertently cast a glance at Su Xiangwan, only to find her with her head turned, lost in thought. His affairs were demanding, leaving him little time to consider settling down. Do not worry, grandmother. I shall cherish my health in the future, he remarked with a smile. Alas, the old lady sighed, displeased. If that is the case, then I suppose we need not celebrate my birthday next month. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. How could one overlook the significance of the old lady's birthday? Pei Xingji, in the presence of family, rarely displayed patience. He gently suggested, Xiangwan is not a child anymore. It would be a splendid idea to arrange a marriage for him during your birthday celebration, a double joy. With that, he cast a cryptic glance at Su Xiangwan. She understood the unspoken message. He intended to sever any lingering ties between herself and Pei Xiangwan. Yet it mattered not. Ever since Fu Guwei had divulged the actions of the second madam, her prospects with Pei Xiangwan had been irrevocably dashed. The old lady smacked her forehead. Oh dear, how did I not think of this? Xiangwan is indeed of age and should have a marriage arranged. As Pei Xingji discussed the details of the birthday celebration with the old lady, Su Xiangwan felt no desire to linger and took her leave. Upon returning to Sonyan Pavilion, she pondered what gift to present to the old lady. After some contemplation, she resolved to embroider 100 birds paying homage to longevity since the old lady admired her needlework. She summoned Panxia and said, Let us venture out this afternoon to purchase some embroidery thread. What do you plan to embroider, miss? There are still some threads here, Panxia replied, pausing her work in confusion. Next month is the old lady's birthday, and I intend to gift her an embroidered piece, Su Xiangwan explained. Next month is the old lady's birthday? Panxia asked in surprise. Su Xiangwan nodded gently. I heard about it while visiting her earlier. Very well. If you have no other matters, I shall accompany you, Panxia smiled. After lunch, Su Xiangwan arrived at Wangjing Avenue and entered a shop. As she was about to exit with her purchased threads, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chuntao, Su Xiangwan exclaimed joyfully. Chuntao turned around, looking somewhat bewildered. It's me, Su Xiangwan said, removing her veil. Chuntao's face brightened. Miss Su, what brings you here? Stepping closer, Su Xiangwan replied softly. I came to buy some embroidery thread. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you shopping as well? Chuntao laughed. I am here accompanying my master. Is the marquis wife also here? Su Xiangwan inquired. Chuntao shook her head. My master is young Master Gu. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. Chuntao's master was none other than Gu Yanqing. Just as she pondered this revelation, a delighted voice rang out. Cousin Wanwan? Looking up, Su Xiangwan saw Gu Yanqing approaching, laden with packages. She beamed. Cousin Yanqing, what a delightful surprise. Gu Yanqing approached, raising an eyebrow. I never anticipated encountering you here, cousin. Are you shopping for something? Su Xiangwan nodded lightly. Indeed, next month is the old lady's birthday, and I plan to embroider a painting, so I came to buy some thread. Gu Yanqing's eyes sparkled. He had been pondering how to meet Su Xiangwan again. And here was his chance. He could also attend the old lady's birthday celebration next month, and they would have another opportunity to see each other. Su Xiangwan cast a glance at the box he was holding and thought to herself, most of the patrons of this shop are women. What is he doing here? Gu Yanqing noticed her gaze and was about to explain that it was a gift for her, but he hesitated, realizing that revealing it would spoil the surprise. With a flicker in his dark, bright eyes, he smiled and said, "Isn't the old lady about to celebrate her birthday? I came to buy some things for her." Su Xiangwan smiled faintly, understanding now. Gu Yanqing then pondered and inquired, "By the way, where does cousin Wanwan know Chuntao?" Su Xiangwan beamed and replied, "Does cousin Yanqing still remember the flower appreciation banquet hosted by Madame Hon not long ago? I met Chuntao there when I accompanied sister Shi to the event. I wasn't feeling well at that time, and it was Chuntao who escorted me home." Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of regret. His mother had urged him to choose a favored lady at the flower banquet, but he had been entirely disinterested and had made some excuse to avoid it. He anticipated that cousin Wanwan would attend that gathering. He bit his lip in frustration, thinking, if only he hadn't been so frivolous, he could have already been acquainted with cousin Wanwan, unaware of his inner turmoil. Su Xiangwan glanced out the window and gently said, "It is getting late. I should head back now." Gu Yanqing regained his composure and sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "Allow me to escort you a bit." Su Xiangwan smiled and politely declined, "Thank you, cousin, but it would be inappropriate if someone were to see us. It's not far to the public residence. I'll arrive shortly, so there is no need for concern." Gu Yanqing considered her reasoning and, raising his eyebrows, replied, "In that case, be careful on your way. And you as well." They exchanged polite farewells. Once back in his room, Gu Yanqing's feelings of regret lingered. He called for Chuntao and asked, was cousin Wanwan satisfied with the meals at the residence during the flower banquet? Chuntao stood momentarily confused. She wasn't always by Su Xiangwan's side. How could she know if she was pleased with the meals? Yet, seeing her master's demeanor, she wondered when he had ever shown such concern for a woman. Could it be that his recent infatuation was due to Miss Su? Chuntao pondered before reporting. That day, I was busy arranging the front hall and didn't pay attention. However, all the esteemed guests present praised the dishes. Gu Yanqing nodded absent-mindedly. Chuntao recollected that day when Cheng Ying, the attendant of young Master Pei, had asked her to escort Miss Su back to the residence without informing others. Yet, her master was not exactly others, especially given his good rapport with young Master Pei. Hesitantly, she added, "On that day, Miss Su was unwell, and it was Cheng Ying who came to find me, asking me to take Miss Su home." Gu Yanqing was momentarily stunned. "Young Master Xingji?" Chuntao nodded. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. With cousin Wanwan's beauty and her residing in the Duke's mansion, they would undoubtedly encounter each other frequently. Would it not spark some chemistry? Unable to remain seated, he began pacing his room. Yet upon reflection, he considered that young Master Xingji was rather indifferent to women and led a life of asceticism. Thus, it was unlikely that anything would transpire between them. With this thought, he began to calm down slightly. Chapter 54. The birthday banquet within the confines of the second courtyard of the public residence. The humble shopkeeper stood trembling at the side. Shun's brow furrowed deeply as she fixated on the account ledger in her hands, yet to be fully perused. With a sudden and furious motion, she flung the ledger at the shopkeeper. He felt his knees, not daring to breathe. "This is the account from the past 2 months. Take a good look. What is going on? Am I surrounded by a bunch of inept fools?" Shun's voice was piercing, filled with uncontainable rage. The shopkeeper, too fearful to meet her gaze, stammered in response. "A few shops opened on West Street 2 months ago, coinciding with the goods we handle. Those newly opened establishments, whether to attract customers or for some other reason, have drastically lowered their prices. Our shop has seen hardly any customers each day. I reported this to you last month, and you instructed me to maintain our original prices. Subsequently, many of our loyal patrons have chosen to shop there, resulting in a severe decline in our business." Shin's chest heaved with indignation, her brows knitting tightly. Beside her, Pei Mingyu quickly patted her chest to soothe her, advising gently, "Mother, do not let your health suffer. If they lower their prices, We shall do the same. Absolutely not. Shun slammed her hand upon the table, her anger palpable. There are so many mouths to feed within this household, and our daily expenses flow like water. The old matriarch is aging, and just for the ginseng and bird's nest, we spend no less than 1,000 taels of silver each month. Our livelihood depends on those few shops. If we lower our prices, we will not last long. Pei Mingyu, who had never previously considered these matters, now found herself somewhat anxious. She urged, then let us cut back on expenditures. Reduce the monthly allowances of each servant by half. Shun scoffed. The third branch has long coveted control over the household finances, always watching for my mistakes. If we were to implement such measures, who knows how she would twist my actions before the old matriarch. Pei Mingyu grew alarmed. What shall we do? Next month is grandmother's birthday. It must be celebrated grandly, and that money will surely flow out like water. Where shall we procure such a sum? Shin inhaled deeply, her tone subdued. If it comes to that, we can temporarily use the dowry your mother saved for you. How can we do that? Pei Mingyu exclaimed, her urgency mounting. Her eyes darted thoughtfully, and she whispered, hasn't mother reaped some benefit from managing the household all these years? Why not sell some of those items? Shin chuckled lightly. Once sold, they're gone forever. However, utilizing the dowry in a moment of need could salvage our reputation. The old matriarch would not simply stand by. She would surely compensate us later. Pei Mingyu clapped her thigh in delight. What a brilliant idea. Mother is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Shun's fury began to dissipate. Yet she soon sensed something amiss. Reflecting deeply, she pondered, which shop has kept its prices low for 2 months? Even the wealthiest of merchants cannot endure such strain. This is clearly a challenge directed at us. She turned sharply to the shopkeeper, her voice steely. Investigate who is behind those few shops. Yes, the shopkeeper acknowledged, hurrying off to fulfill her command. As June arrived, the weather in the capital grew increasingly warm, with the winds carrying a palpable heat. The atmosphere within the residence bustled with excitement as preparations for the old matriarch's birthday commenced. Xiangwan, feeling rather bored, leaned against the window, watching the butterflies dance gracefully outside. As the summer approached, Panxia entered with a cup of tea, leaning closer to Xiangwan with a curious expression, and said, Miss, I just went out, and you won't believe what I overheard the servants discussing. Xiangwan, slightly disinterested, replied, What is it? They mentioned that Miss Gao is coming to Kyoto to celebrate the old lady's birthday. A flicker of interest sparked in Xiangwan's eyes. Who is Miss Gao? I heard she is a young lady from the old lady's maternal family. The Huayang Gao family? Precisely. Suliangyan Lurit Hergaze. Recalling the rumors she had heard about the Huayang Gao family in recent days. The Huayang Gao family holds the foremost position among the 8 noble families. And there are tales that it is better to marry a Gao daughter than to become a royal son-in-law. They have a renowned young lady whose fame has spread throughout Kyoto, captivating the hearts of esteemed families, all of whom have sought her hand, but were politely declined. It remains uncertain whether the incoming Miss Gao is indeed the one from the rumors. On the 5th day of June, as dawn broke, a soft golden hue appeared on the horizon, and the gates of the estate swung open early to welcome guests from afar. Gathered in the osmanthus garden, the old lady, adorned with a golden crown, sat at the head of the table, as laughter and joyful voices filled the air. One by one, guests approached to offer their congratulations. Grandmother, knowing your sincere devotion to Buddhism, I have brought you a statue of the Bodhisattva to wish you health and longevity, declared Pei Xingji. With that, a servant entered, carrying a statue nearly a person's height, exuding a fragrant aroma, gleaming with rays of golden light in the sunlight. It turned out to be an entire block of golden silk enamel wood. Xiangwan was astonished by his extravagant generosity. Golden silk enamel wood is rare, and such a sizable piece is virtually priceless, leaving her to wonder where he had found it. The old lady chuckled. Xingji is thoughtful. Pei Mingyu, Pei Mingxi, and Pei Jingwen then stepped forward in unison, exclaiming, May grandmother's fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and may your life extend like the southern mountain. Good, good, good. The old lady joyfully accepted their gifts. Xiangwan glanced around, noticing that each gift was more lavish than the last, making her feel somewhat inadequate. Even the usually reclusive Pei Min had presented a gift of greater value than hers. When it was Su Xiangwan's turn to offer her congratulations, a faint sound of derision emerged from a corner. Though the sound was as subtle as a whisper, her keen perception caught it. Stealing her nerves, she approached with a smile, saying, "I wish the old lady longevity and good health." With that, she presented her embroidered piece depicting 100 birds welcoming the phoenix. The old lady accepted it, visibly moved by its exquisite intricacy. "How long did you spend on this beautiful work?" she inquired. Su Xiangwan lowered her gaze and replied softly, "I possess little of value. Embroidery is my only skill. This piece took me over a month to complete." The old lady gently grasped her hand, saying, "Dear child, embroidery strains the eyes, and you must have exerted much effort working on this." She then turned and commanded, "Ling Long, go fetch the chrysanthemum tea from my room." Feeling the warmth of the old lady's hand, Su Xiangwan was deeply touched. Having lost her grandparents before she was born, she had never experienced the warmth of a harmonious grandparent-grandchild relationship. Despite her noble status, the old lady treated her with kindness, causing her eyes to well with emotion. Just then, a servant entered, announcing, "Old lady, Miss Gao has arrived." The elderly lady's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Quickly, invite her in." Everyone turned to gaze towards the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure appeared before them. Chapter 55. Zero. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Xiangwan paused momentarily in her breath. It was then that she truly comprehended what a genuine noblewoman looked like. Miss Gao glided forward with elegance, her hair ornament quivering yet remaining steadfast, her demeanor gentle and poised, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. Each gesture seemed meticulously measured. Her beauty was striking, with skin like fine jade and brows resembling distant mountains. Her aura transcending the mundane, exuding an aristocratic elegance, as if she were untouched by worldly affairs. Su Xiangwan found herself momentarily entranced. Gao Zhiro bowed gracefully to the old lady, addressing her as grandmother. "Ruru has come to visit you." The old lady hurriedly descended from her elevated position, grasping her hand with a moved expression, saying, "At last, Ruru has arrived. You must have been weary from your journey. Please, take a seat." The old lady led her to sit beside her. Gao Zhiro's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at Pei Xingji nearby, her eyes shimmering with warmth, softly inquiring, "Cousin Xingji, how have you been lately?" Pei Xingji gently nodded, replying in a calm tone, "All is well, and you have endured much on your journey." Gao Zhiro replied, "There is no hardship in coming to see grandmother. Had it not rained for several days recently, making the roads difficult, I would have arrived sooner. Thankfully, I did not miss the appointed time." Pei Xingji listened quietly, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to Gao Zhiro, who accepted it with a smile. Su Xiangwan watched the exchange between them, sensing an undercurrent of something different. Pei Xingji had never regarded her with such warmth. He often overlooked her, either mocking or belittling her. Yet now, in the presence of Miss Gao, he appeared remarkably less aloof and more amiable. Third Madam, observing the smiling old lady above, teased, "The eldest son and Miss Gao seated together is truly a sight to behold, a perfect pairing of talent and beauty." The old lady cast a playful glance at her, chiding, "You mischievous one, Ruru has just arrived. Do not frighten her." Gao Zhiro's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently replied, "Aunt, you jest. Ruru is well aware." By the way, Gao Zhiro's lips curved into a smile as she addressed a maid. "Please bring forth the birthday gift I prepared for grandmother." The maid hurriedly approached, holding a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening the box, a stunning pearl necklace was revealed. The second madam, quick to notice, was taken aback despite her familiarity with treasures and antiques, exclaiming, "Is this not a South Sea pearl?" Gao Zhiro nodded lightly, affirming, "Indeed." Su Xiangwan was astonished. South Sea pearls were rare, and those of such size were worth a fortune. To find so many pearls of identical dimensions strung together was indeed a rarity. The old lady chuckled, saying, "My dear child, just your visit brings me such joy. How could I allow you to spend so lavishly?" Gao Zhiro revealed her pearly white teeth in a bright smile, responding, "It is but a trifle. As long as grandmother is happy, it is worth more than gold. May grandmother enjoy boundless longevity and evergreen vitality." "Well said, my dear child," Pei Mingyu chimed in with a beaming smile. "Sister Ru, you have become even more beautiful in these 2 years." Gao Zhiro shyly pressed her lips together, replying, "You have become quite the charmer." She glanced downward and suddenly spotted Su Xiangwan in the corner of the room. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she hesitated. "Who is this young lady?" The old lady introduced, "This is Qinglian's niece, Wanwan." Gao Zhiro gently nodded and smiled at Su Xiangwan, saying, "Hello, Sister Wan." Instantly, Su Xiangwan felt a wave of affection for this esteemed Miss Gao. Despite her noble status, she exuded no airs of arrogance, and her gaze was gentle and gracious. Su Xiangwan returned the smile, replying, "Hello, sister." Pei Mingxi stepped forward, taking Gao Zhiro's hand warmly. "Sister Rower, I have missed you dearly. Now that you are here, you must stay for a while." Indeed, it is rare for Rower to visit. She should linger in Kyoto longer to enjoy the company of her sisters. The old lady chimed in with a smile. Gao Zhiro replied softly, "This matter would require discussion with my parents." The old lady laughed. "Oh, what difficulty is there? I shall write a letter and send someone to your father. You can stay here at ease." Gao Zhiro nodded. "If that is the case, I shall trouble grandmother." "Nonsense. Grandmother will be delighted." The group engaged in lively conversation for a while before rising to greet the guests. Those attending the birthday celebration were either affluent or noble. Even though the old lady preferred a low profile, many came to bask in the grandeur of the noble house. Guests were welcomed regardless of whether they had received invitations, resulting in a bustling atmosphere within the residence. The ladies congregated in the floral parlor, chatting about everyday matters. Gao Zhiro had not seen Pei Mingxi and Pei Mingyu for quite some time. The three of them sat together, seemingly with endless topics to discuss. Pei Mingxi smiled at Gao Zhiro. "Sister, your talents are truly remarkable. I wonder how many young men will be captivated by your presence during your stay in Kyoto." Gao Zhiro playfully retorted, "When did you become such a witty one, Mingxi?" Su Xiangwan sat to the side, suddenly realizing that this was the renowned Miss Gao, whose reputation had spread throughout Kyoto. No wonder she possessed such an elegant and noble demeanor. Gao Zhiro produced a box and gently said, "I have brought gifts for you all. Do see if you like them." She revealed a pair of gilded butterfly hairpins and addressed Pei Mingxi. "I recall you have a gilded butterfly crown, and these pins will match perfectly. Do you like them, Sister Mingxi?" Pei Mingxi's lips curled into a smile. "Sister, you are too kind. You even remembered I have a gilded butterfly crown and specially bought matching pins. I truly appreciate it. I love them." "I'm glad you like them," Gao Zhiro replied softly. Gao Zhiro then presented a pair of coral bracelets to Pei Mingyu, saying, "I thought of you as soon as I acquired these bracelets, and I have kept them for you. Do you like them, Sister Mingyu?" Pei Mingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Rower. You are so kind. I really love them." Su Xiangwan suddenly felt somewhat out of place in the gathering. She lifted her teacup and took a small sip to mask her embarrassment. Gao Zhiro then produced a pair of gilded hairpins adorned with emeralds, presenting them to Su Xiangwan. "Sister Wan, these are for you. I prepared them in haste, so I hope you will not mind." Su Xiangwan was taken aback, clearly not expecting a gift for herself. She quickly waved her hands, feeling shy. "This is too extravagant. Wanwan cannot accept it." Gao Zhiro smiled. "Does my sister not like them?" Su Xiangwan hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I simply fear that my sister might be overly extravagant." At that moment, Pei Mingyu spoke up. "You should accept it. This is also Sister Rower's heartfelt intention." Su Xiangwan was somewhat taken aback. Pei Mingyu, who had always been at odds with her, was now defending her. Before she could ponder further, Gao Zhiro gently handed her the hairpin, saying, "What you were said is true. Encountering one another is indeed a matter of fate. If you like it, sister, please accept it." Reluctantly, Su Xiangwan accepted the gift, her admiration for Gao Zhiro elevating. Not only was she striking in appearance, but her demeanor was also gentle and gracious, thoughtful and courteous, a rare combination. One could only wonder which fortunate nobleman would be blessed to wed such a refined and polite lady. Pei Mingyu, having accepted the bracelet, surveyed her surroundings and whispered, "Sister Rower, are you here to become engaged to the elder brother?" Upon hearing this, Xiangwan paused mid-sip of her tea. Chapter 56. The gift Gao Zhirou's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she retorted, "What are you saying, Yuo? I am merely here to celebrate grandmother's birthday." Pei Mingyu wore a knowing expression and teasingly remarked, "Oh, if the elder brother were to hear this, I wonder how heartbroken he would be." Xiangwan listened quietly, casting a glance at Gao Zhirou, who, despite her composed exterior, had eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiangwan inwardly criticized, thinking that with Gao Zhirou's gentle and dignified nature, Pei Xingji was unworthy of her. Pei Mingxi reminisced, "I recall when we were young, Yuer was mischievous and took you to play in the back mountain of our estate. You accidentally fell into the bushes and couldn't climb out, which worried the elder brother immensely. He jumped down to rescue you, and afterward punished Yuer with a month of confinement." Pei Mingyu stuck out her tongue. "I was just a child then, so naive." The elder brother was quite biased. "Not only did he confine me for a month, but he also made me copy the Tao Te Ching daily. Just hearing the title gives me a headache now." Gao Zhirou, upon hearing this, shyly smiled while clutching her silk handkerchief. Lost in thought, Xiangwan spotted a familiar figure. Chun Tao stood at a corner of the corridor a few paces away, nodding at her. Xiangwan rose and gently said, "Sisters, please continue your conversation. I shall step out for a moment." With that, she walked towards Chun Tao. Pei Mingyu was deeply engrossed in her conversation when she turned and noticed Xiangwan chatting with Chun Tao. Having admired Gu Yanqing for quite some time, she recognized Chun Tao. Her expression shifted, and she stood up, saying, "Sisters, please carry on. I'll be right back." Quietly, she followed behind Xiangwan. Chun Tao, carrying a bundle of gifts, whispered to Xiangwan, "Miss Su, these items are from the master." Xiangwan was momentarily stunned, stammering, "Why has he sent so many gifts?" The master mentioned he was unsure of what you would like, so he selected a variety of fashionable items for you, Chun Tao replied. Xiangwan hesitated, but then noticed a figure in white in the distance, waving at her. She focused and realized it was Gu Yanqing. He smiled at her from afar, his radiant smile dazzling under the summer sun. A wave of shame washed over Xiangwan. He was so pure and innocent, while she was scheming to use his sincerity to marry into a wealthy family. She took a deep breath and said to Chun Tao, "I cannot accept these gifts. Please take them back." Surprised, Chun Tao exclaimed, "What? This is a present that the master selected after much deliberation. You won't accept any of it?" "Indeed." Chun Tao shook her head in response. Gu Yanqing pressed his lips together, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before he stepped towards Xiangwan. Alarmed, Xiangwan realized that the banquet was crowded, and if anyone were to witness this, it could lead to misunderstandings. Although Gu Yanqing was bound to marry her, her reputation would be tarnished, and even if she wed, she would face scorn. She hurriedly waved her hands, signaling him to keep his distance. Upon seeing this, Gu Yanqing halted, a smile returning to his lips. Xiangwan handed the gifts she had received to Pan Xia, instructing, "Please take these boxes back to Songyan Pavilion," choosing a less frequented path to avoid being seen. "Understood," Pan Xia replied, quietly departing with the packages. Xiangwan nodded at Gu Yanqing, who returned her gesture with a smile before turning to leave. Letting out a long breath, Xiangwan quickly made her way back to Songyan Pavilion. Pei Mingyu observed the scene, her hands clenched into fists. Jealousy, like poison, spread within her heart, and her expression grew increasingly sinister. Inside Songyan Pavilion, Pan Xia wiped the perspiration from her forehead, gazing at the treasures that filled most of the table, murmuring, "Young Master Gu is truly generous to you, miss. With so many gifts. What are you talking about?" Xiangwan entered the room. "Miss, you've returned. I was just saying how kind young Master Gu is to you." Xiangwan looked at the assortment of exquisite boxes on the table and said, "Let us open these boxes. If anything is too valuable, we shall return it. I cannot accept such gifts." "What?" Pan Xia queried, puzzled. "These are all young Master Gu's intentions. Are you certain you want to send them back?" "I have not even established a connection with young Master Gu yet. and accepting so many gifts would be inappropriate, Su Xiangwan replied calmly. Pan Xia scratched her head, whispering, but with how much young Master Gu values you, isn't it only a matter of time? Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, feeling a sense of unease. With a sigh, she acquiesced. Let us open them. Before long, the two had unwrapped all the boxes. Upon inspecting the contents, they found an array of literary treasures and exquisite antiques, all appropriate and reasonable gifts. Su Xiangwan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, deeply touched by Gu Yanqing's discernment and decorum. However, she soon faced a dilemma. Each gift was a masterpiece, each more precious than the last. The copper inkstone alone was worth no less than 100 taels of silver. Pan Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, young Master Gu is truly generous. Many of these items, even if I cannot recognize them, are clearly of extraordinary quality." Turning to Su Xiangwan, she hesitantly asked, "Miss, if you wish to return the valuable ones, which should we keep and which should we send back?" Su Xiangwan's gaze flickered as she picked up a golden-threaded peony-patterned ivory fan, its surface delicate as a cicada's wing and cool to the touch. She was quite fond of it. "Let us keep this fan and return the rest," she instructed Pan Xia. "What? All the others?" Pan Xia was taken aback. "Yes," Su Xiangwan affirmed without hesitation. Pan Xia ceased further discussion, swiftly repackaging the remaining gifts. After a while, noticing Su Xiangwan languidly seated by the window, Pan Xia approached her with an air of mystery and inquired, "Miss, do you know what the esteemed Miss Gao, who visited today, hails from?" Su Xiangwan was aware that the Gao family of Huayang was a distinguished clan, but her knowledge extended little further. Curiously, she asked, "What do they do?" To her astonishment, she learned that Miss Gao's grandfather was none other than the former left chancellor. "Is that true? How did you come to know this?" "This morning, while you were offering birthday wishes to the matriarch, I overheard Sister Linglong mentioning it," replied Pan Xia. Su Xiangwan felt a surge of surprise. The former left chancellor was a paragon of integrity, known for his unwavering stance against corruption and his promotion of righteousness, serving as a model for scholars across the realm. After his tenure, he established an academy on Qingsheng Mountain, welcoming impoverished scholars, which transformed Qingsheng into a coveted destination for students. It was no wonder so many scions of noble families had come to celebrate today. Su Xiangwan had initially assumed they were drawn by the presence of the two unmarried ladies of the Gongfu, but it seemed most were there for Gao Zhiro. Marriages among the elite traditionally prioritized mutual benefit, and marrying Gao Zhiro would undoubtedly provide substantial political backing, easing one's path in officialdom. Chapter 57. The family banquet. Su Xiangwan thought of Pei Xingji. To others, the pairing of Pei Xingji and Gao Zhiro might appear as a match made in heaven, with their appearances, backgrounds, and statuses being remarkably compatible. Yet, Su Xiangwan felt a sense of injustice for Gao Zhiro. She was a true lady of high birth, empathetic and poised, deserving of far better. The front hall buzzed with excitement. The matriarch sat elevated, observing the ever-bustling Shun family member attending to guests, beckoning her over. With a cheerful demeanor, Shun inquired, "What do you need me for, dear matriarch? Xiangwan is not young anymore. You can't just have him focus solely on his studies. Matters of marriage should also be brought to the forefront." With so many distinguished guests present today, it would be a fine opportunity to consider potential matches. Shun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had intended to wait until Pei Jingwen's autumn examination results were released before discussing marriage. Surely, if he achieved top honors, the noble girls of the capital would be at her disposal. A glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she replied, "Xingji is yet to marry. How could Jingwen, as the younger brother, be the first to discuss engagements? Moreover, with the autumn examinations just over 2 months away, it would be unwise to let him be distracted at this time." The matriarch remained silent upon hearing this. Having weathered many storms, she was not oblivious to Shun's ulterior motives. With a disapproving glance, she waved Shun away, urging her to attend to her duties. As nightfall gently crept upon the branches, a soft breeze swept through, dispersing the day's clamor. The evening gathered the family in the osmanthus garden to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. Pei Mingxi presented a bowl of longevity noodles, cheerfully proclaiming, "Grandmother, once you partake of these noodles, you shall surely enjoy a long life." Good, good, good. The matriarch accepted the noodles, reflecting, "Though today is lively, your father and your uncles are not here. I wonder how they fare." Gao Zhiro softly replied, "Uncle is stationed at the borders, ensuring peace in the region. Both second and third uncles have their reputations. Even if they cannot return, they surely think of you, grandmother." The matriarch chuckled, "You always know how to bring joy to your grandmother's heart." Ruer speaks nothing but the truth. Suddenly, Pei Xingji produced a letter as if by magic. Smiling, "On such an important day, naturally my father, along with my second and third uncles, has been thinking of you." They wrote a letter? The old lady exclaimed in surprise, taking the letter from him. She feigned anger, saying to Pei Xingji, "Why did you wait until now to give it to me? It is simply meant to be a surprise for you." Though she chided him, the smile on her face was impossible to conceal. She opened the letter and, after a moment, clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Eldest brother says that His Majesty is benevolent and has granted him permission to return to the capital for a family reunion by the end of the year." "Really?" Pei Xiangwan responded with excitement. "Is my uncle coming back?" "Yes, this is indeed your uncle's handwritten letter. There can be no mistake." The old lady replied with a cheerful demeanor. The atmosphere grew warm and lively. However, Xiangwan felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never met the illustrious General Pei, whose reputation was formidable, forged through over 30 years of warfare. Yet, as she considered the 6 months remaining until the year's end, she reassured herself that she would have left the family estate by then, allowing her to gradually set her mind at ease. Pei Mingyu wore a peculiar expression. Seizing a moment amidst the chatter, she quietly tugged at Shun's sleeve, asking, "Mother, what shall we do now that uncle is returning?" "What else can we do? Naturally, we must be more restrained. Your elder brother is already not easy to deal with, let alone your uncle. With both of them in the house, we must not be careless. Before your uncle arrives, we must settle the accounts in the household." Pei Mingyu pouted and muttered, "Mother has managed the household for so many years. Surely she has earned some merit, if not for her efforts. Can it be that uncle will simply find fault with you upon his return?" Shun shot her a glare, signaling her to be silent. Reluctantly, Pei Mingyu turned away. As the gathering continued, servants brought forth a variety of dishes. The old lady pointed to a dish of phoenix tail shrimp and smiled at Gao Zhiro, saying, "I remember you loved this dish when you were little, often begging Xingji to take you to Tianxiang Lu to enjoy it." Gao Zhiro's face flushed, and she replied softly, "Grandmother, you remember even this." "Of course I remember. Whenever I couldn't find you, I knew to look for Xingji." Gao Zhiro playfully protested, "Grandmother, all right, I won't tease you any longer." Zhang Qinglian, noticing the exchange, rolled her eyes and joked. When Ruer was young, she and Xingji were quite the pair, truly childhood sweethearts. Xiangwan paused mid-sip of her tea, only to hear Pei Xingji calmly interject, "Sister Zhiro is much younger than I. I treat her like a younger sister. Now that she has reached maturity, Aunt San's words might lead to misunderstandings." Gao Zhiro's smile dimmed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, replying, "What my cousin says is true. I was indeed rather mischievous back then." Zhang Qinglian realized she had overstepped and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Oh dear, I truly misspoke." Gao Zhiro gently reassured her, "Aunt San, you are being too hard on yourself." Pei Xingji then inquired, "Is great-grandfather still teaching at Qingqing Mountain?" "Grandfather is quite old now. He ceased teaching in person last year," Gao Zhiro informed him. Pei Xingji nodded, acknowledging that great-grandfather deserved his well-earned rest. Observing their interaction, Pei Mingyu jabbed her elbow into Pei Mingxi's side, winking, "Sister Ruer and big brother truly make a fine match." Indeed, Sister Ruer often visited the mansion in her youth to see grandmother, staying for a month or two at a time. Having known the elder brother for quite some time, they truly resemble a pair of talented individuals destined for each other. Sitting beside Pei Mingxi, Xiangwan absorbed every word spoken. As she quietly savored the crystal dumplings before her, she glanced up to find Pei Xiangwan blushing as he looked at her. Caught in the act, he hurriedly diverted his gaze. With her eyes cast down, Su Xiangwan's thoughts drifted back to the words spoken by Fugawei that day. She realized that if she wished to remain in the manor, she must dispel Pei Jingwen's affections, or else the second mistress would never let her off the hook. Setting her chopsticks down, she said to Pei Mingxi, "Sister, please continue eating. I shall return shortly." "Very well." Returning to Songyan Pavilion, she retrieved a rabbit wood carving and a box of medicinal jars from beneath the cabinet and made her way to the flower hall. Addressing the attendant, "Panxia," she instructed, "please summon the second young master." "Ah, miss, what do you need the second young master for?" With a sigh, Su Xiangwan replied solemnly, "I must clarify matters with the second young master. Please go and fetch him." "Understood." Before long, Pei Jingwen approached with hurried steps, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Cousin Wanwan, did you call for me?" Su Xiangwan produced the wood carving and the medicinal jars, stating quietly, "Since my arrival at the manor, second cousin has offered assistance on several occasions. I am grateful for your kindness, but I must decline your intentions, for my heart already belongs to another. Please take these gifts back." Upon hearing this, Pei Jingwen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his body trembling momentarily. "You have someone in your heart. Who is it?" he asked, his voice quivering. "The eldest young master, Pei Xingji." Chapter 58. The Back Mountain. Pei Jingwen's expression turned to one of astonishment. The eldest brother? Indeed, after a prolonged silence, he finally accepted the reality. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, saying, "The eldest brother is indeed a remarkable figure. I cannot compare. I wish you all the best, dear cousin." Looking at the two items in his hands, he managed a wry smile. "This wood carving was crafted by my own hands for you, dear cousin, but the medicinal jar was not a gift for me. You must have misremembered." Su Xiangwan was taken aback. "This was not given by second cousin?" Pei Jingwen nodded silently, handing the medicinal jar back to her before turning to leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Su Xiangwan felt a pang of sorrow. However, she understood that she could not afford to make a mistake again. It was better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Clarity was necessary. Although she did not harbor feelings for Pei Xingji, she knew that only by speaking the truth could she truly dissuade Pei Jingwen. She tucked the medicinal jar away and headed towards the osmanthus garden. The evening banquet was nearing its conclusion, and Su Xiangwan quietly made her way back to her seat. Pei Xingji appeared to glance down casually. The crescent moon hung low in the sky as the old matriarch, supported by servants, returned at Siren Hall, and the guests began to disperse. Su Xiangwan proceeded towards Songyan Pavilion, clutching the medicinal jar, her mind heavy with thoughts. If the second young master claimed the jar was not his gift, then whose could it be? Surely, no one would perform a good deed without leaving their name behind. She mentally sifted through all possible candidates, shaking her head in denial for each one. "What are you pondering so seriously?" a cool voice interjected. Su Xiangwan was taken aback and looked up. Standing tall under the moonlight, Pei Xingji was enveloped in a soft silver glow, and even his icy demeanor seemed to have vanished. Su Xiangwan turned her head to survey the surroundings. "There is no one here. Stop looking." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. Su Xiangwan bit her lip lightly. Why did every encounter with him feel like a secret rendezvous? She retorted, "What brings the young master here?" "Naturally, I'm here to wait for you." "Wait for me?" "Indeed, I wish to take you to a certain place." Before Su Xiangwan could decline, he wrapped his arm around her waist and swiftly glided through the intricately designed beams and pillars. Pei Xingji's lightness of foot was remarkable. Even with her in tow, he exerted no effort. Su Xiangwan had no choice but to cling tightly to him to avoid falling. Terrified, she shut her eyes and exclaimed, "What on earth are you planning? Let me down." "Open your eyes," Pei Xingji said coolly. Furrowing her brow, Su Xiangwan asked, "Why should I open my eyes? Do you not wish to gaze upon the scenery from a height?" His words stirred something within her, and she slowly opened her eyes. Beneath the moonlight, the manor lay tranquil and serene, and from their elevated position, the view was truly breathtaking. As she gazed, a sense of amusement began to blossom within her. Curiously, she inquired, "Does the young master often venture to the rooftops in the dead of night?" Pei Xingji freed one hand to ruffle her hair, responding with mock irritation, "I'm not that idle." Frowning, Su Xiangwan straightened her tousled hair. Then why are you doing this tonight? Pei Xingji's lips curved slightly, his mood evidently buoyant. Su Xiangwan dismissed it as a sign of him having lost his senses and chose not to engage further. Nevertheless, he continued to lead her onward. Impaciently, Su Xiangwan demanded, "Where exactly are you taking me? You will know once we arrive." As a shooting star streaked across the sky, Pei Xingji finally set her down. Su Xiangwan looked around and realized they stood atop a hill, specifically at a pavilion perched on the peak. "Is this the back mountain?" she exclaimed in surprise. Pei Xingji nodded and asked, "Have you been here before?" Shaking her head, she replied, "As a guest in a manor, I naturally refrain from wandering about freely, finding solace only outside Songyan Pavilion. Occasionally, when I lean by the window, I can glimpse the outline of the back mountain, but I have never visited." Pei Xingji lazily instructed, "Have a seat." As she turned, Su Xiangwan noticed a wine pot sitting on the table in the center of the pavilion. Remembering something, she said with feigned anger, "You're not suggesting I accompany you for a drink again, are you?" Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow and teased, "This wine is prepared for myself. Surely you wouldn't meddle in my drinking?" Upon closer inspection, Su Xiangwan noticed only one wine cup on the table, which eased her mind. Embarrassed, she replied, "You may drink as much as you wish. It is no concern of mine." Pei Xingji picked up the cup and began to drink at his leisure. Reclining against the bench, he positioned his long legs casually, exuding an effortless charm that was neither vulgar nor pretentious, but rather exuded an innate elegance, as if he were a favored creation of the divine. Realizing she had momentarily lost her focus, Su Xiangwan quickly turned her gaze back to the scenery below. After a couple of cups, Pei Xingji, in high spirits, languidly said, "Come, sit with me." As Su Xiangwan turned around, she noticed that his long legs occupied most of the bench, leaving no room for her to sit. Ignoring him, she continued to admire the scenery below the mountain. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind, and before she knew it, her feet were lifted off the ground, landing into a warm embrace. TSK, her cousin was always so disobedient. Hearing him refer to her in such a manner sent shivers down Su Xiangwan's spine. "Let me go." She struggled, but she was no match for Pei Xingji. With one hand restraining her, he raised a glass from the table, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Today is a splendid day. Cousin, why not indulge in a drink or two? Weren't you the one who forbade me from drinking? When did I say that? I don't recall." Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, remaining motionless, her gaze dark and fixed on him. Their eyes met in a silent clash, the atmosphere charged with an unspoken tension, neither willing to speak first. Eventually, Su Xiangwan conceded, biting her lip hesitantly. "If I drink this cup, will you let me go?" "Agreed." Su Xiangwan attempted to reach for the glass, but her hands were firmly held in place. Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, watching her with keen interest. With a furrowed brow, she finally parted her cherry lips to grasp the cup he held. She tilted her neck back, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, shimmering in the tender night light. Pei Xingji, satisfied with her compliance, smiled wider. He tilted the glass, slowly pouring the wine into her mouth. A few drops spilled over, cascading down her chin and on her fair neck, ultimately disappearing into the depths of her collar. Pei Xingji's gaze darkened, his throat bobbing slightly. The surroundings were tranquil, filled only with their breaths. After a moment of stillness, Su Xiangwan looked up, only to be caught off guard by the heated intensity in his eyes, leaving her breathless. A flicker of fear gripped her, causing her hands, which clutched his arm, to tremble slightly. After what felt like an eternity, Pei Xingji finally released her. Su Xiangwan hurriedly rose, retreating to a corner of the pavilion, crossing her arms to make herself less conspicuous. Pei Xingji observed her subtle movements in silence. He poured himself another glass, ready to indulge when he noticed faint traces of lipstick on the rim. A smirk played on his lips as he drank from the glass, savoring the remnants of her mark. Chapter 59. Partnership. As Su Xiangwan fidgeted with the hem of her garment, she bit her lip and asked, "When are we heading back?" "There's no rush," Pei Xingji replied lazily. After a brief hesitation, Su Xiangwan mustered the courage to voice the question that had been weighing on her heart. "Aren't you worried that Sister Rower will be upset with your actions?" Pei Xingji scoffed, Sister Ro. Huh, you certainly know how to address her. Su Xiangwan's fingers tightened under her sleeve. It was evident he still looked down on her, deeming her unworthy of calling Gao Zhiro sister due to her humble background. She retorted angrily, Sister Rower possesses a noble character and would never mock others like you do. Pei Xingji, feeling irritable and unwilling to engage in an argument, poured another glass of wine and downed it in one go. Frustrated, Su Xiangwan stamped her foot, only to hear a clatter. The medicine vial from her sleeve rolled across the ground before coming to a halt. Pei Xingji lifted his gaze towards her. Upon noticing the medicine jar on the ground, his mood brightened, and he chuckled lightly. Is this medicine jar still kept by my cousin? Su Xiangwan was taken aback. Did you give this to her? Does she know? He replied with a meaningful look. What I have done for my cousin extends far beyond this. Just as Su Xiangwan opened her mouth to inquire further, Pei Xingji turned away, seemingly unwilling to provide an answer, leaving her bewildered in the wind. Pei Xingji admired the myriad stars above, and after a pause, he remarked, I am quite pleased with my cousin's performance today. Su Xiangwan blinked in confusion. What performance was he referring to? The birthday celebration, the banquet, or something else? Noticing her dazed expression, Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. My dear cousin, you truly forget much. You claim to have feelings for me. Do you still remember? Instantly, Su Xiangwan's face flushed crimson, and she stammered. That was merely an excuse, a pretext to dissuade the second young master. Pei Xingji scoffed. You need not explain. Is it so difficult for me to discern your affections? Su Xiangwan lowered her head, awkwardly staring at her toes, murmuring, How did you know? What is there in the residence that I do not know? Pei Xingji's tone was nonchalant. Su Xiangwan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He continued, Xiangwan is rather stubborn. Only by saying such things will he truly let go. You did well. Su Xiangwan demanded silent. It seemed that Pei Xingji was genuinely in high spirits that evening. He drank until the jug was nearly empty before he finally stopped. As the moon rose high, accompanied by the chorus of insects, he guided Su Xiangwan down the mountain. Perhaps due to the wine, he chose to walk down instead of taking the usual route. Although the moonlight was bright, it was still night, and as Su Xiangwan descended the steps, she stumbled unexpectedly. Before she could react, a distinctly knuckled hand reached out, steadying her. The warmth of his palm startled Su Xiangwan, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand. Pei Xingji then remarked languidly, My dear cousin, how callous you are. I wonder how I have offended you to make you avoid me like a venomous serpent. Su Xiangwan shot him a glare, retorting, What do you think? Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow at her response, folding his arms and leisurely continuing down the mountain. The moonlight bathed him, casting a long silhouette. Su Xiangwan stared at his retreating figure, clenched her fist, and furiously drew circles in the air. Hearing the commotion behind him, Pei Xingji's smile deepened. The following morning, the doorkeeper relayed that someone was seeking Su Xiangwan. She rose to meet the visitor, only to find that it was an embroiderer from Wanxiuj. Miss Su, the shopkeeper mentioned that we are looking to procure a new batch of patterns. May I inquire if you're interested in selling? Su Xiangwan nodded eagerly, exclaiming, I happen to have accumulated some patterns recently. When does the shopkeeper need them? I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but if you have time today, it would be beneficial to visit Wanxiuj and discuss details with the shopkeeper. That sounds good. Su Xiangwan tidied her belongings and, accompanied by Pan Xia, made her way to Wanxiuj. The shopkeeper, Wang, perused the patterns she brought, smiling, Miss Su, your artistry has truly become increasingly exquisite. Su Xiangwan humbly replied, You flatter me, shopkeeper. Manager Wang set down the album and said solemnly, Miss Su, with such remarkable talent, I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating with Wan Ziyag to create something extraordinary? What the manager meant was that the store was preparing to craft a new line of summer garments, and if Miss Su was willing, he would like her to oversee this collection. Su Xiangwan's heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed in surprise, Really? Manager Wang stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Indeed, it is true. Su Xiangwan's eyes sparkled. She cleared her throat, striving to conceal the tremor in her voice. Given the manager's high regard for her, she was determined to give her utmost effort. Manager Wang chuckled. Since you have agreed, let us discuss the profit-sharing arrangement. How about you receive 30% of the earnings? With such a vast enterprise as one Zayag, 30% would amount to a considerable sum. Su Xiangwan replied with a smile. I only require 10% of the profits. Manager Wang was taken aback and was about to inquire further when she added, however, I wish to be a partner with you. The manager raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Early that morning, he had received notification from the guard, Chung, instructing him to entrust the new clothing project to Miss Su. It was then that he had summoned the embroiderers to bring her in. Yet, the guard had only assigned the clothing project to Miss Su without further elaboration. Manager Wang stroked his beard and hesitated. This matter is quite significant. I must consult with the proprietor and provide you with a definitive answer by tomorrow. If that is acceptable? Su Xiangwan smiled gently. Thank you for your efforts, manager. You say she wishes to partner with us? Pei Xingji set down his book and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Chung Ying replied. Manager Wang came today to report, seeking my lord's guidance. Pei Xingji narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint smile playing on his lips, she certainly has grand aspirations. If that is the case, let us indulge her. Understood. Chung Ying withdrew. Pei Xingji slowly turned the ring on his finger, lost in thought. Upon receiving Manager Wang's response, Su Xiangwan was filled with excitement. For several consecutive days, she locked herself in her room, contemplating the styles, patterns, and designs of the new garments. She combined the refined simplicity favored in Yangzhou with the grandeur characteristic of Kyoto, making adjustments to the details of the clothing cuts. One design, the lotus blooming with each step skirt, featured a hem shaped like lotus leaves, with lotus flowers embroidered on the skirt, creating the illusion of blooming lotus flowers with every step, radiating beauty. When Manager Wang reviewed the series of plans devised by Su Xiangwan, he nodded repeatedly, praising, Miss Su, your creativity is indeed exceptional. This batch of new garments is sure to be a bestseller. As anticipated, once the new clothing hit the market, it was fervently sought after by women across Kyoto. Particularly, the lotus blooming with each step skirt became a coveted item, with sales surging, necessitating the hiring of additional staff to keep up with demand. After receiving her share of the profits from the first batch of new garments, Su Xiangwan could not suppress her joy. Pan Xia's eyes widened like saucers upon seeing the banknotes in the box, and she exclaimed, Miss, you are truly impressive. I knew following you would be the right choice. Su Xiangwan was equally delighted, her eyes shining brightly as she smiled. I'm glad I persisted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have earned so much silver. This is what they call good things come to those who wait, Pan Xia remarked. Su Xiangwan gently patted her head and said with a smile, You have endured hardship alongside me. Starting this month, your monthly allowance will increase by 2 taels. Really, miss? Pan Xia exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Su Xiangwan replied with a grin. Of course it's true. This afternoon, we shall go out and purchase some gifts for the household. After all this time, we cannot neglect to show our appreciation. All right. Chapter 60. Mingxi before the sun set, the two returned to Songyan Pavilion. Su Xiangwan admired the array of gifts laid out before her, picking up a jade green bracelet as she made her way towards the courtyard of the second residence. Sister Shi, are you in? Pei Mingxi emerged at the sound, her face beaming with joy. Sister Wan, come in. The two linked arms as they entered the room. Su Xiangwan unveiled the bracelet, her smile radiant. During my time in the residence, you have been so kind to me, dear sister. This bracelet is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Pei Mingxi quickly declined, saying, Oh no, I cannot accept this. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a deep fondness. Our bond needs no such gifts. Sister, please accept it. Only then can I feel at ease, Su Xiangwan insisted. Reluctantly, Pei Mingxi took the bracelet. As Su Xiangwan sipped her tea, she turned her head and noticed a half-stitched embroidery of 2 mandarin ducks on the frame. Pei Mingxi followed her gaze, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she shyly remarked, I was merely stitching out of boredom. Su Xiangwan's lips curled into a knowing smile. She leaned closer to Pei Mingxi and teased. If you had not explained, it could indeed have been seen as mere pastime, but now your explanation suggests otherwise. She elongated her last syllable, leaving it tantalizingly unfinished. Oh dear sister, please stop, Pei Mingxi exclaimed, covering her blushing face with a silk handkerchief. Xiangwan laughed heartily, grasping her hand. Do not worry, I shall not tease you. Only then did Pei Mingxi lower the handkerchief, biting her lip as she whispered, Please do not tell anyone. Of course, rest assured. But who is the person in question? Pei Mingxi fidgeted with the handkerchief, her gaze flickering as she softly replied. It is the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, Gao Hong. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Xiangwan thought, and after a moment of reflection, she exclaimed, Is he the gentleman from the flower name list, rank third? Pei Mingxi bit her lower lip and nodded gently. Sister, you seldom venture out. How did you come to know the eldest son of the Gao family? Pei Mingxi hesitated, saying, On my grandmother's birthday, the young Master Gao and his family came to celebrate, and I had a fleeting glance at him. Ah, I see, Xiangwan replied, then continued. Since your heart is set on Master Gao, why not confide in the second mistress? Pei Mingxi pressed her lips together, hesitating, though Master Gao is indeed handsome. I value character more. If he were to be fickle, marrying him would only bring me endless grievances. Xiangwan wholeheartedly agreed and inquired, Why not observe him a bit longer? Pei Mingxi lowered her gaze, saying, My mother has been more watchful of me lately, not allowing me to go out without reason. After pondering, Xiangwan calmly suggested, How about this? If it is inconvenient for you, I could investigate Master Gao's character on your behalf. After all, no one in the residence is restricting me. Pei Mingxi's eyes lit up, gripping her hand tightly, feeling touched. Then I shall trouble you, dear sister. Xiangwan smiled and squeezed her hand in return. Upon returning to Sungyan Pavilion, Xiangwan summoned Panxia. Panxia, please inquire about the whereabouts of the son of the Minister of Rights, young Master Gao, tomorrow. Huh? Panxia blinked in confusion. Miss, have you given up on young Master Gu? Xiangwan playfully tapped her forehead with a finger and chuckled. What are you thinking about all day? I'm asking for Sister Shi. Oh, I see. You startle me. I thought, with how well young Master Gu treats you, you would not be inquiring about someone else. Panxia sighed in relief. Keep this matter discreet and inquire quietly, Xiangwan instructed. I understand, Panxia replied. Xiangwan then produced a silver ingot, saying, You will need to spend some money for your inquiries tomorrow. Take this and keep the rest for yourself. Panxia beamed with joy. Thank you, miss. You are the best. Panxia was swift in her actions, gathering information about Gao Heng's whereabouts within a morning and reporting back to Xiangwan. Young Master Gao is to meet with his classmates at Tianxiang Tower at 3:15 this afternoon. Xiangwan nodded. At 3:15, Tianxiang Tower. Adjusting her veil, she looked at the figure ahead and whispered to Panxia, Are you certain that is young Master Gao? Yes, I saw him leave his residence this morning. That is undoubtedly him. Nothing. Xiangwan discreetly followed. Gao Hong and his classmates entered the venue, and the waiter promptly approached them. Where would you like to sit, gentlemen? Do you have a private room? Yes, please lead us, they replied. As the two followed the waiter upstairs, Xiangwan entered shortly after. Once the waiter had settled them, he noticed Xiangwan and quickly approached, asking, Where would you like to sit, miss? Is there a vacancy next door with those two gentlemen? The waiter glanced at Xiangwan, understanding her intentions. He chuckled, Indeed, please follow me. Xiangwan was seated in the adjacent private room to Gao Hong. She ordered a few light dishes and focused intently on the sound from next door. Gao Hong and his classmates engaged in animated discussions revolving around poetry, literary composition, and political insights. As she listened, Xiangwan began to relax. Suddenly, Panxia clutched her stomach and frowned deeply. What's wrong? Xiangwan asked with concern. Oh dear, I might have eaten something that disagreed with me before coming. Is it serious? No, it's fine. Panxia stood up. Miss, please stay seated. I shall be back shortly. She left, holding her stomach. In the top-level private room, Pei Xingji and Lu Huiren were engaged in lively conversation. Lu Huiren remarked quietly, The way to manage water is through diversion rather than obstruction. One must first survey the terrain, utilizing the differences in elevation to plan reasonable drainage paths. This not only conserves manpower, resources, and finances, but also ensures the welfare of the populace. Pei Xingji raised his cup in admiration. Brother Huiren, you truly possess great wisdom. Too kind, young Master Pei. Compared to you, my abilities are hardly worth mentioning. You are too modest. when Xiangwan recommended you to me. He spoke highly of your governance talents, and now it is evident he was right, Pei Xingji stated earnestly. Lu Huiran humbly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. It is all thanks to my esteemed teacher. Pei Xingji seemed to recall something and inquired, Is your teacher not the former left minister? Indeed, Lu Huiran confirmed. Pei Xingji nodded. A distinguished teacher indeed produces exceptional students. Lu Huiran chuckled and said, Young Master Pei, your words are truly flattering. If we speak of talent, my teacher's granddaughter is second to none. Are you referring to Miss Gao Jiro? Lu Huiran was taken aback. You know Miss Gao? Pei Xingji nodded. My grandmother hails from the Gao family of Huaya. Ah, how fortuitous, Lu Huiran remarked, as if recalling something. Miss Gao is indeed exceptionally talented. Had she been born a man, she would certainly hold a prominent position in the court. Sister Jiro is indeed well-versed in literature. They converse for a while, raising their cups in toast. Pei Xingji set down his cup, his gaze drifting past the window curtains, where he spotted the hurried figure of Pan Xia. His hand paused around the cup. What was the young master observing? Pei Xingji returned to his senses and replied coolly, I saw an acquaintance downstairs. I shall go greet them. Very well, please proceed. Pei Xingji exited the private room and descended to the first floor, where he approached a waiter. Did a young lady accompanied by a maid arrive moments ago? One tall and the other short. The waiter pondered briefly before responding, Indeed. She is seated in the private room above. Let me there. Certainly, please follow me. As the waiter guided him, he chuckled. Today's young ladies are becoming increasingly bold. That lady just insisted on dining next to her lover. Pei Xingji halted, his demeanor growing somber. Chapter 61. Misunderstanding. Pei Xingji's voice turned frosty. Who is next door? The waiter, startled by the chill in his tone, turned to see his frigid expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. He stammered, It is the son of the Minister of Rights. As the words escaped his lips, the waiter shivered, fearing he had misspoken. Could it be that the lady he sought was indeed his romantic interest? Was he going to confront her? Trembling with anxiety, the waiter brought him to the entrance of the private room and hurried off to inform the manager. Hearing the door swing open, Xiangwan did not lift her head. Pan Xia, you have returned? When no answer came, she raised her gaze in confusion. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xiangwan's long lashes fluttered, her voice tinged with surprise. Young master, what brings you here? Ah, I wish to inquire why Miss Su is here, he retorted. Xiangwan opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. She had promised Pei Mingxi not to disclose this matter to anyone, not even to his elder brother. She touched her nose, her confidence wavering as she replied. What else could I be doing at Tianxiang Tower? Naturally, I am here to dine. Is that so? Pei Xingji's tone dripped with sarcasm. Xiangwan's temper flared at his tone, and she retorted impolitely, surely that is none of young master's concern. Pei Xingji's expression darkened further. He stepped forward, gripping Xiangwan's wrist, his voice icy. Cousin, you are quite busy entangled between Yin Xing and Gao Hong. With such a voracious appetite, are you not afraid of choking? Xiangwan's expression stiffened. So, this was how he perceived her? Indeed, in his eyes, she was merely a scheming woman seeking to climb the social ladder. She shot back without reservation. How I conduct myself is my own affair. What role do you play in my life to meddle so? Pei Xingji tightened his grip on her hand. That hurts. Pei Xingji, release me. Xiangwan struggled to pull her hand free, but to no avail. Pei Xingji's jawline tightened, a glint of cold sharpness flickering in his eyes. He fixated on her full lips, pressing down fiercely. Xiangwan, exasperated, attempted to push him away, but her hands were bound behind her, pinned against the table. It was unclear what had stirred him this day. Even the kiss felt like a punishment, a combination of biting and gnawing that left her breathless. As Ban Xia hummed a tune, she froze at the threshold of the room upon witnessing the scene. Only then did Pei Xingji release Xiangwan, speaking each word with measured intensity. Neither Yin Xing nor Gao Hong should you covet. With that, he turned in anger, sweeping away. Xiangwan gasped for air. Ban Xia rushed forward, tearfully lamenting, Miss, it is all my fault. I should not have left just now. Xiangwan, it is nothing. It does not concern you. Let's return. Indeed, Xiangwan stood, smoothing her wrinkled dress, and headed back to the mansion. At last, sister has returned. Pei Mingxi exclaimed joyfully at the entrance of Songyan Pavilion. Su Xiangwan concealed her earlier discontent, smiling as she inquired, "How long have you been waiting, sister?" Pei Mingxi, twisting her embroidered handkerchief, bashfully replied, "I just arrived. You came back so soon." With a playful gaze, Su Xiangwan chose not to expose her sister's pretense. "Do come inside and sit." The two settled within the room, but Pei Mingxi seemed distracted as she sipped her tea. Observing her demeanor, Su Xiangwan chuckled, "Sister, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask." Pei Mingxi shot her an admonishing glance. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Sister, do not tease me. You already know what I wish to ask." "Very well, I shall cease the jest." Su Xiangwan's expression turned serious. "Today, young Master Gao visited Tianxiang Pavilion. I reserved the adjacent private room, and from their discussions, it is evident that he is a dependable individual." "What do they discuss?" Pei Mingxi inquired. "Poetry, literature, governance, topics of substance." Pei Mingxi hesitated, mumbling, "Can one truly ascertain his reliability from such trivial matters?" Su Xiangwan took a delicate sip from her teacup, her tone softening. Birds of a feather flocked together. Young Master Gao chose to meet his friends at Tianxiang Pavilion, not in disreputable haunts, and their discourse centered around poetry and statecraft. This suggests he is not a dissipated scion of privilege. However, marriage is a significant life event. It would be prudent for you to observe him further. Pei Mingxi sighed in relief, smiling, "You speak wisely, sister." Suddenly, Su Xiangwan recalled something. "By the way, sister, have you encountered young Master Gao? Has he seen you?" Pei Mingxi shook her head. "He has not seen me. On grandmother's birthday, I caught but a fleeting glimpse of him while he conversed with others." Lowering her gaze, she twisted her handkerchief, murmuring, "Though I am a lady of the manor, I belong to the second branch. My father's position is modest, whereas young Master Gao is the son of a minister. I fear I may not be worthy of him." Su Xiangwan took her hand, speaking earnestly, "Sister, your talents and beauty are exceptional. Do not belittle yourself." Yet Pei Mingxi remained uncertain. A sudden idea struck Su Xiangwan, and with a smile, she suggested, "Why not request the matriarch to host a banquet and invite young Master Gao? Then you shall have the opportunity to observe him more closely." Pei Mingxi clapped her hands in realization. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? I shall go seek the matriarch at once." Once she spoke, she could no longer remain seated and swiftly made her way to the Tsiren Hall. It is unclear how Pei Mingxi conveyed the message to the old matriarch, but she decided to host a Lotus Appreciation Banquet at the official residence 3 days hence, inviting numerous noble young men and women. The recipients of the invitations were all elated, speculating that the old matriarch intended to arrange matches for the young ladies and gentlemen of the household. After all, the Weiguo Duke's residence has stood as a prestigious family for a century, with each offspring excelling in their own right. Whether marrying a daughter of the household or having a son wed to a lady from a distinguished family, it represents an exceptional match. Families fervently dressed their sons and daughters, hoping to catch attention at the banquet. On this day, the sun shone brightly and the sky was clear. Many carriages gathered before the official residence for the banquet. Su Xiangwan and Pei Mingxi sat in the floral hall. Pei Mingxi grasped Su Xiangwan's hand, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Sister Wan, do you think I have overdone my attire today?" Su Xiangwan smiled. "Rest assured, Sister Shi, the noble ladies attending today will surely be exquisitely adorned. There is only greater splendor, never the most. Your outfit is quite lovely." Pei Mingxi, still perplexed, asked, "How do you know, sister?" Su Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Gao Zhiro, smiling in silence. Gao Zhiro chimed in, "Sister Wan is correct. Sure, your attire is elegant yet not ostentatious, refreshing and refined, perfectly suited for the occasion." Pei Mingxi remained somewhat anxious, rising to pace back and forth, nervously twisting the silk handkerchief in her hands. Gao Zhiro noticed her unease, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. "Sister Shi, why are you so tense today? You have attended countless banquets before without such trepidation." Pei Mingxi bit her lip, a blush creeping on her cheeks. Gao Zhiro, puzzled, turned her inquiring gaze towards Su Xiangwan. Chapter 62. The Lotus Banquet. Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, since Pei Mingxi did not wish to speak on the matter. She felt it was not her place to divulge. She smiled. Perhaps it is merely the crowd today that has made Sister Shi a bit anxious. Gao Zhiro clearly did not believe this, her eyes narrowing skeptically at Pei Mingxi. Pei Mingxi gently bit her lip, unable to contain herself any longer. Leaned closer to Gao Zhiro and whispered, "I will tell you, but please do not mock me, Sister Ro." Gao Zhiro arched an eyebrow, intrigued. What matter weighs so heavily on your mind? During grandmother's birthday celebration, the eldest son of the minister Li also attended to offer his regards. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of him. Pei Mingxi faltered, unable to continue her confession. Gao Zhiro instantly understood, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Ah, so that is it." She took Pei Mingxi's hand, expressing concern. "Do you know what kind of person he is?" Pei Mingxi shook her head. "I only caught a fleeting glimpse of him, and I do not know his character well, which is why I wish to observe him more closely at the Lotus Banquet." Gao Zhiro nodded knowingly. "So, the young master has not yet seen you either?" "Exactly. To have captured your interest. He must indeed be quite remarkable. While virtuous ladies are easily found, a good man is rare. With so many noble ladies attending today, do you feel confident?" Pei Mingxi's expression darkened. "The young master is indeed exceptional, but I cannot say I feel assured." Gao Zhiro, struck by a sudden inspiration, smiled and said, "I recall that my sister plays the pipa exquisitely. 3 years ago, during the spring banquet, she performed a piece that truly captivated the capital. Why not showcase her talent today? My dear sister, let us hold a gathering and invite everyone to attend, allowing you to shine and draw attention." Pei Mingxi, feeling somewhat apprehensive, replied with a lack of confidence. "As you have said, there are many esteemed ladies attending the banquet today. What if?" Her words trailed off, but the others understood her implication. Gao Zhiro grasped her hand firmly and assured her, "Sire, do not belittle yourself. If Master Gao cannot appreciate your talent, then it is he who lacks the fortune to do so." She then turned to Su Xiangwan and asked, "Sister Wan, have you ever heard Heir play the pipa?" Su Xiangwan shook her head, indicating she had not. Gao Zhiro smiled and said, "Heir's pipa playing is truly exceptional. By the way, what instrument do you excel in?" "Dear sister, perhaps you could add a touch of brilliance to our gathering." Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Gao Zhiro inquired about her expertise rather than whether she could play an instrument. Reflecting on her upbringing, she realized that daughters of noble families were often tutored in music and the arts from a young age, which is why Gao Zhiro assumed she could play. Although Su Xiangwan's family had hired a tutor for her piano lessons in her childhood, she found it difficult to sit still and preferred to immerse herself in accounts rather than in melodious strains. As a result, her mother often scolded her. While she had previously been indifferent to these criticisms, she now felt a pang of shame. Lowering her gaze, she replied, "I do not possess much skill in musical instruments. I have nothing noteworthy to present." Just as she felt embarrassed, Gao Zhiro gently reassured her, "Everyone has their own strengths, and I am certain you excel in other areas." Su Xiangwan looked up, deeply touched by her words. She was about to express her gratitude when she noticed a rare shadow crossing Gao Zhiro's usually bright demeanor. "Sister Ro, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Gao Zhiro pressed her lips together and shook her head gently. Following her gaze, Su Xiangwan was momentarily dazzled by a striking flash of red. Upon focusing, she realized it was Yang Shuran. Today, she wore a peach-red dress adorned with golden embroidery, and a stunning jewel on her head caught the sunlight, creating a radiant reflection that was hard to overlook. Su Xiangwan's expression changed, and she whispered to Pei Mingxi, "Why has Miss Yang come today?" Pei Mingxi's brows furrowed slightly as she replied in a low voice, "It was an invitation from our mother. She mentioned that all the noble ladies of the capital are here, and as the daughter of the Minister of Works, it would be remiss not to invite Yang Shuran." She then turned to Gao Zhiro and comforted her, "Sister, do not let her trouble you. We can simply ignore her." Su Xiangwan blinked, pondering whether there was some unresolved conflict between Gao Zhiro and Yang Shuran. However, Gao Zhiro was always gracious and kind to others, making it hard for Su Xiangwan to fathom how they might have fallen into discord. Before she could contemplate further, Pei Mingxi exclaimed angrily, "Sister Wan, do you know what Yang Shuran has done to Sister Ro?" Su Xiangwan shook her head in confusion. "No, I do not. There is much to tell." She deliberately spilled tea on Sister Ro's skirt, attempting to humiliate her in public, spread slander about her, and even tried to isolate her by rallying other noble ladies against her. Pei Mingxi's expression was one of disgust. Su Xiangwan was taken aback. What? Why would she do such a thing? It is indeed because the elder brother values Sister Ruru, Gao Zhiro gently remarked. Sister, your words carry ambiguous meanings. The elder brother regards me as his sister, and naturally, he would not stand idly by while someone bullies me. Pei Mingxi pouted, muttering, that's not true. The elder brother treats me, and Yuer, quite differently from how he treats Sister Ruru. Su Xiangwan, upon hearing this, understood the underlying tension. No wonder Yang Shuran was targeting Gao Zhiro. It was a matter of jealousy. Yang Shuran, adjusting the golden hairpin atop her head, turned her gaze toward the three individuals seated in the pavilion not far off. A cold smirk graced her lips as she confidently approached them. Oh, I heard that Miss Gao came to Kyoto to celebrate the old lady's birthday a couple of days ago, she provocatively stated while sizing her up. The old lady's birthday has already passed. Isn't it time for Miss Gao to leave? None of your business. Pei Mingxi replied sternly. This is a matter concerning our household. You should mind your own affairs. Yang Shuran scoffed, unable to confront Pei Mingxi directly, yet feeling indignant. Her gaze shifted to Su Xiangwan as she mockingly remarked, some people seem to treat the household as their own. Su Xiangwan ritortit kuli, indeed. It is better than some who meddle in others' affairs. What? You? Yang Shuran exclaimed. Miss Yang, there are numerous noble guests attending the banquet today. Are you certain you wish to create a scene here? Gao Zhiro maintained a smile, yet her demeanor was unyielding. Yang Shuran glanced around and noticed many eyes were directed their way. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she turned away. Chapter 63, The Lotus Banquet, Part 2. Pei Mingyu entered the flower hall and, upon lifting her gaze, spotted Yang Shuran not far away. Sister Shuran, Mingyu. Yang Shuran approached Pei Mingyu, taking her hand, and quietly slipped off her jade bracelet, whispering, Thank you so much for your assistance today, Heir. Without you, I wouldn't have received the invitation for the Lotus Banquet. Pei Mingyu glanced at the bracelet's hue, her brow twitching slightly, before responding with warmth. Oh, Sister Shuran, what are you doing? I merely mentioned it to Mother casually. You're being too formal. Listening to this, Yang Shuran chuckled inwardly, while her expression remained one of sisterly affection as she replied, there's no need to be so polite with me, just as she intended to exchange further pleasantries. Pei Mingyu suddenly brightened, darting forward. Yang Shuran, curious, turned to see who had arrived, and, upon recognizing the individual, her expression turned scornful as she scoffed. Humph. How shameless to cling to someone before even marrying. Cousin Yanqing, Pei Mingyu exclaimed joyfully. Gu Yanqing paused his steps and smiled slightly. Hello, Cousin Mingyu. Pei Mingyu stood before him, blushing. I thought you wouldn't come to this banquet, so I was not expecting to see you today. Gu Yanqing scratched his head, glancing quickly at Su Xiangwan, and said with a smile, I came to look for Cousin Xingji. Pei Mingyu beamed. Cousin is with grandmother. Let me take you to him. Gu Yanqing quickly waved his hand. No, I see Cousin Mingxi here. I'll go greet her first, and then I'll find Cousin later. You don't need to worry about me. Before Pei Mingyu could respond, Gu Yanqing had already made his way toward the pavilion, completely oblivious to the swift change in Pei Mingyu's expression behind him. As Su Xiangwan caught sight of the newcomer, her delicate brows arched slightly. Gu Yanqing happened to glance in her direction, and their gazes collided, causing a faint blush to rise on his face. Clearing his throat, he called out from a distance, Cousin Mingxi. Pei Mingxi turned around, surprised, and asked, Cousin Yanqing, what brings you here today? Gu Yanqing approached and spoke cheerfully. I came to find my cousin. He then turned to Su Xiangwan beside him, softly saying, Greetings, Cousin Wanwan. Su Xiangwan smiled gently in return, replying, Cousin Yanqing. Gu Yanqing's fingers, hidden within his sleeves, tightened momentarily. Regaining his composure, he greeted the nearby Gao Zhiro with a smile. Miss Gao. Gao Zhiro responded with a smile, noting how much more radiant Gu Xiaoho had become after their years apart. Pei Mingxi, with a playful smile, suggested, My elder brother is at Siren Hall. Shall you go find him, cousin? No need, I'll wait for him to come out. I have no urgent matters to discuss, Gu Yanqing replied, feeling somewhat awkward standing there. You all carry on. I'll take a stroll. All right, cousin, but do not wander too far. There will be a performance shortly. Pei Mingxi called after him. Gu Yanqing paused, asking, a performance? What kind of performance? We plan to host a gathering. Will you participate, cousin? Gu Yanqing quickly waved his hands, replying, no. I truly lack any noteworthy talent. You know this well, dear cousin. Pei Mingxi smiled. Even if you do not wish to participate, you can still enjoy the performances of others. Scratching his head, Gu Yanqing inquired, will you all be participating? Wanmei will not be participating. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanqing immediately responded, I have no interest in such refined affairs and shall refrain from joining the festivities. After saying this, he cast a swift glance at Xiangwan before turning to leave. As Gao Jiro leisurely surveyed the surroundings, her gaze paused upon a figure clad in green, and she hesitated, asking, is the gentleman beside cousin Xiangwan Lu Gongzi? Pei Mingxi, intrigued, asked, Sister, do you know Lu Gongzi? Of course. We met while he was studying at Qingsheng Mountain, Gao Jiro replied. Pei Mingxi smacked her forehead, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten? So, Lu Gongzi is a student of our great-grandfather. Gao Jiro nodded gently. During his time at Qingsheng Mountain, Lu Gongzi consistently topped the rankings in debates. My grandfather holds him in high regard, believing he possesses the talent for governance. Pei Mingxi concurred, though I do not know Lu Gongzi well, I did encounter him once, and he truly has an extraordinary demeanor. Gao Jiro curiously asked, when did you meet Lu Gongzi? My brother and Lu Gongzi are friends. I happened to see them while attending a theater performance, and Wanmei was there as well, Pei Mingxi explained. Gao Jiro smiled sweetly, I see. Pei Jingwen spotted Su Xiangwan from afar, and his breath caught in his throat, the memory of being rejected days prior flooding back to him, filling his heart with bitterness. Lu Huiran followed his gaze, surprised. Miss Gao, what brings you here? Pei Jingwen was taken aback. Brother Huiran, you know Miss Shiro? Lu Huiran smiled. Did you forget, Jingwen? I studied at Qingsheng Mountain. Pei Jingwen's expression shifted to realization. What a coincidence. Lu Huiran nodded. It has been a long time since we last met. I wonder how our esteemed teacher is faring. Let's go greet him. Indeed, the two of them made their way toward the pavilion. Gao Jiro, upon spotting the approaching figure from afar, greeted warmly, young Master Lu, what a pleasant surprise. Lu Huiran replied gently, indeed, I did not expect Miss Gao to be a cousin of Brother Jingwen. Is your esteemed teacher in good health these days? Gao Jiro inquired. My grandfather has taken to enjoying tea and playing chess in his leisure, finding more comfort than ever, she added with a smile. That is wonderful to hear. If I find myself with free time, I shall certainly visit my teacher in Qingsheng Mountain, Lu Huiran responded thoughtfully. Your consideration is much appreciated. Lu Huiran then turned his gaze towards Pei Mingxi and Su Xiangwan, addressing them with warmth. Miss Pei, Miss Su. The two returned his greeting with a smile. A subtle glimmer appeared in Lu Huiran's eyes as he regarded Su Xiangwan. Pei Mingxi remarked with a chuckle, I did not realize you were acquainted with Sister Rower. Young Master Lu. Lu Huiran replied with courtesy, yes, I too was quite surprised just now. During their conversation, Pei Jingwen stood quietly to the side, gazing intently at the silk flower chair, lost in thought. Pei Mingxi noticed the unusual silence and cleared her throat, cheerfully inquiring, Brother, what troubles you today? You seem rather pensive. Did Mother reprimand you for your writing? Pei Jingwen pressed his lips together, exclaiming in resignation, Sire, you have become quite adept at teasing. Pei Mingxi laughed lightly, glancing at Su Xiangwan. With a spark of inspiration, she said, Sister Rower mentioned hosting a gathering. Brother, your flute playing is unparalleled. Might we be graced with your music today? Just as Pei Jingwen was about to decline, a bright voice chimed in from behind. Mingxi. The group turned to see Huang Wanru approaching in a cheerful yellow pleated skirt. Pei Mingxi immediately stood up in feigned annoyance, saying, Wanru, why are you so late? I was queuing for your favorite pastries, Huang Wanru replied, producing a paper-wrapped treat. I waited a long time for this osmanthus cake. Pei Mingxi took her hand with a smile, exclaiming, You are the best, Wanru. Meanwhile, Pei Jingwen sighed. Miss Wang, you bring pastries for Sierra again. Mother will surely scold us if she finds out. Huang Wanru shot him a glare, retorting, just don't mention it. I certainly won tea. Why would the second madam be upset over pastries? Xiangwan asked curiously. Pei Mingxi, a bit embarrassed, whispered, Mother said my clothes have become too large again. Xiangwan chuckled, Sister, you are fortunate. Naturally, you are becoming more graceful. Chapter 64. The gathering. Huang Wanru, looking aggrieved, turned to Pei Mingxi, complaining, Mingxi, look at your brother. I queued for so long to buy pastries for you, and he criticizes me. Pei Mingxi laughed. All right, brother is always gentle and polite. He merely enjoys bantering with you. You two truly are like sworn enemies. Huang Wanru pouted in dissatisfaction, just as Pei Mingxi was about to comfort her. She caught sight of someone, her expression suddenly tense. Huang Wanru followed her gaze in surprise, exclaiming, Young Master Gao has also arrived. She turned her head, raising an eyebrow, and whispered, The top 4 names on the guest list are all here. Today is indeed a sight to behold. Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle at this. Gao Zhiro, intrigued, asked, Guest list? What guest list? Pei Mingxi, flustered, replied, Sister, do not listen to her nonsense. As they conversed, Gao Heng approached. Second young master. It has been a while, he greeted. How have you been, young master Gao? All is well. Pei Mingxi stood anxiously, unsure whether to sit or stand, while Gao Zhiro, struck by inspiration, smiled and said, This gentleman is unfamiliar to us. Cousin Xiangwan, would you kindly introduce him? Pei Xiangwan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, How could I forget such a thing? He proceeded to introduce, This is my cousin, Zhiro, and this is my younger cousin, Wan. Lastly, he introduced, And this is my sister, Mingxi. As Gao Heng turned his gaze towards her, Pei Mingxi's heart raced, and she clutched her silk handkerchief tightly. Pei Xiangwan introduced the ladies, saying, This is the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, young Master Gao Heng. The group exchanged polite greetings, stealing a glance at Gao Heng. Pei Mingxi quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing deeper, noticed even by Huang Wanru. Huang Wanru raised an eyebrow and cast a questioning glance at Xiangwan, who merely smiled in silence. Huang Wanru, inspired by intuition, seized the opportunity to scrutinize Gao Heng while sipping her tea. Pei Xiangwan and the others did not linger long. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they moved on. Huang Wanru immediately leaned closer to Pei Mingxi, her face alight with curiosity. What is going on with you, Mingxi? Pei Mingxi retorted, Did you not see for yourself? Huang Wanru, nearly jumping in surprise, exclaimed, Mingxi, are you abandoning me? The group could not help but chuckle. After a moment of processing this revelation, Huang Wanru pressed, Do you know what kind of person young Master Gao is? Pei Mingxi shook her head, I do not. Which is why I sought to inquire today. Huang Wanru understood, saying, I thought so. The family has always been low-key, so why suddenly host this lotus viewing banquet? It turns out it is to introduce you. With her back turned to Pei Mingxi, she added playfully, How could you keep such a significant matter from me after being close friend for over a decade? Pei Mingxi could only appease her. In the Xirin Hall, Pei Xingji was about to make an excuse when a cheerful voice rang out, Grandmother, cousin. The old lady turned, laughing. I wondered who it was with such a robust voice. It's you, my mischievous little monkey. You haven't visited in such a long time. I thought you had forgotten your grandmother. Gu Yanqing teased. How could I forget? I would never forget you. How have you been, dear? All is well. Pei Xingji remarked casually, You have never been fond of such gatherings. What brings you here today? Gu Yanqing scratched his head. I heard that cousin would be resting at home today, so I came. Pei Xingji smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. The old lady jested. At today's flower viewing banquet, all the noble ladies of the capital are present. Yanqing, you are not a child anymore. Do you have anyone in mind? Let me help you find a match. Gu Yanqing felt his face flush. Although he had feelings for Xiangwan, now was not the time to speak of it. He stammered, You know I have no interest in such matters, but if I find someone I like in the future, I hope you can speak well of me. The old lady chuckled, of course. Gu Yanqing turned to Pei Xingji and mentioned, By the way, I encountered my cousin Mingxi earlier. She mentioned that a gathering is to be held today. Will you be attending, cousin? Pei Xingji absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, a flicker of interest glimmering in his eyes as he replied with a smile, Certainly. Gu Yanqing was somewhat taken aback. He knew Pei Xingji preferred tranquility and shied away from crowded places, so he had merely spoken casually. He exclaimed, "Then let us go together." "Very well." The two set off toward the flower hall. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze danced through the air. The lotus leaves in the pond swayed gracefully, while sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting shimmering reflections upon the water, creating a breathtaking tableau with the lotus blossoms. Familiar, noble women gathered to admire the flowers, savor the fragrances, and engage in poetic discourse. Seeing everyone had arrived, Gao Zhiro stood and called out, "Dear sisters, the sun shines brightly today, and the scenery is enchanting. Yet it seems to lack a touch of elegance. This splendid garden, accompanied by the melodies of stringed instruments, would undoubtedly enhance its charm. I wonder if any among us are skilled musicians? Why not take this opportunity to showcase your talents and add a splash of brilliance to today's gathering?" The noble women stirred with excitement. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity. Renowned scions from distinguished families had come to the banquet. If they could perform well, even if they did not capture the attention of the two noble sons, their names would surely be elevated in reputation. The ladies were all eager. Servants brought forth various musical instruments, and soon enough, noble women began to perform, filling the hall with melodious sounds. The atmosphere grew lively with Pei Xingji's arrival. A few voices among the noble women reached Xiangwan's ears. "The young master Pei has indeed come. Today's Lotus Appreciation Banquet appears to be an opportunity for him to meet potential brides." "Not necessarily. Several scions and daughters from the public family are still unmarried," came a reply. "True, but one rarely sees the young master at such lively gatherings. His early appearance today is rather unusual, don't you think?" "That's a valid point. However, it remains uncertain which noble woman might catch the young master SI today." One voice sighed. "Miss Gao is still seated over there. Among us, she is undoubtedly the most outstanding. She has not left since arriving to celebrate a birthday. Her intentions are quite clear. We may not have a chance." Xiangwan glanced at Gao Zhiro, who remained unperturbed, elegantly savoring her tea. Pei Xingji and Gu Yanqing were seated in a nearby pavilion when Pei Jinwen and Lu Huiran approached and joined them in conversation. Pei Jinwen remarked, "Today's weather is delightful, and with the addition of music, it indeed promises some enjoyment. My sister plays the pipa quite well. I invite you all to listen and offer your critiques, so she may improve." Lu Huiran responded gently, "You are too modest, Jinwen. Miss Pei's pipa skills are well known." He then inquired, "What pieces will the other ladies perform?" "My sister excels at the guqin, and Yearning is skilled with the flute." "And what of Miss Su?" Gu Yanqing interjected, "Cousin Wanwan will not be participating." "Is that so?" Pei Xingji perceptively caught something in the exchange. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, casually asking, "Brother Huiran, do you know Miss Su? By chance, we have met once." Pei Xingji lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 65, The Cave. Today, the most distinguished young gentlemen of the capital were present, and the noble ladies showcased their finest talents. Pei Mingxi, clutching a pipa, felt a twinge of anxiety within. Gao Zhiro gently stroked her hand and softly reassured her, "Sister, do not be nervous. I know your pipa skills well. If you claim second place, none would dare claim the first. Just play with confidence." Taking a deep breath, Pei Mingxi began to perform. Initially, she felt a bit tense, but as her fingers danced over the strings, the melodious notes gradually soothed her inner turmoil. Her performance transcended mere technique, embodying a natural expression of emotion. The enchanting music flowed like a gentle breeze caressing the lake's surface, captivating all in attendance. In the pavilion, Gao Hong watched Pei Mingxi play the pipa, his heart racing slightly. As the final note faded, the audience snapped back to reality, showering her with praises. A young gentleman clad in brocade exclaimed, "Miss Pei's pipa playing is truly mesmerizing. I am utterly astounded." Pei Mingxi humbly replied, "You flatter me, sir." She glanced at the pavilion, only to find Gao Hong staring intently at her, seemingly entranced. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Gao Hong, regaining his composure, realized his indiscretion and quickly averted his gaze to the table, taking a sip of tea, which led him to cough abruptly. Xiangwan observed this scene with a knowing smile. She lifted the corners of her lips and said, "Sister Shi, you can relax now." "What?" Pei Mingxi replied, bewildered. Xiangwan winked at Gao Jiro. The two exchanged knowing glances, silently understanding one another. "Is it not time for Sister Ro to perform?" Gao Jiro nodded, gently strumming her guqin, preparing to play, when suddenly a melodious sound of a gong ho filled the air. The group paused and turned toward the source of the sound. Yang Shuran, cradling the gong ho, shot a provocative smile at Gao Jiro. Gao Jiro pressed her lips together and set down the guqin. Pei Mingxi furrowed her brows, displeased, and exclaimed, "She didn't play before, but now she chooses to interrupt while Sister Ro is performing. This is clearly an affront. I will confront her." Gao Jiro grasped her hand and gently said, "Let it go, sure. Engaging with her would only diminish our grace." Pei Mingxi turned her face away in frustration. Yang Shuran, being from a prominent family, played the gong ho with exquisite skill, drawing the attention of many young gentlemen. As her performance concluded, she basked in the accolades from the crowd. Arching an eyebrow at Gao Jiro, Pei Mingxi slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "This is too much." Xiangwan shook her head, soothing her back. "There are many esteemed guests today, all from distinguished families. If we create a scene, it will bring disgrace upon us all." At that moment, Pei Mingyu entered, holding a flute, and smiled at Gao Jiro. "Sister Ro, why not play a piece?" Pei Mingxi coldly replied, "How can you say that?" Pei Mingyu, taken aback, responded, "What does it have to do with me? I just arrived." Pei Mingxi retorted, "Sister Ro was about to perform, but Yang Shuran rudely interjected and played before her. You mustn't associate with her anymore." Pei Mingyu scratched her head. Although she maintained a close relationship with Yang Shuran, it did not imply a bond of unwavering affection. Rather, it stemmed from their shared personalities and disdain for other noble ladies. Should a conflict arise between Yang Shuran and Gao Jiro, she would undoubtedly side with Gao Jiro, given the latter's formidable family background, which far surpassed that of Yang Shuran. Pei Mingyu concealed the glimmer in her eyes and forced a smile, saying, "My relationship with Sister Shuran merely revolves around a plethora of shared topics. It cannot be regarded as particularly close. Please do not misunderstand, Sister." Pausing for a moment, her expression shifted to one of indignation as she added, "However, Sister Shuran's actions today were indeed inappropriate. I shall confront her later and seek justice for Sister Rower." Gao Jiro chuckled softly, let go. Pei Mingyu cast a glance towards the pavilion and proposed, "How about this? I shall play a tune on the flute to lighten your spirits. Do not let such trivial matters trouble you." With that, she raised the flute to her lips, producing a melodious sound that resonated beautifully. Xiangwan was quite taken aback. Upon finishing her piece, she shyly glanced at Gu Yanqing, only to find him engrossed in conversation with Pei Jingwen, not sparing her even a glance. She stamped her foot in frustration. After the performances, as the wine flowed and conversations flourished, the atmosphere became quite delightful. Finding it uninteresting, Xiangwan quietly withdrew to the sidelines. Gu Yanqing occasionally glanced her way, noticing her solitude and preparing to approach her. However, Pei Xingji suddenly interjected, "Recently, I chanced upon the first volume of the collection of strategies. I wonder if any of you would be interested in a joint exploration?" Gu Yanqing halted in surprise, exclaiming, "What? Cousin has the first volume of the collection of strategies?" The others also raised their eyebrows in astonishment. The collection of strategies, authored by a renowned figure from the previous dynasty, encompasses not only poetry and prose, but also military tactics and statecraft, making it exceedingly rare and invaluable. Pei Jingwen exclaimed with delight, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is," Pei Xingji replied. "Elder brother, quickly take us to see it." Rising from his seat, Pei Xingji led them to the second floor of a pavilion in the southwestern corner of the flower hall. Surrounded by lush greenery, this area was considerably more tranquil, and the view from the windows was expansive. Pei Xingji produced a yellowed book and handed it to the group. As they discerned the title, their faces lit up with excitement, and soon they were gathered around the book, engaging in animated discussions. Pei Xingji took a sip from his teacup, his gaze drifting towards a figure below. He rose and said lightly, "Please enjoy the reading. I shall return shortly." With leisure on her hands, Xiangwan stood and wandered aimlessly. As she stepped onto the path by the lotus pond, she unexpectedly noticed a pebbled path extending alongside it. She walked towards the pebbled path, murmuring, "These rockeries possess a certain charm." Just as she became lost in thought, while standing amidst the rockeries, a tall figure suddenly emerged, covering her mouth and swiftly pulling her into a stone cave. Xiangwan's long lashes trembled in shock in a flash. She bit down hard on the hand that silenced her. "Ouch, are you a dog?" A cold voice retorted. Xiangwan froze, raising her eyes to see an irate face. "Young master." Pei Xingji glared at his hand, visibly displeased. Xiangwan cast a glance, only to find a distinct bite mark on his hand, with blood subtly seeping out. She blinked, feeling somewhat guilty, and thought, "This is hardly my fault. Who would have expected the young master to appear suddenly and cover my mouth?" Pei Xingji shot her a cold glance. "I never said I blamed you." His tall figure occupied most of the cave, filling it with his presence. Xiangwan felt a wave of discomfort and subtly shifted her position. However, surrounded by the artificial rocks, Pei Xingji stood before her, one hand braced against the rocky formation, effectively trapping her. As she attempted to move, she heard Pei Xingji's hoarse voice command, "Don't move." The cave was narrow, and they were uncomfortably close. His breath brushed against Xiangwan's neck, sending shivers down her spine. Just as Xiangwan was about to question him, she heard footsteps approaching from outside the rocky formation, accompanied by several voices engaged in conversation. Instantly, she tensed up, hardly daring to breathe. Pei Xingji encircled her, and with a downward glance, he could see her smooth forehead and well-defined nose, leading down to her full, cherry-red lips. His Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly lowered his head. Sensing his movement, Xiangwan shot him a fierce glare. Pei Xingji's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he continued to close the distance between them. Xiangwan attempted to escape, but she found herself cornered and unable to move. Frustrated, she turned her face away. Recalling his previous actions towards her, she resignedly shut her eyes, choosing not to look at him anymore. His heated breath was tantalizingly close, their skin brushing against each other. Yet the anticipated kiss did not occur. Xiangwan opened her eyes to stare at him. Pei Xingji's nose lightly touched her forehead, trailing down to her eyes, and finally, their noses almost touched. Their breaths entwined like creeping vines, their lips merely a breath apart, ready to collide with the slightest parting. The voices from outside grew ever closer, as if they were right beside them, making Xiangwan's heart race. Yet amidst the tumult, she was met with an overwhelming surge of desire and entanglement. She could not escape that kiss. The sounds of guests conversing filled her ears while the scene before her became heated and intoxicating. On one side was an iceberg, on the other a sea of fire. Xiangwan trembled all over. The sweetness lingered on her tongue, leaving her mind blank. Pei Xingji, clearly unsatisfied, moved his lips closer to her ear, fixating on her enticingly crimson earlobe. His gaze deepened, and he began to tease her with gentle licks and playful bites. His hand rested possessively on her slender waist, becoming increasingly audacious as the conversation faded into the distance. Finally, Pei Xingji released her. Xiangwan gasped for breath. His hand grazed her face, but she turned her head to evade him. "You have lipstick on your face," he raised an eyebrow. Xiangwan turned back to see a hint of the same lipstick adorning Pei Xingji's lips. He raised a hand to wipe the color from her lips, just as she, with lightning speed, stomped on his foot with all her might and dashed towards the exit of the rocky formation. With all her strength behind that kick, Pei Xingji inhaled sharply, his brows furrowing slightly. He certainly hadn't anticipated being outsmarted by a defenseless girl. Amused and exasperated, he flexed his ankle and followed her out. As I took a few steps, a sharp, piercing voice broke the silence. "Xingji, older brother." Pei Xingji paused, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. "Miss Yang, why are you here instead of in the flower hall?" Yang Shuran, nervously playing with her hair, replied, "I was looking for you, older brother Xingji. I have matters to attend to." "Miss Yang, please seek someone else," he said, and with that he turned to leave. Yang Shuran's expression fell. and she froze when she noticed the bite mark on his hand, rooted to the spot. She murmured, "Xingji." No response came. Her expression gradually morphed into one of fury. If her suspicions were correct, the bite mark was left by a woman, with a faint trace of lipstick still lingering. Given Pei Xingji's skills, it was nearly impossible for anyone to approach him unless her nails dug into her palm as she clenched her fists. "Someone come," she screamed hoarsely. Her personal maid rushed over. "Miss, what is it?" In a frenzied state, she demanded, "With whom did young Master Pei just spend time?" "With whom?" The maid, bewildered by her distorted face, dared not breathe too deeply and replied cautiously, "You had asked me to find young Master Pei, but I could not locate him, so I'm unaware of with whom he was." A sharp slap landed on the maid's face, instantly swelling half of her cheek. "What use are you? What use?" Yang Shuran fumed, pacing back and forth. The maid, covering her bruised face, sobbed, "Miss, please do not be angry. I will find out who young Master Pei was with just now." "It's too late," Yang Shuran muttered, taking a deep breath. A glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes as she grinned. "You need to do something for me." Yang Shuran beckoned the maid closer and whispered her instructions. The maid's expression turned fearful. "Miss, this might not be appropriate." Yang Shuran chuckled ominously. "If you cannot execute this task properly, there will be no need for you to remain. I will go at once." The maid stammered, hurrying away. Yang Shuran strode towards the back hall, a designated resting area for guests. At this moment, the esteemed gentlemen and ladies were gathered in the flower hall, leaving this space tranquil and deserted. In the flower hall, Wanwan was savoring a crystal cake, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Mingxi, that piece you played earlier was truly masterful. I dare say, young Master Gao must be utterly enchanted by you. Who knows, perhaps this year I shall be indulging in your wedding sweets." Pei Mingxi playfully pinched her soft waist, her cheeks flushing. "What are you saying? If anyone is to enjoy wedding sweets, it should be yours first." Huang Wanru raised an eyebrow dismissively. "That requires someone to propose to me first. You spend all your time thinking about where to find good food and entertainment. When will you ever consider such matters?" She pouted. "Honestly, who finds marriage more interesting than feasting and revelry?" Pei Mingxi shot her an amused glare, and the two burst into laughter. Suddenly, someone accidentally knocked over a cup of cool tea. "Oh no, Wanru, your skirt is wet," Pei Mingxi exclaimed. Huang Wanru looked down and indeed saw a damp spot on the hem of her skirt. Although the weather was warm and the fabric would dry quickly, the tea stain was sure to be unsightly on her elegant attire. Pei Mingxi stood up. "I have a similar build. You can wear my clothes." Huang Wanru smiled gently. "No need, for I have brought a spare dress today." "That's good. Allow me to accompany you to the inner hall to change," Pei Mingxi replied somewhat hesitantly. "I am no stranger to the manor. I know the way. Besides, you have other guests to attend to. I can manage on my own." Pei Mingxi appeared unconvinced, but Huang Wanru reassured her, "Oh, do not worry. It is broad daylight, and this is still the manor. Surely I cannot encounter any wolves or tigers here." "Very well then." Huang Wanru turned to her personal maid and instructed, "Please fetch the spare dress from the carriage. I will wait for you in the inner hall." "Certainly." Mississippi Huang Wanru then proceeded to the inner hall. At this moment, the guests were all gathered in the flower hall, and the further she walked, the more distant the sounds of conversation became. As she stepped onto the long corridor and reached the corner, she heard a familiar voice. "Has the item been brought?" "Yes, miss," came the reply. "Did anyone notice you along the way?" "No, I chose the less crowded paths." "Good." Huang Wanru furrowed her brow, pondering what mischief Yang Shuran was up to this time. Yang Shuran continued, "Find an opportunity to slip this medicine into Pei Shizi's cup. Make sure no one discovers it." "Understood." Huang Wanru was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. She quickly turned to inform Pei Mingxi, but stumbled in her haste. Her heart sank as the sounds of conversation ahead ceased, and heavy footsteps approached her slowly. Chapter 67. Into the water, Huang Wanru scrambled to her feet. A chilling voice echoed, "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is you." Turning around, she saw Yang Shuren's face twisted in a menacing expression, as if she had transformed into a different person. Instinctively sensing danger, Huang Wanru did not wish to confront her directly and feign calmness, saying, "I need to change my dress because it has gotten dirty." Oh, if you're merely changing dresses, why are you leaving before you have even changed? I forgot to instruct my maid to bring the new accessories from the carriage. Otherwise, they won't match with the new dress. Yang Shuran flashed a smile. Is that so? Huang Wanru swallowed hard. Indeed. Why would I deceive you? Yang Shuran gazed at her intently, causing a chill to run down Huang Wanru's spine. Yang Shuran attempted to discern any hint of panic on Huang Wanru's face, but the latter remained too composed for her to be certain whether she had overheard their conversation. A glint of cold light flashed in Yang Shuran's eyes. What did it matter if she had heard? She was not one to leave any loose ends. With a languid stride, she approached Huang Wanru. Terrified, Huang Wanru retreated repeatedly. In the next moment, she lifted her skirts and fled. Yet, just a few steps later, a hand painted with red vermilion grasped her shoulder. With a splash, the small pond outside the corridor sent ripples across its surface. Pei Jinwen, feeling lackluster today, wandered aimlessly until he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. His expression hardened as he moved toward the source of the sound. Huang Wanru, sensing silence from outside, peeked out, gasping for breath. Yet, she could not float. Soon her head sank beneath the water once more. As she thrashed about in desperation, she heard someone leap into the water. "Miss Huang, grab hold of me." Huang Wanru blinked her eyes, noticing Pei Jinwen swimming towards her. Instantly, her eyes reddened, and she sobbed, "Second young master." Pei Jinwen pulled Huang Wanru onto the shore and assisted her into an empty room in the back hall. Soaked to the skin, Huang Wanru hugged her arms and sat shivering by the window. Pei Jinwen found it difficult to meet her gaze. He pressed his lips together and said, "Miss Huang, I shall fetch Heir for you." Huang Wanru immediately shook her head, tears streaking her face as she implored, "Do not leave. I am afraid alone." At her words, a strange sensation surged within Pei Jinwen. He felt somewhat at a loss and stammered, "Your clothes are wet. Prolonged exposure may lead to illness." Huang Wanru remained dazed at her seat. He bit his lip, took off his outer robe, and said helplessly, "I beg your pardon." Soaked to the skin himself from rescuing her, Pei Jinwen, along with Huang Wanru, resembled two drenched chickens sitting in the room, neither daring to speak. After a while, Huang Wanru gradually regained her composure and murmured, "Why did you save me?" Pei Jinwen was taken aback, thinking, if I hadn't saved you, you would. Huang Wanru pressed her lips together and asked, "Do you realize what our current situation implies? If someone were to catch us, the circumstances would be beyond explanation. With our lives at stake, why concern ourselves with such trifles? I could simply marry you." Upon uttering those words, both were momentarily stunned, and silence enveloped the air once more. After a time, Huang Wanru softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Pei Jinwen was momentarily distracted and was about to respond when a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Wanru, are you inside?" They exchanged glances, and Huang Wanru sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Mingxi, I am here." Pei Mingxi opened the door and was instantly taken aback upon seeing the two drenched individuals. She stared blankly. "What happened to you?" "Mingxi." Huang Wanru ran towards Pei Mingxi, embracing her tightly. Pei Mingxi patted her back, offering comfort. "It's all right, I'm here." What on earth transpired? Huang Wanru wiped her tears and angrily said, "It was Yang Shuran. She pushed me into the water." Pei Mingxi was shocked, glancing at the pale blue outer robe on Huang Wanru, hesitating as she asked, "What is the story behind this?" Huang Wanru's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "The second young master saved me. My clothes were soaked, and he gave me his robe." Pei Mingxi seemed somewhat bewildered, questioning, "Why did Yang Shuran push you into the water?" Huang Wanru suddenly smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, how could I forget? Quickly, go find young Master Pei and inform him that Yang Shuran intends to harm him." As soon as she spoke, both Pei Mingxi and Pei Jinwen paused in surprise. Huang Wanru recounted the entire sequence of events to them. Once Pei Mingxi grasped the situation, her expression grew somber. "I will fetch a discreet maid to bring you both clean garments, and I shall seek my elder brother immediately." "Yes, hurry." In the bamboo garden, Pei Xingji stared at the bite marks on his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "What do you usually consume? Such strong teeth." He took out a strip of cloth and carefully wrapped it around his injured hand. Though he appeared indifferent to such a minor wound, the injury was too suggestive, easily discernible to an astute observer as a bite from a woman. Having dressed the wound and prepared to depart, an unfamiliar maid entered, carrying a pot of tea. "Young master, please have some tea," she said. Pei Xingji's expression was enigmatic as he scrutinized the maid pouring the tea. He lifted a cup to his nose and inhaled its aroma, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, a thought crossed his mind. He raised an eyebrow and drank the tea in one gulp. The maid caught a glimpse of his actions and breathed a sigh of relief. Pei Xingji set down the cup and remarked languidly, "Excellent tea." The maid took a deep breath and, gathering her courage, said, "Miss Yang asked me to convey a message to you." "Oh, what message?" Miss Yang said the scenery in the back courtyard of the residence is quite beautiful. Pei Xingji waved his hand, signaling his understanding. "I see, you may leave now." Pei Mingxi was in a state of anxious urgency, inquiring with everyone she encountered if they had seen Pei Xingji. A young servant, after a moment's thought, replied, "The young master seems to have gone towards the bamboo garden." Pei Mingxi hurried to the bamboo garden, just in time to meet Pei Xingji as he was exiting. "Elder brother, Mingxi, what brings you here?" Pei Mingxi circled around him, relieved to see he was not seriously harmed. "Elder brother, do you feel unwell?" "No." "Did you eat anything just now?" "No." Pei Mingxi's worries dissipated entirely. She patted her chest and sighed. "That is good, very good." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. "What troubles you?" Pei Mingxi glanced around and recounted everything she had seen and heard to him. Pei Xingji, twirling his fingers, enigmatically inquired, "Where are Xiangwan and Miss Huang currently?" "They're in the back hall." Pei Xingji nodded. "Let us go see them." The two proceeded toward the back hall, one following the other. Chapter 68. An invitation. Pei Xiangwan and Huang Wanru had changed into clean garments, sitting silently on chairs in the back hall for quite some time. After a while, Pei Xiangwan broke the silence. "I apologize." Huang Wanru, taken aback, responded, "You saved me. Why apologize? I should not have been so reckless as to jump in." Huang Wanru's expression shifted, her voice low. "Do you regret it?" Pei Xiangwan quickly shook his head. "No, it was just that the situation was urgent. I did not think it through. In hindsight, it tarnished your reputation." Huang Wanru stood abruptly. "Did you not say you would marry me? Do you regret it?" Pei Xiangwan stammered, I fear you may not want it." Huang Wanru paused momentarily, biting her lip, and shyly said, "Actually, you're quite a decent person." Pei Xiangwan, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. Another bout of silence enveloped them until the arrival of Pei Xingji and Pei Mingxi shattered the quiet. "Wanru, I am back." Pei Xiangwan looked at Pei Xingji and nervously uttered, "Elder brother." Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly, "What do you intend to do now?" Pei Xiangwan clenched his fists and stated quietly, "I will take responsibility for Miss Huang." He turned to look earnestly at Huang Wanru and asked solemnly, "Do you consent?" Huang Wanru glanced quickly at Pei Xingji before averting her gaze, took a deep breath, and after a moment, softly replied, "I do." Pei Mingxi found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, there was a childhood friend, and on the other, her own elder brother. The two were well matched in terms of social standing, seemingly presenting an excellent match. Yet, she was acutely aware that her dear friend harbored feelings for Pei Xingji, and her brother was enamored with his younger sister. They resembled misaligned lovebirds. She stepped forward, taking Huang Wanru's hand and drawing her aside, whispering in a voice meant only for their ears, "Are you truly willing to marry my brother?" Huang Wanru, gazing down, replied, "As the fourth on the list of eligible ladies, I suppose I cannot complain. But you are not." Though Pei Mingxi did not complete her sentence, both understood her implication. Huang Wanru bit her lip, feeling shy, and murmured, "Your brother is quite a good person." Pei Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing her expression, before breaking into a light-hearted laugh. "So that is the case." Huang Wanru, curious, inquired, "What do you mean?" Pei Mingxi leaned closer with a smile. "In truth, you do not harbor any affection for the elder brother, do you?" Huang Wanru pouted, retorting, "How would you know whether I like him or not?" "I know, but you are oblivious," Pei Mingxi replied, her tone cryptic. Huang Wanru, puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about?" Pei Mingxi, with an enigmatic smile, responded, "In matters of the heart, The involved are often perplexed while onlookers see clearly. Huang Wanru chuckled. You speak as if you possess great experience. Pei Mingxi, feeling indignant, countered. Such sentiments are often conveyed in plays. Huang Wanru, fiddling with her clothing, shyly admitted, You might have a point, just moments ago. When a second son asked me, before Pei Shitzi, if I was willing, I felt no sorrow at all. Precisely. You must merely admire the elder brother, rather than truly love him. Instantly, Pei Mingxi felt the sun shining more brightly, exclaiming, How delightful! Henceforth, I shall refer to you as sister-in-law. Mingxi. Huang Wanru stamped her foot, her face flushed as she turned away. In the Xiangwan hall, the old matriarch reclined in a chair of ebony wood while the second lady gently massaged her shoulders. The matriarch chuckled. Such tasks could easily be delegated to the servants. Why must you do it yourself? Madame Shun smiled warmly. These are the duties of a daughter-in-law. As they spoke, several individuals entered, each bowing and greeting. The matriarch, beaming, inquired, What brings you all here instead of the flower hall? Pei Jinwen knelt, raising his robes. Madame Shun's eyelids flickered at the sight. Pei Jinwen proclaimed, Grandmother, mother, I have long cherished feelings for Miss Huang, the legitimate daughter of the Jingzhaoyin family. I beseech you both to grant your approval for this union. He had contemplated this on the way, mindful of Huang Wanru's reputation. He could not reveal that she had fallen into the water, and he had rescued her. He wished to keep their affair from becoming gossip among the idle tongues within the inner courtyard. However, a noble lady and a gentleman make a splendid match. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun's expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, Jingwen, do you understand the gravity of your words? Pei Jingwen's tone remained steady. I am aware, and I hope for your support, mother. Madame Shun pinched her brow. She had hoped that Pei Jingwen would wait until after the imperial examination to consider marriage. She was confident that her son would surely succeed, and at that time, he would have the pick of the esteemed ladies in the capital. As she was about to refuse, the old lady burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Excellent! Jingwen has truly made progress. This is as it should be. Spending all day buried in books is turning him into a mere bookworm. That lively girl is a perfect match for you, and I wholeheartedly approve. Mrs. Shin quickly interjected. Old lady, Jingwen is about to take his examinations. He cannot afford any distractions. The old lady shot her an annoyed glance after the autumn examinations. There will be the spring tests. Following those, there are the palace examinations. Just how long do you intend to delay him? Huang Wanru is clever and possesses a delightful temperament. What could you possibly find unsatisfactory about such a well-suited match? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shun fell silent, knowing that once the old lady had made up her mind, there was no room for negotiation. The old lady was all smiles as she proceeded to discuss the marriage proposal. It was thus settled. Pei Xingji, seated nearby, took a delicate sip of his tea. Yet the warmth of the beverage did little to quell the heat rising within him. Half an hour had passed since he had consumed that cup, and he now felt a flush and a light sheen of perspiration covering his skin. He rose and quietly stated, It appears my presence is not required here. I shall take my leave. Very well, do as you must, the old lady replied. Returning to the bamboo garden, Pei Xingji summoned Cheng Ying and instructed, Please invite Miss Su to join us. Cheng Ying, noticing his furrowed brow, expressed concern, Is everything all right, master? Pei Xingji waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Please go ahead and fetch her. Cheng Ying cast him a doubtful glance before departing. Having just endured the earlier commotion, Su Xiangwan felt a lingering apprehension. She sat in the flower hall, surrounded by others, too wary to wander about. A round-faced maid approached her softly, saying, Miss Su, someone is looking for you outside. Su Xiangwan blinked. Do you know who it is? You will know once you go, the maid replied. Su Xiangwan pursed her lips, thinking to herself, With so many people around, it should be nothing of concern. She stepped outside. However, there was no one awaiting her in the flower hall. As she scanned her surroundings with suspicion, she turned to leave, but suddenly spotted someone. Her breath caught in her throat, and she dashed back into the flower hall. Cheng Ying was quicker, blocking her path in an instant. Miss Su, the master requests your presence. Chapter 69. Wanwan in the Bamboo Garden. Pei Xingji narrowed his phoenix eyes, reclining lazily on a bench. "Master, Miss Su has arrived. Let her in," he commanded. Su Xiangwan stared at the grand door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. "You have arrived," he greeted her. Glancing at him with displeasure, Su Xiangwan retorted, "Why did the eldest young master summon me?" Pei Xingji lifted his chin slightly, gesturing toward the intricately carved chair beside him, and replied coolly, "Have a seat." Su Xiangwan bit her lip, her tone sharp. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Pei Xingji offered no answer, his elongated phoenix eyes fixed intently on her, causing her heart to race with discomfort. Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together and walked toward the chair beside him. Just as she reached his side, the world spun, and before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace. Fuming with indignation, Su Xiangwan exclaimed, "Pei Xingji, you are utterly insufferable. What was that in the cave earlier? And now what is this?" He encircled her, observing her flushed face and frowning expression, akin to a kitten ready to pounce. Lowering his gaze, he regarded her with a teasing glint. "Dear cousin, is your mood so sour because you believe I have thwarted your good fortune?" As Su Xiangwan jolted back to reality, she realized that whenever Pei Xingji referred to her as cousin, it invariably signaled trouble. With a huff of indignation, she retorted, "What did you say? I cannot comprehend." Pei Xingji abruptly shifted the topic, commenting, "Cousin, I have never seen you don such a cerulean dress before." Impatiently, Su Xiangwan replied, "This is of no concern to you, is it? Must I report my wardrobe choices to you?" Pei Xingji chuckled lightly, asking, "Whom did you dress up to entice today? Jingwen, Yanqing, or perhaps Gao Hong?" A surge of anger welled up within Su Xiangwan as she exclaimed, "What have I done to incur your disdain, young master? Why do you look down upon me so?" While she did harbor ulterior motives for attending the banquet, who among them did not aspire for a better life? Moreover, this was not her original intention. Upon arriving in the capital, she had hoped to establish herself through her own efforts, only to discover that her aspirations were overly simplistic. Furthermore, the person before her was an accomplice. Time and again, he belittled her, and if she did not quickly find someone to marry, she would inevitably be left with nothing. Her heart felt constricted, and her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Pei Xingji's dark gaze was fixed upon her, yet he remained silent. With a scoff, Su Xiangwan declared, "Indeed, as you surmise, I am coveting power and wealth, foolishly dreaming of marrying into a prestigious family. Does that satisfy you?" Pei Xingji's throat tightened, his expression inscrutable as he replied in a low voice, "What is it that you truly desire, cousin? I have stated before, I can provide you with wealth, connections, power, and status, whatever you wish for." Su Xiangwan retorted coldly, "Did you not claim that I am full of schemes? Is such a schemer worthy of your regard?" After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, what you wish to offer I do not desire, and what you seek I will not provide." Pei Xingji's brows furrowed slightly, and he realized that his patience had reached its limit. As one in a position of power, holding the reins of life and death, he spoke to Su Xiangwan with the hope that she would acquiesce willingly. However, the person in his embrace was evidently more obstinate than he had anticipated. Breathing heavily, he felt a surge of heat coursing through him as he fixated on her luscious red lips, pressing down with fervor. Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively pushed him away. In her flurry, her skin brushed against his palm, which was astonishingly warm. Even the kiss was overwhelming. "Su Xiangwan bimpedith," her words stifled by their mingling lips and tongues. Pei Xingji, dissatisfied with this, let his hands glide down her fragrant shoulders to her waist. Untie the ribbon at her side. Startled, Su Xiangwan bit down hard on his misbehaving lips, and the metallic taste of blood swiftly spread between them. With a sharp intake of breath, Pei Xingji released her, wiping the corner of his mouth with his finger, now stained with crimson. His expression darkened as he reproached, "Do you behave like a dog, biting without provocation?" Su Xiangwan retorted without reservation, "You have gone this far. Am I not entitled to bite you?" Pei Xingji's gaze was fixed upon her, breaths coming in quick succession, his eyes glinting with a seductive hue. Only then did Su Xiangwan notice something was amiss with him. Trembling, she asked, "Are you all right?" "I am not well. I shall fetch the guard." As she attempted to rise, Pei Xingji grasped her firmly. It would be futile to seek him. Then what good am I staying here? Pei Xingji remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, and within his dark pupils. A tumult of emotions surged like a tempest. A thought flickered through Su Xiangwan's mind, and she questioned, "You wouldn't have been schemed against, would you?" The response was a kiss, fervent and consuming. Su Xiangwan found herself ensnared, unable to move. The kiss was prolonged and indulgent. Perhaps the very air had been stolen away, for she felt her mind clouding, her limbs growing weak. She clenched her fingers, cursing herself for her helplessness. After a long moment, Pei Xingji finally released her. The usual chill in his demeanor had vanished, replaced by a smoldering desire reflected in his ebony gaze. They were close, and he grasped her chin, murmuring, "Is this acceptable?" Su Xiangwan gently bit her swollen lips and shook her head without hesitation. Pei Xingji's breath was heavy. "Cousin Wanwan, whatever you desire, I shall grant it." Su Xiangwan softly suggested, "I could ask the guard Chung to bring someone for you." Pei Xingji's expression darkened. "Who do you wish to summon?" I do not know," she stammered. His tone softened, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Wanwan, why must you be so cruel?" Su Xiangwan felt at a loss, murmuring, "Are there no other options?" Pei Xingji took a deep breath, his voice husky. "There is." Su Xiangwan's eyes brightened. "What is the method?" Pei Xingji's gaze turned grave, fixating on her hands. Su Xiangwan froze, and in the next moment, her pupils contracted as she concealed her hands behind her back. She shook her head repeatedly. "No, that cannot be." Pei Xingji found it increasingly unbearable, his voice strained. "Please, Wanwan, help me." Su Xiangwan persisted in her refusal. At this moment, his eyes were clouded, and he spoke in a low tone. "Wanwan, do you not feel any pity seeing me like this? I have fought valiantly, defending my homeland. Can you bear to watch me suffer?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan's long lashes fluttered. Though she did not harbor affection for Pei Xingji, she could not deny that he was a hero of the Dayan nation. Noticing her reaction, a slight smile graced his lips as he endured the waves of heat within. Speaking hoarsely, "Has Wanwan ever visited the northern frontier? With your delicate skin, I imagine you have not. The winds there are fierce. In the heat, the air is scorching, and in the cold, icicles cling to your lashes. Despite the harsh climate, the vastness of the land allows me to gallop freely across the plains, reveling in the joy of it all. Yet, such tranquil days are rare. More often, I confront ruins, chaos, and bloodshed. Wanwan, do you wish to see the northern frontier? If the opportunity arises, I would take you to admire its beauty." Su Xiangwan demand saident. To be taken to the northern frontier? By then, she would have long departed the estate. Chapter 70. A promise. Pei Xingji seemed to have reached his limit. After speaking, he leaned against the bench, his atoms apple bobbing. Su Xiangwan wrestled with her thoughts, finally inhaling deeply and saying slowly, "I will help you, but only this once." Pei Xingji licked his dry lips. "All right." Su Xiangwan's earlobes flushed crimson, feeling at a loss for what to do as Pei Xingji guided her, their movements tentative. In an instant, Pei Xingji tilted his head back, gritting his teeth tightly, a muffled groan escaping his throat. As Su Xiangwan lifted her gaze, she noticed the slight flush at the corners of his eyes, seemingly veiled by a layer of mist, enchanting and intoxicating, entirely devoid of his usual coldness and severity, radiating a captivating brilliance. Such allure. It was no wonder that numerous noble ladies were drawn to him. Su Xiangwan felt her cheeks burn as if they might ignite. She tightly shut her eyes, striving to disregard the peculiar sensation. However, the rapid breaths and warm air brushing against her ears made it impossible to ignore. She opened her eyes in irritation, only to find him with his eyes slightly narrowed, his jaw tense, appearing to derive some pleasure from the moment. Gritting her teeth, she impatiently inquired, "How much longer?" Pei Xingji's voice was hoarse. "I don't know." Su Xiangwan pouted and closed her eyes once more. Time passed, and, at last, the moment came to a halt. "May I leave now?" she asked, her tone heavy. Pei Xingji shook his head, his voice subdued. "Wanwan, could you assist me once more?" Sulangyan furuit herbro ekasperatit. "Is this never-ending?" "Fine, I'll help you to the very end." Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her breathing, muttering, "Then hurry." "All right, I will do my best." After what felt like an eternity, Su Xiangwan sensed her entire arm was aching, and Pei Xingji finally ceased. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, massaging her sore wrist, grumbling, "Now may I leave?" Pei Xingji opened his eyes, still tinged with lingering mist, his voice slightly hoarse. "Why the rush to leave? Wanwan, you're fine now. What reason do I have to remain?" Pei Xingji leisurely fastened his belt, lazily responding, "Since you have assisted me, I can promise to fulfill one of your wishes, provided it is within my power. You may propose it." Su Xiangwan instinctively wished to refuse, but reconsidered. After toiling for half a day, it would be unsatisfactory to depart just like that. Moreover, Pei Xingji's promise would surely prove invaluable in critical moments. She pressed her lips together. "I haven't decided yet. You can own me for now, and I'll seek you out when I think of something." Pei Xingji's lips curled into a smile. "Very well. I shall await your summons." Su Xiangwan glared at him. "You mustn't be dishonest." Pei Xingji replied calmly, "Rest assured, Wanwan, I am not one to break my word." Su Xiangwan stood, declaring, "I am leaving." Without hesitation, she turned and exited. Pei Xingji's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, his eyes deep and dangerous. Hastening towards Song Yin Pavilion, Su Xiangwan unexpectedly encountered Pei Mingxi. "Sister Wan, where have you been?" Su Xiangwan paused, stammering, "I was just wandering about." Pei Mingxi eagerly linked her arm, exclaiming, "Sister, you missed a momentous occasion in the residence." Su Xiangwan blinked, curiosity piqued. "What occasion?" "Second brother and Wanru are to be engaged." Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "So sudden?" "It is rather unexpected. It was an accident. Yet their personalities are compatible. I would wager that this is a splendid match." After pondering briefly, Su Xiangwan agreed. "Second cousin is steady and reserved, while Miss Huang is lively and charming. They indeed complement one another. Indeed, though I am not fond of Yang Shuran, her unwitting involvement has inadvertently led to a beautiful affair." "Yang Shuran?" Su Xiangwan inquired, perplexed. "What does she have to do with this?" Pei Mingxi glanced around and whispered in her ear, "I wonder who Yang Shuran intended to harm with her drugging. She was caught by Wanru and actually pushed her into the water before fleeing. Fortunately, my second brother happened to pass by and saved Wanru." Su Xiangwan was startled by this revelation and placed a hand on her chest, exclaiming, "Miss Huang is truly blessed. If it weren't for my second cousin's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, Yang Shuran is exceedingly malicious." Pei Mingxi stamped her foot in frustration. Su Xiangwan, suddenly alert, caught on to something and asked, "Did you just say Yang Shuran drugged someone?" "Yes. I wonder if my elder brother has apprehended her yet?" Su Xiangwan's expression turned perplexed. Yang Shuran's drugging and Pei Xingji's encounter with treachery seemed too coincidental. Earlier in the bamboo grove, her mind had been foggy, and she had considered it deeply. But now, upon reflection, it was clear that with Pei Xingji's skills, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to approach him unless it were by design. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Xiangwan's expression grew increasingly somber, and she clenched her fists tightly. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she managed to force a smile and said to Pei Mingxi, "With my elder brother's capabilities, he should be able to apprehend her swiftly. Do not worry, sister. I am a bit tired and shall return to my room for a rest." Pei Mingxi, noticing her sister's unusual pallor, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. I just need a short rest," she replied. "Very well." Pei Mingxi watched her retreating figure, suspicion creeping in her mind. What is the matter with my younger sister? Why is her face so flushed? In the back courtyard, Yang Shuran slowly opened her eyes, finding herself lying on a bed in an empty room. Everything unchanged from before she fell into slumber. She scratched her head, vexed at having dozed off. What time could it be now? Had Pei Xingji come? She adjusted her dress and prepared to get out of bed. As her hand pressed against the bed, she unexpectedly touched something soft. Startled, she turned around to discover a disheveled stranger lying at the foot of the bed. The man was awakened by her shriek, grimacing as he opened his bleary eyes. Yang Shuran scrambled down from the bed, trembling as she asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man, with a face full of flesh, lit up with interest upon recognizing Yang Shuran. He smirked, Well, what a beauty we have here." Terrified, Yang Shuran rushed to the door. only to find it securely locked from the outside. Her expression stiffened. The man, with his rotund belly, slowly approached her. "My dear, why are you so frightened?" Yang Shuran turned and shouted, "Stop. Do you know who I am?" The man hesitated, taken aback by her fierce tone. "Who are you?" "I am the daughter of the Minister of Works. If you know what is good for you, step aside." Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter. "Ah, so you are Miss Yang. I have heard much of your beauty. But tell me, do you know who I am?" Yang Shuran glared at him. The man shrugged, arrogantly declaring, "I am Feng Zhua, the third son of the Right Chancellor." Rubbing his hands together, he advanced towards Yang Shuran with a lecherous grin. "Heaven has favored me by allowing me to share a room with Miss Yang. Why don't you express your gratitude and join me in bliss?" Yang Shuran swallowed at heart, her expression filled with terror. Chapter 71, A Secret Meeting. Feng Zhuiqi, a man infamous throughout the capital, was known by all. He had long been notorious for abducting women and forcing them into prostitution. A few years prior, he had targeted a farmer's wife, breaking into her home and assaulting her in broad daylight, despite her being pregnant at the time. Tragically, she lost her child, and when her husband sought justice, he was brutally killed. Although many were outraged, none dared to confront the powerful minister openly, and the matter was swiftly suppressed. Ever since, whenever Feng Zhua's name was mentioned, noble women in the capital would shudder. Families of means would never allow their daughters to marry him. Thus, at the age of 26, he remained unmarried. Yang Shuran pressed against the doorframe, with no retreat left as she watched the man before her draw near, despair welling within her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she forced a smile, saying, "I thought I was in the presence of a formidable figure. It is none other than Master Feng San." Feng Zhua, upon hearing this, felt a sense of ease wash over him and laughed heartily. "Miss Yang, you possess remarkable discernment. With your beauty, we would make quite the pair." Suppressing her disgust, Yang Shuran managed a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Master Feng, you jest. If we speak of beauty, few could rival Miss Su in the capital." Feng Zhua's interest piqued. "Miss Su? Which Miss Su? I must admit, I have never heard of such a beauty in the capital." "Your unfamiliarity is understandable. Miss Su has only recently arrived in the capital and should be at the flower hall now." Feng Zhua's murky eyes darted suspiciously. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" "Oh, how could I dare to mislead you? You would know at a glance if Miss Su is indeed a great beauty." Yang Shuran flattered. Feng Zhua scrutinized her for a moment, then declared, "Take me to her." Yang Shuran let out a sigh of relief, though her face betrayed her unease. "I would like nothing more than to take you, but the door is locked from the outside and cannot be opened." "Stand azide," Feng Zhua shouted, stepping towards the door. Taking a deep breath, he hurled his corpulent body against it with all his strength. Crash! The door flew open. The noble gentlemen and ladies outside exchanged startled glances, and upon witnessing the scene within, their faces blanched in shock. "Oh dear!" Feng Zhua lay on the ground, clutching his backside and wailing. Yang Shuran stood behind him, frozen in disbelief. Pei Mingyu stepped forward from the crowd, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Sister Shuran, what is happening here?" Yang Shuran's complexion turned pale as she stammered. "What are you all doing here? Did you not say that the scenery in the back courtyard was beautiful and invite us?" A tremor coursed through Yang Shuran, and she steadied herself against the doorframe to avoid collapsing. "When did you arrive?" "Just a moment ago." Yang Shuran closed her eyes wearily. At this moment, everything became clear. She had been set up. Feng Zhua pushed himself off the ground, cursing as he stood. "What are you all staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out." The noble women gasped and fled in terror. Pei Mingyu had never encountered someone so brazen, just as she prepared to reprimand him. Her gaze fell upon the jade pendant tied to his waist. The pendant's exquisite hue revealed its considerable value. She took a step back, tugged at Yang Shuran's sleeve, and whispered, "Who is this man?" Yang Shuran's complexion turned ashen as she spoke in a hushed tone. "The right minister's third son, Feng Zhua." Pei Mingyu's pupils constricted, and she abruptly withdrew her arm from Yang Shuran's grasp, stammering, I will go find my elder brother." With that, she dashed away in a flurry. The remaining onlookers exchanged furtive whispers, casting inquisitive glances. Feng Zhua, raising his sleeve, surged into the crowd, cursing, "You mutts! Look again! I'm talking about you in you." The crowd scattered in fright. Suddenly, someone in the throng exclaimed joyfully, "Young Master Pei." Everyone lifted their heads to see Pei Xingji approaching with an icy demeanor. "Young Master Feng, this is my family's courtyard. Even if you seek trouble, you ought to consider the venue." He paused, his voice frigid. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Feng Zhuo's mouth twitched, his face contorting into a hue reminiscent of a liver, a vivid tapestry of red and purple. He felt indignant, itching to hurl insults, yet refrained, for he could not afford to provoke him. "Brother Xingji," Yang Shuran, tears streaming down her face, rushed toward Pei Xingji. He frowned slightly, sidestepping her advance. Yang Shuran stumbled. Now, disregarding her dignity, she cried out, "Brother Xingji, nothing happened between me and young Master Feng. I swear. You must believe me." Pei Xingji replied coldly, "Whether Miss Yang and young Master Feng are innocent is of no concern to me." Yang Shuran's face blanched, her body trembling, rendered speechless. Pei Xingji's gaze turned towards Feng Zhuo, his expression inscrutable. "Young Master Feng, what brings you to my residence?" Feng Zhuo scratched his head, visibly displeased. He was uncertain how he had ended up inside the estate, having merely awaited someone outside and dozed off. However, he would never reveal his true purpose outside the estate. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he pointed at Yang Shuran, grinning wickedly. "Naturally, I came to meet the beauty." Yang Shuran halted, incredulous. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Zhuo revealed a row of yellowed teeth, sneering. "Do not be upset, my dear beauty. We share mutual affection." "What is there to be embarrassed about? Who shares mutual affection with you?" Yang Shuran's face contorted in rage as she shouted. The commotion attracted many, and upon hearing this exchange, whispers erupted among the crowd. Pei Xingji cleared his throat and spoke gravely. "Since this is your private matter, resolve it amongst yourselves. Today is the day of the Lotus Appreciation Banquet at my residence. If you have no intention of attending, I kindly ask you to leave and refrain from stirring up further trouble." Yang Shuran, her voice hoarse, pleaded, "Brother Xingji, I am wronged. I swear I have nothing to do with this man." Pei Xingji cast her a cold glance, turning away without a backward glance. Within half an hour, news of Yang Shuran's clandestine meeting spread throughout the estate. Su Xiangwan, startled upon hearing the news, exclaimed, "Who did Yang Shuran meet in secret?" "I heard it was the right minister's third son, Feng Zhuo," Ban Xiao whispered. Su Xiangwan furrowed her brow, perplexed. Doesn't she fancy the eldest son? Who knows? Young Master Feng is, after all, the son of the right minister. Perhaps she has taken a liking to his family background, Ban Xiao speculated. Su Xiangwan demand skeptical, hesitating. Surely this matter cannot be a misunderstanding? Ban Xiao, with an air of seriousness, replied. She was alone with young Master Feng, and when he emerged, his attire was disheveled. Many witnessed it. Young Master Feng himself declared that he and his companion were mutually enamored. Oh, what a scene it was, surpassing even the most captivating moments of a theatrical performance. Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together in silence, her intuition indicating that this matter was inextricably linked to Pei Xingji. He must have anticipated Yang Shuran's treachery, which prompted his intervention in such a dramatic turn of events. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled in her heart. She felt no pity for Yang Shuran. Her ruthless tactics had led her to this unfortunate state, and she had no one to blame but herself. However, Pei Xingji's actions instilled a sense of trepidation within her. She hoped Xia would bring her a cup of cool tea and quietly remarked, "Miss, why haven't we seen young Master Gu today?" Su Xiangwan shook her head. "I do not know. Perhaps he is preoccupied." Chapter 72, Your Highness in the Bamboo Garden. Gu Yanqing eagerly finished reading the collection of strategies, and, upon noticing the time, quickly summoned a servant, asking, "What time is it?" "Young Master Gu, it is already the hour of shun." Gu Yanqing was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Where's my cousin?" "The eldest young master has gone to the back courtyard to handle matters concerning young Master Feng San and Miss Yang. Feng Zhuo, he is here today as well?" Gu Yanqing's expression darkened, and the others present also wore displeased looks. Pei Jingwen set down his book and said gravely, "We did not invite him today. How could he possibly come?" Gu Yanqing clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. That scoundrel shows no regard for human life. I have long found him intolerable. My father always advises me to avoid trouble. Yet now he has the audacity to create a scene at the public house. Let him see what I am capable of. Where is he now? The servant quickly responded. Young Master Feng San has already left. Left? Gu Yanqing's expression was one of astonishment. Cousin just let him go like that? What did he do today? Young Master Feng San had a secret meeting with Miss Yang. Before the servant could finish, the other's brows shot up in surprise. Gu Yanqing exclaimed. With whom? Young Shuran? Indeed. Gu Yanqing took a moment to process this, then said disdainfully, What is Yang Shuran thinking? She had been so persistently clinging to my cousin, and now she switches her affections to Feng Zhua? The disparity is simply too great. A thought struck him, and he addressed the servant. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. I will visit my cousin another day. If he returns later, please inform him that I have already left. Of course, young master. Gu Yanqing bid farewell to the others and, upon exiting the flower hall, instructed Chun Tao in a low voice. Go find cousin Wanwan and tell her that I plan to organize an outing in 3 days, inviting 2 or 3 friends. Ask her if she would be available to join. Yes, I shall go at once. Wait. As Chun Tao turned to leave, she was called back. Gu Yanqing rummaged through his pocket and produced a pink velvet flower hairpin, feeling a bit shy as he said, Please deliver this flower to cousin Wanwan. Chun Tao glanced at her master's flushed face and chuckled. Rest assured, I will make sure it reaches her. A smile graced Gu Yanqing's lips, but soon he felt regretful. If it had not been for his reading consuming too much time, he would have personally given the velvet flower to cousin Wanwan. Such a splendid opportunity was squandered. As he had scarcely exchanged a few words with her, he would have to seek another chance. Standing lost in thought, Chun Tao returned, Young master. Miss Su says she is available in 3 days. A look of joy returned to Gu Yanqing's face, and he left with a spring in his step. The following day, at Fanning Temple, in an ancient pavilion sat a distinguished gentleman clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace. He lifted a teapot and poured, causing 2 cups to brim with fragrant tea. The sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance. A subtle smile graced the man's lips as he remarked, You are late. You ought to punish yourself with 3 cups. Pei Xingji stepped inside and languidly replied, To keep the illustrious 4th prince waiting is indeed deserving of a penalty. Meng Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, smirking lightly. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Pei Xingji settled down, cutting straight to the chase. About yesterday. Hold on. Meng Jingyuan interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on the corner of Pei's lips, teasing, I wondered why you arrived so late. It turns out the iron tree has finally bloomed. With a slight squint, he continued, After years of abstinence, you finally indulged. You must exercise restraint, lest you, 4th prince. Pei Xingji's expression darkened as he replied tersely, Let's discuss serious matters. Meng Jingyuan pouted, Isn't this a serious matter? What could be more significant than matters of the heart? Who is that lady? Do I know her? Pei Xingji rubbed his temples. Since when did you become so inquisitive about others? I hardly concern myself with such trivialities. Yet, you're different, Xingji. Meng Jingyuan countered, raising an eyebrow. Regardless, you should still address me as 4th cousin. It is only natural for me to care for my younger cousin. Pei Xingji took a delicate sip from his teacup, clearly reluctant to continue the topic. Meng Jingyuan fixed him with an unwavering gaze, attempting to glean insights from his expression. Pei Xingji eventually set down his cup and slowly remarked, Does 4th cousin not wish to know the follow-up to yesterday's events? So now you are deflecting the conversation. It seems you are quite invested in that individual, Meng Jingyuan mused. When Pei Xingji remained silent, a sudden image flashed in Meng's mind, prompting him to say, Is it the young lady we encountered at the Temple of Sound? Pei Xingji's long lashes fluttered slightly. This subtle gesture did not escape Meng Jingyuan's notice, who smiled knowingly. Indeed, it is her. Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. What makes 4th cousin so certain? Meng Jingyuan, with an air of understanding, stated, Seeing Yanqing so close to that lady, your countenance that day was utterly stormy. After a pause, he teased, You didn't think you were concealing your feelings well, did you? Pei Xingji pressed his lips together in silence. Was it that obvious? It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future. Meng Jingyuan, with a gleam of amusement, remarked, however, it appears Yanqing harbors some affection for that lady as well. What are your thoughts? Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, sensing that the fourth prince was not in the mood for serious discussions, and thus decided to excuse himself. Wait, don't go. Meng Jingyuan sighed, exasperated. All right. I shall cease the jest. Let us discuss serious matters. He composed his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. What was Feng San truly doing lurking outside the government office yesterday? Pei Xingji produced several letters, placing them on the table, and pointed to one with his long finger, stating sternly, I suspect he was attempting to steal correspondence. Meng Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, pondering. So he discovered it? Or rather, should I say, the right minister discovered it? Pei Xingji nodded. Meng Jingyuan slammed his hand on the table, whispering fiercely, the reappearance of Bartle. It indeed cannot be dissociated from the right minister. He inhaled deeply, resuming his seat, and solemnly declared, your strategy proved effective. By deliberately leaking information, you lured the serpent from its lair. And lo, someone could not remain still. Pei Xingji furrowed his brow. Yet the motivations of the prime minister remained uncertain. Meng Jingyuan scoffed. What does it matter what his motives are? The fox's tail will eventually reveal itself. After a pause, he chuckled lightly. Is that why you knocked someone unconscious yesterday and let the daughter of the minister of works in? Indeed, came the reply. Meng Jingyuan clapped his hands in laughter. How delightful. The minister of works, having a daughter in his old age, dotes on her excessively. Now that his precious daughter's innocence has been tarnished by Feng San, we are in for quite a spectacle. Chapter 73. The prime minister in a room that exuded simplicity and understated elegance. Wisps of smoke curled upwards. A closer inspection revealed that despite the minimalistic decor, each piece was a fine artifact. The incense burner, shaped like a mythical beast in purple gold alone, was worth a fortune. Minister Yang Ming rubbed his forehead, visibly agitated. Beside him, a richly dressed woman dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, sobbing, It's already this late. Yet the prime minister hasn't sent anyone to give us an explanation. Yang Ming waved his sleeve and rose in indignation. If he wants to send someone, I shall go find him. Madame Yang quickly grasped his sleeve, her voice trembling. You mustn't tea. Feng San has sullied our Shuran's virtue. If he does not come to us, how can we go to him? This will only invite ridicule. Then what do you suggest we do? This matter is already common knowledge. If I don't seek a name for my daughter, how will she ever stand in the capital again? Madame Yang released his arm, wailing, heaven above. My lord, you have served the prime minister loyally for years. Now, in this dire situation, he hasn't even sent a word. Yang Ming immediately covered his wife's mouth, hissing in a low voice, What are you saying? If others hear this, do you understand how severe the consequences could be? Madame Yang, chastened, shrank her neck and sobbed, I am simply concerned for our daughter. Oof. A woman's folly. Yang Ming lifted his foot to leave when Yang Shuran burst in, crying out, Father, nothing happened between me and Feng Zhua. If others don't believe me, that's one thing, but you must believe me. Yang Ming's expression softened slightly as he replied gravely, It is not that your father does not trust you. But at this point, words carry little weight. Yang Shuran, in a fit of despair, exclaimed, I am in love with Brother Xingji. You know this, father. In this life, I shall marry no one but him. After this scandal, do you think the Gong family will still accept you? Yang Ming sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, My dear daughter, you must be pragmatic. Although Feng San is a rogue, his father is the prime minister, wielding immense power in court. Marrying him would bring you untold wealth and honor. Tell me, do you have any other options besides marrying Feng San? Yang Shuran collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she muttered, I will not marry. I will not marry. Yang Ming shook his head and turned to leave. At the prime minister's residence, Feng Zhua poured a cup of tea and handed it to the middle-aged man seated in the prominent position. The man had a gaunt face and a dangerous glint in his eyes as he inquired, Has the matter of the person who went to steal the letter been resolved? Father, rest assured, it has been dealt with, Feng Zhua replied. Feng Zhuan said calmly, nodding slowly before asking, Have you found out who knocked you out and confined you in the backyard of the Duke of Wei's residence? Feng Zhua shook his head embarrassment coloring his cheeks. I have yet to discover that, but I will continue to investigate. There is no need, came the curt response. Feng Zhan lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and remarked with profound significance. Pei Xingji, though still youthful, possesses remarkably shrewd methods. His father's intentions were clear. Feng Zhan continued in a low voice. He merely seeks to eliminate my trusted aides, hoping to reap the benefits from our struggles. The son, perplexed, inquired. If we were to forge a marriage alliance with a minister of works, our ties would surely strengthen. Why would he act in such a manner? Feng Zhan frowned in displeasure at the words. What do you think? If your reputation were more favorable, would he resort to such schemes? Feng Zhuo lowered his head, guilt written across his face. Feng Zhan pondered. Yang Ming holds a deep affection for his daughter. Ah, Pei Xingji is indeed striking at the very heart of the matter. Pausing, he added, once the Yang family daughter enters our household, you must temper your demeanor. Indulge as you wish in private, but maintain a respectable facade. Feng Zhuo raised his head, questioning. Father, do you truly wish for me to marry Yang Shuren? If I do not, her reputation will be tarnished, and no one will dare seek her hand thereafter. Yang Ming, being so devoted to his daughter, will he still acquiesce to our demands? Even if he remains loyal to me, he cannot be fully trusted. This pawn will be rendered useless. Clenching his fist, Feng Zhuo exclaimed with intensity. To think I have been outmaneuvered by that young rascal. He had better not give me the chance to uncover his weaknesses, or I shall show him the consequences. Reluctantly, he turned, asking, should I go to the Yang residence now? Feng Zhan slowly shook his head. Let us wait. Yang Ming will come to us. Feng Zhuo hesitated. Yesterday, I did speak ill of Yang Shuren. Yang Ming is likely resentful. Why do you not permit me to go to the Yang residence? Instead of waiting for him to seek us out? A cunning glint sparkled in Feng Zhuan's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. For him, securing this marriage is of utmost importance. Should we agree, it would grant him a favor. Feng Zhuo suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. I understand now. It seems my father possesses a keen understanding of human nature, a slap followed by a sweet date. Even if I am at fault, he will have no choice but to concede. Feng Zhuan's expression turned solemn as he gently stirred the tea. At that moment, a servant approached to report, Sir, Lord Yang is here, currently waiting in the front hall. Feng Zhuo's eyes lit up. Father is indeed formidable. Feng Zhuan set down his teacup, leisurely stating, let's go and meet him. News of Yang Shuren's engagement spread rapidly. In recent days, the people of the capital, idling away their time, found themselves engrossed in discussions about this event. Have you heard? The daughter of the Minister of Works is to be betrothed to the third son of the Right Chancellor. Of course, who in the city remains unaware of this matter. Honestly, I believe they are quite well matched. Neither is virtuous, and they make a fitting pair, sparing others from their mischief. Xiangwan emerged from the matriarch's chamber, overhearing the gossip of the maids in the corridor, her brow furrowing. Behind her, Pan Xia fumed, truly, evil begets evil. Just as Xiangwan contemplated her thoughts, a figure approached from within the corridor. She halted abruptly, quickly scanning her surroundings, with no means of escape. She had no choice but to confront the individual, lowering her gaze. Second Madam. Madame Shun cast a sidelong glance at her, her expression dark, but after a moment, she donned her usual smooth smile. Ah, Wanwan, have you just come from the matriarch's room? Xiangwan nadidiently. Madame Shun smiled. You are considerate, Wanwan. Do attend to your matters. Yes, Second Madam. Upon returning to the Sanyan pavilion, Pan Xia could no longer contain her indignation and remarked, the Second Madam behaves as if nothing has transpired, laughing and chatting with you, while unaware observers might assume she holds you in high regard. Xiangwan sighed softly and replied calmly, now that the second young master is to be betrothed to Miss Huang, she naturally lowers her guard against me. Let's not dwell on this matter any further. Pan Xia acquiesced, saying, understood. Mississippi. Suddenly, Xiangwan recalled something and inquired, by the way, isn't it time to collect the dividends from the Wanxiyuj today? Pan Xia smacked her forehead and exclaimed, indeed. Chapter 74. The shop. Xiangwan frequented the Wanxiyuj often, and many of the employees recognized her. As she entered the shop, a seamstress approached her with enthusiasm, saying, Miss Su, are you looking for Manager Wang? Su Xiangwan nodded gently and smiled. Indeed. Is the manager available? Yes, indeed. Please follow me, the seamstress replied, leading the way. It was no surprise that the seamstress was so warm. Ever since Su Xiangwan took charge of the ready-made garments, the shop's business flourished, resulting in additional bonuses for the seamstresses. Thus, upon seeing her, they were as elated as if they had encountered a deity of wealth. Manager Wang was engrossed in reviewing the recent accounts, a smile struggling to contain his delight. When the seamstress knocked on the door, she announced, "Manager, Miss Su has arrived." Manager Wang promptly stood to greet her, saying, "Miss Su, I was just about to send someone to find you." Su Xiangwan smiled slightly. "I came to see how business is faring." Manager Wang beamed. "As you must have seen, the shop has been bustling daily, and we can hardly keep up." "That is indeed good to hear," she replied. However, Manager Wang stroked his beard, his tone tinged with concern. "The business for ready-made garments is thriving, but we are short-staffed and space is limited. We've had to clear the area previously designated for sachets to accommodate the garments, resulting in a rather chaotic appearance." An idea sparked in Su Xiangwan's mind, and she said with a smile, "Why not open a separate shop dedicated solely to ready-made garments?" Manager Wang paused, contemplating her suggestion, and hesitantly responded, "That is indeed a good idea, but where should the shop be located? Who will manage it? With the current busyness of the store, I cannot afford to split my attention between two places." Su Xiangwan, eager to help, offered, "If you trust me, I can manage the ready-made garment shop. I have been involved with this batch from start to finish, so I would be quite adept at handling it." After a moment of thought, Manager Wang nodded. "You are correct, Miss Su. The success of the ready-made garments owes much to your efforts. However, I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult the owner." Su Xiangwan replied with a smile, "Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, I can speak directly with the owner about this matter. It would be better to discuss specific details face to face." "Very well. I will report to the owner after I finish my tasks today. Thank you for your diligence, Manager." As nightfall descended and the clouds drifted softly in the bamboo garden, Pei Xingji enjoyed a rare morning off. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood at the window, admiring the luminous moon, lost in thought. The silvery light enveloped him, accentuating his strikingly handsome form. Cheng Ying entered, bowing as she announced, "Master, Miss Yang is to marry Feng San on the 15th of next month." Alas, such haste! In these times of rampant rumors, it is perhaps an effort to quell the gossip that has led to this hurried decision. Pei Xingji remained silent. Cheng Ying continued, "Today, Master Wang came to report that Miss Su proposed to establish a separate shop for ready-made garments." Pei Xingji nodded slowly. The ready-made garment sector was currently flourishing, and mingling it with other categories made accounting burdensome. A separate shop would indeed be a splendid idea. Master Wang also mentioned that Miss Su had volunteered to manage the ready-made clothing shop. Pei Xingji narrowed his eyes slightly, amused by her considerable ambition. He recalled something and then smiled gently. "Very well, let this be your token of gratitude for alleviating my troubles." Cheng Ying quickly glanced at him and cautiously remarked, "Miss Su also expressed a desire to speak with you personally." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. It was not yet the appropriate time for a meeting. Knowing her temperament, if she were to discover that I am the benefactor behind this venture, she would likely retract her interest. The next morning, Su Xiangwan received a response from Wan Xiuge, standing at the side door. She beamed with joy and repeatedly confirmed with the embroiderer who brought the message, "Is what you say truly accurate? The shopkeeper has indeed entrusted the ready-made clothing store to me?" The embroiderer smiled brightly. "Absolutely. Congratulations, Miss Su." Su Xiangwan exchanged a glance with Pan Xia, who quickly handed her a piece of silver. Su Xiangwan laughed. "In this sweltering heat, I appreciate your efforts in delivering this news." The embroiderer accepted the silver with a beaming face. Suddenly recalling something, Su Xiangwan curiously asked, "By the way, how did the benefactor respond to such a significant matter?" The shopkeeper conveyed that the benefactor wished to discuss it in detail with you at a later opportunity. Su Xiangwan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Songyan Pavilion, Pan Xia exclaimed, "Wonderful news, miss. It truly feels as though the gloomy clouds have parted, and everything is progressing favorably." Su Xiangwan's lips curled into a smile, revealing her pearly whites as she replied, Indeed, it seems we have finally witnessed the moon after enduring the clouds. However, a hint of worry crossed her face as she spoke. If the shop were to open, it would entail numerous trivialities and being a woman residing in the public house. It would be inconvenient for her to venture out daily. She sat by the window, lost in thought. If she could not leave the house every day, she should find a trustworthy person to oversee the shop. However, the caretaker must be literate, capable of good character, and, most importantly, trustworthy. With a slight furrow in her brow, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned to Pan Xia. I recall that Fu Gui once served the second young master. Is he literate? Pan Xia nodded. Indeed, I have had several conversations with brother Fu Gui. Not only is he literate, but he is also skilled in accounting. Su Xiangwan clapped her hands in delight. This is splendid. Brother Fu Gui is literate, adept in calculations, and of commendable character. He would be perfect to manage the shop. In the tavern, Fu Gui was heartily devouring meat, and before long his bowl was empty. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I sincerely apologize, Miss Su. I haven't had a full meal in days. No need for concern. This entire table is prepared for you. Please take your time. Su Xiangwan reassured him. Fu Gui's eyes glistened with gratitude. After a whirlwind of consumption, he wiped his mouth and asked, Miss Su, you summoned me today for what purpose? Su Xiangwan smiled. I intend to open a shop, and it is rather inconvenient for me to leave the house daily. Would you be willing to oversee the shop for me, Brother Fu Gui? Fu Gui was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly as he inquired, Is what you say true? Absolutely, came the reply. With a thud, Fu Gui fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes, and solemnly declared, Miss Su has provided me with sustenance and a means of livelihood, rescuing me from dire straits. From this day forth, you shall be my master. Should you direct me westward, I shall not venture east. Su Xiangwan hurried to assist him, exclaiming, Brother Fu Gui, what are you doing? With tears in his eyes, Fu Gui replied, You may simply call me Fu Gui. Henceforth, I shall heed your every command, dedicating myself wholeheartedly, without reservation. The day was still early. After leaving the tavern, Su Xiangwan visited several shops for sale, returning to the mansion only as the sun began to set. Just as she stepped into the courtyard of Songyan Pavilion, a striking figure suddenly appeared, distinctly out of place in the modest surroundings. Second miss, what brings you here? Upon hearing the voice, Pei Mingyu turned, her face alight with a smile. Sister Wan, you've returned. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Where have you been? Chapter 75. Intentions, a sense of unease washed over Su Xiangwan. Pei Mingyu seemed to have transformed recently, no longer targeting her as she once did. However, having suffered at Pei Mingyu's hands on several occasions, Su Xiangwan could not afford to lower her guard. She smiled lightly and replied, I had some free time today and wandered outside the manor. Did you need something from me, Sister Yu? Pei Mingyu wore a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. It's nothing significant. I merely heard from my second brother that cousin Yanqing is hosting an outing tomorrow, and I wanted to ask if you would be attending. Su Xiangwan boasted briefly. The fact that Pei Mingyu could ask this indicated that Gu Yanqing had not extended an invitation to her. I'm not certain yet. If I have no other engagements tomorrow, I will likely attend, she responded. Is that so? Pei Mingyu mused. Where do you plan to go for the outing? Su Xiangwan shook her head. I'm not sure. As Pei Mingyu found no further questions to pose, she soon took her leave. Pan Xiao approached quietly and whispered, Why is the second miss asking you all this? Given her past behavior, it's hard not to be suspicious. Su Xiangwan sighed softly. Let her have her intentions. I shall face whatever may come. The following day, the sky appeared somewhat overcast, clouds hanging low on the horizon. Pan Xiao glanced outside and expressed her concerns. Miss, do we still plan to go to the outskirts today? It looks like it might rain. Su Xiangwan felt a twinge of worry as well. Just then, Pei Mingxi's voice called from outside. Sister Wan, are you ready? Su Xiangwan lifted the curtain and descended the stairs, smiling at Pei Mingxi's cheerful demeanor. Sister Shi, why are you so happy today? Beside her, Gao Jiro smiled sweetly, adding young Master Gao will be joining us for the outing today. Su Xiangwan feigned profundity, chuckling. I see. Oh dear. Pei Mingxi playfully stomped her foot, pouting, You two mustn't tease me. Su Xiangwan and Gao Zhiro exchanged knowing glances. After a moment, Gao Zhiro's expression shifted slightly. Perhaps we should invite Sister Yu as well. It wouldn't be right to leave her alone. Pei Mingxi responded, Sister Ro. There's no need to worry about her. I asked her this morning if she wanted to join, but she said she had other matters to attend to. Very well then. Su Xiangwan raised her hand and pointed to the sky, remarking, the weather today is not as fine as in previous days. It seems we might encounter rain. Let's take a few umbrellas. After a brief preparation, the group set off together. The carriage halted in front of a villa on the outskirts of the capital. As three of them descended from the carriage, Su Xiangwan looked up and spotted Gu Yanqing standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for quite some time. Xiangwan cousin, Mingxi cousin, Miss Gao, you have arrived. The group exchanged pleasantries. Before stepping out, Su Xiangwan had deliberately adorned herself with the plush flower gifted by Gu Yanqing. He glanced at her headpiece, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and said, Please do come in. They entered the villa, known as Mingwe Villa, nestled against a hillside, its environment elegant and serene. As Su Xiangwan surveyed her surroundings, she realized that the villa's exquisite details suggested it was frequented by those of considerable wealth and status. Upon reaching the long corridor, they discovered several individuals seated in a nearby pavilion. Mingxi, Huang Wanru exclaimed, rushing toward Pei Mingxi with a smile. Pei Mingxi glanced at Pei Jingwen in the pavilion and teased, I thought so. This morning when I went to find my second brother, he was nowhere to be found. It seems he has abandoned his sister to fetch his fiancée, Yi. Huang Wanru's face turned crimson, and she pinched her waist playfully, retorting, You just now. But I shall have my revenge in due time. With that, she cast a glance at Gao Hong, who looked rather flustered. Bui Ming si bao did, conchiding, fine. I shall refrain from further comment. After the formal greetings, the group settled in the pavilion, engaging in cheerful conversation. Huang Wanru noticed Pei Mingxi's bashfulness and Gao Heng's awkwardness. She quietly approached Su Xiangwan and whispered, Since we are all here, they seem unable to relax. Perhaps we could devise a game to grant them some space to get to know one another. Su Xiangwan pondered for a moment before suggesting with a smile. The lotus flowers are blooming splendidly in the pond. Why don't we take a small boat to enjoy the blossoms and gather lotus seeds? Huang Wanru clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Excellent. I shall speak with young Lord Gu to arrange a few small boats for us. Gu Yanqing acted swiftly, and before long, everything was prepared. He approached Su Xiangwan and said in a clear voice, Rowing can be quite laborious. Cousin Xiangwan need not exert herself. Let's share a boat. I shall handle the rowing while you gather lotus seeds. How does that sound? Su Xiangwan smiled gracefully, replying, Then I shall rely on you. Cousin Yanqing. With the clouds overhead, the day felt pleasantly cool, and as they glided between the lotus leaves, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to dance, creating a picturesque scene. Gu Yanqing rowed the boat steadily. Su Xiangwan stood at the stern, feeling no instability. She extended her delicate fingers to pluck a lotus pod, placing it at the back of the boat, the beautiful flowers and her grace intertwining to form a breathtaking tableau. Gu Yanqing found himself momentarily lost in thought, his heart stirring like the rippling water beneath the boat. Distracted, the small vessel began to sway slightly, causing Su Xiangwan to wobble as well. Quick to react, Gu Yanqing securely grasped her arm, and as the boat rocked gently, their figures intertwined. The warmth of their skin seeped through their thin garments, and, as their eyes met, the air seemed to thicken, a unique ambience blossoming quietly between them. Realizing the situation, Gu Yanqing's face flushed crimson, his gaze flickering as he apologized. I am sorry, cousin. I lost my focus. He remained silent, but once he spoke, Su Xiangwan felt even more embarrassed. She murmured, It's nothing. Gu Yanqing quickly turned his head, unwilling to lose focus. Neither of them uttered another word. The small boat glided to the center of the pond, now a fair distance from the shore. Su Xiangwan glanced at Gu Yanqing and noticed a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Gently, she suggested, Cousin, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Gu Yanqing's face flushed at her words, and he shyly replied, All right. He settled down, his long eyelashes fluttering. Yet he dared not look at her again. Observing this, Xiangwan softly continued, "The velvet flower you gifted me, I adore it." "Thank you, cousin." Gu Yanjing tightened his fingers, relieved that his cousin liked it. After a pause, he took a deep breath, his face a deep crimson, and said, "Cousin, I have thought it over. After some time, I shall express my feelings to my mother." Upon hearing this, Xiangwan sighed in relief. If she could truly enter the gates of the Ho residence, she would become the lady of the Ho, and no one would dare to look down on her again. Yet, inexplicably, she felt less joy than she had anticipated. Noticing her silence, Gu Yanjing's heart raced, and he asked, "Is my cousin unwilling?" Xiangwan collected her thoughts, fidgeting with her handkerchief, and revealed a trace of sorrow. "Given my humble origins, I fear the Lord and Lady Ho may not approve." Gu Yanjing regarded her earnestly, his gaze intense. "As long as you are willing, none of that matters." His expression was serious, his dark eyes shimmering like stars. In another part of the pond, Pei Mingxi and Gao Heng shared a boat, both feeling somewhat awkward. After a while, Gao Heng broke the silence, his face reddening as he asked, "Miss Pei, what do you think of the scenery here?" Pei Mingxi bit her lip, shyly responding, "It's beautiful." Uncertain of what else to say, Gao Heng fell silent again. Pei Mingxi quickly glanced at him, took a deep breath, and bravely inquired, "Have you been here before, young Master Gao?" "No, this is my first visit." "What do you usually enjoy doing?" "I don't have many hobbies. I mostly drink tea and discuss knowledge with friends." Their back-and-forth conversation became surprisingly harmonious, easing Pei Mingxi's initial tension. Suddenly, Gao Heng asked, "What do you usually like to do, Miss Pei?" Pei Mingxi, twisting the hem of her garment, looked down and replied, "I enjoy reading books on strange and intriguing tales, but my mother never allows me to read them. She says it's enough for a girl to know how to read." Gao Heng pressed his lips together and replied earnestly, "Reading is not merely about literacy. It is more about understanding principles, discerning right from wrong, and broadening one's horizons. If you're interested, I happen to have a book on strange tales. If you don't mind, I can have someone deliver it to your home." Pei Mingxi's eyes brightened with excitement. "Really? Of course." A deeper blush crept on her face. The atmosphere in the small boat gradually lifted. Suddenly, a few drops of rain fell onto the boat's surface. "Oh no, it's raining." The four individuals in the pond hurriedly paddled towards the shore. As they disembarked, Gu Yanjing casually plucked a lotus leaf and held it over Xiangwan's head to shield her from the rain. Xiangwan turned her head, and Gu Yanjing responded with a smile, his eyes filled with tender affection. Not far away, in a lavishly adorned pavilion, a noble lady observed this scene. Lifting her teacup for a sip, her expression darkening, Pei Mingyu cast a quick glance, her face alight with a radiant smile, and inquired, "What do you think of this year's freshly picked Bilyuakayat?" Lady Ho responded with a gentle smile, her tone casual. "The fragrance is rich and delightful. However, I suspect you did not invite me here merely for tea tasting." Pei Mingyu's smile faltered slightly, and with earnestness, she replied, "Aunt, what do you mean? I know how much you cherish tea, and upon receiving this new batch, I couldn't help but think of you." Lady Ho regarded her with a fleeting, indifferent glance. "Ah, well, since you are here, let us venture down together and take a look." Joy lit up Pei Mingyu's face as she responded, "Yes, Aunt." The summer rain fell in torrents, large droplets cascading down, swiftly soaking the ground and enveloping the air with a muggy, humid atmosphere. The group sought refuge in a pavilion, peeling lotus seeds while engaging in lively conversation, savoring the unique pleasure of the moment. Gu Yanking was in the midst of peeling a lotus seed when he suddenly looked up, his hand trembling, causing the freshly peeled seed to tumble to the ground. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Xiangwan's breath caught in her throat. The group promptly rose to greet the newcomer, and Lady Ho, with a gentle smile, reassured them, "I merely came here to unwind. There is no need for formality. Please sit down." Gu Yanking cast a quick glance at Xiangwan before averting his gaze. Pei Mingxi, observing Pei Mingyu behind Lady Ho, hesitantly asked, What brings you here? Did you not have matters to attend to?" Pei Mingyu pressed her lips together and replied softly, "Indeed, my business is to accompany Aunt." Xiangwan stood decorously to the side, fully aware of the situation. It was no wonder Pei Mingyu had inquired about her whereabouts for an outing today. Gu Yanqing looked at Lady Ho, his voice lacking confidence. "Mother, where are you seated just now?" Lady Ho pointed to a nearby pavilion and smiled. "I was sitting up there." Gu Yanqing glanced at the pavilion, feeling somewhat guilty as he touched his nose. The view from the pavilion was expansive, allowing one to see the entire pond below. He sighed softly, realizing that Lady Ho must have witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. Lady Ho chuckled at her son, then turned her attention to Huang Wanru, kindly asking, "You must be Miss Huang?" Huang Wanru stepped forward respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Ho. Indeed, you are as lovely and intelligent as ever. You and Xiangwan are truly a match made in heaven." Huang Wanru's cheeks flushed instantly. Lady Ho then looked at Pei Xiangwan with concern. "How is your preparation for the autumn examination coming along? Do you feel confident?" Pei Xiangwan replied with a smile, "Aunt, I shall exert every effort to meet everyone's expectations." Lady Ho nodded in satisfaction, turning to Gao Heng with a smile. "And you must be the son of the Minister of Rights, Master Gao?" Gao Heng stood, responding, "Yes, Lady Ho, that is correct. It has been several years since I last saw you. You have grown into quite a fine young man." Lady Ho then looked at Gao Zhiro, her eyes sparkling with unmasked admiration. "Miss Gao, you have become even more enchanting." Gao Zhiro responded softly, "Thank you for your kind words, Lady Ho. I plan to stay in the capital for a while. It has been a long time since I last saw my grandmother, and I intend to spend more time here." Madame Ho nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Very well. In the past, whenever I met the old lady, she often praised you in my presence. Now that you have finally come to the capital, do take your time to enjoy it." Gao Zhiro smiled subtly, her demeanor poised and graceful, which further pleased Madame Ho. Su Xiangwan, standing to the side, felt somewhat uneasy. Madame Ho greeted everyone in the circle, but did not inquire about her. Could it be that Madame Ho did not recognize her? Yet, they had clearly met during the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Ho residence. And such a short span of time should not have caused her to forget. As she pondered this, Madame Ho suddenly spoke. "You must be Miss Su. Am I correct?" Su Xiangwan collected her thoughts, a composed smile adorning her face as she responded, "Indeed, I am." Madame Ho nodded gently, recalling how she had spotted Su Xiangwan among the crowd at the last banquet, and upon a closer look now, she truly resembled a water lily in bloom. Su Xiangwan smiled softly. "Madam, you flatter me." Madame Ho regarded her with a keen gaze and said quietly, "Miss Su, do you have a moment? I would like to have a private conversation with you." Su Xiangwan stood rooted in place, momentarily taken aback. Pei Mingyu wore a triumphant smile at the corner of her lips, while the others appeared utterly perplexed. Gu Yanqing stepped forward, but Madame Ho cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "What are you in such a hurry for? I simply find Miss Su quite agreeable and wish to speak with her. Is that not permissible?" Gu Yanqing fell silent. Su Xiangwan inclined her head and smiled. "I am honored by your kindness, madam. Please, lead the way." Madame Ho regarded her with satisfaction and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor of the pavilion, Madame Ho dismissed the attendants and, looking at Su Xiangwan, spoke warmly. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an affinity. It seems we are truly destined to meet." Su Xiangwan felt a tinge of unease. She could sense that although Madame Ho wore a smile, its warmth did not reach her eyes. Madame Ho continued, "Come here, dear." Su Xiangwan tightened her grip on her handkerchief and took a step forward to stand before Madame Ho. Madame Ho took her hand and said with a beaming smile, "I have always envied others for having a daughter, but alas, my wish remained unfulfilled. Yet, the more I see you, the more I like you. Would you be willing to become my adopted daughter?" Su Xiangwan's brow twitched, and she stood frozen in place. Chapter 77. As you wish, such is the nature of true aristocratic families. For the sake of decorum, even if one does not favor a person, they do not show it. Su Xiangwan clutched her handkerchief, realizing that Madame Ho's proposal was a way to dissuade her. If Madame Ho recognized her as an adopted daughter, then she would be the adoptive sister of Gu Yanqing, and hence, their future prospects would be forever altered. Taking a deep breath, she replied calmly, "I am grateful for your kindness, madam, but this matter is of great significance. I am acutely aware of my humble status and dare not entertain such thoughts." Madame Ho lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip before changing the subject. What do you think of Yanqing? Su Xiangwan maintained her composure and replied softly. The young Marquis Gu is sincere and straightforward, which is indeed rare. Madame Ho raised an eyebrow. Since you think highly of Yanqing, why would you not wish to be his adopted sister? Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, uncertain of how to respond. To decline would be to show disrespect, while acceptance would confine them to the titles of siblings henceforth. Su Xiangwan was acutely aware that the term adopted daughter was merely a means to provide her with an escape, for even if she were to accept it, the Ho residence would never truly permit her to assume the role of a legitimate young lady. The matriarch of the Ho family, true to her position, effortlessly dismantled the nascent hopes that had begun to blossom. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the door. "Young master, you cannot enter. Step aside." The matron of the Ho family, seated regally, cast a glance at Su Xiangwan and remarked with a significant tone, "Miss Su is an astute individual. I trust she will know how to proceed shortly." Wanwan understood. The matron then called out, "Allow him to enter." Gu Yanqing stepped in, bringing with him the humidity of the outside. Upon seeing Su Xiangwan unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Mother," he said, "the rain has ceased. We should return home before it resumes." The matron replied nonchalantly, "Very well, we shall heed your suggestion." Su Liangyan, adjusting heratire. Prepare to take her leave when Gu Yanqing expressed his apologies. "Cousin Wanwan, I truly regret this. It is of no consequence. The weather is indeed unfavorable for lingering." Su Xiangwan responded before turning to descend the stairs. The matron observed Gu Yanqing's demeanor and chuckled. "Look how anxious you are. I have not treated her poorly." Gu Yanqing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Mother, enough. We shall discuss this later." Several carriages emerged from the estate, each heading to different destinations. Among them, a carriage marked with the Pei family insignia had initially carried 3 passengers, but now contained 4. Pei Mingyu appeared to be in high spirits, humming a tune and admiring the scenery through the carriage curtains. Pei Mingxi, glancing at Su Xiangwan, inquired curiously, "Sister Wan, what did the matron want with you? If I recall correctly, you have only met at the flower viewing banquet." "The matron merely felt a connection with me and exchanged a few words," Su Xiangwan replied sweetly, betraying no hint of deception. Pei Mingyu abruptly lowered the curtain, frowning. "Did my aunt truly say nothing else to you?" Su Xiangwan smiled. "What do you believe the matron ought to have said to me, Sister Yu?" Pei Mingyu bit her lip. "How would I know?" Gao Zhiro observed the interplay between the two, sensing an undercurrent, and suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis regarding Gu Yanqing's recent actions. She took Su Xiangwan's hand gently and said, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Even if I cannot assist you directly, having a listener can ease your heart." Su Xiangwan gratefully grasped her hand, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Gao Zhirou's generosity and understanding were indeed rare. She involuntarily recalled Pei Xingji, her feelings complicated. Even if Pei Xingji indulged in reckless behavior, since Gao Zhiro admired him, she ought to maintain her distance. Su Xiangwan's long lashes fluttered as she silently resolved a decision. Pei Mingxi, perplexed, looked between the two and questioned, "What are you two discussing? Is there something I am unaware of?" Gao Zhiro shook her head, smiling, "Nothing at all." Meanwhile, Pei Mingyu scrutinized Su Xiangwan with suspicion. At the Chongping Ho residence, the matron returned to her chamber, dismissed the attendants, and quietly stated, "Speak." Gu Yanqing knelt down with a thud, solemnly declaring, "Mother, as you can see, I have taken a liking to my cousin Wanwan." "Cousin Wanwan?" Madame Ho furrowed her brow, repeating the name. After a pause, she remarked, "If I recall correctly, Miss Su's family has fallen from grace and no longer holds a notable position among the gentry." Gu Yanqing countered, "Mother, my affections for someone are unrelated to their family background." Madame Ho regarded him seriously, saying, while it may seem unrelated, "Are you fully aware of your own status?" Gu Yanqing fell silent. With a sigh, Madame Ho continued earnestly, "Your aunt is Yunfei of the palace, with only one princess beneath her. As the years pass, she has lost the favor she once enjoyed. Although she maintains herself, well, the palace is never short of beautiful women. It is a place where the high are exalted and the low are trampled. Your aunt treads carefully now, having once strategized for the whole family during her days of glory. You have reaped the benefits of her prestige, and, as the legitimate son of the whole family, should bear the responsibility of revitalizing our lineage. Gu Yanqing stubbornly retorted, how does revitalizing the Ho family relate to my lifelong happiness? I will study diligently and earn achievements to bring honor to our family. Madame Ho rubbed her temples, sighing, the rise and fall of a family are intertwined. If you marry a noble lady, she may assist you in times of trouble. Even if she cannot, her family will support you. But if you marry a fallen girl, not only will she be unable to aid you, but you will also have to support her. Even as a noble, one cannot escape mundane troubles, and over time, even the deepest affections may wear thin. Gu Yanqing, undeterred, argued, by your logic, cousin Wanwan will never find a worthy partner. With her beauty, an ordinary family could not protect her. Her suitor must possess skill and power, certainly not someone like you. Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by someone like you? I asked her how she feels about you. Do you know her answer? Gu Yanqing blinked, unsure. She said you are genuine and sincere, which is true, but you two are not suited for each other. Gu Yanqing turned away, gritting his teeth. If I, as a young lord, cannot protect her, who else can? Besides, suitability can only be determined through interaction. Seeing his resolve, Madame Ho, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, said, very well, you may rise. I shall not rise. Unless you consent, I will remain kneeling. Madame Ho was both amused and exasperated, saying, do you realize how she feels? Is it truly you she desires? Gu Yanqing was momentarily speechless, his expression frozen. I. Perhaps you should first ascertain the young lady's feelings. Gu Yanqing raised an eyebrow, declaring, if cousin Wanwan is willing to marry into the Ho family, then you must no longer oppose me. Madame Ho sighed. Very well, do as you wish. Gu Yanqing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 78. Misunderstanding. The rain ceased by evening, barely coming to a halt. In the second courtyard, Mrs. Shun perused the accounts, her expression darker than the overcast sky outside. With a resounding slap on the table, she exclaimed in fury, what is going on? Why are the earnings during this period even worse than before? The shopkeeper stood by anxiously, swallowing hard, and tremulously remarked, the newly opened shops on West Street are still undercutting prices, while we continue to sell at the original price. It has been several days since a customer last entered our store. Shun furrowed her brow, though it did little to alleviate her concerns. She replied in a low voice, how long have those shops been slashing prices? If they are merely trying to attract customers as new establishments, it might be understandable. But such drastic reductions clearly indicate they are not in it for profit. Have we been able to ascertain the owners behind those shops? Since your last instruction, I have dispatched someone to investigate, but that individual is exceedingly secretive. Despite the passage of time, we have yet to uncover any substantial leads, the shopkeeper reported. Shun's eyes blazed with fury as she bared her teeth, exclaiming, incompetence! You are all a bunch of useless fools. Get out! The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly left. Pei Mingyu, filled with anxiety, interjected, Mother, what shall we do? Recently, grandmother celebrated her birthday, and just a few days ago, the Lotus Appreciation Banquet was held at the residence. In such a short period, our finances have dwindled like water through fingers. How much of my dowry has been used up? Shun, irritated, closed her eyes momentarily and retorted, what are you worried about? Will you not receive your due? She rose and adjusted her dress, stating firmly, it is time to have a word with the old matriarch. Pei Mingyu frowned, pondering how her mother intended to address her grandmother. Shun smirked, her expression enigmatic, and replied, Mother has already devised a plan. The old matriarch reclined on a long bench, resting her eyes. A maid approached to announce, Old matriarch, the second mistress has arrived. Please, let her in, the matriarch replied. Internally agitated, Shun's exterior betrayed none of her turmoil. She presented a crimson-bound ceremonial book with a smile, saying, Old matriarch, we agreed a few days ago to propose marriage to Lord Huang after Jingwen's autumn examination. I have prepared some betrothal gifts for your review. Very thoughtful of you. The old matriarch responded, accepting the gifts with a smile. However, moments later, Her expression grew increasingly somber. While the gifts appeared splendid, they were hardly appropriate for a family of their standing. The colorful butterfly vase was long out of fashion. Who among the gentry still used such items for weddings? She pointed to another item. And why is there only one coral incense burner? With that, she placed the ceremonial book on the table, displeased. Our family is, after all, one of distinguished lineage. How can we be so careless? It would be a shameful spectacle. Shin squeezed out a few tears, stammering. It is all the fault of the daughter-in-law for being inept. In recent days, several of our shops have performed poorly, resulting in a deficit. The old matriarch frowned. Why did you not inform me sooner? Wiping her tears, Shun continued, I intended to tell you, but as your birthday approached, I did not wish to bring you distress. I had no choice but to sell some of the dowry I had saved for Ewer to address our urgent needs. What? You sold Ewer's dowry? Shun lowered her gaze and nodded slightly. The old matriarch's reprimand lodged in her throat. To speak of it would reveal that Shun had sacrificed her daughter's dowry for the sake of the household. To remain silent, however, would mean acknowledging that such a decision was made without consulting the family. The old matriarch sighed, asking, is business still sluggish at the shops? Yes. The new establishments on West Street have drastically lowered their prices, resulting in a significant drop in customers to our store. With such a vast estate, do we not have any savings? Surely, we can sell off a few items from the storeroom. This matter regarding Xiangwan must be handled with utmost finesse. Upon hearing the word storeroom, Shun's brow furrowed momentarily. She found herself in a quandary. The storeroom was filled predominantly with imperial gifts, which could not be sold. Never mind, she thought, I still have some matters to discuss. Just then, a maid entered and reported, Old madam, the eldest son has arrived. Shun's heart sank. Quickly, please invite him in. Before long, Pei Xingji lifted the curtain and entered, glancing at Shun with a cool demeanor. Second aunt, he greeted. Shun's expression stiffened as she forced a smile. Ah, Xingji has come. The old lady's countenance softened slightly upon seeing her eldest grandson. What brings you here at this hour? Pei Xingji casually took a seat, remarking, I came to see grandmother. What are you and second aunt discussing? The old lady picked up the gift list from the table, smilingly replied, we are reviewing the betrothal gifts for Xiangwan. Pei Xingji accepted the list and began to peruse it. Shin sat nearby, her heart heavy with distress. Why is he here? Of all times, why must it be now, when the old lady finally relented? This troublesome being was far more difficult to converse with than the old lady. As she silently lamented, the troublesome figure spoke up, Second aunt is meticulous and well-prepared. You have worked hard. Shin opened her mouth, at a loss for words. The old lady hesitated. Xingji, do you not see any issues? Pei Xingji set down the gift list, chuckling lightly. Second aunt has managed the household for so many years. Has she ever made a mistake? The old lady appeared puzzled. Shun's heart sank. She surmised that Pei Xingji must have discerned something. After all, with his acumen and shrewdness, it was implausible for him not to notice the discrepancies in the betrothal gift list. Yet, he refrained from voicing any concerns and instead elevated her status. Shun's complexion paled. The old lady, too, sensed something amiss. If she could perceive the issue, it was impossible for Pei Xingji to remain oblivious. She smiled and deftly shifted the topic. Oh dear, the grandchildren have grown. They cannot be retained. This time it is Xiangwan, next it will be Mingxi. Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. Mingxi? The old lady replied cheerfully. Indeed, she has taken an interest in the eldest son of the Minister of Rights. Last time, she even urged me to host a lotus appreciation banquet in the name of the public house. Shun stood frozen in place. When did Mingxi develop an affection for that young man from the Gao family? How was she completely unaware of this? She had hoped Mingxi would marry a count to elevate the status of the second branch. After all, there was no turning back on Pei Jingwen's marriage. She could not afford to lose another opportunity. She forced a smile. Mingxi is still young. It is not too late for her to be considered after some time. The old lady shot her a glance. What? Are you not satisfied with the son of the Minister of Rights? Shin hastily waved her hand. Mother, you jest. As long as Mingxi is happy, that is all that matters. As mothers, we all wish the best for our children, though I am unsure of that young man's character. The old lady smiled knowingly. Speaking of which, Mingxi even had Wanwan inquire about him, and the word is that he is of upright character, a good match. Pei Xingji's eyelids flickered. Mingxi had asked Miss Su to investigate. When? Where? Just before the Lotus Banquet, at Qianxiang Tower. Pei Xingji paused in his actions. Chapter 79. Resolution. A rain had fallen during the day, leaving the air somewhat humid. Pei Xingji slowly turned the ring on his finger, lost in thought. Seated nearby, Shun was consumed by anxiety, dabbing the perspiration from her forehead with a handkerchief, her countenance rigid as she remarked, "Sire, this matter is not to be rushed. After all, it pertains to a significant juncture in life, and care must be taken. I shall personally discuss this with her on another day." The old matron cast her a fleeting glance, her expression laden with significance as she replied, "In matters of marriage, while social standing is undeniably important, a meeting of hearts is far more precious. Given the current stature of the Duke Wei's household, a relentless pursuit of elevation may lead to harsh consequences." Shen responded meekly. "Mother's guidance has been duly noted by your daughter-in-law. Very well, if there are no further matters, you may return to rest," the matron stated. Shen rose, bidding her farewell as she departed. Once Shen was out of earshot, the matron turned her gaze towards Pei Xingji, hesitating as she began, "Xingji, regarding the list of betrothal gifts." Pei Xingji replied languidly, "Aunt has overseen household affairs for many years. It is improbable that she would commit such a fundamental error unless deliberately so." "Are you suggesting that Aunt has been covertly engaged in affairs that grandmother might have some inkling of?" The matron's expression darkened. After years of managing the household, her usual amiability was absent as she spoke sternly. "In waters too clear, there are no fish. In scrutiny too keen, friendships dwindle. Grandmother is aware that she has not refrained from reaping benefits. Were it not so, her dedication would be unfathomable, as long as it does not exceed reasonable bounds. I have often turned a blind eye." After a pause, the matron sighed. "However, grandmother is advanced in years now and less inclined to dwell on such matters. She has allowed her to proceed unchallenged. If only you would marry soon and bring home a wife, perhaps grandmother would not find herself in such a predicament." Pei Xingji remained composed, listening quietly. The matron's brow furrowed. Typically, when she broached the subject of marriage, he would either divert the conversation or respond with indifference. This time, however, he refrained from any rebuttal, a rare occurrence that ignited a bold speculation in the matron's mind. She questioned, "Xingji, do you have a lady of interest?" Pei Xingji's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "If I were to have a lady of interest, I would certainly bring her to grandmother's attention." The matron scrutinized him intently, attempting to glean insight from his demeanor, yet he maintained his usual calmness, leading her to doubt her own judgment. Pei Xingji lifted his teacup, taking a measured sip before stating, "Let's return to the topic of Aunt." The matron understood that her eldest grandson was inherently rebellious and unruly. Pressing him too hard would only backfire. Furrowing her brow, she redirected the conversation. "In fact, I too have been somewhat perplexed. Your aunt has always favored Xiangwan, and such a significant affair could hardly slip through her fingers. She would have surely devised a means to handle it adeptly. Her ability to present such a list of betrothal gifts indicates she has found herself in a predicament." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, grandmother's acuity remains unblemished." The matron erupted into hearty laughter, feigning anger as she chided, "Do not jest with grandmother any longer." Once her mirth subsided, she spoke earnestly, "By the way, who is the owner behind those newly opened shops on West Street?" "It is I," Pei Xingji replied nonchalantly. "What? It is you?" The matron was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asked, "Why have you done this? Does grandmother still remember the younger brother of Aunt's family?" The matron pondered for a moment before responding, "I recall that young man frequently visited a few years back, but he has not been seen much recently. However, that fellow possesses a rather memorable appearance, akin to a weasel. Why do you bring him up?" "My second aunt's brother is a man enslaved by his addiction to gambling, often beseeching the elderly in the household for funds to indulge in his vice. My second aunt, empathetic towards her elderly in-laws, has generously supported her maternal family over the years." When grandmother mentioned the storeroom, her expression turned peculiar, as it was due to her clandestine sale of numerous items. What? The matriarch, in a fit of anger, slammed her palm upon the table, gravely declaring, "The Shun family, despite its stature, has produced such a character. She is insatiable. Most of the wealth in the storeroom was amassed by your father, and yet she dares to use the possessions of the Duke's residence to cover for her maternal family. How outrageous!" Pei Xingji replied languidly, "No matter how grand the family, once entangled with gambling, it is difficult to escape decline." The matriarch inhaled deeply, perplexed. "What is the purpose of your covert establishment of several new shops? Grandmother has chosen to turn a blind eye, yet for the greedy, contentment is perpetually elusive. Just now, my second aunt mentioned that your birthday banquet was funded by the dowry of Mingyu. However, Mingyu's dowry also originated from the Duke's residence. By doing this, I ensure she consumes and regurgitates what she has taken, and as for the other items from the storeroom that have been sold, I have already arranged for their retrieval." Upon hearing this, the matriarch's anger subsided. She regarded Pei Xingji with unabashed admiration, stating, "You are indeed correct. Yet, given your typically busy schedule, how do you remain so astute regarding these clandestine affairs?" Pei Xingji chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, "If a family cannot maintain its own integrity, how can it purport to govern the realm? As a junior official of the Dali Temple, if I cannot manage my own household, I ought not to hold such a position." The matriarch's gaze sharpened, and she exclaimed, "Excellent. You are truly worthy of being the eldest grandson of the Duke of Wei." After a pause, she inquired, "What do you intend to do about the Shun family? Does grandmother still remember Fan Sheng?" "Naturally. Does grandmother know how Fan Sheng met his demise?" The matriarch pursed her lips, stating, "The Shun family claimed he took his own life. Does grandmother believe that?" The matriarch sighed softly, "I do not. Even if he were to be imprisoned, it would only be for a few years. Surely, life and death are not equivalent? As long as one is not foolish, one would choose life over a few years in prison. Yet, I do not comprehend why the Shun family seeks to eradicate him completely." Pei Xingji's expression darkened as he replied quietly, "Because she fears Fan Sheng will reveal the truth." The matriarch raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that the scheme to frame Wanwan in an illicit affair was orchestrated by the Shin family?" Pei Xingji nodded gently. The matriarch, perplexed, asked, "Why would she do such a thing?" "Because of Xiangwan." "Xiangwan?" The matriarch paused momentarily, then appeared to grasp something. Xiangwan's feelings for Wanwan, Pei Xingji, remained silent. "Alas!" The matriarch sighed heavily, stating solemnly, "This is an abomination. What does this have to do with Wanwan? Life is already arduous for women. How can one dictate the affections of others? The Shun family, also composed of women, should understand the significance of a woman's honor. Yet she ruthlessly targets vulnerable spots, even at the cost of a life." She turned to Pei Xingji, her demeanor serious. "What do you plan to do? 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an anthole. Although the Duke of Wei's residence has long enjoyed favor, it is not invulnerable." He met the matriarch's gaze with clarity, stating earnestly, "Grandmother, it is time for you to make a decisive resolution." The elderly matron rubbed her brow, troubled, and remarked, "However, now that Xiangwan and Mingxi are to be betrothed, and Mingyu has also reached an age suitable for marriage, it might not be appropriate to bring this up at present." Pei Xingji sighed leisurely. "Your second aunt has yet to atone for her sins. If she departs just like that, would it not be too lenient?" Chapter 80. Stagnation. As dusk descended and a gentle breeze stirred, Xiangwan lay in bed, her heart heavy with thoughts, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Resolving to rise, she leaned against the window, yet the night sky mirrored her mood, somber and devoid of moonlight. With a soft sigh, she reflected on her earlier hopes for a brighter future, only to be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. She pondered how Gu Yanqing explained the situation to the Countess upon his return, and what her reaction might have been. A wave of restlessness washed over her. She worried that the Countess would bar her from entering, and the thought of marrying Gu Yanqing filled her with anxiety, leaving her heart in disarray. Lost in thought, Bangxia unexpectedly entered, draped in an outer garment, pouting as she said, "Miss, Chen Shuwai is waiting for you outside." Xiangwan sighed, already agitated, wondering what further chaos this messenger would bring. Moreover, she had resolved during the carriage ride earlier to sever all ties with Pei Xingji. She stepped towards the door. Cheng Ying, concealed in the shadows, bowed as Su Xiangwan emerged, saying, "Miss Su, my master requests your presence." Su Xiangwan pressed her lips together, resolute in her refusal. She was direct and unyielding. Cheng Ying stood bewildered, contemplating what his master had done to upset Miss Su. Hesitating, he said this. Su Xiangwan, with newfound determination, replied, "Does your master insist that I come?" He did not explicitly say so. "Then tell him I shall not go and will not be coming in the future. There is no need for further invitations." Cheng Ying scratched his head in confusion and turned away. In the bamboo garden, Pei Xingji toyed with an intricately crafted way seal. Appearing languid, Cheng Ying entered and reported, "Master, Miss Su says she will not come." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. "She will not come?" Cheng Ying swallowed, nervously, "Yes. Miss Su also mentioned that she will not be coming in the future." Pei Xingji set down the way seal, murmuring, "Tsk, what a tantrum." With a gentle sigh, he rose. "Very well. If she will not come to see me, I shall seek her out." Su Xiangwan returned to her bed, forcing herself to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt an itch on her eyelashes, as if someone were blowing softly upon her. She opened her eyes to see a figure standing gracefully by her bedside. "Ah!" she exclaimed, but her mouth was swiftly covered. Su Xiangwan strageth. But a languid voice drifted to her ears. "Do you wish to summon others to witness our little affair, Wanwan?" Startled, Su Xiangwan recognized the intruder. With a swift motion, she slapped his hand away, retorting, "Your words are quite odd. Young master, what affair do we have? You are truly heartless. After everything we have shared, do you now wish to deny it?" Su Xiangwan's expression darkened. Though the room was shrouded in darkness, she could sense the triumphant smirk on Pei Xingji's face. In a low voice, she said, "Is this how you treat your savior, young master?" Sensing her coldness, Pei Xingji furrowed his brow and asked, "What troubles you?" Su Xiangwan let out a cold snort. "Is the eldest son of the family so idle, coming to my room in the dead of night to express concern for me?" Pei Xingji, reclining on the edge of the bed, replied languidly, "Did you forget me upon returning from your outing with Yanqing today?" Fuming, Su Xiangwan glared at him in the darkness. "What do you mean by that? I have a clear conscience with Lord Gu. How can you insinuate otherwise? And what do you mean by not recognizing you?" "Clear conscience," Pei Xingji echoed, savoring the phrase. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a velvet flower and placed it into her hand, raising an eyebrow. "Is this what you refer to as a clear conscience?" Incensed, Su Xiangwan retorted, "Unmarried men and women, shouldn't you mind your own business? Are you intending to meddle in the affairs of others?" Pei Xingji's expression darkened. "Did I not advise you to keep your distance from Yanqing?" Su Xiangwan, with a stubborn neck, retorted defiantly, "Why should I? I am indeed vain and seek to associate with the powerful, as you well know. Even without Lord Gu, there are others, like Lord Gao." "Lord Gao?" Pei Xingji's eyes narrowed slightly. "You cannot deceive me. That day at Tianxiang Tower, you were clearly there to gather information from Mingxi. Why did you not tell me?" Through gritted teeth, Su Xiangwan replied, "Why should I tell you? What are you to me?" Pei Xingji frowned. He had never been patient, and she was the first to display such defiance before him. Despite years of mastering the art of concealing his emotions, he found himself unable to maintain composure in her presence. After licking his back teeth, he recalled the discomfort he felt upon learning from the old lady earlier that evening about the injustice she endured due to Gao Hong. For years, he had wielded power, yet he found himself at a loss for how to express his apologies, to show his regret to Su Xiangwan. He had gone out of his way to resolve a problem for her, but now their conversation felt stilted and awkward. He took a deep breath, attempting to lighten the mood. "What do you think of Mingxi and Gao Hong?" "Very well. And what about Jingwen and Huang Wanru?" "Very well." Pei Xingji fidgeted, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a small sob broke through the silence. He froze. "Why are you crying?" Before he could stop himself, Su Xiangwan's tears streamed down uncontrollably, like pearls spilling from a broken string. Her soft sobs escalated into wails. Striving not to disturb the sleeping Panxia, Su Xiangwan sniffled heavily, her shoulders shaking, appearing utterly pitiful. Pei Xingji felt a rush of panic. He was at a loss for what to do. After a moment, he remembered to comfort her. He placed his hand on her shoulder, patting gently, and spoke softly. "It's all right, stop crying. Whatever you desire, just tell me. Why are you crying?" His gestures were stiff and awkward. Suddenly, Su Xiangwan lifted her head, tears in her eyes, and cried, "Why does everyone else get to have a good marriage? But I do not? What have I done to offend you, eldest son?" Pei Xingji's movements stiffened as he sighed softly. "How can we, having come to this point, still consider forming bonds with others?" Su Xiangwan wiped away her tears, retorting defiantly, "Isn't it you who has forced me into this? When has it ever been my choice?" Pei Xingji pressed his lips together, and after a long silence, a gentle sigh escaped the darkness. Chapter 81. A good sleep outside the window, a breeze seemed to stir, bringing a touch of coolness. Su Xiangwan, having wept enough, sat on the edge of the bed with her arms wrapped around herself and asked, "What exactly are you here for?" Her voice was thick with nasal congestion from her recent crying. Pei Xingji replied casually, "Must I have a specific purpose to seek you out?" Su Xiangwan fidgeted with the brocade quilt, avoiding his gaze. "If you have no other business, please take your leave. I wish to sleep." Pei Xingji sighed helplessly and stated quietly, "Grandmother intends to separate from a second branch of the family." Su Xiangwan's head snapped up in surprise. "What? So suddenly?" Pei Xingji's deep eyes fixed on her in the darkness, his voice steady. "Do not worry. Such matters as fanshangs will not recur." Su Xiangwan bit her lip, pondering his intent. Was he expressing concern for her? Did he know that Fanshang's framing was orchestrated by the second madam? Hesitantly, she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Naturally. I hope you can remain at the manor in peace." Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan's brow twitched as she murmured softly, "This is the public residence. I must leave eventually." Pei Xingji's breath caught suddenly, and he replied coldly, "Where do you intend to go?" Su Xiangwan whispered, "In this vast world, there must be a place for me. I am not a legitimate daughter of the manor. I will eventually leave." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow. "But who has suggested anything?" "Nobody, but I will marry one day," Su Xiangwan said, feeling guilty as she touched her nose, adding weakly, "I came to Kyoto to marry into a prominent family." Pei Xingji's eyes flickered, a strange fire igniting within him. When it came to prominent families, which could surpass the status of the Duke of Wei's residence, and who could rival his own charisma and brilliance? Yet, she seemed more inclined to court other men, never placing him in her regard. His expression darkened, a tumult of emotions swirling in his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on Su Xiangwan's shoulders, compelling her to face him seriously. "Xiangwan, have you ever contemplated the life you desire in the future?" Su Xiangwan replied without hesitation, "Naturally, a life of luxury and abundance, living above others." She spoke with conviction. After all, if given a choice, who wouldn't he wish for a prosperous life? She had witnessed her mother and concubine quarrel over a single gold hairpin when she was young, vowing secretly that if she ever had wealth, she would buy countless hairpins for her mother. Thus, seizing every opportunity, she ventured into business, coming to Kyoto to earn more silver. Yet, navigating the intricate web of power and influence in Kyoto proved daunting. Lacking a background made her progress arduous, leading her to consider marrying into a prominent family. Although the profits from Wansu Pavilion had far exceeded her usual business gains, she did not consider herself a person who would settle for less. Though she harbored no fondness for Pei Xingji, she could not deny that he had spoken truth. She was indeed full of schemes. Yet, she did not perceive the pursuit of a higher quality of life as a fault. Pei Xingji gazed at her in silence before inquiring, "Have you ever contemplated what kind of person you wish to marry?" Su Xiangwan lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Naturally, I wish to marry someone I love." "Do you love Yanqing?" Su Xiangwan bit her lip, remaining silent. Noticing her reaction, Pei Xingji's eyes darkened, and he chuckled lightly. "So you do not love Yanqing? You are merely enamored with his family background?" A hidden corner of her heart felt as though it had been torn open, and Su Xiangwan struggled to free herself from his grasp, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours? Who says I do not like him?" Pei Xingji released her, a low laugh escaping his lips. "Are you deceiving me, or are you deceiving yourself?" Infuriated, Su Xiangwan clenched her teeth and glared at him in the darkness. her eyes ablaze. Suddenly, she raised her hands, furiously attempting to scratch him, her fingertips slicing through the air toward his cheek. Yet before she could make contact, he seized her wrist. Pei Xingji pulled her into his embrace, his lips descending upon hers with fervor and intensity. In the darkness, only their heated breaths remained. After what felt like an eternity, Pei Xingji finally released her. Su Xiangwan gasped for breath, turning her face away in defiance, ignoring him. Pei Xingji's voice, slightly hoarse, broke the silence. Xiangwan, you have yet to understand your own heart. For now, reside comfortably in the manor and do not think of anything else. Unwilling to concede, Su Xiangwan, at that moment, did not wish to argue further. Biting her lip, she insisted, you should leave. I want to sleep. Pei Xingji suddenly reached out, running his fingers through her hair. The silky texture was delightful, lifting his spirits considerably. Clearing his throat, he sighed lightly. Can Xiangwan sleep well? I cannot. Su Xiangwan retorted. If you cannot sleep, go seek a doctor. Why linger here? Pei Xingji clicked his tongue, raising an eyebrow, as the saying goes. A troubled heart needs a remedy from a heart. Lately, whenever I think of you, I find it impossible to sleep. Should you not take responsibility? Su Xiangwan turned to glare at him, frowning. What does that have to do with me? Pei Xingji's lips curled into a smile as he mused to himself. How about this? I greatly cherish the sachet you made for grandmother. Why not craft one for me as well, filled with calming herbs? I shall place it by my pillow at night, ensuring a peaceful slumber. Su Xiangwan's face flushed, her voice tinged with irritation. No, absolutely not. Pei Xingji, displaying remarkable patience, replied, all right, Xiangwan, would you sell me your sachet? 1,000 taels for one. What say you? Su Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback, inwardly scoffing at his wealth. 1,000 taels for a sachet? Surely, he had lost his mind, or perhaps he was trying to deceive her. With a flicker of inspiration, recalling the considerable sum she had saved, she retorted defiantly, not a chance. Pei Xingji licked his teeth, suddenly regretting entrusting her with the tailor shop, allowing her to exhibit such confidence before him. He raised an eyebrow. 2,000 taels? Su Xiangwan swallowed hard, struggling to respond. That is still not enough. 5,000 taels? Upon hearing this, Su Xiangwan's eyes widened, her mental defenses beginning to crumble. She shook her head, contemplating the possibility that this man might simply be jesting and would mock her once she relented. She pressed her lips together and resolutely declared, no, even if it were 1,000 taels, it remains out of the question. Hearing the tremor in Su Xiangwan's voice, Pei Xingji stifled a soft chuckle. Su Xiangwan, with her neck taut, asked, what are you laughing at? Pei Xingji gently shook his head and replied languidly, ah, it seems that Xiangwan has been quite prosperous of late. Su Xiangwan retorted, what business is it of yours? In high spirits, Pei Xingji rose to adjust his robe and casually remarked, if you choose not to, then so be it. The night is enchanting. I trust it will usher in a restful slumber. Su Xiangwan instinctively peered through the partially closed window toward the sky, only to find it overcast, devoid of any moonlight. With that, Pei Xingji reached out to tousle Su Xiangwan's hair affectionately before departing, clearly satisfied. Chapter 82. Speculations the following morning. As Su Xiangwan enjoyed her breakfast, Pan Xia approached her with a radiant expression and whispered, Miss, the young Marquis Gu has sent word. Su Xiangwan set down her chopsticks, her brows furrowing slightly. What did the young Marquis say? Pan Xia leaned in and confided. He invites you to watch a play this afternoon. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Su Xiangwan sighed softly and replied, please tell him I am unavailable today. After a moment's pause, she added, I shall be busy for some time. Huh? Pan Xia appeared taken aback, questioning, what troubles you, miss? You seem somewhat glum since your return yesterday. It is nothing, merely that there are many matters to attend to at the tailor shop, which has left me rather vexed. Pan Xia, somewhat skeptical, nodded and said, very well, I will convey your message. Go ahead. Pei Xingji had just concluded his morning court session and had not yet changed from his official robes when he spotted Pan Xia hurrying along the path. He cast a fleeting glance her way and abruptly halted, his expression stiffening. Cheng Ying, trailing behind him, observed her master's increasingly somber demeanor and inquired, Master. Is there something amiss with Miss Pan Xia? Pei Xingji snorted coldly. Nothing is amiss. All is quite well. After finishing her breakfast, Su Xiangwan bent over the table, jotting down the necessary preparations for the tailor shop. The location of the shop was of paramount importance, influencing both foot traffic and profitability, followed by the need to hire embroiderers, among other myriad details. Summoning Pan Xia, she instructed, "We shall leave the residence shortly to scout suitable shops for sale." "Understood, miss." Pan Xia scratched her head, seemingly wishing to say more. Curiously, Su Xiangwan asked, "What is it?" Pan Xia pouted and quietly revealed, "When you asked me to respond to the young Marquis Gu, I happened to encounter the eldest young master on the way." Su Xiangwan's brows furrowed slightly. "He did not trouble you, did he?" Pan Xia shook her head, murmuring, "The eldest young master did not trouble me, but he stared unblinkingly at me, which frightened me so that I dare not raise my head. And then, the eldest young master said nothing further." Pan Xia lowered her gaze, her voice laced with concern. "Miss, do you think I may have offended the eldest young master in some way?" Su Xiangwan frowned slightly. Could it be that he was upset because she had not agreed to make him a sachet the previous night, causing him to take offense, and by extension, view Pan Xia unfavorably? Su Xiangwan gently grasped Pan Xia's hand, offering reassurance. "It is of no consequence. Simply keep your distance from him in the future." "Yes." As the two prepared to leave, they unexpectedly encountered Gao Zhiro in the corridor. Su Xiangwan greeted her with a smile. "Sister Rower." Gao Zhiro's face brightened with a gentle smile as she softly asked, "Where are you headed?" "Wan, I'm just going out to buy a few things." "And you, sister?" "I'm going to spend some time with grandmother." Amid their casual conversation, Gao Zhiro suddenly glanced behind Su Xiangwan, her gaze shifting. Su Xiangwan's heart skipped a beat, an uneasy premonition settling in. Indeed, a cold voice came from behind. "Cousin Zhiro." Gao Zhiro bowed slightly and replied warmly, "Has cousin not gone to the Dali Temple?" "I returned to fetch something." Turning around, Su Xiangwan beheld Pei Xingji clad in a red official robe, broad-shouldered and narrow-sleeved, adorned with golden threads. A stark contrast to his usual dark attire, rendering him even more imposing and regal. She stole a quick glance before diverting her gaze. Yet, inexplicably, a surge of irritation welled up within her. Since their earlier encounter, he had not even deigned to look upon her. Was it because she had declined to embroider a sachet for him the previous night? Or perhaps, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Zhiro, Su Xiangwan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, not wanting to reveal anything in front of Sister Rower, yet repeatedly intruding upon her privately. This person was truly insidious, both inside and out. Gao Zhiro sensed the silence between the two, realizing neither had greeted the other, creating a palpable tension in the air. A sudden breath caught in her throat, and a bold suspicion began to form in her mind. Quickly regaining her composure, Gao Zhiro wore a neutral expression and said, "Cousin, if you are busy with important matters, please do not let us detain you." Pei Xingji nodded subtly, departing without casting a glance at Su Xiangwan. Gao Zhiro's heart sank. Something was amiss. Although her cousin was typically aloof, he would not hold a grudge against a woman. Moreover, one had always been courteous and respectful. Why the silence? Once Pei Xingji had walked far enough away, Su Xiangwan quietly exhaled, turning to Gao Zhiro with a smile. "Sister Rower, I shall take my leave as well." Gao Zhiro snapped back to reality and replied warmly, "All right, take care." After Su Xiangwan's figure vanished from sight, Gao Zhiro summoned her maid. Huan Xiang returned to the room. The maid, puzzled, asked, "Miss, are you not going to see the old lady?" Gao Zhiro shook her head. "I'm feeling a bit unsettled. Perhaps another day." As she walked back to her room, the more she pondered, the more suspicious she felt. Once inside, she sat in a silk flower chair, lost in thought, her delicate brows furrowed. Her close maid, Huan Xiang, brought her a cup of cool tea, expressing concern. "Miss, what troubles you? You seemed off since your return." Gao Zhiro accepted the tea, hesitating before asking, "Huan Xiang, did you notice anything peculiar between Cousin Xingji and Wan just now?" Huan Xiang contemplated, agreeing. It seemed they did not exchange a single word. Gao Zhiro raised an eyebrow. "Do you not find that strange? Wan is always warm and polite to everyone. Yet, she did not even greet Cousin Xingji. What if—" Here, she hesitated, her lips quivering, unable to continue. Huanxiang was startled by her thoughts, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you thinking? How could someone of such noble status as the eldest son possibly have any dealings with Miss Su?" Gao Jiro placed her hand on her chest, murmuring, "Although they are worlds apart and seem to have little interaction, I cannot help but feel some concern for my younger sister. Aside from her lineage, she possesses beauty and virtue." Han Xiang, as Gao Jiro's personal maid, had served her since childhood and was well aware of her young mistress's long-standing admiration for Pei Xingji. After a moment's contemplation, she offered reassurance. "If you are truly worried, miss, I could discreetly inquire about this matter. Would that be acceptable?" Gao Jiro bit her lip and replied softly, "Very well. After all, this is ultimately a private affair of Brother Xingji." Han Xiang smiled. "Since you harbor suspicions, it would be best to clarify the situation. If there is nothing between the eldest son and Miss Su, you need not carry such doubts in the future." Gao Jiro hesitated. "You do make a valid point. Please sit tight. I will investigate without raising any suspicions." With a gentle sigh, Gao Jiro tacitly consented. Chapter 83. Misconception. Han Xiang acted promptly, returning within the span of 2 cups of tea. "Miss, I have gathered some information. It turns out that this morning, the eldest son and Miss Su were ignoring one another. There seems to be some animosity between them." Gao Jiro blinked, uncertain. "Who did you hear this from?" "I heard it from a maid responsible for cleaning the garden. She said that when Miss Su first arrived at the estate, she was picking flowers in the garden. For some reason, she displeased the eldest son. When she attempted to explain herself, she unfortunately tripped and fell. The eldest son could have offered her a hand, but instead, he deliberately stepped aside, leaving her to fall hard to the ground. The look in his eyes at that moment was chilling." Han Xiang recounted breathlessly, then sighed. "Poor Miss Su. In my opinion, there is absolutely no possibility of anything between them. You may rest assured." Gao Jiro exhaled in relief, yet her brow furrowed again, feeling embarrassed. "Han Xiang, do you think I'm being too unrefined for someone of a noble family?" Han Xiang shook her head, saying, "Not at all. You are the most cultured and gracious person I have ever encountered. Even if there were something between the eldest son and Miss Su, I believe you would never cause her any distress." Gao Jiro pressed her lips together, and after a moment, she stated earnestly, "Fate determines marriage. It cannot be forced. Today, I have been thoughtless, and such matters must not occur again." Han Xiang lowered her gaze, feeling guilty. "It was my recklessness. Please do not blame yourself, Mississippi." Gao Jiro sighed. "It is not easy for my younger sister to be alone in the public manner. Brother Xingji treats her in such a manner, and if we have some free time later, we should visit her more often and chat, so she does not feel lonely and homesick." "Indeed, you are so kind, Mississippi." Xiangwan spent the afternoon visiting shops and finally found a suitable storefront on West Street, both in terms of price and location. The two of them walked back to the manor, their faces alight with joy. Han Xia exclaimed animatedly, "Just the rent for this single storefront is 5,000 taels a year. The prices in the capital are truly staggering. Thankfully, this money comes from Wangxiuj, so we need not pay out of our own pockets." Xiangwan chuckled. "Indeed. If we were to rent a shop ourselves, it would take us an eternity to save up 5,000 taels. In that case, it seems we have truly latched onto a fortunate opportunity." Han Xia beamed with delight. Xiangwan playfully tapped her forehead with a finger, chuckling, "Look at how pleased you are." "Of course I am delighted. The days when I was looked down upon my arrival in Kyoto are long gone." The two exchanged laughter as they returned to the manor. In the evening, the servants presented 3 dishes and a soup, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. Xiangwan found herself lacking in appetite, putting down her chopsticks after just a couple of bites. Banksia observed this and remarked, "Miss, you cannot eat so little. Allow me to head to the kitchen and request the cook to prepare a light porridge for you." Xiangwan shook her head, stating that the meals were standardized and it was unlikely for the cook to prepare a separate dish just for her. Banksia grinned, asserting, "As long as there is silver, nothing is impossible. Please, just sit tight. I shall return shortly." With that, she discreetly took some coins and sauntered to the kitchen. Recalling the time when they first arrived at the manor, she remembered how her mistress was bullied, and how she had to endure ridicule while trying to procure 2 eggs to alleviate her mistress's swelling. With the silver, tucked in her sleeve. Banksy vowed to reclaim her dignity today, if she were to encounter those who had previously made her life difficult. She would openly distribute her reward to others in front of them. Upon entering the kitchen, Banksia looked around but did not see the familiar faces. Just as she was pondering this, an unfamiliar cook approached and inquired, "Is there an order from the master of the house?" With a smile, Banksia asked, "May I inquire about the previous cooks who worked here?" "Those cooks have been sent to the countryside for manual labor. I was only just transferred here today," the cook replied. Surprised, Banksia asked, "Was it the second madam who arranged this?" The cook admitted, "I'm not privy to that information." Pouting slightly, Banksia felt a bit disheartened but quickly composed herself. She retrieved a coin from her pocket and handed it to the cook, saying, "My lady wishes to have some appetizing porridge. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing a portion." The cook immediately waved her hand, insisting, "That won't do. If it is the lady's request, I shall prepare it myself." Banksia was taken aback, but watched as the cook promptly set to work. Before long, the cook returned with a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed porridge, accompanied by 2 plates of refreshing side dishes. Xiangwan, upon seeing the spread, smiled and remarked, "You truly went ahead and got these." Banksia exclaimed with surprise, "Miss, you are unaware that when I went to the kitchen, those who previously made my life difficult were nowhere to be found. Those who troubled you? How can I not know about this?" Xiangwan inquired. Banksia scratched her head, suddenly recalling how she had kept this incident from her mistress to spare her feelings. Hesitantly, she explained, "When you were troubled by the second miss, your foot was swollen and your eyes were red from crying. I went to the kitchen hoping to obtain 2 eggs to help with the swelling, but the cooks there mocked me and refused to assist. Such a thing truly occurred?" Xiangwan responded in disbelief. Banksia nodded vigorously, continuing, "I specifically took my reward to the kitchen to confront those cooks, only to discover they were gone and had been sent to the countryside for labor. It is indeed a cause for celebration." Gazing at the small dishes on the table, Banksia commented, "The new cook did not question my request for these side dishes and did not ask for any reward before preparing them. I wonder which master in the manor arranged for her assistance." Xiangwan's long lashes fluttered as she suddenly recalled Pei Xingji's words of reassurance. "You may rest easy and stay in the manor." She pressed her lips together, her thoughts in disarray. What was Pei Xingji's intention? He bullied her in the unnoticed corners. And this morning, with Gao Zhiro by his side, he did not even spare her a glance, so intent on avoiding suspicion. She had initially believed that Pei Xingji merely desired her body, but now it seemed he wished for her to be his clandestine lover. Xiangwan felt a chill run through her. After dinner, she paced back and forth in the courtyard, the evening breeze clearing her mind. What did it matter what he thought? The ready-to-wear shop was about to open, and she would surely be overwhelmed with work. Pondering this was merely a waste of time. Instead, she should be contemplating how to earn silver. Lost in thought, a gentle voice pulled her back to reality. "Sister Wan." Xiangwan looked up, astonished. "Sister Ru, what brings you here?" Gao Zhiro replied softly, "I was feeling a bit lonely in my room, so I came to chat with you. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest." "Not at all. It's still early, and I was just feeling bored. Your arrival is perfectly timed." The 2 linked arms and entered the room to sit down. Gao Zhiro took out a pair of purple jade hibiscus earrings, smiling. "These earrings have a gentle hue that would suit you perfectly. Do you like them?" Xiangwan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Such a kind person as Sister Ru was indeed rare. She bit her lip, touched by the thoughtfulness, yet she had no ear piercings. Upon noticing, Gao Zhiro laughed. "Oh, you truly have no piercings." She retracted the earrings, and, as the 2 chatted amiably, Pan Xia suddenly entered with a distressed expression, approaching Xiangwan to whisper, "Miss, someone is looking for you." Just as Xiangwan was about to inquire who it was, she reconsidered. Who could possibly be calling at such a late hour? Taking a deep breath to steady her voice, she replied, "Whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow." "Yes," Pan Xia nodded. Gao Zhiro observed Pan Xia's retreating figure and, by chance, caught a glimpse of a dark-clad figure fleeting past the corridor, so swift it seemed like an illusion. Chapter 84. Jealousy seeing Gao Zhiro staring intently outside. Lost in thought, Xiangwan's heart raced. Her fingers tightened beneath her sleeves. She took a deep breath, attempting to shift the topic. Sister Ru, your attire is truly lovely. This fabric is made of shoe brocade, isn't it? Huh? Gao Jiro snapped back to reality, smiling. Your eye for detail is remarkable. It is indeed shoe brocade. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, glancing outside as she did, yet there was no commotion, only an unusual tranquility. She gently shook her head, amused at her own paranoia. They continued to chat about various subjects, but Gao Jiro soon decided to take her leave. As Su Xiangwan escorted her to the door, Gao Jiro smiled radiantly. I cannot quite explain it, but I feel an extraordinary affinity for you upon our first meeting. After spending some time together, I find you to possess a heart as pure as jade. If you do not mind, I hope you will visit my courtyard often in the future. Su Xiangwan paused, suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment. She touched her nose and replied, I felt an immediate fondness for you, as well upon our first encounter. Rest assured, if I have the time, I shall certainly seek you out for chats. I only hope you won't find me bothersome. Gao Jiro gently clasped her hand and said softly, I am overjoyed that you could come. As the two bid farewell, Su Xiangwan remained rooted to the spot, watching Gao Jiro's figure fade into the distance until she was no longer visible. Ah, I didn't realize your relationship was so close. A sarcastic voice chimed in. Su Xiangwan let out a soft sigh, slowly turning around, and replied with impatience, Why are you here again? Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, advancing towards her. You treat everyone with such warmth, yet you are particularly cold to me. Can I interpret this as a game of cat and mouse? Su Xiangwan's eyes widened slightly, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement at his self-absorption. How had she not noticed this about him before? She pouted and walked back into her room, with Pei Xingji following closely behind. Unable to contain herself, Su Xiangwan asked, What are you following me for? Do you want everyone to see? Pei Xingji smirked and replied lazily, That's not entirely out of the question. Suddenly, Su Xiangwan turned around, her tone icy. Oh, the esteemed young master is not afraid of being seen, yet when Sister Rower was here this morning, you avoided me like I was poison and didn't even glance my way. With a cold huff from her nose, she mocked. Your ability to put on a facade in front of others is truly impressive. Pei Xingji was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. This laughter was unlike any before, a seductive sound that resonated deeply, his eyes softening as they sparkled with light, eclipsing even the moonlight. Su Xiangwan was not in the mood to appreciate such beauty. She snapped, What are you laughing at? Pei Xingji composed himself, his voice laden with meaning. Is our dear Wanwan feeling jealous? Su Xiangwan widened her eyes, incredulously pointing at herself. Me? Jealous? You must be out of your mind. Alas, dear Wanwan truly lacked romantic insight. Pei Xingji gently shook his head, leisurely taking a seat on the pearwood chair opposite her. Su Xiangwan closed her eyes, contemplating that since he was not leaving, she might as well take this opportunity to clarify things with him. Standing before Pei Xingji, she spoke with a steady tone, Young master, I believe there may be some misunderstandings regarding me. I am vain, but that does not imply I am a frivolous woman. I may seek the favor of the powerful, yet I have never aspired to you. You need not subject me to such humiliation. The serene expression on Pei Xingji's face vanished in an instant. Humiliation? Well, have I ever humiliated you? He clenched his fists, the remainder of his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Su Xiangwan scoffed, You, young master, are truly forgetful. You called me scheming and accused me of flirting with others. Were those words not uttered by your own lips? Pei Xingji was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had said those things, but upon introspection, he realized his intention was never to humiliate her. As he recalled the emotions behind those words, he could not label them as anger or mockery. Now he understood. It was jealousy. Jealousy that she could converse and laugh with others. Jealousy that she sought to marry someone else, all the while never considering him. Those feelings, buried deep within him, were the most genuine, yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Yet he must now acknowledge that he indeed caused her pain. He inhaled deeply, only to be unexpectedly pierced by a sharp ache from his heart. Outside the Songyan pavilion, Gao Jiro walked along the path to her room, lifting her skirt as she ascended the steps, when suddenly her expression turned anxious. Miss, what troubles you? She asked, Gao Zhiro, her face filled with urgency, replied, Huanxiang, have you seen the pendant at my waist? Huanxiang glanced at her mistress's waist, her expression turning equally alarmed. She knew that the pendant was crafted by her grandmother during her lifetime, a treasure that her mistress cherished dearly and had carried with her for years. Surely you haven't lost it on the way? Huanxiang suggested. We must go back and search for it, Gao Zhiro insisted. Huanxiang hesitated, saying, it's quite late. Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow? Gao Zhiro shook her head, resolutely stating no. What if someone accidentally steps on it? We must search while it's still fresh. Very well, Huanxiang agreed, and the two retraced their steps. Meanwhile, Xiangwan noticed that Pei Xingji remained silent, and with a raised brow, she scoffed. If you, the eldest son, consider my origins beneath you and attempt to coerce me into becoming your secret lover, I advise you to abandon such thoughts swiftly. Pei Xingji abruptly stood, countering, Xiangwan, I have never perceived your background as inferior. Is that so? Before uttering such words, perhaps you should ask yourself if you truly believe them, Xiangwan retorted. Her expression icy. Pei Xingji, seeing her demeanor, strode toward her. Sensing the faint scent of sandalwood, Xiangwan furrowed her brow and stepped back. As he advanced again, she retreated once more. After several exchanges, Xiangwan found her back against the wall, with no escape. Pei Xingji seized her hand, about to explain, but she forcefully withdrew it. Please, have some dignity. I have made myself quite clear. No, you do not understand. Xiangwan, unwilling to engage further, attempted to leave, but was restrained by Pei Xingji. In her struggle, she accidentally knocked over a censer on the low table beside her. At that moment, Gao Zhiro found the pendant at the threshold of the Songyan pavilion, letting out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly hear a loud crash. She peered into the room and whispered, Huanxiang, did you hear that sound? I did. It seems something has fallen, Huanxiang replied. Gao Zhiro's face clouded with concern, noting that the light in Xiangwan's room was still on, suggesting she was awake and wondering if something had indeed fallen. Let's go in and check, she urged. Yes, miss, Huanxiang responded. Chapter 85. Jealousy. The two stepped into the room, but just a few paces in, they noticed the lights within suddenly extinguished. The pair exchanged bewildered glances. Huanxiang whispered, Miss, it seems Xiangwan has fallen asleep. But what was that noise just now? Gao Zhiro pondered. Huanxiang scratched her head, musing, we were quite far away. It may not have originated from Xiangwan's room. With this thought, Gao Zhiro felt uncertain, hesitating, is that so? As she deliberated, a soft meow echoed from the corner, followed by a fleeting shadow darting around the corridor's bend. Seeing this, Gao Zhiro chuckled. Ah, it is merely a cat. Huanxiang concurred. Perhaps the cat ran swiftly and knocked something over, but how could there be a cat in the Duke's residence? Grandmother, with her kind heart, often feeds stray cats, and it seems this one has come to our home in search of food. The room was shrouded in darkness as Pei Xingji extended a finger to Xiangwan's lips, signaling her to remain silent. The sound from outside gradually faded away. Once silence enveloped the room, Xiangwan glared at him and scoffed. The eldest son is indeed quite busy, sneaking into my chamber while simultaneously worrying about not being discovered by Sister Rower. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Pei Xingji lowered his hand, disregarding her sardonic tone, and replied earnestly, the reason I did not look at you this morning was that I was feeling envious. Xiangwan rubbed her ears in disbelief and questioned, envious? Envious of what? I asked you to embroider a pouch for me, yet you refused. This morning, I saw Pan Xia wearing a pouch that was clearly made by you. If she can have one, why can't I? She paused for a moment, stammering, You, the dignified heir of a duke, are actually competing with a maid. Besides, Pan Xia has been by my side for over a decade. Why on earth would you feel envious? She was utterly a loss for words. Pei Xingji gazed at her intently in the darkness and said solemnly, Wanwan, the matters between us have nothing to do with Cousin Zhiro. I do not wish for her to discover this. It is for your own good. Upon hearing this, Xiangwan couldn't help but scoff internally. For her own good? Was his behavior truly commendable? Would he dare act this way with Sister Roa? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, turning her face away in disdain and coldly retorting, You should save such words for others. Noticing her dwindling patience, Pei Xingji swallowed the remainder of his words. Wanwan, you should get some rest. As he spoke, Su Xiangwan, in a rare moment, detected a hint of melancholy in his voice. She thought to herself, this fellow is quite the actor. After uttering those words, Pei Xingji left with heavy steps. As he strolled down the shaded path, Cheng-Ying appeared silently behind him. She hasn't noticed, has she? Pei Xingji asked in a low voice. No. Miss Gao assumed it was the sound of a wild cat and left, Cheng-Ying replied. A wild cat, Pei Xingji mused indeed. This cat not only bites, but also scratches. Cheng-Ying remained silent, understanding that his master referred to someone else. Suddenly, Pei Xingji halted and turned to Cheng-Ying, inquiring, what kind of person do you think young ladies generally prefer? Cheng-Ying felt a pang of embarrassment, but dared not show it. Clasping his hands in respect, as he replied, I suppose they prefer someone like you, master, capable and charismatic. Pei Xingji appeared pleased by this remark, murmuring to himself, I think so too. It's a pity some people lack discernment. Cheng-Ying shivered at the implication behind those words. Recently, Madame Shun was quite distressed, her mouth plagued with several blisters. Early that day, she summoned Pei Mingyu, anxiously stating, Go find your uncle today and tell him your mother needs to speak with him. Pei Mingyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Why does mother need him? All he ever wants is money. Just do as you're told. Why so much chatter? Go. Shenwei stealthily followed Pei Mingyu to the courtyard of the second house. Uncle, hurry up. Why the rush? What if that plague god sees us? My elder brother has gone out. He isn't at home. Shenwei exhaled sharply, relieved. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Pei Mingyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Mother, uncle has arrived. Shen swiftly welcomed the guest. You finally made it. What brings you here so early? Pei Mingyu huffed. You should speak to my mother with more respect. Am I not being respectful? The two were clearly on the verge of quarreling, and Shun felt a headache coming on. She quickly intervened, her voice firm, enough. This is not the time for arguments. Turning to Shenwei, she inquired urgently, You Haven Tea sold the pair of blue and white glazed teapots I gave you last month, have you? Shenwei looked at her warily. Why do you ask? Shun sighed heavily. The household's finances have not been well lately. Xiangwan is about to get engaged, and we can barely gather the betrothal gifts. I was hoping that if you haven't sold them, you could return them to your sister. How could a Grand Duke's residence possibly be out of silver? Sister, are you trying to deceive me? Shenwei's expression was one of agitation. Pei Mingyu, astonished, exclaimed, Mother, what is going on? Did grandmother not provide you with any support? Shen sighed once more. Oh, don't mention it. Initially, your grandmother had relented, but now that your elder brother has returned, she has not brought it up again. What? Pei Mingyu's expression was more animated than her uncle's. Are you saying, according to you, that my dowry is also gone? Shen signaled her to be quiet, thinking how oblivious her daughter was. Naturally, she kept the valuable dowry intact, as it was essential for her daughter's standing in her marital home. Pei Mingyu understood the glance and immediately fell silent. Shenwei, observing from the side, rolled his eyes and lamented, Oh, dear sister, since you seldom return home, you may not know that Mother's health is deteriorating. I sold that teapot long ago to buy her medicinal herbs. And what about the enameled double vase and the set of shattered, jade-patterned wine vessels you sold? Did you sell all of them? All sold. Shun's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on him. In the past, she had supported her maternal family, but now her only son was about to marry. She was acutely aware of the priorities. Shun coldly stated, I know well whether or not my mother is ill. If she is, it is because of you. Regardless of whether you have sold those items, you must return the money to me. Shenwei stared at her in disbelief. His sister had never spoken to him in such a manner before. He bared his teeth in frustration. What kind of talk is this? I said I haven't sold anything. With Xiangwan's engagement approaching, he felt that she, as an uncle, should also contribute. You have benefited from me in the past, and now you are indifferent. You heartless one. As they exchanged words, they began to grapple with each other, having secretly allowed Shenwei into the residence. Shen had already dismissed the servants, leaving no one to intervene as the two wrestled. Pei Mingyu stood aside, anxious and unable to shout out loud. Shenwei, having been indulged since childhood, had never faced such treatment. His temper flared as he abruptly seized the teapot from the table, ready to smash it down. Pei Mingyu, upon witnessing the scene, had no time to contemplate. She swiftly stepped aside, shielding Shun from harm. A pot of scalding tea cascaded down her back, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the second residence. Chapter 86. Naming Pei Mingxi was embroidering in her chamber when the commotion startled her, causing her to pause momentarily before hastening to the door. As she traversed the long corridor, she encountered Pei Jingwen, whose face mirrored her own anxiety. "Brother, what has happened?" "I am uncertain. I was practicing calligraphy in the study." "That sound, was it Mingyu?" The two hurried towards Shun's room. Upon arrival, the sight within took them aback. Shun Wei stood at a distance, his gaze evasive. Pei Mingyu lay crumpled on the floor, writhing in agony, while Shun crouched beside her, panic etched upon her features. Pei Mingxi quickly knelt down, her voice laced with urgency. "Mingyu, what has transpired?" Shun's complexion drained of color as she grasped Mingxi's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Mingxi, quickly fetch the physician. Remember, this matter must remain confidential." Mingxi, now flustered, dashed off to summon the physician. Pei Jingwen, his expression grave, interrogated, "Mother, what is the meaning of this?" On the ground, Pei Mingyu trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Shun Wei, exclaiming, "It is he. All of this is his doing. Mother has bestowed upon him countless treasures, yet now that brother is to be engaged, he refuses to part with a single coin and even dared to lay hands on Mother. It is utterly inhumane." Sweat beaded upon Shun's brow as she cried out, "If anything were to happen to Mingyu, I shall not forgive you." She turned to Pei Mingyu, sobbing, "Mingyu, it is all my fault. I should never have allowed him here. You are foolish for charging at him. Fortunately, the tea did not splash on your face. Otherwise, how could you ever hope to marry with a scar? I acted in haste, not considering the consequences, but thank heavens you are unharmed." The two women wept together. Pei Mingxi rushed back with the physician in tow, who promptly began to attend to Pei Mingyu. The atmosphere was chaotic. Shun Wei, surveying the scene, seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed. After a short while, the physician assessed the situation, stating, "The second young lady is not in grave danger, but the skin on her neck is delicate. This scald from the hot tea may inevitably leave a scar. I shall prescribe a remedy to mitigate its appearance, but restoring it to its original state may prove challenging." Upon hearing this, Pei Mingyu burst into tears, her body quaking. "Mother, I do not wish to bear a scar." Shun quickly moved to console her. Pei Jingwen escorted the physician out. Shun held Pei Mingyu tightly, choking back her sobs. "Do not fear, my dear. I will summon the imperial physician for you. You'll be all right." Pei Mingxi wiped her tears with a handkerchief, softly reassuring, "Mingyu, Mother speaks the truth. You will recover." Shun glanced around the room and suddenly exclaimed, "Where is Shun Wei?" Pei Mingxi replied, "Uncle is not here. He must have seized the chaos to flee." Shun's veins bulged with fury as she shouted, "He is not your uncle. You shall never refer to him as such again. And you cannot even keep watch over one person. What use are you?" Pei Mingxi trembled at the words, a veil of tears quickly welling up in her eyes. Yet she valiantly refrained from letting them fall. She was acutely aware of her mother's favoritism, but she had never anticipated a day when she would be reprimanded so directly. Moreover, given the urgency of the previous situation, her thoughts had been solely consumed by concerns for Pei Mingyu's injuries, leaving her oblivious to everything else, which ultimately allowed Shun Wei to escape. Standing silently by, her lips pressed tightly together, she offered no retort. Madame Shun clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms, her eyes blazing with fury as she vowed, "This ingrate shall learn the consequences of betrayal." As July commenced, the sun blazed fiercely, and the air was thick with heat. Xiangwan had diligently prepared all matters regarding the clothing shop, standing before the newly adorned storefront with a radiant smile. In her eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement, and she exclaimed, "Miss, your taste is impeccable. The decor of this shop is splendid. Business will surely thrive once we open. What name do you intend to bestow upon this establishment?" With a beaming smile, Xiangwan replied, "The shopkeeper has informed me that the owner has already chosen a name." "Really? What is it?" As they conversed, shopkeeper Wang approached, beaming, followed by several individuals carrying a plaque draped in red cloth. "Miss Sue," he greeted jovially. "What a coincidence. I was just discussing the shop's name with Pan Xia when you arrived." Shopkeeper Wang chuckled. "I had this plaque made just now and had it brought over. Would you like to take a look?" "Of course." Shopkeeper Wang stepped forward and dramatically unveiled the plaque, revealing the golden characters engraved on red wood. Xiangwan. The calligraphy flowed with elegance and vigor, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Xiangwan caught her breath upon seeing the name. "Shopkeeper, does the owner know me?" "Not personally. The owner only knows your surname is Sue," he replied with a smile, stroking his beard, secretly thinking, "Even if I did, I cannot divulge that. This was expressly instructed." Pan Xia, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "How delightful! The name of the shop contains the character Wan, just as your name does, Miss. What a coincidence." Xiangwan gazed at the plaque, a smile spreading across her face. "Indeed, what a coincidence. Perhaps this is fate?" With fervor, Shopkeeper Wang instructed his men to hang the plaque. It served as the crowning touch, presenting an elegant and grand shop before their eyes. Xiangwan sighed in relief and raised an eyebrow at Pan Xia, saying, "Today is an auspicious day. Let us head to Tianxiang Tower for a celebratory feast." "Absolutely," Pan Xia responded joyfully, dancing with excitement. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two returned to Sonyan Pavilion. Xiangwan laid a sheet of paper on the table and began to write. "Curious," Pan Xia inquired. "What are you writing, miss?" "The shop opens tomorrow, so I'm preparing to invite some friends to celebrate." "Who do you intend to invite?" Pan Xia leaned closer, winking playfully. "Will you invite the young Marquis? It has been quite a while since you last saw him." "Xiangwan pilaifu le pokieter, chuckling. What did you hear that it has been so long?" Pan Xia pouted, muttering, "That is what the young Marquis said, not me." Xiangwan paused her writing, sensing that he had come to convey another message today. "Indeed, my dear lady, it is truly rare to encounter someone as genuine as the young lord. Why have you been so evasive of late?" Xiangwan sighed softly. "Yes, it is precisely because Gu Yanqing is so unpretentious that she appears particularly calculating. Lately, she has been reminded of Pei Xingji's question, 'What kind of person do you wish to marry?' Naturally, it would be someone with whom she shares a profound connection, preferably of noble lineage, devoted solely to her. But what gives her the right?" Xiangwan chuckled self-deprecatingly, picked up her brush once more, and penned an invitation to send to Pan Xia, requesting the young lord's presence for tomorrow's celebration. Chapter 87. Grand opening the following day. Under a radiant sun and a clear sky, an opulent carriage emerged from the Duke of Wei's residence. Inside, Pei Mingxi inquired with curiosity, "Sister Wan, what is it that has you so mysteriously preoccupied?" "You will know when we arrive, Sister Shi," she replied. Gao Zhiro gently remarked. Sister Wan's radiant demeanor suggests that delightful tidings are afoot. Xiangwan smiled, her lips curving gracefully. "Indeed, Sister Rower, you are quite perceptive." Pei Mingxi turned slightly away, feigning annoyance. "Are you suggesting that I am dim-witted?" "Oh dear, Sister, she knows that is not my intent." Suddenly, Xiangwan recalled something and asked curiously, "By the way, why have I not seen Sister Yu recently?" Pei Mingxi's smile faltered for a moment as she replied softly, "Sister Yu has been confined by our mother, practicing her needlework. She hasn't even had time to see me." Gao Zhiro chimed in, "Practicing needlework requires focus. It is a good thing for Sister Yu." Pei Mingxi managed a strained smile. "Yes, Mother has said the same." As the carriage came to a halt on West Street, the three alighted in succession. Pei Mingxi gazed at the spacious shop before them and remarked with curiosity, "When did a new shop open here?" Xiangwan gestured invitingly, smiling brightly, "Sister Shi, Sister Rower, please do come inside." Pei Mingxi hesitated, glancing inside. "This appears to be a ready-made clothing shop. What business do we have here if we are not purchasing garments?" Just then, a thought struck her, her eyes widening in surprise. "Could it be that this shop belongs to you, sister?" Xiangwan smiled gently. "I am merely the one in charge. The true owner is someone else." Pei Mingxi playfully chided, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Sister Rower and I have yet to prepare a gift for you." "Sister Shi, you are far too gracious. Such formalities are unnecessary between us," Xiangwan replied. Gao Zhiro silently observed the sign above the door, stepping forward to softly read, "Wan Qi Xuan." She scrutinized the characters, her brows slightly furrowed. Xiangwan followed her gaze and chuckled lightly. Sister Rower, do you have any concerns? Gao Zhiro gently shook her head, unable to suppress her curiosity. Do you happen to know who the owner of this shop is? The owner is the same as that of Wan Xiaogong, Xiangwan explained with a smile. Though I'm not entirely sure who it is, as I have yet to meet them. I see, Gao Zhiro mused thoughtfully. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Cousin Wanwan. The three turned to see the newcomer. Gu Yanqing approached, carrying a bag of pastries, and greeted the others. Cousin Mingxi, Miss Gao. Pei Mingxi exclaimed in surprise. Cousin Yanqing, what brings you here? Gu Yanqing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, Today is my cousin Wanwan's shop opening, and I came to add a touch of festivity. He beamed as he handed Xiangwan a steaming delicacy. I had nothing to do today and came out early. When I arrived here, you weren't present yet, so I wandered around and spotted this freshly baked mung bean cake, which I decided to buy. Pei Mingxi, taken aback, inquired, Is there only one? Gu Yanqing replied bashfully, I wasn't aware of what you all like to eat. Xiangwan graciously nodded to Gu Yanqing and softly expressed, Thank you. Cousin Yanqing. Pei Mingxi cast a glance at Xiangwan, her gaze oscillating between the two, and suddenly an epiphany struck her. Cousin Yanqing invited Sister Wan to the outing that day, and now Sister Wan has invited Cousin Yanqing to her shop opening. When did their relationship become so close? This seems peculiar. She recalled that during the outing, she had shared a boat with Gao Hong, while Xiangwan was in the same boat as Gu Yanqing. At that moment, her thoughts had been occupied with other matters, leaving her little room for reflection. Now, upon closer examination, it dawned on her that their relationship had already transformed. Pei Mingxi nodded in realization. No wonder Sister Wan had shown little reaction when her elder brother became engaged. It turned out her heart was preoccupied with this matter. She exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Zhiro, who responded with a subtle smile, saying nothing. Pei Mingxi, enlightened, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, stifling a soft chuckle. At that moment, Xiangwan addressed the group. Shall we go inside to talk? The group then stepped into the inner room. Gao Zhiro surveyed the surroundings and commented, It's exquisite yet not gaudy, grand yet understated. The shop's decor is perfectly balanced. Pei Mingxi looked around and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. She approached hesitantly. Fugue? Fugue, startled by the voice, turned around, his eyes misty. Miss, what brings you here? Oh dear, it's a long story, Xiangwan replied as she stepped forward gently. I happened to run into Fugue on the street, and since the shop needed assistance, I invited him to join us. She hoped to shield Pei Mingxi from the truth, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and briefly explained the situation. Pei Mingxi appeared somewhat perplexed, but chose not to press further. Fugue wiped away his tears and pointed to a three-legged golden toad on the counter, saying to Xiangwan, This golden cicada was sent by young Master Gu. When he arrived, you weren't here yet, so I placed it here in advance. At that moment, Gu Yanqing stepped forward, his eyes sparkling, wishing my cousin a prosperous opening and all the best. Do you like it, cousin? Xiangwan pressed her lips together, hesitating. I appreciate Cousin Yanqing's kind intentions, but this cicada is made entirely of pure gold. It's rather extravagant. Gu Yanqing waved his hand dismissively. As long as my cousin likes it. That's all that matters. While they were conversing, the auspicious hour had arrived. Fugue hurriedly lit firecrackers, their crisp sounds echoing through the street, instantly attracting a throng of passers-by. Many customers flocked into the shop, creating a bustling scene. Xiangwan donned a veil hat and stood at the entrance to draw in customers, with Gu Yanqing alongside her, assisting. His striking appearance naturally drew the attention of many young women passing by, adding to the shop's lively atmosphere. As they stood together, they appeared like a pair of celestial beings. In the tea house across the street, a window on the second floor slammed shut, blocking out the external clamor. A lingering smile graced Meng Jingyuan's face as he pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Xingji, this is where you are mistaken. If you're unwilling to look, must you deny me the pleasure as well? Pei Xingji maintained a stoic expression, retorting coldly, if His Highness wishes to see, he may as well step outside. Sighing, Meng Jingyuan continued, knowing your romantic disappointments, I shall refrain from pressing the issue further. Pei Xingji's countenance darkened, and he brusquely remarked, "This tea has grown cold." The phrase "people leave" and "the tea cools" implied a desire for departure. Meng Jingyuan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, arching an eyebrow. "I do enjoy cold tea. Xingji, you should partake as well to temper your temper." Pei Xingji pressed his lips into a thin line, casting an unfriendly glance in his direction, remaining silent. Meng Jingyuan rubbed his nose, conceding, "Fine, let us forget that I spoke." Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "This establishment was clearly given to that young lady by you. Why not inform her? From what I gather, you're not one to perform deeds of kindness anonymously." Pei Xingji let out a soft snort, his tone laden with significance. What purpose would that serve? One must wait for the prey to come forth willingly. Chapter 88. Insights. Observing Pei Xingji's frosty gaze, Meng Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Xingji, I must say, your demeanor of keeping others at arm's length is intimidating. Not just for the young lady, but even for me." Leaning closer, he whispered, "When dealing with a lady, one must learn to soften one's approach. Perhaps her heart would sway to your favor." Pei Xingji scoffed. "And what if some individuals are impervious to both soft and hard approaches? How would you know if you have yet to soften your stance?" Pei Xingji's expression hardened as he pressed his lips together. Meng Jingyuan's brows shot up in surprise, exclaiming, "No way. Xingji, have you already attempted this? How did you soften your approach?" Pei Xingji rubbed his forehead, recalling that fateful night. He confessed to feeling jealous. He could have easily claimed her for himself, yet he chose to patiently explain his motives, something he had never done with anyone else. To him, this was in essence a form of vulnerability. Pei Xingji's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his expression fraught with agitation. Meng Jingyuan shook his head, lamenting, "Oh, Xingji, look at you now." Peering through the window's crack, he noticed the seemingly compatible pair had vanished from sight. With his chin resting on his hand, he mused, "Does Yanqing know you harbor feelings for that young lady? He does not. This complicates matters. Why must this lad fancy the very girl you adore? He is so naive. How could he possibly contend with you?" Meng Jingyuan shook his head in regret, slowly pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Pei Xingji, suggesting indirectly, "The world is filled with fragrant blooms. Why must one settle for just a single blossom?" "Speak plainly," Meng Jingyuan continued with a smirk. "Your cold demeanor contrasts sharply with my seventh sister's vivacious nature. I dare say you would make a fine match." Pei Xingji raised an eyebrow, leisurely responding, "If we are to speak of compatibility based on complementary traits, then I believe you, dear cousin, will be better suited for a demure and composed lady. Shall I mention this to my aunt?" At this, Meng Jingyuan waved his hands in protest. "How could you say such a thing? Enough, enough, I shall cease." Reflecting on his own wife, his expression softened, a smile gracing his lips. One he had not even realized was present. "In the days of yore, when I first laid eyes upon your esteemed cousin, she was astride a steed, exuding an air of elegance and vigor that instantly captivated my attention. Though my mother urged me to wed a demure and composed young lady from a reputable family, none could occupy my thoughts other than her." Meng Jingyuan's wife, Su, was the daughter of a general, raised upon the back of horses, with a spirited disposition. During his courtship of Su, Meng Jingyuan exerted considerable effort, a fact known to Pei Xingji. Pei Xingji lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his gaze drifting through the window's crevice, eyes resembling the depths of the ocean. How could he allow room for anyone else in his heart? Reflecting on his past, Meng Jingyuan felt a wave of nostalgia. He tucked away his memories and raised an eyebrow at Pei Xingji, remarking, "Your cousin had many suitors, yet ultimately chose to marry me. I possess some insights on this matter. Would you care to learn?" Pei Xingji remained silent, though a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. Observing this, Meng Jingyuan smirked enigmatically, stating, "As the saying goes, affection grows over time. If you invest genuine care in the young lady over an extended period, and provided you are not as hard-hearted as stone, you shall surely win her over, occasionally bestowing gifts and surprising her, while discerning her preferences to cater to her tastes. And inviting her for outings during festive occasions will yield favorable results." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he slapped the table and exclaimed, The Qixi festival is but a few days away. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Follow my advice, and you shall undoubtedly capture the young lady's heart. Pei Xingji absently twirled the ring on his finger, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Xiangwan had been exceedingly busy in recent days. While Pan Xia fanned her with a palm leaf fan, expressing concern, "Miss, you have hardly rested well these past few days. The sun has set. You should retire early tonight." Su Xiangwan, fiddling with an abacus, beamed with joy, replying, "I am quite well, not fatigued at all. In fact, I feel invigorated. Indeed, since the shop's opening, business had flourished, bringing her immense joy that rendered fatigue irrelevant, though she should still take care of her health." As the two conversed, a servant approached, announcing, "Miss Su, someone is at the side door seeking you." "Understood. I shall be there shortly," she replied. Pan Xia chuckled softly. "It appears the young marquis has come with a message once more." "How can you be so certain it is he?" "It is merely a guess. The young marquis has not visited you for quite some time and must be restless." Su Xiangwan feigned annoyance. "You are quite astute." Reaching the side door, they spotted Chuntao. Pan Xia stifled a laugh. "See, I was not mistaken." Su Xiangwan shot her a playful glare. Chuntao approached with a smile, whispering, "Miss Su, the young marquis invites you to join him for an outing at Beitiu River tomorrow. Are you available?" Just as Su Xiangwan was about to decline, having been rather pressed for time in recent days, Pan Xia gently tugged her sleeve, whispering, "Miss, tomorrow is the Qixi festival." Momentarily taken aback, she quickly regained her composure, smiling brightly. "Please convey to the young marquis that I shall indeed be free tomorrow." "Very well. I shall return with a message." "Thank you." Su Xiangwan returned to Songyan Pavilion and had scarcely settled in when Pan Xia entered with a troubled expression. "Miss, the guard just came and asked me to convey a message. The eldest young master invites you to enjoy a trip to Beitiu River tomorrow." Su Xiangwan instantly felt a wave of agitation, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation. "What does he want to join in for?" "Miss, do you not wish to go?" "I will go, but not with him." Pan Xia scratched her head, hesitating. "The eldest young master also mentioned that if you do not go, he will wait indefinitely." Su Xiangwan pursed her lips in silence, yet a surge of anger welled up within her. Tomorrow is the Qixi festival. He surely knows that. What does he truly consider her? A mere concubine? An insignificant mistress hidden among the streets? She occupies none of those roles. Does her humble background render her so easily disregarded in his eyes? Su Xiangwan said firmly, "Then let him wait." She exhaled a deep breath and walked to the wardrobe to carefully select her attire for the following day. She took out the plush flower gifted by Gu Yanqing and placed it on the dressing table, then retrieved a new lipstick. This lipstick had remained untouched since she purchased it, as its hue was rather vivid. However, given the significance of tomorrow, she decided to adorn herself splendidly. After preparing everything, Su Xiangwan washed up and retired to bed, yet her slumber was restless. She dreamt of that person, his demeanor frigid, pinning her down on the couch and teasing her mercilessly. She trembled, pleading for mercy, but it was of no avail. His aura was menacing, more so than usual. The next day, Pan Xia observed the dark circles under Su Xiangwan's eyes. Concern etched across her face. "Miss, did you not rest well last night?" Su Xiangwan's expression was haggard. "Yes, I had some rather unsettling dreams. Please apply more powder on my eyes." "Of course." Pan Xia quickly went to work, and soon they were finished. In the mirror, the beauty appeared with a powdered face, rosy cheeks, and bright red lips, her eyes slightly raised, captivating all who gazed upon her. Pan Xia looked at Su Xiangwan in the mirror, moved by her transformation. She thought, the miss usually favors simple attire, but today, dressed thus, she is certain to captivate even the heart of young Master Gu. Su Xiangwan rose, surveyed her reflection, touched the plush flower on her head with satisfaction, and declared, "Let us go." "Yes." To avoid drawing attention, the two rented a carriage outside the estate, which took them to Beitiu River. The river encircles the capital, and in past years, couples in love would choose the Qixi festival to release lanterns on the water, making wishes. On this day, the distinction of gender faded, allowing them to walk openly together without fear of scandal. Upon arrival, Su Xiangwan found Gu Yanqing had been waiting for quite some time. She spotted him pacing by the riverbank, his expression radiant with excitement. Clearing her throat, Su Xiangwan called sweetly, "Cousin Yanqing." Gu Yanqing turned at the sound, momentarily frozen in place. In the sweltering July heat, the approaching woman donned a floral dress, draped in a sheer layer of gauze. Though it seemed to cover her modestly, a gust of wind revealed her exquisite figure, her slender waist seeming to beg for a gentle grasp. Passers-by frequently glanced her way, yet she appeared blissfully unaware. Approaching him with a smile in her eyes, Gu Yanqing felt his breath falter, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. As the person approached, he regained his senses and stammered, "Cousin Wanwan, you have arrived." Su Xiangwan smiled brightly, revealing her 8 pristine pearly teeth. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Gu Yanqing scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "I just got here myself." Su Xiangwan looked at him with a smile, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. Behind them, Chuntao stifled a giggle and reminded, "Master, did you not reserve tea house?" "Ah, yes, yes. Cousin Wanwan, please follow me." Su Xiangwan followed with a beaming smile. The tea house Gu Yanqing had booked was named Qingyao Hall, situated by the river, frequented by the affluent and distinguished, especially on this special day, making the reservation of a private room quite a challenge. Upon reaching the private room on the top floor, Su Xiangwan pushed open the window and gazed down, observing couples strolling by the riverside. She squinted slightly as the gentle breeze alleviated the oppressive heat. This room was positioned at a corner, and through the window, one could also glimpse the opposite private room. Chuntao added, "This private room was reserved by the master 2 weeks ago, specifically chosen for its proximity to the river, so that Miss Su could enjoy the scenery of Beitzi River. Initially, we intended to book the opposite room, which had a better view, but the proprietor informed us it had already been reserved. Otherwise, Miss Su could have savored the river's beauty in its entirety." Su Xiangwan nodded slightly. "This is quite lovely. Cousin Yanqing has been thoughtful." Gu Yanqing's cheeks flushed. "As long as my cousin is pleased. I really do like it here." A cough escaped Gu Yanqing, as if he had choked momentarily, covering his mouth. "Are you all right, cousin?" He waved his hands repeatedly. I'm fine. Please have a seat." Su Xiangwan settled down, and Gu Yanqing poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. His eyes sparkled with earnestness as he said, "Cousin, regarding what my mother mentioned during our outing, please do not take it to heart." Su Xiangwan shook her head gently. "Madame Ho is magnanimous. Your words are uncalled for." Gu Yanqing bit his lip, his face reddening considerably as he stammered, "My mother said that as long as you were willing, she would agree." Su Xiangwan tightened her grip on the teacup. Was Madame Ho so agreeable? This turn of events was quite beyond her expectations. Gu Yanqing raised his chin, his gaze fixed on her. "Cousin, what do you think?" Su Xiangwan quickly pondered. Gu Yanqing came from a noble background and had shown considerable care towards her during their time together. He was upright and dependable. For her, this was a most admirable match, nearly flawless, except for her heart. Yet, feelings developed through interaction. Perhaps marrying him and spending more time together might lead her to like him. She lifted a perfect smile, just about to agree, when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a deep red robe swiftly passing in the opposite private room. The figure seemed remarkably familiar. Su Xiangwan inexplicably thought of someone, though that person often wore dark clothing. She furrowed her brow slightly, then collected her thoughts, ready to respond, when suddenly a loud voice echoed from the corridor. Flooding! Run!" The group exchanged glances and hurried out. Smoke began to waft from the southeast corner of the tea house's first floor, prompting all the guests to flee in alarm. Quickly descend the stairs. Today is an extraordinary day. The hall is filled to capacity, and all the patrons on the second floor are now in a state of panic. Rushing downwards, with one arm protectively around Su Xiangwan and the other held out in front of her, he endured several tramplings, yet she remained unscathed. In no time, everyone had fled the building, gathering in the open space ahead. A few patrons, in their haste, gasped for breath as they overheard the murmurs around them. "Oh dear, what has happened? How could it suddenly flood?" Indeed, this elegant establishment is situated by the river. It rarely experiences flooding. What could have caused this today? Could it be arson? What nonsense! The owner of this establishment has significant influence. Who would be foolish enough to deliberately sabotage it? With today's incident, The losses will likely exceed 1,000 taels. Perhaps it is the work of rivals. Xiangwan's expression darkened at the conversation. Gu Yanqing furrowed his brow, glancing at her with concern. "Cousin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied softly, casting a glance at Gu Yanqing's shoes, which were now marred with footprints. He followed her gaze and chuckled dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a pair of boots. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." At that moment, the tea house manager emerged, clasping his hands in apology. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. This incident was unforeseen, and our owner has decided to compensate each of you tenfold for your deposit. Please remain calm." The crowd buzzed anew. Tenfold. The owner is incurring substantial losses today. Indeed, this fire must have been set by rivals. Xiangwan's puzzled gaze drifted towards the smoke-filled tea house. Upon recognizing the private room where she had just been, her breath caught in her throat. Pei Xingji, clad in a maroon brocade robe, was staring at her with an impassive expression, surrounded by thin smoke. He seemed oblivious to it, his deep-set eyes piercing through the haze, locking onto her. In an instant, he vanished from her view, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 90. Lanterns. The fire within the establishment was extinguished swiftly. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and presented a bill, perplexed. "Cheng Shiwai, here is the account of today's losses. What has come over the owner to set fire to his own establishment? The losses are substantial." Cheng Ying took the bill, contemplating. His wife is about to elope. How could the master not be anxious? This amount is trivial. Are the guests unharmed? They are fine. Following your instructions. I doused some water on the wood, which only produced smoke. It could not ignite. That is well. This matter must not be publicized. Understood. Cheng Ying carried the bill to report back. "Master, shall we return to the residence?" Pei Xingji narrowed his eyes, his expression dark, remaining silent as he pondered something. After such a tumultuous experience, Xiangwan felt a lingering unease, as if that fleeting glance